What? Old man, you say it one more time. Jin Peng even thought that he heard wrongly. In this Breaking Dawn city, there were actually still people who dared to not sell things to him. Chi Hai said with a faint smile, Young Master Jin, really sorry about it. Before you came just now, I've already agreed upon a price with this little brother. According to the rules, the transaction between us is already considered complete. It isn't nice to renege. If the rules are broken, this old man, I won't have the face to keep a foothold in this line in the future. Hearing Chi Hai's words, even Yi Yuan was rather surprised. This old man's performance before this was enough to leave people an impression that he only sought profits. But the two of them already raised the price to 500 middle-grade essence crystals right now, and this old man still wanted to sell to him instead. Jin Peng's eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze when looking at Chi Hai revealed killing intent. You're afraid that you won't have the face to keep a foothold? Do you believe that I will take away your plaque right now and make you have no way of having a foothold here? Jin Peng gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. But Chi Hai had an indifferent look as he said, this place doesn't want to keep this lord, there will naturally be a place that will. Although I, Chi Hai, love essence crystals, I cherish my feathers more. As he spoke, Chi Hai ignored the sullen Jin Peng, turned to Yi Yuan and said, This little brother, these essence crystals, I'll accept them. You take the medicinal herb. But Yi Yuan's impression of this old man was overhauled, and he said with a smile, All right. This herbal grass, I'll keep it. As for the price, I'll give you 500 middle-grade essence crystals as it is appropriate. Chi Hai waved his hand and said, No need, no need. Since we've already settled on the price, then it's a done deal. This old man, I won't take an additional piece of essence crystal. 100 means 100. Yi Yuan did not think that this old fellow was actually a person with such principles. He actually really just took 100 middle-grade essence crystals. Since the old man himself insisted on it, Yi Yuan could not very well force the other party to take extra. But Yi Yuan knew that Chi Hai had already thoroughly offended the Silk Pants. This Silk Pants probably would not let Chi Hai walk out of Breaking Dawn City alive. Yi Yuan was such a person. Others gave him an inch of respect, he would return them a foot. He already made the decision to ensure this old man's safety. Chi Hai, this crystal formation realm powerhouse, was still a little weak in the Breaking Dawn City. Yet, when Jin Peng saw that these two people completely paid him no heed and directly completed the transaction, he had long flown into a great rage. He smiled coldly at this time and said, Good. Excellent. In this Breaking Dawn City, this is actually my first time encountering such balls of people. Yu Qing, take this old man down for me. I want to see if he's really so principled. Yu Qing was naturally the 4th level C transformation guard behind him. This was Jin Peng's gold medal hired thug. Following Jin Peng, he naturally committed substantial crimes. Of course, he obtained considerable benefits too, acquiring quite a bit of cultivation resources. That was how he broke through to the 4th level C transformation. Yu Qing's strength was enough to place in the top 10 when looking at the entire Breaking Dawn City as well. Among the people present, there was only him, one middle-stage C transformation realm. Who would Jin Peng fear? Yu Qing was just about to make a move when Yi Yuan took a light step, blocking perfectly between Yu Qing and Chi Hai. This old man, I'm protecting him, Yi Yuan said coolly. A hint of sneer flashed across the corner of Jin Peng's mouth as he said, Take care both of them. Yes. Yu Qing was likewise itching for a fight. He had already gradually become fond of this feeling of abusing people. Following Jin Peng, he could do as he pleased in this Breaking Dawn City. Sigh. This boy is foolish and rich. To think that he's still quite loyal to friends. It's just that he's kind of dumb. What a pity. This Jin Peng is a little overlord. Who in the Breaking Dawn City dares to provoke him? Beat the young one and the old one will come. This is the scariest part. Where is there a need for the old one to come out? This checkpoint right in front might not be passable. I reckon that this boy cracked himself up to have some strength and thinks that he can cross boundaries to battle. But the person he's facing is someone at the middle stage C transformation realm. This boy definitely comes from a Silk Pants background too. The experts in the family all humored him. That's why he thinks that he's impressive. In truth, They are all completely flowers grown in a greenhouse, snapping once they come out. Seeing that the scene was gradually losing control a little, many stall owners started discussing. Evidently, nobody was optimistic about Yi Yuan. In their eyes, Yi Yuan and Jin Peng should be around the same. Both were with a silk pants background. It was just that Jin Peng brought along a middle-stage sea transformation realm. Was Yi Yuan dumb? Of course, they guessed the opening but could not guess the ending. Yi Yuan indeed came from a silk pants background, but the silk pants, was a heaven-defying silk pants. Yu Qing snickered. The strength of middle-stage sea transformation realm erupted entirely. A punch smashed towards Yi Yuan's face. This kind of direct abusing was even more satisfying for people. Yi Yuan's seniors and juniors watched this scene calmly all the way. The instant Yu Qing punched out, Tian Yu curled his mouth disdainfully and spat out a word from his mouth, dumbass. A fourth-level sea transformation realm dared to posture in front of Yi Yuan. It was purely the action of courting doom. Yi Yuan did not move all along. He just quietly watched Yu Qing, watching him display that garish punch. Just as that violent storm-like punch was about to smash onto Yi Yuan's face, Yi Yuan lightly extended a finger. Yu Qing did not think that a first-level sea transformation dared to be so overbearingly haughty in front of him. In his mind, this Yi Yuan was truly courting death to the extreme. Go and die, Yu Qing said with a hideous grin. One punch and one finger would bump together just like this. This sight, in everybody's imagination, did not appear. Yu Qing's violent aura instantly vanished into nothing the moment it came into contact with Yi Yuan's finger. The expression on Yu Qing's face froze there, not daring to believe everything happening before his eyes. Ah! Yu Qing suddenly gave a miserably cry, his entire person crumbling softly onto the ground. Everyone stared fixedly and saw that Yu Qing's chest was already covered in fresh blood. What kind of situation is this? A finger crippled a fourth-level sea transformation. My eyes aren't blurry, right? That boy, is he really first-level sea transformation? So strong. I've seen that Yu Qing attack before. He's very strong. He was actually defeated by that boy's one finger. Many people all felt that their eyes were blurry. Yi Yuan's body clearly did not undulate any aura. He just used his finger to lightly poke Yu Qing's fist, and Yu Qing ended up like this? This was a fourth-level sea transformation realm. Why did he look like cotton candy? The eyes that these people looked towards Yi Yuan with again all carried thick fear. Yi Yuan did not bother with the Yu Qing on the ground. His gaze turned towards Jin Peng. Jin Peng was already dumbfounded with shock by this scene. At this time, he suddenly detected Yi Yuan's gaze, and could not help shuddering all over. Don't you? You don't come over. Jin Peng repeatedly retreated in fear. Yi Yuan looked at Jin Peng and suddenly beamed and said, Silk pants, is it? Her. I'm the ancestor of silk pants. Seeing that ill-intent smile of Yi Yuan's, Jin Peng felt very ominous. You, what are you trying to do? Haha. You'll know very soon, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. At the city Lord Manor, a semi-clad woman in extremely thick makeup was panting endlessly in the embrace of a man in luxurious black robes. Ah, City Lord, Your Excellency, you're so naughty. Haha. This is called naughty? There are still naughtier things at the back. Hehe. I just like you to be bad. Jin Feng was just about to go further when he was interrupted by an extremely disharmonious sound. Reporting. A manservant barged inside dragging his tone, kneeling on the ground with a slam. City Lord, Your Excellency, things are bad. Jin Feng's face fell and he said, What is it? Kicking up such a fuss. This Breaking Dawn city is already under the rule of the Purple Mansion sect at present. What major thing can there be? City Lord, Your Excellency. Young master, he, said the manservant as he panted heavily. Jin Feng's expression changed. Pushing away the woman in his arms, he stood up and asked, What happened to young master? Is it possible that there are still people who dare to touch Punger in this Breaking Dawn city? Young master, his essence energy got sealed by someone and then hung on the city gates. A strip of cloth is even hung on him. On it was written, Can you fucking say finish in one breath or not? Quickly speak. What was written? Jin Feng grabbed the manservant's collar and asked. This lowly one dare not say, said the manservant timidly. Talk, otherwise, I'll smack you to death in one palm, Jin Feng roared. Ah, don't. I'll talk. On it was written. I'm a tortoise's son. Bang. Jin Feng clapped that manservant into minced meat with one palm. I want to take a look if there's anybody more arrogant than me in this breaking dawn city. Saying that Peng'er is a tortoise's son. Doesn't that rope your father together into the scolding? He looks like my Jin Feng's temper these 2 years has been too good. There are already people that dare to not appreciate it and become unbridled. Finished talking, Jin Feng rushed out with a swoosh. There were streams of people below the city gates. Many people were gesturing and pointing. Who's that young man? Such great nerves to actually dare make fun of Jin Peng. This little overlord. He don't care who it is. Either way, it really vents our anger this time. This punk normally played the tyrant. Finally, there's somebody who came out to control him. Haha, that's true. This father and son pair are like vampires, cheating us of how many essence crystals in the past. You look at what's written there. Haha, an old tortoise. A tortoise's son. Really vivid. Jin Feng was powerful. The City Lord Manor had as many experts as clouds. These bottom-level martial artists normally dare not resist at all. Today, there was someone helping them vent their anger. They naturally felt liberating in their hearts. Yi Yuan stood on top of the city gates, one leg stepping on a rope. The other end of the rope was tied onto a leg of Jin Peng's, looking really like some silk pants playing around. Jin Peng was still reluctant to admit fault in the beginning, but his essence energy was sealed by Yi Yuan. Currently, he was no different from normal people. Being yo-yoed up and down by Yi Yuan a couple of times, all the blood in his body rushed to his head. At the end, his entire person fainted and was now unconscious. The martial artists below were all incomparably excited when they saw this scene and gave off a series of praises. All of a sudden, an extremely strong pressure pounced from face front. Everyone chose to shut their mouths sensibly. They all knew who came. Peng'er. Jin Feng saw Jin Peng being dangled on the city walls from a long way and was so furious that he was blowing smoke from all 7 orifices. He came to not far away from Yi Yuan and stood in the air, saying in a cold voice, Punk, you really have such great gall to actually dare provoke somebody who is far superior in power. Yi Yuan smirked and said, It's your son who provoked me first. Sorry. I hate others being even more silk pants than me the most. Seeing Yi Yuan so arrogant, Jin Feng flared up even more. Brat, quickly let Peng'er down. Or else, I'll make you die without a complete corpse. Jin Feng's killing intent was already not concealed in the slightest. The next scene made everyone dumbfounded from shock. Yi Yuan gave an "oh," and then he actually lifted up his leg. Breaking Dawn City was a massive frontier town. Hence, the city gates were constructed very grandly. Earlier, Jin Peng was moved by Yi Yuan to the highest point of the city gates and was several hundred feet away from the ground. In just a blink of an eye, after Yi Yuan lifted his leg, everyone could hear a huge slam. Jin Peng's head smashed straight onto the ground. With this, even Jin Peng, a sea transformation realm powerhouse, did not react to it. Everyone all thought that Yi Yuan would have a verbal exchange with Jin Feng and say a few fierce words. Who knew that Yi Yuan would actually be so obedient and directly let go of the rope? Why did you release the rope? Jin Feng said, currently enraged. But Yi Yuan said blankly, Huh? Didn't you say to let me release him just now? Puff! Jin Feng nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. I asked you to release, but I didn't ask you release him that way. Jin Peng's essence energy was sealed and totally could not muster essence energy to protect the body. Hence, Jin Peng directly had intimate contact with the ground through his fragile fleshy body. Although martial artists' bodies were extremely robust under the nourishment of essence energy, it was still a flesh and blood human body in the end. He directly tumbled down from a height of several hundred feet. Moreover, it was even head landing on the ground. Oh, forgot to tell you. I poured in quite a bit of essence energy just now into the ropes. That's why it fell so quickly. You quickly take a look at him. Don't let him fall to his death. Yi Yuan's words were hell-bent on shocking people to death. Jin Feng's figure swayed, and he nearly fell down from the air. This punk was absolutely deliberate. You've got guts, boy. You'll regret the things that you did today. Jin Feng gnashed his teeth in hatred as he glared at Yi Yuan. Finished talking, he leaped, arriving by Jin Peng's side instantaneously. The ground was stone bricks. Currently, the stone bricks were already smashed to dust by Jin Peng's head. Jin Peng's head directly entered the ground, leaving only half of his body still on the surface. A reverse living onion. Since the start earlier, Jin Peng did not even give off a mumble. This made Jin Feng's heart give birth to a hint of foreboding premonition. If it were a normal fall, Jin Peng would not be in a situation to the extent where he could not even give off a wail. But that boy actually poured essence energy into the ropes. That speed earlier was exceedingly swift. Even he was not able to react to it. By then, Jin Peng already dropped down. Jin Feng raised his hand to pull his son out from the ground, but saw that Jin Peng's entire head was a bloody mess. Clearly, he had sustained severe injuries. Seeing his son in such a wretched state, Jin Feng's killing intent surged towards the skies. "Come, men!" Jin Feng yelled out. Two martial artists rushed out from the crowd very soon. "City Lord, Your Excellency. Send Punger back to the City Lord Manor for me. Find people to treat him at once," Jin Feng said in a low voice. "Yes." Those two martial artists carried Jin Peng away very quickly. Jin Feng's expression became even more somber too. From start to end, Yi Yuan did not stop them. Seeing Jin Feng come in front of him again, Yi Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "Why the superfluous action? Actually, I dealt my blow very properly. Jin Peng can just be an idiot from now on. There's no need for him to come out and harm people. You, Puwerk." This time, Jin Feng was really angered until he vomited blood. He had been the Breaking Dawn City's city lord for so many years. Today, he was actually being toyed around in the hands of this boy before his eyes. How could people accept this? "Boy, you're digging your own grave here," Jin Feng said word by word. "Haha, I am digging a grave. But it's dug for you," said Yi Yuan with a smile. He took no heed of Jin Feng's threat. "What a sharp tongue. I want to see if you can still be stubborn in a while." Jin Feng's hand suddenly appeared a ringed great saber. Killing intent surged towards the skies without being concealed at all. When those martial artists below were enveloped by this immense killing intent, they withdrew one after another. Yi Yuan, who was opposite of Jin Feng, was seemingly oblivious to the intent. Jin Feng's killing intent seemed to directly pass through Yi Yuan without any effect. Seeing this scene, Jin Feng's expression suddenly became grave. Jin Feng being able to become the Breaking Dawn City's city lord was by fighting it out with his own strength and real swords and spears. This youngster might be remarkable, but he's still a little too reckless. Jin Feng has killed countless people in his life. This killing intent is already on the verge of materializing. It's on a completely different level from that Yu Qing. I heard that before Jin Feng became the Breaking Dawn City's city lord, he killed countless people. Back then, when he was still at the 6th level C transformation, he wielded the ringed great saber in his hands alone to come and challenge the previous city lord. The previous city lord was a 7th level C transformation expert. Jin Feng actually crossed realms and killed his opponent, becoming the new city lord. It could be seen how formidable his strength is. Now that Jin Feng has already broken through to the 7th level C transformation for so many years, his strength is already on an entirely different level from back then. Against the present Jin Feng, most likely even 9th level C transformations might not be his match. Yeah, he has already not personally taken action in the Breaking Dawn City for many years. Nobody knows just how powerful he is now. But just based on this killing intent, it can make ordinary martial artists' minds waver and not even unleash their martial techniques, right? Crossing a small stage to battle was as easy as eating and drinking to Yi Yuan. But among normal martial artists, it was as hard as ascending to the heavens. For Jin Feng to be able to cross realms and kill a 7th level C transformation when he was at the 6th level C transformation, It could be seen that his concept's comprehension was already tremendously powerful. However, concept's comprehension, this sort of thing, Yi Yuan transcended the entire endless world. Boy, I couldn't tell that you still have some capabilities to actually be immune to the killing intent that I'm releasing. However, my ravaging heaven's melody saber isn't that easy to resolve. Die obediently. Jin Feng gave a cold smile. The saber quaked, and a series of clashing metal sounds emitted from the blade's body. As soon as the sound emitted, it was like a demonic melody tunneling into every martial artist's ears. Those martial artists down below did not think that such a situation would occur. Each and every one of them desperately used their hands to cover their eyes. But even so, the expressions on their faces were still incomparably as if in agony. Even Yi Yuan's mind fell into a trance after hearing this bizarre demonic melody. Once Jin Feng saw the state, he cleaved towards Yi Yuan with a blade. Yet, Jin Feng's eyes blurred, and Yi Yuan's figure vanished. He was inwardly alarmed and suddenly felt like his blade was being blocked by something. It actually could not slash downwards. Focusing his eyes to look, Jin Feng's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were frightened away. He saw that Yi Yuan had actually arrived before him, since who knew when, using 2 fingers to clasp hold on his ringed great saber. The saber momentum stopped and the sound wave attack immediately dissipated. Those martial artists below recovered to normal very quickly. But when they saw the scene of Yi Yuan using his fingers to grab hold of Jin Feng's saber, every one of them was astounded until their jaws all hit the ground. You gotta kidding, right? Such sharp and fierce saber momentum. He actually used his fingers to grab it, and he is still perfectly unscathed. Just who in the world is this youth? Why is he so powerful? Using one's fingers to grab Jin Feng's ringed great saber. Even peak 9th level C transformation won't dare to do so as well. Right? Too strong. Totally not on the same level. Completely crushed. A 1st level C transformation crushing a 7th level C transformation. Such a thing actually happened. The sword intent on Yi Yuan's body was much stronger than Jin Feng's saber intent. Jin Feng's saber intent could not harm Yi Yuan at all. Things that other people dare not do, Yi Yuan did it without impediment. How can you not be affected by the sound wave attack? Jin Feng was alarmed until he was stammering when he talked. For that lousy thing of yours to want to hurt me. Training another 1,000 years isn't enough either, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, but his body surged with sword intent. With a smash, Jin Feng was sent flying out. Yi Yuan had indeed received the influence of the sound wave earlier. This sound wave attack not only acted on the martial artist's sense of hearing, but it also applied to the martial artist's divine soul even more, making it impossible to guard against. But once that attack reached Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, the nameless black bead suspended in Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness lightly vibrated and dissipated the attack. Yi Yuan did not even have time to take the initiative to defend. What the sound wave attack was most powerful at was divine soul attack. Once the divine soul attack was broken, one just had to use essence energy to close off their hearing, and the sound wave attack would be useless. Jin Feng was struck by the sword intent released from Yi Yuan's body. His innards were like being overturned, instantaneously sustaining extremely severe internal injuries. Just what is this boy's background? How can he be so strong? Up until now, he hasn't even released a proper attack. Jin Feng was shocked beyond words in his heart. He could sense that Yi Yuan was completely toying with him. Or else, with that blow earlier, he would already have croaked. You got to kidding. Just using the powerful sword intent emitted from his body, and he could cross boundaries to wound a 7th level C transformation martial artist. If he were to unleash martial techniques, then how strong would that be? Thinking up to here, Jin Feng unwittingly shuddered. How could such a powerful existence suddenly appear in Breaking Dawn City? Seeing Yi Yuan walk over towards him, Jin Feng crawled to his feet and flew in the direction of the city lord manor. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile and followed after. His speed was much faster than Jin Feng's and caught up to him very quickly. Slam! Sword intent clashed with saber intent. Jin Feng was sent flying by Yi Yuan again. Just like this, Yi Yuan chased Jin Feng all the way to the city lord manor. Lord Dai, help! Lord Dai! Jean Feng's shrill cry reverberated throughout the City Lord Manor. Bang! Jean Feng's body directly broke the City Lord Manor's front gate. Flying inside, Yi Yuan slowly walked inside the City Lord Manor. Looking at the Jean Feng lying on the ground covered entirely in blood, he said coolly, "You father and son pair committed all sorts of crime in Breaking Dawn City. You complied to the Tranquil Cloud sect in public while opposing in private, and actually even willingly become the Purple Mansion sect's lackeys. Death isn't regrettable." Jean Feng was alarmed in his heart, and he looked at Yi Yuan disbelievingly as he said, Why you are? How is this possible? Why didn't I receive any news at all that you came to Breaking Dawn City? Yi Yuan said with a smile, If you got the news, how could I make it to Breaking Dawn City? Alright, thanks for leading the way. Now, you can go die already. Ah, don't! Jean Feng yelled out in despair. But Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with him. Forming a sword with his fingers, a streak of sword chi sped like the wind towards Jean Feng. Right then, a figure suddenly appeared between the two people. The person lightly flapped his sleeves. That streak of sword chi was scattered. When Jean Feng saw this person's back view, he immediately said agitatedly, Lo Lord Dai. Many thanks for Lord Dai's life-saving grace. But when Yi Yuan stared at the person before his eyes, his expression became solemn. I didn't think that the Purple Mansion sect actually sent a Soul Sea realm over to station at Breaking Dawn City. This person in front of Yi Yuan wearing the Purple Mansion sect's outfit was shockingly a Soul Sea realm expert. Yi Yuan even thought that the Purple Mansion sect would at most send a 9th level sea transformation here. To think that it would actually be a Soul Sea realm. The Purple Mansion sect's Soul Sea realms appeared to be many, but when distributed across the entire southern domain, it was not enough. Since the Purple Mansion sect eradicated the 6 great sects until now, it had merely been several months' time. There were still many places that were not very stable, requiring Soul Sea realm experts to hold down the fort. Yi Yuan never would have thought that the Purple Mansion sect would send a Soul Sea realm powerhouse here to hold down the fort at Breaking Dawn City. It was a remote place. The Purple Mansion sect Grand Elder had a middle-aged appearance. Among Soul Sea realm experts, he was also considered an up-and-coming star. After the middle-aged man saw Yi Yuan, he was observing Yi Yuan the entire time but did not speak. Seeing Yi Yuan talk at this time, he gave a faint smile too and said, Looking at your appearance, you're that Yi Yuan from the Tranquil Cloud sect. This seat is the Purple Mansion sect's Dai Yuhan. From the initial shock, Yi Yuan recovered too and said coolly, That's right, I'm precisely Yi Yuan. To think that Elder Dai actually recognized me at a glance. Dai Yuhan said smilingly, stopping my Purple Mansion sect with your strength alone. Wanting to not recognize you is out of the question as well. Furthermore, you have such skills at such an age. I thought about it, in the land of the southern domain, there's only you. Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said, I'm quite surprised though. Why is Elder Dai here in Breaking Dawn City? This Dai Yuhan was actually not in a rush to take action against Yi Yuan either. He actually took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Yi Yuan, appearing like everything was under control. Seeing Yi Yuan asking, Dai Yuhan did not hide anything either, and he said with a smile, Speaking of it, me being here is still because of you. Yi Yuan was said bewilderedly, because of me? Dai Yuhan nodded and said, That's right, because you've done too many inconceivable things. In order to prevent for contingencies, Sect Master went out of the way to transfer me over from another place to garrison this place. It's just I didn't think that this contingency actually really happened. Yi Yuan could not help smilingly bitterly when he heard that. The one who drew the Soul Sea realm expert over was actually still himself. But Yi Yuan became curious again very soon and inquired, There are many frontier cities that can lead to the northern domain. How did you know that I'd definitely go through this Breaking Dawn City? Dai Yuhan said, About this, Martial Nephew Lin Chao is still quite far-sighted. He once said that if the Tranquil Cloud sect moved north, they would definitely break down into parts and choose an extremely remote city to leave. And with your personality, you're bound to choose the most complicated circumstances Breaking Dawn City. To think that his words really hit the mark. Yi Yuan could not help being slightly amazed. This Lin Chao's thoughts were meticulous. He was definitely an adversary that was extremely hard to deal with. Including the previous time he Mingda led a team to besiege the Tranquil Cloud sect. It was also Lin Chao guessing that it was him presiding over the grand array. This Lin Chao's understanding of his character was very thorough. He was also exceptionally skilled in grabbing other people's soft spots to do things, and his actions were remarkably ruthless. If not that he had some measures, he would really still have to suffer a huge deal the previous time. Seeing Yi Yuan's face revealed a look of realization, Dai Yuhan then asked, Martial Nephew Lin said that there was a need to guard against you guys. I previously even thought that he was making a big deal over nothing. Looking at it now, your means are truly fantastic. Before meeting you, I actually did not even get wind of any news at all. Sect Master laid down countless informers at the Tranquil Cloud Sect. How did you all escape? Yi Yuan did not conceal anything either, briefly recounting the matter of him constructing a miniature transmission array, leaving Dai Yuhan staring wide-eyed and mouth agape. After a long time, Dai Yuhan finally heaved a long sigh and said, What Martial Nephew Lin said was correct. Luo Qingfeng and Sky Maple escaping to the northern domain are but stray dogs. You're my fierce Gale world's mortal malady. Yi Yuan. I actually focus wholeheartedly on Tao and dislike these strifes. But you and I each serve a different master. I can't let you leave today. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. He also saw through that this Dai Yuhan was rather different from the Purple Mansion sect's other people. Or else it was not possible to talk so much crap with him. But since Dai Yuhan showed up here, this fight was destined to be unavoidable. Come on, Yi Yuan said coolly. Dai Yuhan was stupefied as he asked weirdly, You want to fight with me? What? Can it be that you want me to surrender? Yi Yuan replied with a question instead. Isn't that so? I know that your strength is very formidable and can cross realms to battle. But, against me, you don't have any chance of winning. Dai Yuhan shook his head and said. Yi Yuan was rather amused and said, How will one know without trying? At this time, Jin Feng, who had been watching the two people converse by the side the entire time, said with a loud laugh, Punk, what are you thinking? Lord Dai is a Soul Sea realm expert. You, a puny little sea transformation realm, actually dare challenge him with no notion of how high the heaven and how deep the earth is. Soul Sea realm was an invincible existence to sea transformation realms. This was common sense. Yi Yuan's actions were actually subverting common sense in itself. Jin Feng, finding it absurd, was within reason too. Yet Yi Yuan's existence had always been smashing common sense. Seeing Jin Feng rear his head, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, Just now that interruption, I forgot that there was still you, a trash. All right then, before fighting, I'll send you to heaven first. There's no need to thank me. Yi Yuan already had an understanding of the conduct of Jin Feng, this father and son pair. Jin Feng, this person, had complete disregard for human life. Using his position as a city lord, who knew how many people he had exploited. The martial artists all dared to be angry but dared not voice out. Regarding such a scourge, Yi Yuan would never show leniency. However, Dai Yuhan clearly did not plan on letting Yi Yuan kill Jin Feng. He said indifferently, Jin Feng has already pledged allegiance to my Purple Mansion sect. I won't let you kill him. Jin Feng was overjoyed hearing that and said, Thank you very much, Lord Dai. Jin Feng will definitely slog it out for the Purple Mansion sect. Finished talking, he turned to Yi Yuan again and said, Punk, in front of Lord Dai, you still dare to be so arrogant. The southern domain being unified by the Purple Mansion sect is already something which cannot be stopped. You all these Tranquil Cloud sect's remaining spawns still not going to obediently submit to arrest with folded arms. With Dao Yuhan backing him, Jin Feng felt like his waist could be straightened even more. But Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with Jin Feng. Instead, he said to Dai Yuhan nonchalantly, If I want to kill him, you can't prevent it. His voice had yet to fade when innumerable flower petals instantly appeared in the city lord manor. It was precisely Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuhan's brows furrowed slightly. The power of this move was rather formidable. Although it was not worth mentioning to him, to Jin Feng, it was plenty to kill him several times over. Dao Yuhan flicked his sleeves grandly. Majestic essence energy partitioned those flower petals far away. When Jin Feng saw such a horrifying move, his eyes revealed a stunned expression. But, seeing Dai Yuhan resolving it casually, he could not help becoming even cockier. Ha ha! You! Just a boy who is overestimating his own strength. I'm standing right here. You come and kill me. Come and kill me. Jin Feng said to Yi Yuan with a big laugh. All of a sudden, Jin Feng's laughter ceased abruptly, because he felt a chill behind his back. 2 fingers pressed at the center of his back, since who knew when. As you wish. Yi Yuan's voice seemingly came from the underworld. Force was released. A sharp and fierce sword intent instantly pierced Jin Feng's heart. Dai Yuhan reacted at the first moment, but it was already too late for him to save people. Avatar body. Seeing the 2 Yi Yuans, one at the front and one at the back, Dai Yuhan's expression became somber. Seemed like this Yi Yuan was even harder to deal with than imagined. As for Jin Feng's life and death, Dai Yuhan actually was not overly concerned. Jin Feng used his final consciousness to lower his head and look at his own chest. His eyes filled with disbelief. Finally, his consciousness dissipated entirely and his body collapsed weakly onto the ground. Looks like I still underestimated you. Dai Yuhan heaved a sigh and said. The avatar body was not the least bit threatening to him at all. But to Jin Feng it was deadly. Yi Yuan's means were inexhaustible. It really made it impossible to guard against. Dai Yuhan could not help sizing up this youth before his eyes once more, as if the latter had limitless methods. It was not to the extent where Yi Yuan really had the qualifications to fight with him, right? Dai Yuhan very quickly denied this idea. How was this possible? Between Soul Sea Realm and Sea Transformation Realm there was a giant chasm. It was impossible to cross, let alone that Yi Yuan was still only first-level Sea Transformation. What was happening to him? He was actually frightened from a teenage youth, truly declining as he aged. Dai Yuhan laughed self-deprecatingly in his heart. All right, that hindering fellow is already eliminated. There won't be people hampering us anymore. When Yi Yuan was talking, he was actually brimming with fighting intent. You're sure that you really want to fight with me? I know that your strength isn't weak, but it's precisely so that I might not be able to grasp the limits properly. A genius like you falling is seriously too pitiable. Dai Yuhan asked once more. Yi Yuan did not think that this Dai Yuhan actually still had a heart that cherished talents, and he was rather surprised. But since Yi Yuan broke through to the Sea Transformation Realm, he had yet to unleash his full strength. He was already matchless among Sea Transformation Realms. Only Soul Sea Realm experts were worthy to be his opponent. This Dai Yuhan was clearly an opponent tailor-made for Yi Yuan. Haha, Elder Dai is indeed quite different from He Mingda, those scumbags. But you don't have to worry about me. Just come at me with your best shot. Even if I beat you today, I'll let you leave as well, Yi Yuan said with a huge laugh. Arrogance. In Dai Yuhan's eyes, this Yi Yuan was too arrogant. A Sea Transformation Realm saying to let a Soul Sea Realm live. This sounded somewhat comical no matter how one listened to it. Dai Yuhan's face sunk slightly and he said, Humph! What a rampant boy. I want to see just how you'll beat me. Finished talking, the 2 people arrived in midair without prior consultation. With their strength, fighting in the City Lord Manor would probably exterminate even fowls and dogs at the side. You guys look, there are 2 people facing off over there. That purple shirt man has such a powerful pressure. Doesn't seem like what Sea Transformation Realm experts can have. Could that be a Soul Sea Realm expert? My God, is this Soul Sea Realm? Indeed ridiculously powerful. Separated so far away and I'm even somewhat stifled. Moreover, I feel that he isn't even intentionally giving off the pressure of a Soul Sea Realm expert. Who's that young man opposite him? Seems like only first-level Sea Transformation. These 2 people facing off in the air aren't about to have a fight, right? Are you kidding? First-level Sea Transformation versus first-level Soul Sea. Is that boy a moron? You're the moron. That young man is the youth who used his fingers to grab Jin Feng's great ring saber just now on top of the city gates. His strength is terrifyingly powerful. He was chasing Jin Feng to the City Lord Manor and actually provoked a Soul Sea Realm expert. But no matter how great his strength is, squaring off against Soul Sea Realm, it is most likely a hopeless action. What? Using his fingers to grab City Lord's great ring saber? Holy shit. Are the youths now all-powerful to such a degree? Indeed, these front waves, are all smacked to death on the beach. Once Yi Yuan and Dai Yuhan appeared, They drew a large number of martial artists to crowd around and spectate. But Dai Yuhan's aura was too strong. Those martial artists all crowded around far away to watch self-consciously. Nobody dared to approach the two people. Origin Spirit 9 Transformations. Yi Yuan gave a low cry and directly activated Origin Spirit 9 Transformations. Facing Soul Sea realm experts, his present realm was seriously too low. Hence, Yi Yuan did not hesitate, using Origin Spirit 9 Transformations straight away. Dao Yuhan's expression changed. He saw Yi Yuan's aura rise with rapid speed and actually broke through the second-level C transformation very quickly. Yi Yuan's aura surged all the way, finally stopping at the fourth-level C transformation. Yi Yuan borrowed the power of the essence energy in his body first to instantly break through 3 minor realms, arriving at the middle stage C transformation realm. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuhan's expression could not help changing drastically. This. Could it be that what you just used is Origin Spirit 9 Transformations? Dai Yuhan exclaimed in shock. You actually know the Origin Spirit 9 Transformations? Hearing Dai Yuhan saw through it right away, Yi Yuan was also quite surprised. Hiss. It's really Origin Spirit 9 Transformations. I heard that you silently sneaked into the Fierce Gale world. Could it be that you stole the Shui family's martial art manuals away? Dai Yuhan's brain could not quite wrap itself around it. Stole away? You're thinking too much. Shui family, those dunces, most likely. There has yet to be anyone who can use it to my level, Yi Yuan said coolly. Dai Yuhan was involuntarily shocked, and he thought to himself that was true as well. It had only been a few months' time. If Yi Yuan really stole the Origin Spirit 9 Transformations, it was absolutely impossible to cultivate to such a level. Directly breaking through from early stage C transformation to middle stage C transformation, such a span was too outrageous. Dai Yuhan naturally did not know that the reason why Yi Yuan only broke through 3 minor realms was that his essence energy C was too large. With Yi Yuan's foundation, advancing 3 minor realms was already the limit. But the way those martial artists below them saw it, that was entirely not the case. What martial technique did the youth use just now? He actually broke through to middle stage C transformation in the blink of an eye. Too sick. Never heard before that there's still such a perverse martial technique. With such a martial technique, wouldn't crossing realms to battle be as simple as eating and drinking? Hehe. Initially thought that it was just a lopsided fight. Now it looks like there's a good show to watch. That young man's strength was very formidable to begin with. Now, he actually broke through 3 minor realms in succession. While I don't know how much distance it can pull closer to Soul Sea Realm, there is more or less something worth watching. Such a battle is hard to come across in 100 years in the Breaking Dawn City. These martial artists' blood were all boiling. They were looking forward to this great fight. Soul Sea Realm experts were extremely rare in the Southern Domain. Except for the 8 great sects, there were extremely few Soul Sea Realm experts that existed. Just like the disparity between strength, wanting to break through to Soul Sea Realm from Sea Transformation Realm was similarly a heavenly chasm. Being able to watch a Soul Sea Realm expert-level great battle today was perhaps a turning point for them too. 1,000 flowing petals. Yi Yuan's Xianxia sword shook. Countless flying petals swept over. Now that Yi Yuan broke through to Sea Transformation Realm, his execution of 1,000 flowing petals was already at the extent of being Athos' fingertips. Executing this martial technique virtually did not require any time at all. Yi Yuan leaped lightly. The Xianxia sword wrapped around by countless flying petals slashed towards Dai Yuhan. Fine lad. Watch this. Even though Dai Yuhan had confidence, he did not dare to belittle Yi Yuan at this time either. Yi Yuan's combat strength greatly surpassed his level itself. Consecutively jumping 3 minor realms at this moment, God knew how formidable his strength was. Such an increase in strength was already very terrifying for ordinary martial artists, let alone it happening to a top genius. Yi Yuan's speed was seemingly slow, but in reality it was fast. Furthermore, it was erratic, just like a specter. Moreover, the places that he reached all had large quantities of flower petals following, looking like countless large flower petals had bloomed in the air. Crane danced 7 absolute palms. Dai Yuhan's palm force spat out. It was akin to immortal cranes dancing, graceful and agile. At this instance, the power of a Soul Sea Realm martial artist was displayed beyond all doubt. The places that Dai Yuhan's palm wind reached, Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals would be dissipated instantly. Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals was nigh invincible in the sea transformation realm. But in front of Dai Yuhan, it could not gain any advantage at all. This is Soul Sea Realm? Really powerful. A casual move can explode with such horrifying power. It's completely not what sea transformation realms can contend with. Fuck you. Are you blind? Isn't the youth that's fighting with him a sea transformation realm? If not for seeing with my own eyes, I truly dare not believe that there is really a sea transformation realm that can fight to such a level with the Soul Sea realm. That young man is indeed powerful, but he totally cannot approach that purple shirt expert. Carrying on like this, a defeat is something inevitable. Yi Yuan and Dai Yuhan exchanged 100 moves in the blink of an eye, but Yi Yuan simply could not even enter a 50-feet radius around Dai Yuhan. Moreover, Dai Yuhan had been on defensive the entire time and had yet to take the initiative to attack once. Hence, in the other martial artist's view, Yi Yuan's strength much too weak. Actually, they did not know that it was not that Dai Yuhan did not want to counterattack, but it was because he simply could not find the opportunity to counterattack. Yi Yuan's figure was erratic, leaving upon hitting. He seemed to be completely without any desire to continue fighting aggressively. Dai Yuhan simply could not figure out where Yi Yuan's next attack would appear at. Only by waiting for Yi Yuan to take the initiative to show himself that he could passively counterattack. From start to end, it was all Yi Yuan holding the initiative. Yi Yuan's attack might not be able to pose a threat to Dai Yuhan. Likewise, Dai Yuhan had no way of causing any harm to Yi Yuan. By fusing the wind flow concept into his movement technique, it made Yi Yuan's movements become extremely bizarre. For Dai Yuhan to want to catch Yi Yuan, he had to give up on his defensive circle and let Yi Yuan approach. But Dai Yuhan, who had already borne witness to Yi Yuan's methods, did not dare to do so at this time. Who knew if this boy had some powerful attack that could breach the protective essence energy of a Soul Sea Realm expert? Therefore, Dai Yuhan also decided to play it safely, executing probing attacks with Yi Yuan first. Fighting up until now looked like flowers cascading from the skies. Actually, it was just the two people warming up. It was just that the way the other martial artists saw it, this was already a peak battle. Because among them, there was no one at all who could withstand a casual blow from the two people. In the crowd, Tianyu and the rest were watching the fight too. When they saw Yi Yuan suddenly face off with a Soul Sea Realm expert, their hearts leaped to their throats. As disciples of the 8 great sects, they were deeply aware of the might of Soul Sea Realm martial artists. Tianyu, they all knew that Yi Yuan had once defeated the myriad sword sect's Qin Yin. But just what the chances of victory was like facing off against a Soul Sea Realm expert, they really had no score in their hearts. Seeing Yi Yuan locked in battle with Dai Yuhan at this time, they were a little calm in their hearts instead. However, they were also aware that the real fight was only starting now. Yi Yuan, do you plan on dragging it out like this all the way? I can afford to drag on, but can you do so? Carrying on probing like this, you won't be able to figure out just where the limits of my strength lie either. Dai Yuhan clearly had plenty of strength left over, even talking while he was defending. All right then, 1,000 flowing petals, arise. Yi Yuan's voice came over faintly. All of a sudden, essence energy flower petals that blotted out the skies and covered the earth condensed in the sky above breaking dawn city, practically covering the sun. Horrifying essence energy undulations crushed the martial artists below until they could not catch their breath. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuhan was not alarmed but became delighted instead. Yi Yuan was finally going to have a frontal battle with him. Under the powerful strength of Soul Sea Realm, everything was nothingness. With the strength of 4th level sea transformation, the 1,000 flowing petals that Yi Yuan used was unbelievably horrifying from beginning to end. Right now, the entire sky was a sea of flower petals, looking extremely torrential and grandiose. If Yi Yuan could battle with Zhao Qinggan in his present state, it was ample to one-shot him. Haha, this should be the move that you created yourself, right? Indeed prodigious. If I didn't have Soul Sea Realm strength, I would most likely be one-shot by you instantly. Truly impressive. However, using this move to deal with me is still too tender. Crane Dance 9 Heavens. When Dai Yuhan's move was released, it instantaneously amassed massive quantities of heaven and earth essence energy. The aura belonging to a soul sea realm pushed aside the petals which filled the skies. Fuck me. So this is their true strength. I already have no way of describing using words. These two people are really powerful until it makes people despair. Yeah, if this is the true strength of a soul sea realm, then I feel that I'll probably have no way of striding out this step for the rest of my life. That young man only has 4th level C transformation boundary right now and can actually unleash such a terrifying move. In my view, this move of his might really not be beneath that soul sea realms. The two people's moves are both extremely terrifying. Who wins and who loses? It is really hard to say. Dai Yuhan struck out a palm, compressing the air until it exploded. Yi Yuan sensed a harrowing aura coming from the front. Facing a Soul Sea Realm expert's powerful martial technique, Yi Yuan did not dare to slight it. Mobilizing those countless flower petals, it charged at Dai Yuhan frantically. 1,000 flowing petals explode. Yet, the 1,000 flowing petals which had never failed finally lost its edge this time. Even with the 1,000 flowing petals detonation producing massive obstruction, Dai Yuhan's palm wind still pressed forward irresistibly like a hot knife through butter. Talking about it was as if things happened slowly, but in reality it was only in a twinkle. Dai Yuhan's crane Dance 9 Heavens finally still landed on Yi Yuan's body. Boom! Yi Yuan was blasted out several hundred feet away. Poo work! Yi Yuan tasted sweetness in his throat and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Sigh. Still lost in the end. But for a sea transformation realm martial artist to be able to accomplish to such an extent, it's already plenty to be proud of. Yeah, a first-level sea transformation could actually cross a major realm to fight with a first-level soul sea to such an extent. Before this, I simply dare not imagine it. Also don't know how that soul sea realm expert plan on dealing with him. Such a genius perishing is truly too pitiable. A series of sighs was emitted from the crowd. But regarding Yi Yuan's performance, they were all immensely shocked. If it were an ordinary first-level sea transformation, they probably would not have the courage to attack at all in front of a soul sea realm expert, right? Dai Yuhan flew to not far away from Yi Yuan, his face carrying solemnness as he said, "Really didn't expect that you could actually force me to use Crane Dance 9 Heavens. Furthermore, even dissipating most of Crane Dance 9 Heavens' force truly widened my horizons greatly. However, it ends here. Follow me back to the Purple Mansion sect." Hearing Dai Yuhan's words, Yi Yuan suddenly wiped away the fresh blood hanging from the corner of his mouth and gave a grin. Soul Sea Realm is indeed powerful. Looks like I still underestimated Elder Dai. Elder Dai's strength among first-level Soul Sea Realms is also considered very strong. But wanting to bring me away just based on this is still not quite enough. Dai Yuhan shook his head and said with a sigh, "I know that geniuses all have their pride. But you being able to perform to such an extent is already very impressive. Even if you lost, there's nothing to be ashamed of either." The way Dai Yuhan saw it, Yi Yuan was a dead duck being stubborn and could not bear a loss. In the case of geniuses, their talents were greater compared to normal people. But they also found it very hard to accept failure without misgivings. Yi Yuan forcing him to this extent with first-level sea transformation boundary was truly very remarkable already. Lost? Haha. I can't afford to lose. Hence, my only way out is to keep winning all the way. Yi Yuan laughed self-mockingly. Finished talking, Yi Yuan released his aura fully once more. Windfire violent blaze transforming dragon condensed and formed in his hands rapidly. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuhan's face changed. This move had yet to be released, and it already made even him, this Soul Sea Realm expert, feel somewhat daunted. Presumably, the power was extraordinary. Just how many trump cards in his hands has this boy not used yet? The power of that move earlier was freakish enough already. This current move is actually even more perverse than the move just now. Dai Yuhan silently cussed in his heart. But grumbling was grumbling. Dai Yuhan's speed of executing his move was not slow. Crane Dance 9 Heavens. It was still the previous move, Crane Dance 9 Heavens. But this time Dai Yuhan used 90% of his power. Under normal circumstances, Not at a life-and-death juncture, martial artists would not employ all of their essence energy. If the essence energy that one martial technique move expended were too much, it would make the martial artist lack strength to carry on. Once they could not dispose of their opponent, then it would be them perishing. Hence, martial artists only used 60% to 70% of their strength under most circumstances when fighting. That crane dance 9 heavens move earlier, Dai Yuhan already wielded 70% strength. It was not to be underestimated how this 70% strength did not seem to be much. To a first-level C transformation like Yi Yuan, it was already tremendous respect. One had to know that if Dai Yuhan's opponent were swapped, he probably would not even use 10% of his strength. First-level Soul C and fourth-level C transformation was simply not a fight on the same level. But this time Dai Yuhan used 90% power in one go. It was practically already his full power. Before this, Dai Yuhan simply had not thought of this possibility that Yi Yuan would actually force him to this sort of degree. 90% power crane dance 9 heavens. It actually carried the faint cries of immortal cranes in the palm wind. Could be seen that Dai Yuhan already displayed this move to the ultimate. The roaring sounds of the wind and fire colossal dragon and the faint cries of immortal cranes surged to the skies, colliding together fiercely. Rumble. A massive impact, stirring up waves of air billows, sending the city Lord Manor's rubble flying. The martial artists below already deliberately maintained distances, but there were still many martial artists who were knocked over by this bout of air blast. The shock wave of Soul Sea realm level battle was too great. Hiss! That young man is too scary. This time, the two people are actually evenly matched. He is still first-level C transformation and has such terrifying combat strength already. By the time his strength reaches Soul Sea realm, how terrifying would it be? This young man seems to have limitless trump cards. I even thought that move just now was already his greatest trump card. To think that this move is even more terrifying. This time, Yi Yuan and Dai Yuhan fought to a draw. Dai Yuhan was actually blasted flying out. But Dai Yuhan's realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's, so he only suffered some light injuries. However, this was already plenty to shock Dai Yuhan to his core. The attack of a middle-stage C transformation realm could actually hurt a Soul C realm. Furthermore, the attack this time was even under the prerequisite of him using 90% power, which was also to say that Yi Yuan's combat strength was already infinitely close to his. Yi Yuan, I must admit now that you have enough qualifications to be my opponent. You're very strong, Dai Yuhan declared to Yi Yuan earnestly. Yi Yuan was similarly blasted flying out, but his injuries were much heavier compared to Dai Yuhan's. However, Yi Yuan's facial expression did not have the slightest hint of pain. He was abnormally excited instead. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that he actually gradually developed a liking for this feeling of fighting. Previous life, all of his time and energy was spent on alchemy skills and he virtually did not experience the joy of fighting. But in this life, he walked the path of vengeance and experienced countless instances of great life and death battles. He actually gradually developed a liking for this sort of feeling. This feeling of treading the borders of life and death made Yi Yuan incomparably stimulated. Fighting formidable foes one after another also made Yi Yuan unbelievably free from inhibitions. This feeling of liberation was exactly the same as refining pills. Originally, Yi Yuan was only passively walking the martial path, but now he quite enjoyed this joy of growing. Yi Yuan was deeply aware that only by falling in love madly with something could people have the chance to reach the top. Previously, he had always been forcing himself to cultivate the martial path. Actually, it was not enough to sustain him to reach Ji Kanglin's height. But now Yi Yuan had the confidence to surpass everything. Haha! Elder Dai, you're very strong too. Truly to my heart's content. Let's fight again, Yi Yuan said heroically. Dai Yuhan's life goal was likewise the martial path. In this battle, fighting until now had great inspiration to him. Saying it out was even quite inconceivable. A Soul Sea realm expert actually obtained enormous harvests through a fight with a Sea transformation realm martial artist. Yet, this was not something that was unthinkable. Yi Yuan's moves contained the great Tao much greater than Dai Yuhan's own comprehensions. It was precisely due to this that Dai Yuhan could glean much insights from this battle. He believed that if he went back to seclude and comprehend things this time, he was bound to have huge harvests. But the fight was not over yet. Haha. Good. It's hard to meet an opponent like you. The next attack, you have to be careful. This is where the essence of my life's work lie, and also my final trump card. If that was your limits just now, I advise you to best not fight anymore and surrender without resistance. Dai Yuhan was also stimulated by Yi Yuan's heroicness and wanted to have a final great battle with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, I said before, I'll keep winning all the way. Elder Dai, you'd better return to the Purple Mansion sect and devote yourself to the martial path. This kind of thing like invading the endless world is unsuited for you. Haha. Yi Yuan, you see it clearly. But I, Dai Yuhan, received His Majesty, the Wind Emperor's great grace. How can I watch with folded arms to this sort of thing? Enough crap. Come and fight, Dai Yuhan said with a loud laugh. All right, since that's the case, then I'll send you packing. I recently comprehended a sword move. I myself have not tested its power either. Elder Dai, you have to be careful. After the laughter, the two people's expressions were both a never-before solemnness. Both knew that the other party's next attack would be an earth-shattering blow. What are they talking about? Invade the endless world. Seems like that's the meaning. However, what in the world is going on? Who would invade the endless world for no reason? No idea. Their conversation is rather baffling. Yi Yuan's words caused a considerable stir among the crowd. The Purple Mansion sect's true face had yet to be exposed up until now. These martial artists still thought that the Southern Domain's great change was just the endless world's internal affairs. Even though Yi Yuan did not put the cards on the table, he actually already stated it very obviously. As to how much these people would believe, it would be up to their fortunes. If possible, Yi Yuan naturally wanted to bring everyone in the Southern Domain and move north. But time was pressing, and where would he find the time to convince these people one by one? And at this time, the atmosphere between the two in the air already becomes somewhat strange. The two people were still talking in a jovial manner just now. At this moment, the expressions on the two people's faces were a never-before solemn. It even led to the surrounding atmosphere to be somewhat different. Some slightly stronger martial artists were affected by this atmosphere and sensibly distanced away from the two once more. Very soon, somebody guessed that this might be Yi Yuan or Dai Yuhan going to unleash their move. Right then, Dai Yuhan moved. This time, Dai Yuhan no longer held anything back. His full strength erupted abruptly. The surrounding essence energy gathered around him frenziedly. Quickly look. What's that? My God! He actually condensed gathered essence into materialization. How much heaven and earth essence energy did he needed to gather? Immortal Crane Phantom. The power of this move truly demonstrates the disparity between Soul Sea Realm and Sea Transformation Realm. Wonder how that young man will respond. Where Dai Yuhan's palm force rose, a faint phantom of an immortal crane actually formed gradually. That was to say that Dai Yuhan already condensed essence energy to materialization. Could be seen how great the power of this move was. And the condensed form of the amassed essence was precisely the prominent characteristic of Soul Sea Realm experts. Soul Sea Realm experts could gather very terrifying essence energy with a wave of their hands. It was already on an entirely different level from Sea Transformation Realm experts. This essence energy that was gathered could become corporeal. It could be seen just how powerful a martial technique move that they could use was. But to the early stage Soul Sea Dai Yuhan, condensing gathered essence was still somewhat too forceful. That was why he saved this move for the last. Even so, that faint immortal crane phantom was also sufficient to astonish people. On the other side, after Yi Yuan prepared for a long time, he finally moved too. But this movement left everyone dumbstruck in amazement. What? This young man can actually condense gathered essence into materialization too. Isn't he just Sea Transformation Realm? What the fuck? This is too perverse. He actually condensed out so many sword blades. Just who the hell is this young man? His talent is too terrifying as well. Since ancient times, I've never heard of anybody who could condense gathered essence into materialization at the Sea Transformation Realm. Yi Yuan used Songhua's sword as a guide. and then around them were condensed myriad tiny sword blades. The sword blades were not large. It was like fragments of a sword. Regardless of so, Yi Yuan succeeded in condensing beyond all doubt. Those martial artists down below did not know Yi Yuan's past. If they knew that Yi Yuan could already maneuver heaven and earth essence energy at the spirit condensation realm, perhaps they would feel that him condensing gathered essence in the sea transformation realm was nothing much. Of course, the difficulty of condensing gathered essence was completely not on the same level as maneuvering heaven and earth essence energy. Otherwise, Dai Yuhan would not treat it as his final ace in the hole either. However, Yi Yuan's realm was still a little low in the end. So his control over essence energy reached an extremely minute degree, only condensing out tiny sword blades. This way, the difficulty would lessen greatly. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuhan's face also had indescribable solemnness. The impact that Yi Yuan gave him today was seriously too great. I truly didn't think that you can actually perform to such an extent. You really made this Dai widen his horizons. Then let us use this move to determine the victor. With cranes, Immortal comes. Go! Dai Yuhan's palm force pressed on. That faint Immortal crane phantom attacked Yi Yuan with a light cry. Seeing that aggressive Immortal crane phantom, Yi Yuan launched this martial technique unhurriedly. Azure Dipper floating zero sword. Myriad rain sword blades. Sword blades whirled towards the Immortal crane with extreme speed. It actually somewhat had the hint of reaching first despite launching later. In that instance, in the eyes of the martial artists below, an Immortal crane and a massive cluster of sword rain collided together violently, seemingly like a celestial phenomenon. Rumble! A violent explosion sound emitted in the air. Two figures plummeted from the skies respectively. When Tianyu saw this situation, he hurriedly leaped up and caught the Yi Yuan who fell down. Junior apprentice brother Yi, are you all right? When the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples saw the situation, they hurriedly crowded around and showed great concern about his well-being. Yi Yuan's complexion was very pale. The corners of his mouth and his body dripped with a considerable amount of blood, his condition looking very poor. Seeing his seniors and juniors express concern, Yi Yuan waved his hands feebly and said, "It's fine. Senior apprentice brother Tianyu, I'll have to trouble you to help me over." Dai Yuhan did not have Yi Yuan's treatment. His body slammed fiercely onto the ground. But this degree of impact was not considered much to Soul Sea Realm martial artists. Dai Yuhan's injuries were primarily from the fight earlier. He was covered in wounds all over his body. That appearance was just like being stabbed by swords. They were evidently wounds left behind by Yi Yuan's move just now. Seeing Yi Yuan came over, Dai Yuhan could not help forcing a smile and said, "To think that I actually lost to a sea transformation realm today. However, you're really very strong. Being able to condense gathered essence into materialization at the sea transformation realm, not saying never to be seen again, it's absolutely without any precedence, right?" This sentence from Dai Yuhan immediately brought on a storm. This Soul Sea realm actually lost? Because Yi Yuan and Dai Yuhan both sustained very severe injuries, those martial artists could not figure out for a moment just who won and who lost either. Only hearing Dai Yuhan admit it personally now did they know that this Sea Transformation Realm youth actually really triumphed over a Soul Sea Realm expert. They had long borne witness to Yi Yuan's might and were also already aware that Yi Yuan had the strength to contend with a Soul Sea Realm expert. Even after Dai Yuhan used a martial technique that condensed gathered essence into materialization, Yi Yuan still defeated him. This made those martial artists all feel like they were dreaming. Turns out that Soul Sea Realm experts were not undefeatable. Dai Yuhan's with cranes, Immortal comes was very strong. But during that battle earlier, Yi Yuan's sword blades ultimately still had a small number of them that broke through, landing on Dai Yuhan's body. Hence, even though the two people both received severe injuries, it was actually still Yi Yuan whose skill was a level higher. Yi Yuan's complexion was white as a sheet. This was not just suffering the tremendous impact of with cranes, Immortal comes. It was even because of essence energy expenditure being too exorbitant. This move, myriad rain sword blades, seriously expended too much essence energy. Even if Yi Yuan's control of essence energy reached an extremely subtle level, it was also somewhat struggling to make ends meet. Yi Yuan retrieved a medicinal pill from his storage ring and threw it to Dai Yuhan, saying with a forced smile, "Elder Dai is a true gentleman. Today I won't start a slaughter. Hope that you conduct yourself well and don't associate with those fierce Gale World's people's vile deeds." Cough, cough, cough. I'm originally a fierce Gale World's native. Whence the don't associate with their vile deeds? You've been to the fierce Gale World before, and should know that I have no command over myself. Dai Yuhan also had a doleful look. Clearly, on the matter of invading the endless world, he was quite conflicted too. The war between two worlds signified endless massacre, with the dead souls being countless. No command over yourself? Your life is your own, not others. Zhao Tianyin is a paramount existence in your eyes. An existence that brooks no desecration. But do you know what you all are in his eyes? You people are just a bunch of tools for him to order around, Yi Yuan said coolly. Dai Yuhan's gaze sunk slightly, his complexion suddenly flushing crimson as he said furiously, "How can His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, be profaned by you like this? If you have the capabilities, just kill me, or else I'll surely make you pay the price for today's affront." Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Pedant, Zhao Tianyin is just a boundless realm expert. He's only immortal too. Look at him assuming solemn airs normally. When he kneeled before me, wasn't he like a dog too?" Cough, cough, cough. "Why, you're courting death." Dai Yuhan struggled, wanting to stand up, but he could not even do so after trying several times. Sigh. Heavenly Tao is boundless, humans are insignificant. In front of Heavenly Tao, we're but merely ants. Elder Dai, if not on account of you and I were having this battle today, why would I waste my breath on you? You feel that I'm insulting Zhao Tianyin, but let me tell you something. Zhao Tianyin doesn't have the qualifications to make me insult him at all. Place your horizons further. There is still the Divine Realm. Dai Yuhan's expression froze. Divine Realm, these two words naturally aroused his desires. Dai Yuhan suddenly recalled that Yi Yuan had once entered deep into the fierce Gale world to rescue his fellow apprentices, but he returned to the endless world without a scratch. What in the world happened in between this? Why did His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, actually not keep this boy behind? There seemed to be many stories in between this. After this fight, Dai Yuhan and Yi Yuan could even be said to have some appreciation of each other. Dai Yuhan could feel Yi Yuan's sincerity. Otherwise, he could very well just kill him and be done with it. Yi Yuan did not show any mercy when cutting down Liao Wenguang, He Jun, and the rest. The reason why he did not kill him today was probably still because of this standing aloof from the world mentality of his. Was it possible that he was really wrong? Also, although I don't know just why 2 generations of your Wind Emperor invaded the endless world back to back, I have a feeling that they have some kind of ulterior objective. But no matter what, Zhao Tianyin, I'll definitely kill him with my own hands. Speaking up to here, Yi Yuan suddenly seethed with killing intent. Zhao Tianyin's humiliation that day, Yi Yuan will ultimately claim it back one day. All right, my words end here. As for how you choose, that's your matter. Nothing to do with me. However, if I bump into you next time on the battlefield, then I won't show mercy. Senior apprentice brother. Let's go, Yi Yuan said coolly. Dai Yuhan silently watched Yi Yuan's back view, but storms were brewing in his heart. The ideology that he had been inculcated with since young was to give allegiance to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, and the cultivation method he trained in, medicinal pills used in cultivation, were all bestowed by His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. So in Dai Yuhan's mind, pledging allegiance to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, was something that came very naturally. Yet Yi Yuan's words today silently opened up a window in his sealed mind. Northern Domain, Xiaoming Mountain Peak. 2 elderly men and a middle-aged woman who had lost some of her charms were drinking tea at the stone table under the pine tree. A youth each stood behind the middle-aged woman and one of the old men respectively. The 2 youths, one male, one female, were shockingly the Yin Yanhua and Guataochuan who returned to the Northern Domain from the Tranquil Cloud sect. With 2 of them appearing here, these 3 people's identities were also obvious. These 3 people were precisely the Myriad Sword sect, Heavenly Martial sect, and the Profound Ice sect's old ancestors, and also the Northern Domains and even the entire Endless World's 3 most powerful people. It was just that these three people had knitted brows which did not relax at the present, and were not in the mood to drink tea at all. The myriad sword sect's old ancestor was called Qin Hongtao. At present, he currently had an enraged look as he said, "That punk called Yi Yuan is too arrogant to actually dare detain Yener. I think he's tired of living. Ning Yixian, you actually even made me spare that brat. You're simply too ridiculous." The Ning Yixian, in Qin Hongtao's words, was precisely the heavenly martial sect's old ancestor. According to what Tao Chuan they all said, this child's talent is exceedingly freakish. He's already matchless among the young generation. Now that the endless world is about to fall into a catastrophe, if you kill Yi Yuan, wouldn't it aggrieve our own and gladden the enemy? Ning Yixian urged. Ning Yixian knew that Qin Yan was Qin Hongtao's lineage grandson, the person to inherit his mantle in the future. Now that Qin Yan was held captive by Yi Yuan, how could Qin Hongtao not be furious? But at this time right now, it was totally not the time to have internal strife. If the Tranquil Cloud sect was just an inconspicuous little sect, then forget it. But Yi Yuan's talent was too startling. Such a genius being killed by their own people, wouldn't it be the biggest joke in the world? But Qin Hongtao did not think this way. Yi Yuan's actions were simply plucking his whiskers. When he heard this news, Qin Hongtao wanted to go and kill people at that time but was held back by the Ning Yixian who had arrived first. The result was that Qin Hongtao was forcefully hurled up at Xiaoming Mountain by Ning Yixian. Humph! No matter how great that punk's talent is, taking Yener as hostage won't do. Unless he personally goes to the myriad sword sect to kowtow and offer an apology to this old self. Otherwise, this grudge isn't over. Letting this Tranquil Cloud sect off back then was a mistake. Now, this old man I will mend the fold after the sheep is lost, and go through the trouble of making this trip to eradicate this Tranquil Cloud sect, Qin Hongtao said in a towering rage. Ning Yixian said, "Hey you, this old man, still have such a fiery temper. What will you do to eradicate their Tranquil Cloud sect? You don't wish for that beloved grandson of yours to live anymore? That boy is clearly somebody who is decisive in killing. You dare to go and exterminate his sect. He will dare to kill your grandson. Could it be that you dare to lose all decorum with him?" Qin Hongtao's expression froze. Ning Yixian's words evidently struck his soft spot. Yes, Yi Yuan's move was too ruthless. He, Qin Hongtao, was formidable, but Qin Yan was a hostage in his hands. Sigh. As a matter of fact, you and I both still have to thank this boy called Yi Yuan. If not for him withstanding the entire Purple Mansion sect with his strength alone, the fierce Gale World's army would probably have crossed the endless forest already. Speaking up to here, Ning Yixian's eyes revealed thick admiration too. If not for Yi Yuan's appearance messing up the Purple Mansion sect's arrangements, after the realm passageway linked up, the fierce Gale World would be able to march straight in, directly crossing the endless forest. Yi Yuan, this child's merits are the greatest. Qin Hongtao, you're a character on the level of being as weighty as Mount Tai and as brilliant as the Big Dipper. Why stoop to the level of a junior? Moreover, Qin Yan being detained was originally you all-provoking first. Yi Yuan doing so was also just for the sake of self-preservation. This period at present, our three sects still need to put the interests of the whole above all else. The profound ice sect old ancestor, Immortal Jing Xian, who did not speak the entire time, finally opened her mouth. Jing Xian's evaluation of Yi Yuan could not be said to be not high. And in reality, Yi Yuan could live up to this appraisal as well. If it weren't Yi Yuan defeating the Purple Mansion sect thrice at the Tranquil Cloud sect, they would already have firmly controlled the Southern Domain's situation. After the fierce Gale World's divine traversing realm experts show up, the Southern Domain's overall situation would be a foregone conclusion. They would just have to place their sights on the Northern Domain, and that would be it. And at that time, these people in the Northern Domain would still be unaware that the Purple Mansion sect was the fierce Gale World survivors. Humph! Yener is still in their hands right now. How will this account be settled? Not knowing why, once this Jing Xian spoke, Qin Hongtao's bluster fell in an instant. How else can it be settled? Didn't you detain a sea transformation realm elder from the Tranquil Cloud sect? Just send him back for them, Ning Yixian said. Fine. Send him back then. But I'll say the nasty things first. If Yenner has any injuries, I'm going to send an army to denounce them, Qin Hongtao said with a black face. Ning Yixin waved her hand and said, Enough nonsense. Let us discuss how to deal with the fierce-scale world martial artists. Back then, the Grand Yen True sect sealed off the realm passageway, and the future generations gradually forgot about this matter. To think that after several thousand years, the fierce-scale world had yet to give up hope and staged a comeback again. Sigh. Speaking of which, it's our oversight too. Jingxian said those few seniors from the Grand Yen True sect back then deserves our admiration. Now that this heavy responsibility has fallen on our shoulders, the martial artists of our generation should follow the example of our predecessors. Possess the will to die and to resist foreign enemies. Although this Jingxian preserved her looks exceedingly well and only had the appearance of a middle-aged woman, she was actually a figure from the same generation as Qin Hongtao and Ning Yixin. She also had peak divine traversing realm strength. This Jingxian was as cold as ice, a cut from the same cloth as Yin Yanhua. But the words that she said had the breadth of spirit of rather to break than to bend. But Qin Hongtao said with frowned brows, that might be the case, but the fierce-scale world has a boundless realm expert. Once the realm passageway stabilizes fully, the endless world will. Speaking of Zhao Tianyin, the three people felt a heavy burden like a 30,000 caddies crushing down. There's still an issue. The Purple Mansion sect has already laid low in the endless world for several thousand years, experiencing countless generations of people, and already know the endless world like the back of their hands. But we're completely clueless about the fierce-scale world. One had to admit that the endless world was passive everywhere right now, and virtually could not see any hope. These three people conversed here for a long time and also had a woebegone look. Old ancestors to say who in the endless world understands the fierce-scale world best, it's none other than that tranquil cloud sect Yi Yuan. He'd once entered deep into the fierce-scale world and even captured a sea transformation realm slave. Yin Yanhua suddenly voiced out, Hey, this boy is truly an enigmatic character. No idea which hole in a rock he jumped out from either. Oh, right, speaking of this boy, has their tranquil cloud sect completed their migration already? Ning Yixin asked Guotaochuan. Guotaochuan nodded and said, 3 days ago. They already gathered in Fallen Rain City. They already sent news before coming here. Everyone from the Tranquil Cloud sect will be gathering in Spirit Sealing City. Ning Yixin said with a frown, Spirit Sealing City? That seems to be the Heavenly Evil sect's territory, right? What are they going there for? This? I don't know, Guotaochuan shook his head and said. But at this time, Yin Yanhua's eyes glimmered slightly and voiced out, The Heavenly Evil sect is notorious. Burning, killing, raping, pillaging, committing all kinds of atrocities. They just happen to lack a place to settle down. Could it be? Not to that extent, right? Although the Heavenly Evil sect's strength isn't considered much in the northern domain, at any rate, they have a Soul Sea realm expert holding down the fort too. The Tranquil Cloud sect going to do battle at an opponent's home ground. I think taking down the Heavenly Evil sect wouldn't be that easy, right? Heh. This boy really makes people rather look forward to it. In this northern domain land right now, the most eye-catching is most likely this Tranquil Cloud sect group's movements, right? Since they have this intention, then let's just sit tight and watch. If they really can't, then giving them a hand is good too. That Heavenly Evil sect, I've long found them an eyesore. If not for the sake of Wufang City, I'd have long exterminated them. Speaking until the back, Ning Yixin's tone became icy cold. Evidently, he disliked this Heavenly Evil sect too. Hearing these words, Jingxian nodded slightly while Qin Hongtao snorted coldly. Taochuan Yanhua, inform the various northern domains' major factions' old ancestors as soon as possible. They are all to hurry to Wufang City to meet in half a month. In addition, since the Tranquil Cloud sect has already moved north, then shut down all the transmission arrays leading to the southern domain. Sigh. This important juncture, Ning Yixin instructed. Different from the southern domain, the Myriad Sword sect, Heavenly Martial sect, and the Profound Ice sect were not all of the northern domain's forces. These three great sects all had peak divine traversing realm old ancestors holding down the fort. So they were the strongest three great sects. Apart from this, there were still many forces with late-stage divine traversing realm holding down the fort. These factions were all the northern domain's peak forces. As for middle-stage divine traversing realm and early-stage divine traversing realm forces, there were many too. Of course, like the heavenly evil sect, small sects with only a soul sea realm martial artist holding down the fort were as many as oxenhair. This heavenly evil sect's strength was not strong. But the sect's only soul sea realm expert, Mao Yuanji, cozied up to the number 1 alchemy path faction in the northern domain through some means somehow. Hence, even though this heavenly evil sect's evil doings knew no limits, nobody dared to do anything to them either. At the heavenly evil sect's main peak, 2 silhouettes stood in the air. Who are you people? Such audacity! To actually dare barge forcefully into my heavenly evil sect's main peak. The one talking was a heavenly evil sect elder. But his round of questioning was without any confidence whatsoever. These 2 people appeared too suddenly. There was actually not a bit of news which came from the gates. Furthermore, the heavenly evil sect still had the sect protecting grand array guarding. If enemies came to attack, how could there possibly be no reaction at all? This elder instinctively sensed that these 2 people were not easy to deal with. Yi Yuan stood in the air with his hands behind his back. Lightly sweeping a glance down below, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "From today onwards, this world will no longer have the name Heavenly Evil Sect. This place has been taken over by us." What? What did he say? Taken over? Ha ha ha. A sea transformation realm brat uttering such wild ravings to take over our heavenly evil sect. He even said to let our heavenly evil sect's name be removed just now. Ha ha ha. Is this boy soft in the head? Yeah. Our heavenly evil sect is the Wu Fang city's subordinate power. Who dares to provoke us? Hehe, these years, how many people wanted to take down my heavenly evil sect? Didn't each and every one of them still ended up dusty and dirty in appearance? Yi Yuan's words drew a wave of guffawing. In their viewpoint, Yi Yuan and Luo Qingfeng were here to be a joke. If 2 people could wipe out the heavenly evil sect, they would have been exterminated countless times over long ago. Moreover, these 2 people, one was first-level Soul Sea, one was second-level Sea Transformation, which were also equivalent to the heavenly evil sect master plus the lowest level elder strength. Remove their name? Being dumb, right? Right at this time, a black-robed man flew out from the main hall and came before Yi Yuan pair. The 2 of you are guests from far away, but isn't wanting to remove my heavenly evil sect's name right after coming a bit too arrogant, said the black-robed man coldly. This black-robed man was first-level Soul Sea strength. Very clearly, he was the heavenly evil sect's sect master, Mao Yuanji. But the meaning in his words was some trepidation towards Luo Qingfeng. These 2 people could appear on the main peak without any signs. Presumably, they had some capabilities. You're Mao Yuanji? Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and asked indifferently. When Mao Yuanji saw a sea transformation realm brat being so arrogant, he was very displeased in his heart. Humph! This is a conversation between soul sea realms. Since when it is your turn, a junior, to be presumptuous here? As he said, Mao Yuanji flicked his sleeves grandly. A burst of tremendous force pushed over towards Yi Yuan, wanting to push Yi Yuan aside. He did this to firstly demonstrate his means and let the other party know his power. Secondly, it was to probe just where Luo Qingfeng's baseline lay. Mao Yuanji completely thought that Yi Yuan would be knocked until he was muddled by the force of this flick of his and fell down from the air. Who knew that Yi Yuan stood there without moving a muscle? Mao Yuanji's eyes became wide as saucers, staring at Yi Yuan somewhat disbelievingly. The force of his push just now, forget about first-level sea transformation, even late-stage sea transformation would not dare say will not budge an inch either. This boy was abnormal, but Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with Mao Yuanji. He said indifferently, 10 years ago, you took fancy on West Ridge City's Wang family's eldest daughter. You forcefully asked for her. The Wang family's eldest daughter was ready to die to preserve her chastity. She committed suicide and died. The result was that you vented your anger on the Wang family and you exterminated every last one of the Wang family. Was there such a thing? Mao Yuanji's expression darkened. This matter naturally happened. It was not some secret in the heavenly evil sect either. The heavenly evil sects conduct from top to bottom when doing things had always been based on one's own desires. Taking action to kill people at a word of disagreement was the norm. Back then, he took fancy on that Wang family's eldest daughter and made the Wang family send their daughter over using the name of the heavenly evil sect. Who knew that little girl would actually be so staunch and directly hanged herself and ended her life? In his rage, Mao Yuanji sent people to slaughter the Wang family down to the last person. Humph! Who the hell are you? To also be worthy of me answering, Mao Yuanji said with a cold snort. Even though Yi Yuan's performance earlier made him somewhat amazed, he still thought nothing of a first-level C transformation. The way Mao Yuanji saw it, Luo Qingfeng was his formidable enemy. And Yi Yuan's speaking tone completely made light of him. This made Mao Yuanji even more infuriated. If not for dreading Luo Qingfeng's strength, Mao Yuanji would have long finished off Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not bother with Mao Yuanji and continued. He said, 7 years ago, a 9th-level C transformation called Zhang Dongyu peddled a high-ranking spirit artifact in Spirit Sealing City. After you got the news, you snatched the treasure and killed him. 5 years ago. 4 years ago. Yi Yuan counted each one of Mao Yuanji's wicked deeds in detail as if he was engaging in small talk, but everyone present could sense the cold intent in Yi Yuan's words. This Mao Yuanji was simply up to the neck in crimes and misdeeds. He did not need a reason at all to murder and commit arson. Many people simply suffered an undeserved calamity. Very clearly, Yi Yuan already had killing intent. Furthermore, in front of Mao Yuanji, the Soul Sea Realm expert, Yi Yuan did not conceal his killing intent in the slightest. Could it be that this boy's state of mind had some problems? All these should be done by you, right? You can choose not to answer, but I've already investigated the matters clearly. Hence, you must die today, Yi Yuan said coolly. In Yi Yuan's view, there was no big deal about martial artists killing people. The martial arts world was a world where the strong feasted on the weak in the first place. But concerning such a character who was utterly devoid of conscience like Mao Yuanji, Yi Yuan would have a killing intent that could not be restrained when he saw them. This might be related to his identity as an alchemy emperor in his previous life. Of course, it also had to do with Ji Xingyang's teachings. Hence, in the previous life of Yi Yuan, he saved people in various situations. A lifetime of several hundred years, the people that Yi Yuan treated and helped simply could not be counted. Even though he came back to life again, this kind of thing in Yi Yuan's bones still had no way of being erased. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Mao Yuanji laughed from extreme rage. He said, "Boy, so what if your grandpa Mao killed a few people? Messing around for so long, you're here to be chivalrous? All right, your grandpa Mao, I will be standing right here. You come and kill for me to see. A brat still wet behind his ears running in front of your grandpa Mao to posture. You have to see if you have that capability or not too." By now, Mao Yuanji also knew that these people came with ill intentions. This matter most likely could not be settled. But if it was just a Soul Sea realm, he could still handle it. This punk did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. The heavenly evil sect still had quite a few high-level sea transformation realms waiting for him. Furthermore, the heavenly evil sect disciples' methods were extremely bizarre, impossible to guard against. Such a young brat dared to run over here to learn how to be chivalrous from others seemed to be really kicked in the head by a donkey. Yi Yuan suddenly grinned and said, "Whether I have the capability or not, you'll know right away." Origin Spirit 9 Transformations. Boom. Yi Yuan's aura released fully, and he broke through to 5th level C transformation very swiftly. After the fight with Dai Yuhin, Yi Yuan likewise benefited a great deal and consolidated his realm very quickly. After coming to the northern domain, Yi Yuan's cultivation progress was not the slightest bit slow as well. He finally broke through to 2nd level C transformation yesterday. Battling a Soul Sea realm expert again today, Yi Yuan clearly had more assurance. Seeing Yi Yuan break through 3 minor realms instantly, Mao Yuanji's pupils involuntarily constricted. But very soon he said with a cold laugh, "This is your reliance? Ha ha ha. You're not thinking that by bringing along a 5th level C transformation, you can wipe out my heavenly evil sect, right?" The latter half of the sentence, Mao Yuanji directed it to Luo Qingfeng. In his opinion, Luo Qingfeng was going to assist Yi Yuan to fight with him here. But they were wrong, right? Could it be they think that the heavenly evil sect only had him alone? However, Luo Qingfeng smiled faintly and said, "Your opponent is him. As long as others don't intervene, I won't be taking action." When Luo Qingfeng's voice faded, the crowd was shocked. Are these two people morons? To let a sea transformation realm challenge a soul sea realm? Even if it was to temper juniors, there's no need to send him to death either, right? This boy is the same, he's a complete idiot. A senior made him go and challenge a soul sea realm and he really went to challenge the person? I'm already in a mess. Ha ha ha. Too hilarious. I'm dying of laughter. After the astonishment, it was a series of mockery. In these people's view, these two were purely madmen. But Mao Yuanji narrowed his eyes slightly as he said with a cold smile, "You're sure to only let him take action?" Luo Qingfeng chuckled, and his figure flashed but withdrew several hundred feet away, expressing his stance. Such a distance, if Yi Yuan was really in any danger, Luo Qingfeng simply could not rescue in time. This attitude was already very clear. He really did not care about these two people's fight. Mao Yuanji grinned hideously and said, "To think that Grandpa Mao, I am actually being belittled by a sea transformation realm brat. Ha ha ha. However, I like your ignorance. I'll let you know what is called despair." The corner of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, raising the Songhua sword in his hand. A bout of terrifying power undulated out. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed drastically. What? That's condensed form of gathered essence? Isn't he sea transformation realm? Is this messing with me? How can sea transformation realm martial artists possibly achieve condensing form of gathered essence? No wonder this boy dared to be so arrogant. Turns out that he actually already learned how to condense form of gathered essence. Seeing Yi Yuan's myriad rain sword blades being initiated, the heavenly evil sect disciples all burst into an uproar. Same as during incident at Breaking Dawn City. This unexpected scene made everyone draw in a cold breath. A sea transformation realm being able to achieve condensing form of gathered essence, it was truly too freakish. Mao Yuanji's expression changed greatly, and he hastily employed his cultivation method to the extreme. Although Mao Yuanji was a Soul Sea realm expert, he was just the lowest level existence among Soul Sea realms. He had not even grasped condensing form of gathered essence. Something that he, a Soul Sea realm, did not grasp, this sea transformation realm youth before him actually grasped it. This was too unbelievable. However, Mao Yuanji simply had no time to think so much. He could only erupt with all of his strength and crush Yi Yuan's condensed form of gathered essence using his powerful cultivation realm. Fire immolating heretic cloud. Mao Yuanji gave an explosive roar. The entire stretch of the sky seemed to be burning. The horrifying flames swept towards Yi Yuan like a fire snake, wanting to devour Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort. Myriad rain sword blades erupted abruptly. Although the sword blade phantoms were not large, its power was unparalleled. Those myriad sword blades actually sliced the fire snake to a disorderly mess. By the time it arrived in front of Yi Yuan, it simply had not much power left already. Compared to Dai Yuhan's with cranes, Immortal comes, this fire-immolating heretic cloud technique simply paled in comparison. But Mao Yuanji was a Soul Sea realm expert after all. His attack still annihilated quite a number of sword blades. It was just that the 5th level sea transformation Yi Yuan was much greater in strength again compared to the last time. When one aspect was weaker, the others will be stronger. How could Mao Yuanji neutralize this attack fully? There was still a large portion of the sword blades that penetrated Mao Yuanji's attack, stabbing directly on Mao Yuanji's body. Arg! Mao Yuanji's protective essence energy could not withstand a single blow at all under the condensed sword blades of gathered essence. He was being stabbed full of holes like a wasp nest in an instant. After the tragic cry, Mao Yuanji's corpse dropped down from the air, landing heavily on the ground. Killed in one blow. The heavenly evil sect disciples had yet to understand what was going on. And Yi Yuan already killed Mao Yuanji. My eyesight isn't failing, right? Sect Master, he was actually killed by a sea transformation realm brat. Sect Master, he actually lost for real. We were still ridiculing the two of them for being fools just now. To think that they actually really had the strength to crush the heavenly evil sect. This boy is truly too terrifying. A sea transformation realm could actually unleash such a horrifying attack. It could even cut down a soul sea realm expert. He's not gonna kill all of us, right? The heavenly evil sect disciples still did not dare to believe it until now. The Lord sect master who was ever victorious in their eyes was actually killed by a sea transformation realm brat that popped out from God knows where. By the time they understood it, their first reaction was boundless fear. Like the saying, a crooked stick would have a crooked shadow. Mao Yuanji, this person was not some good person. How could these people, be any better? After the one move finished casting, Yi Yuan's complexion was rather pale. But compared to that time with Dai Yuhin, it was quite a lot better. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingfeng felt overcome by a vicissitude of emotions too. After arriving at the northern domain, hearing Tianyu, they all mentioned that Yi Yuan actually defeated a Soul Sea realm expert in Breaking Dawn City. They were shocked until their eyeballs nearly fell out. Only after seeing Yi Yuan slew a Soul Sea realm expert by condensing form of gathered essence with his own eyes today, did Luo Qingfeng truly witness Yi Yuan's strength. In combat power, Yi Yuan already surpassed him, this tranquil cloud sect master, which was also to say that the second-level sea transformation Yi Yuan was already the tranquil cloud sect's most powerful existence. Although Luo Qingfeng was not an ordinary first-level Soul Sea 2, he had yet to grasp condensing form of gathered essence as well. Even though he speculated that he could defeat this Mao Yuanji, he absolutely could not achieve a kill so clean and neat like Yi Yuan. He came today only for the sake of cheering Yi Yuan on and to awe the rest of the heavenly evil sect a little. Young hero, spare us. Those things were all Mao Yuanji instigated us to do. We couldn't help ourselves too. Yeah, it was all Mao Yuanji. We had no choice but to do as compelled to. Young hero, spare us. Now it was only to hear thudding sounds echoing everywhere. Those heavenly evil sect disciples with things to hide all kneeled down, begging Yi Yuan to let them go. The wailing sounds joined together. These people saw that Mao Yuanji died. They just pushed all of the wrongdoings to him altogether, condemning in speech and writing for a time, gushing until Mao Yuanji, this dead person, wasn't worth a cent. Yi Yuan said with a cold laugh, "Heh, what a fine could not help being forced. Rest assured, as long as your crimes don't deserve death, I won't pursue it. But those fiendish monsters who perpetrate every conceivable crime better end yourselves early. Or else, there will be suffering." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, some people shuddered all over. There will be suffering. These 4 words was like a sharp sword, stabbing into their hearts all at once. That taste of being unable to pray for life nor beg for death, they had made others experience it in the past. Now, was it going to be their turn? Who cares? As long as they insisted that they did not do misdeeds before, could it be that he could even search souls one by one? Yi Yuan seemed to know what these people were thinking of and said with a cold smile, "Don't think about telling lies to deceive me. It's useless." As he said, Yi Yuan fished out several medicinal pills and said, "These are truth pills. After eating whatever I ask you, you will say it. Therefore, better give up on this." Many heavenly evil sect disciples' faces all changed. There was still such a miraculous medicinal pill in this world? When they heard this kind of effect, most people's faces all had disbelief. But there were ultimately still people who could not resist Yi Yuan's pressure and exploded. "Everybody quickly run. It's death either way. One being able to escape counts as one." "I don't believe that he can kill all of us," a sea transformation realm elder cried out. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile. What he wanted was this kind of situation. Interrogating one by one was so bothersome. This saved a great deal of trouble. Seeing those recklessly fleeing figures, flower petals swiftly formed in the air. "Arg! Arg! Arg!" Miserable cries linked up together. Each and every one of the heavenly evil sect disciples either fell from the air or were directly killed on the ground. The 1,000 flowing petals were like a bunch of sickles, easily reaping these martial artists' lives. These people were all people who deserved to be killed. After several dozen breaths, the heavenly evil sect's main peak suddenly quietened down. There were already not many people left. As long as they stood still without moving, none of them died. "All right. From today onwards, the heavenly evil sect's name will be expunged from the northern domain, and this place will serve as my tranquil cloud sect's stronghold. I still have that sentence. As long as your crimes don't deserve death, I won't do anything to you. So much so that if you all didn't join in their vile deeds, the tranquil cloud sect can even take you all in, Yi Yuan said coolly. At the early phase of the tranquil cloud sect being established, 1,000 things needed to be done. These days, on the one hand, the tranquil cloud sect was so busy from top to bottom that their feet did not seem to touch the ground. On the other hand, the tranquil cloud sect needed to take over the heavenly evil sect's zone of influence. They also needed to contact the various major subordinate forces. For another, inside the sect reeked of a foul atmosphere caused by Mao Yuanji. There were too many things that needed to be tidied up anew. Mao Yuanji's residence was like a palace. When the tranquil cloud sect disciples went over to search, there was actually still a large group of concubines, each one of them beautiful as a flower. These women were mostly forcefully abducted by Mao Yuanji. They naturally had to let them go. And Yi Yuan was generally unconcerned with these mundane affairs. He revamped the heavenly evil sect's original sect protecting Grand Array, and then entered close seclusion to cultivate by himself. Although the heavenly evil sect's sect protecting Grand Array could not compare to the tranquil cloud sect's yin-yang turbid heaven Grand Array, the former was a middle-grade tier 4 Grand Array. Through Yi Yuan's improvement, it could still accomplish withstanding middle-stage Soul Sea Realm martial artists. While Yi Yuan busied these few days, there was a pair of eyes silently observing him from behind from start to end. Clearly 2 people. But why do I keep on superimposing the 2 of them together? Yu Mingli frequently watched that back view, staring in a daze. Her thoughts drifted God knows where to. But being together with Yi Yuan these few days, Yi Yuan frequently helped her to concoct some divine soul-nourishing medication. Her illness did not flare up again. Unknowingly, Yu Mingli developed a liking for the feeling from staying by Yi Yuan's side. This made her very at ease. Yu Mingli even felt that it would be good if this kind of days could carry on continuously. However, busy yet peaceful days like this was very quickly shattered. Just several days after the Tranquil Cloud sect replaced the Heavenly Evil sect, an uninvited guest came to the new Tranquil Cloud sect. Wufang City's patrolling inspector Bao Sangue is here. Tranquil Cloud sect's people quickly come and welcome. Outside the gates, a voice penetrated the Grand Array, reverberating throughout the entire Tranquil Cloud sect. Wufang City? Actually came so quickly? Martial uncle, what should we do? Hearing this voice, Luo Qingfeng said with a frown. Sky Maple just happened to be present too. Hearing that, he knitted his brows as well and said the Heavenly Evil sect was the Wufang City's subordinate faction to begin with. I heard that Mao Yuanji and Wufang City even has 1,001 links. Originally, I still thought that with the fierce Gale World's invasion near at hand, they have no time to bother with us. To think that they actually came so quickly. This is quite troublesome. Quickly send people to inform Yi Yuan. No need. I'm already here. Yi Yuan's voice came from the main hall's entrance. There were too many trivial matters recently. Yi Yuan was not in terminal seclusion either. That Bao Sangue's voice could obviously be heard. Seeing Yi Yuan, Luo Qifeng and Sky Maple both heaved a sigh in relief. No idea since when they actually already started looking to Yi Yuan for instructions. This kind of shift was unconsciously influenced. Even they themselves were not aware of it either. Ever since after Yi Yuan came back from the fierce Gale world, his status in the Tranquil Cloud sect could no longer be replaced by anyone. From then until now, all the major and minor matters in the sect, Yi Yuan practically had the final say in all. Even exterminating the Heavenly Evil sect this time, it was also the location chosen by Yi Yuan. Actually, Luo Qingfeng and Sky Maple both proposed to find a slightly weaker sect to replace. But Yi Yuan stubbornly clung to his view. The reason was that the Heavenly Evil sect committed many evil deeds. Heaven did not take care of the Heavenly Evil sect. Then the Tranquil Cloud sect would do it. Right now, even though Luo Qifeng returned, this kind of momentum carried on as well. Compared to Luo Qingfeng, Yi Yuan was a little more like a sect master right now. But regarding Yi Yuan's special kind of status, Luo Qifeng and the rest did not grumble about anything. Because they all knew that Yi Yuan totally did not belong to the Tranquil Cloud sect. The talk of him fighting for power and money simply did not exist. Everything that Yi Yuan did right now was all for the sake of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Yi Yuan, this Wufang City's patrolling inspector. Luo Qingfeng asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, whatever nonsense, patrolling inspector. Since our Tranquil Cloud sect replaced the Heavenly Evil sect, we'll be an independent sect in the future. Being vassals to anyone doesn't exist. But what about that Bao Sangue? Just let him wait. He likes to throw his weight around and then give it a good throw outside the sect gates. Ignore him. Just a lousy whatever patrolling inspector, and he wants us to go out of the sect to welcome him? Who does he think he is? Luo Qingfeng and Sky Maple exchanged glances, both unconsciously sucking in a deep breath. Only Yi Yuan dared to say such doughty words. This patrolling inspector wasn't much. But the Wufang city behind him was the Northern Domain's top major faction. They could exterminate the Tranquil Cloud sect down to the last person by casually sending out an expert. Seemingly detecting Luo Qingfeng and the rest's worries, Yi Yuan said with a smile, Grand Elder and Sect Master need not worry. While Wufang City is powerful, to the present endless world, my status is irreplaceable. So, this little matter Wufang City won't blame us. Even if they really place blame, there will also be people blocking on our behalf. Finished talking, Yi Yuan left the main hall. Luo Qifeng and Sky Maple exchanged looks, both did not understand. Although Yi Yuan was monstrous, he was also just a sea transformation realm. Even if he could defeat Soul Sea realm experts, in this war which engulfed the two worlds, what part could he play? Bao Sangue waited outside the gates for an hour and shouted many more times again. The Tranquil Cloud sect actually did not even have a reply. As the Wufang City's patrolling inspector, no matter where Bao Sangue walked to, he was always waited upon as a distinguished guest. In the past, when coming to the Heavenly Evil sect, Mao Yuanji would come out to greet him personally from far away. But now, this whatever dog fart Tranquil Cloud sect actually dared to shove him to one side. Utterly preposterous. A few days ago, Bao Sangue was patrolling right around the area and just happened to hear the news of the Heavenly Evil sect being wiped out. He was taken aback with shock right then. This Heavenly Evil sect had been around for quite a long time. Under Wufang City's protection, although they did many things which went against heaven and reason, nobody dared to touch them either. Mao Yuanji knew how to get along with people very well. It was also uncertain what relations he went through to become acquainted with the third young master. These few years, the complaints to Wufang City were not few in number but were suppressed by the third young master. Who would have thought that a tiny sect which popped out from God knows where actually eradicated the Heavenly Evil sect? Exterminated, then let them be exterminated. He himself already made his identity clear, but those bunch of fellows actually did not have a single person come out to welcome. Utterly preposterous. Preposterous? Bao Sangue berated countless times over fiercely in his heart. Humph! Refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Today, I'll carry out the duty of this patrolling inspector and destroy this tiny sect of yours. Bao Sangue was a 5th-level Soul Sea expert. He already inquired about it before coming. The strongest in this Tranquil Cloud sect was but a 1st-level Soul Sea. With his strength, destroying this sect was something effortless. The Heavenly Evil sect's sect protecting Grand Array. Bao Sangue knew in his heart too that it was basically the same as nothing to him. Bao Sangue arrived in front of the Grand Array, mustered up the essence energy in his entire body, and launched an attack abruptly. Boom! A tremendous backlash blasted Bao Sangue flying out several thousand feet. Poowork! Bao Sangue spurted a mouthful of blood, and his internal organs were actually wounded by the enormous backlash power. This Grand Array. How can it be so strong? Bao Sangue muttered under his breath. Originally he thought to take this Tranquil Cloud sect down a notch. Who knew that he would be knocked out a mouthful of his teeth? Bao Sangue stood outside the Tranquil Cloud sect's gates but was unbelievably embarrassed. He, a distinguished patrolling inspector, acting out a play outside other people's gates alone, simply disgraced all the way home. But for him to return to Wufang City like this, how would he give an account to his higher-ups? The Heavenly Evil sect was destroyed, and he, this patrolling inspector, did not even know who destroyed it. There was no way to report after returning. After all, his duty was to give an account to Wufang City at all times about its subordinate forces' matters. Although the heavenly evil sect was replaced by such a tiny sect, it was not something of a big deal to Wufang City. But he, Bao Sangui, ultimately could not avoid a crime of oversight. Tranquil Cloud Sect's people, listen up. You people offending me, this patrolling inspector, is equivalent to offending Wufang City. Within the next few days, Wufang City will send experts over and exterminate you bunch of fools who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Bao Sangui felt disgraced and he could not resist leaving a vicious sentence. But this was not threatening the Tranquil Cloud Sect either. This place was in the scope of Wufang City's influence after all. They could not possibly passively watch a disobedient sect gain a foothold here. Bao Sangui had sufficient confidence to return and request for even stronger martial artists forward and wipe out the entire Tranquil Cloud sect. However, there was still nobody who responded to Bao Sangui's ruthless words. Courting a rebuff, Bao Sangui also knew that he could not do anything to the Tranquil Cloud sect and could only plan on leaving with a dejected face. Reckon that it's a bunch of hillbillies from the countryside, right? Wufang City's might, you probably can't imagine it. Humph. Just wait for death, you all. Bao Sangui cursed and swore, then turned around and wanted to leave. Bao Sangui, why are you here? Bao Sangui was just about to leave but ran into a person straight ahead. Seeing the arrival, Bao Sangui could not help being overjoyed. Brother Zihue, you came just in time. Wufang City's sphere of influence was very large, so the patrolling inspectors were also divided into levels. Bao Sangui's middle-stage Soul Sea Realm strength was already considered not bad, but he was just a second-class patrolling inspector as well. While this Su Zihue in front of him was Wufang City's first-class patrolling inspector. This Su Zihue's 9th-level Soul Sea strength was an exceedingly powerful existence when looking at the Northern Domain too. With him and Su Zihue joining hands, he had faith that breaking this Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array should be nothing difficult. Seeing Bao Sangui's appearance, Su Zihue frowned and said, Sangui, why are you hurt? Within my Wufang City's sphere of influence, is it possible that there are still people who dare to attack you? Mentioning this, Bao Sangui said with an enraged look, who else can there be? It's this Tranquil Cloud sect that popped out from God knows where. Seeing Su Zihue, Bao Sangui's stomach full of grievance finally had a target to vent. Hence, he described the process of his humiliation, becoming more indignant as he talked. Brother Zihue, luckily, I ran into you today. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to make a report this trip back. This Tranquil Cloud sect has absolutely zero respect for my Wufang City. Today, you and I brothers will join forces and we will bathe this Tranquil Cloud sect in blood. Bao Sangui said indignantly. Bao Sangui said it enthusiastically. But he could not help looking over to Su Zihue. He noticed Su Zihue was currently looking at him with strange eyes. What, Brother Zihue? Is there anything wrong? Bao Sangui finally discovered a hint of something wrong. Su Zihue patted Bao Sangui's shoulder and heaved a sigh, saying, You haven't returned to Wufang City recently and don't know what major issue happened in the Northern Domain. Bao Sangui was dazed and could not help asking, Major issue? What major thing happened? Could it be related to that earthquake and mountains shaking from a while back? This matter of the fierce-scale world invading, at present, was still only limited to those top figures in the Northern Domain who knew. Bao Sangui was always patrolling outside. Although he felt that the tremor that time was very seldom seen, he did not take it to heart either. Su Zihue nodded and said, Actually, that earthquake was because the realm passageway between the Endless World and the Fierce-Scale World had completely linked together. Now, Fierce-Scale World martial artists already occupy the entire Southern Domain. This time, the three sects, Myriad Sword Sect, Heavenly Martial Sect, and Profound Ice Sect, sent out rarely seen, jointly signed hero invitations to convene the Northern Domain's various major forces chiefs to gather in Wufang City and discuss ways to deal with the Fierce-Scale World. What? Such a major thing actually happened? Bao Sangui was taken aback with shock by Su Zihue's words. This kind of thing, like another world invading, could be said to not be encountered for several thousand years to ordinary martial artists. How could Bao Sangui not be shocked? Su Zihue nodded his head with a grave expression and said, Just looking at the present circumstances, The situation is very unfavorable to our endless world. Hiss! Bao Sangue drew in a cold breath. His mind was somewhat in a disorderly mess. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked Su Zihue, "But what has this got to do with Tranquil Cloud Sect?" Su Zihue gave a bitter smile and said, "I'm here this time to issue a hero invitation to Tranquil Cloud Sect." What? Bao Sangue really jumped up this time. This news astonished him even more than another world's invasion. A tiny sect with only first-level Soul Sea realms, what could issuing them a hero invitation do? Thinking up to here, Bao Sangue could not help sweating profusely. Brother Zihue, as far as I know, this Tranquil Cloud Sect only has 2 Soul Sea realm experts. Among them, there's even an alchemy king. Why would the 3 sects issue hero invitations to such a tiny faction? Su Zihue forced another smile and shrugged his hands, saying, "You ask me, but who do I ask?" The name list was drawn up by the 3 sects and is issued under the 3 sects plus Wufang City's name. How much of what goes on behind the scenes do you think that minor characters like us can understand? Such a major matter, even early-stage divine traversing realm experts might not have the right to speak either. Bao Sangue was somewhat dejected as he said, Then the heavenly evil sex matters are dropped just like this. But how should third young master's side be given an account? Su Zihue said crossly, "What kind of time is it already? Still talking about heavenly evil sect? If the fierce Gale world attacks, even Wufang City might not be able to be defended. What the hell does a puny little heavenly evil sect count as? Moreover, this hero invitation is already given out. No matter how great third young master is, he isn't greater than City Lord, His Excellency either, right? Characters able to receive this hero invitation aren't who you and I can afford to offend." Bao Sangue opened his mouth but did not speak in the end too. Yeah. Characters that could receive the hero invitation were not who a minor character like him can afford to offend. Fine then. This time I, old Bao, admit to my bad luck. However, since you're delivering the hero invitation, how about I go in together with you? I'm really curious right now just who in his tiny sect actually has such tremendous capabilities. Bao Sangue said. Su Zihue nodded and said, "All right, but you must remember, regardless of what kind of person the other party is, apologize first when you see the master. Otherwise, screwing up this errand isn't what you and I can afford to bear. The matter concerns the entire endless world's safety. You and I are merely minor characters in this." Bao Sangue struggled for a bit but still nodded his head. Wufang City's first-class patrolling inspector, Su Zihue, specially came here to request an audience with Lord Yi Yuan under City Lord's orders, and to deliver the 3 sects and Wufang Cities jointly signed and issued hero invitation. Su Zihue came in front of the gates and called out in a clear voice. After finished talking, Su Zihue stood with his hands by the side, silently waiting for Tranquil Cloud Sect's response. "Lord Yi Yuan? Who is that? Never heard before that the Northern Domain has such a character. Is he the Tranquil Cloud Sect's sect master?" Bao Sangue asked curiously. But Su Zihue shook his head and said, "I don't know either. Before coming, City Lord, His Excellency, personally passed the hero invitation to my hands, and told me this name Yi Yuan, making sure that I invite him cordially. As for who this Yi Yuan is, what he looks like, what kind of strength he has, I'm clueless." The more Su Zihue said so, the more curious Bao Sangue was. But in his view now, this Tranquil Cloud Sect being so unbridled had the capital to be unbridled too. A character that could let City Lord, His Excellency, personally instructed to invite cordially was bound to not be an ordinary person. Him meeting a rebuff was also something within reason. Thinking up to here, Bao Sangue made up his mind with even more certainty to apologize properly in a while. Before long, a crystal formation realm disciple welcomed the 2 people in. Su Zihue and Bao Sangue entered the main hall. On the left-hand side sat an old man and a middle-aged man. A youth sat on the right side. Su Zihue swept a glance at the few people's cultivations. The elderly person and middle-aged man were both Soul Sea realm experts, while that young man was only Sea Transformation realm Sea Transformation. Seeing such a lineup, Su Zihue's heart unwittingly thumped. Could the one city lord made him find be these several people? But what part could such strength play in the war between two worlds? However, he also asked Bao Sangue before coming in. The strongest in the Tranquil Cloud sect was merely first-level Soul C. Seeing these three people now, it was not too unexpected either. Be that as it may, Su Zihui did not dare to slight them, and still gave a bow towards Luo Qingfeng and said, "First-class patrolling inspector under Wufang City Lord's command. Su Zihui pays respect to Lord Yuan. Second-class patrolling inspector under Wufang City Lord's command, Bao Sangue pays respect to Lord Yi Yuan." This Bao didn't know the inside story earlier and offended Lord Yi Yuan. "I hope that Lord Yi Yuan can pardon my offense." Bao Sangue gave a bow too and said. Luo Qingfeng's face was somewhat unnatural, but it was not because these two people identified the wrong person. A 9th-level Soul C and a 4th-level Soul C bowing towards him seriously made him feel immense pressure. But Yi Yuan gave him a meaningful look to calm down. Luo Qifeng could only just do his best to keep a calm exterior. "Haha, the two of you identified the wrong person. He is Yi Yuan." Luo Qingfeng forced a smile and said, "Honestly speaking, facing Su Zihui and Bao Sangue, especially Su Zihui, even if he did not deliberately give off the power of a 9th-level Soul C, it still made Luo Qingfeng feel fidgety. Such an existence could blot them out with just one hand. The reason why the other party was standing here talking to them courteously was entirely that of Yi Yuan. Once Luo Qingfeng's words were said, Su Zihui and Bao Sangue were both greatly startled. The person that City Lord, His Excellency, made him invite cordially was actually this young man who did not look older than 16 to 17 years old. His strength was not beyond 2nd-level C transformation? This was too absurd, right? Su Zihui was a little more dignified in the end and hurriedly gave a bow and said, "Su Zihui has seen Lord Yi Yuan." Only then did Bao Sangue react and hastily gave a bow too. He gave an apology to Yi Yuan once more. Yi Yuan waved his hand, indicating that this incident was considered over. But he asked Su Zihui, "That hero invitation that you mentioned, what's the deal?" Su Zihui hurriedly retrieved a bright red invitation and handed it up. Yi Yuan opened it, swept a glance over, then closed it. "You go back and tell City Lord, His Excellency, say that Yi Yuan can go. But the sect's elder is still imprisoned and is truly not in the mood to bother with other things. Gentlemen, please return," Yi Yuan said coolly. Su Zihui did not think that Yi Yuan would actually reply like this. Su Zihui was somewhat baffled, uncertain what Yi Yuan was doing here. Wufang City Lord personally issued an invitation to invite a C transformation realm. This was such unparalleled glory. This boy was unexpectedly still putting on airs. A sect elder of yours was actually even more important than City Lord, His Excellency's invitation? Looking at this small sect, the elders were also merely C transformation realm too. Could a minor character like this compare to the great matter of the endless world's survival or downfall? Su Zihui was rather displeased in his heart. But recalling City Lord, His Excellency's reminding him previously, he still forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. Furthermore, Su Zihui was a shrewd person too. He had long seen that the actual person in charge of the Tranquil Cloud sect was actually this young man called Yi Yuan before his eyes. A 2nd-level C transformation was actually so assuming in front of two Soul C realms. And those two people still had a look of not a single grumble. This youth called Yi Yuan was indeed not that simple. Actually, seeing Yi Yuan being so assertive, Luo Qifeng and Sky Mapple's hearts were both thumping. It was not that they were unconcerned about Mei Xin's safety. It was just that their Tranquil Cloud sect seriously did not have much capital to bargain within the northern domain. Experts roamed like clouds here. A random one that came could wipe out the Tranquil Cloud sect. Zihui is slow-witted. Can Lord Yi Yuan express things clearly? Not afraid of Lord Yi Yuan laughing, but City Lord, His Excellency, repeatedly exhorted before coming to definitely invite you over. But now, Su Zihui revealed a difficult intent. When he was talking, Su Zihui could clearly sense Luo Qingfeng and Sky Mapple's nervousness. But this young man called Yi Yuan actually treated him like air. Such composure was absolutely not feigned. It was just that Su Zihui could not figure out, even after racking his brain, just where this young man's confidence lay. Yi Yuan shot Su Zihui a nonchalant glance and was suddenly a little clearer as he said, "Since that's the case, both of you stay here for a few days first. After this Yi welcomes back the sect elder. I'll go together with the two of you. The meet will be happening in a couple of days. Delaying several days like this isn't good, right?" Su Zihui said depressedly. He discovered that, in front of this sea transformation realm, he actually could not grasp the slightest initiative to speak. Right at this time, another voice sounded out again. "Myriad Sword Sect's envoy, Fu Zonghu, requests an audience." Yi Yuan was stunned, then became delighted right away. Hehe, really just so happened that what should come came together today. Saved quite a bit of trouble too. Brother Su, since this Myriad Sword Sect envoy came, it can be assumed that I can leave with you guys today. Su Zihui was uncertain what it meant. Why did it strike up a relation with Myriad Sword Sect too? But that name Fu Zonghu, Su Zihui had heard it before. When he heard this voice earlier, he was startled in his heart, and his eyes when looking at Yi Yuan underwent a transformation once more. This Fu Zonghu was a Myriad Sword Sect's divine traversing realm expert. What matters actually troubled his grand presence. Even though the Northern Domain had many divine traversing realm experts, the status of divine traversing realm experts was exceedingly high. They generally did not show face easily. One had to know that divine traversing realm experts had sufficient strength to establish a sect. Returning to the Tranquil Cloud sect once again, Meijin truly felt like a lifetime had passed. It was only after being detained by the Myriad Sword Sect that Meijin knew that the ones who nearly caused the Tranquil Cloud sect's destruction back then was actually this Myriad Sword Sect. Him reporting the name of his sect was simply sending sheep to the tiger's maw. Those few days when he was just detained, his essence energy was sealed, and he did the lowest chores in the Myriad Sword Sect. Whatever dirty work or tiring work would be done by him. He originally thought that he would be tormented to death like this very soon. Who knew that after several days, the Myriad Sword Sect people not only removed his essence energy seal, they even provided good food and drinks for him. Although he had no way to leaving the Myriad Sword Sect, compared to the days before, it was simply immortalite. All the way until a couple of days ago, Fu Zonghu found him and told him with a mild tone that he was going to send him back to the sect personally. Meijin first thought that he heard wrongly. When he confirmed that this was not a hallucination, it brought him great agitation. Furthermore, this in front of him was a divine traversing realm expert. Fu Zonghu actually used a consulting manner of speaking when talking to him. What was this playing at? But on this trip, Fu Zonghu did not say why they released him back either. Although he was very courteous when talking, upon mention of this matter, he was always vague. But Meijin did not haggle over this either. To be able to return to the Tranquil Cloud sect, he was already very satisfied. Grand Elder, Sect Master, you guys actually came back. When Meijin saw Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng, he was stunned speechless. These two people were thrown in jail. With the Tranquil Cloud sect's strength, how could they possibly be rescued? Even if Yi Yuan's present combat strength was astonishing, it was not possible to charge all the way to the Heavenly Sky sect's towering peak either and rescue these two people, right? Hoo, same as you. We could return to the Tranquil Cloud sect all due to Yi Yuan's credit, Sky Maple said with a faint smile. Yu Yuan. It was really Yu Yuan. But how on earth did he accomplish it? Meijin was even more perplexed. All right, we'll talk in detail later. There are still guests around, Sky Maple said smilingly. Meijin was dazed, then nodded his head and retreated to one side. There were still Gu Tianyu and Li Junjie standing behind Fu Zonghu. They were familiar with the situation here, so Fu Zonghu brought them along. Fu Zonghu came before Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, "You're Yi Yuan, right? Indeed, heroes come from youngsters. This heavenly evil sex matters, I heard about it. You actually directly killed the first-level Soul Sea Realm Mao Yuanji with second-level Sea Transformation Realm strength. Truly inconceivable." Su Zihui and Bao Sangue were greatly taken aback with shock when they heard these words. Sea Transformation Realm killing Soul Sea Realm? Was this really accomplished by the teenage youth before their eyes? The pair exchanged looks, both reading the astonishment in the other party's eyes. No wonder the city lord, His Excellency, attached such importance to this Yi Yuan. Such terrifying talent not regarding him highly would be weird. Those top juniors in the northern domain might not be on par with this young man before their eyes either. But Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Senior is too kind. Yi Yuan's meager strength is most likely not worth mentioning in front of Senior." Fu Zonghu smiled slightly and opened his mouth and said, "We've already sent him back. Shouldn't you keep your word as well?" "That is so, of course." Yi Yuan was not melodramatic too. He lightly formed seals, releasing Qin Yan. Seeing Qin Yan, the others were still fine. But Su Zihui and Bao Sangue were so shocked that their eyeballs nearly popped out. They finally knew what those incomprehensible words of Yi Yuan's meant just now. This boy actually detained the myriad sword sect's old ancestor's lineage grandson as a hostage to use to exchange for a puny little elder from his own sect. How is this touching the tiger's whiskers? This was simply directly plucking out the tiger's whiskers. Although that myriad sword sect's old ancestor was elusive in his whereabouts, his legends in the northern domain were still plenty. It was said that that old ancestor's temper was very explosive. But now, he actually swallowed his pride and endured in silence, and he really sent the person back. Su Zihui sucked in a deep breath. He finally knew why the city lord valued Yi Yuan so highly. This young man was simply heaven-defying. Since the three sects and Wufang City jointly issued hero invitations, it meant that the myriad sword sect's old ancestor already let bygones be bygones regarding this matter. Did this boy stumble randomly, making use of the fierce Gale world invading this node? Or did he plot it long ago? If he schemed long ago, then this boy's mind was also too monstrous. Fu Zonghu saw that Qin Yan only had his essence energy sealed and did not have any injuries other than that. A boulder in his heart finally landed too. According to Qin Hongtao's intentions, as long as Qin Yan had any hint of injury, he would definitely make Tranquil Cloud sect pay the price. But before he came, Ning Yixin and Jing Xian both came to find him and made him to never take action against the Tranquil Cloud sect. This put him in an incredibly awkward predicament. There was no choice. He could only take it one step at a time and come to the Tranquil Cloud sect and take a look at the situation first before deciding. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not make things difficult for Qin Yan, Fu Zonghu finally put his heart at ease. When Qin Yan saw Fu Zonghu, he could not help flushing red as he gave a respectful bow and said, "Grandpa Fu." Fu Zonghu and Qin Hongtao were in the same generation. Their relationship was pretty decent too. That was why Qin Hongtao could be at ease sending him over. When Qin Yan met Fu Zonghu, he would have to respectfully call him as Grandpa Fu. Fu Zonghu smiled slightly and said with a nod, "Yener, don't need to be like this. You lost to Yi Yuan. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. No humiliation, then strive harder. That is how a man should be." Although Qin Yan was haughty, he was not that sort of ignorant silk pants. Hearing Fu Zonghu saying this, he could not help being dazed as he said, "I've embarrassed grandfather. Grandfather, he doesn't blame me?" Fu Zonghu shook his head and said, "Yi Yuan's strength is already unrivaled among the young generation. You losing to him is an injustice." Qin Yan's gaze turned intent as he exclaimed, "Unrivaled?" Fu Zonghu nodded and said, "That's right. Yi Yuan's present strength can already kill a first-level Soul Sea independently. Regardless whether it is you or Guitaochuan, or even Yin Yanhua, you are all not his match." Hiss. Qin Yan drew a cold breath. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with astonishment. Protecting himself in front of a Soul Sea realm, he could accomplish that when he examined himself. Even some slightly weaker Soul Sea realms, there was a possibility of him defeating them too. But to talk about killing, that absolutely could not be accomplished. And this youth before his eyes, who was 7 minor realms lower than him, could actually accomplish that. "Who?" "Grandpa Fu, I know what to do already," Qin Yan exhaled deeply and said. Seeing Qin Yan's gaze, Fu Zonghu nodded slightly. Looks like the setback this time was not a bad thing to Qin Yan. "Come, I'll remove the seals for you first. Let's return to the sect together." As Fu Zonghu was talking, he plunged a strand of essence energy into Qin Yan's essence energy sea. But very soon, his brows furrowed together. He was actually unable to remove the seal. Yi Yuan smiled slightly when he saw the situation and said, "Better let me. If forcefully breaking the seal, it will cause damage to his essence energy sea." As he said, Yi Yuan came before Qin Yen and similarly fired a strand of essence energy into his essence energy sea. The seal was removed very quickly. When Fu Zhonghu saw Yi Yuan's actions from the sides, the amazement in his eyes was incomparable. Seeing off Fu Zhonghu, Yi Yuan then followed Su Zihue and Bao Sangue to Wufang City together with Sky Maple. Along the way, Su Zihue and Bao Sangue accompanied very cautiously. The current Yi Yuan in their eyes was not as simple as just a sea transformation realm. Second level sea transformation killing first level soul sea realm. A casually laid down essence energy seal actually could not be removed even by a divine traversing realm expert. Pray tell, which young genius could do it to such an extent? Just as Fu Zhonghu said, Yi Yuan already widened the gap between him and the young generation geniuses. Forget about Bao Sangue, even Su Zihue looked incredibly cautious. But Sky Maple felt even prouder by the side. Su Zihue and Bao Sangue were very respectful when speaking with him as well. Sky Maple knew that this was all thanks to Yi Yuan. Otherwise, forget about going to participate in the highest meet in the Northern Domain this time. Su Zihue probably would have destroyed the Tranquil Cloud sect long ago. Actually, regarding Yi Yuan's growth, Sky Maple had long expected it. Hence, being surpassed by a disciple, not only did he not feel ashamed, he felt very proud instead. Because Yi Yuan, this rare talent, was Tranquil Cloud sect's disciple. Apart from Sky Maple, Yu Mengli and Xiao Rian followed along too. Yu Mengli could no longer do without Yi Yuan now, while Xiao Rian wanted to experience the Endless World's Alchemy World Holy Land too. Wufang City was a sacred city to the Endless World's alchemists. So, being informed that Yi Yuan was going to Wufang City, Sky Maple wanted to tag along as well to take a look no matter what. In the Endless World, this Wufang City could be said to be the place where alchemy skills were the most flourishing. Virtually all of the top alchemists all gathered here. Of course, this so-called flourishing was completely not worth mentioning in Yi Yuan's eyes. On the path of alchemy, other than that fleeting and ephemeral alchemy god realm, there was really nothing that could move him. Several days later, the party of 6 finally arrived at Wufang City. Upon seeing this majestic city, Sky Maple actually trembled all over excitedly. To him, this trip to Wufang City was no different from a pilgrimage. As for the meeting that practically gathered all the peak powerhouses in the Northern Domain, it did not hold much of a meaning to him. Because he purely came here this time as a companion. In front of those people, he could not chime in at all. Wufang City. Indeed well deserving to be my Endless World's alchemy holy land. Sky Maple was overwhelmed by his emotions and said. Su Zihue and Bao Sangue were proud too and said, that's natural. In terms of martial power, my Wufang City might not be able to compete with the 3 sections. But even those 3 great sects have to show some courtesy to City Lord, His Excellency. Because my Wufang City doesn't have medicinal pills that can't be refined. Hearing these words, Sky Maple deeply felt that way too. But Yi Yuan could not hold back it and let out a snigger. These 2 fellows, being conceited, had to have a limit too, right? Even the previous life's father and son did not dare to boast such big talk either, let alone a tiny little lower plains city. A frog at the bottom of a well was the most genuine portrayal of these 2 people. Su Zihue was experienced and cool-headed, but Bao Sangue's temper was quite explosive. Seeing that Yi Yuan was actually so disdainful towards this, he could not refrain from saying, young Master Yi came to the Northern Domain for the first time. Most likely, you're still unaware of my Wufang City's prowess. As long as you stay here for a couple of days, you'll be able to experience how great my Wufang City's alchemy path strength is. Although Bao Sangue was unhappy, he did not dare to offend Yi Yuan as well. Back at the Tranquil Cloud sect, Yi Yuan not pursuing his crime of offending already made Bao Sangue very grateful. Hence, while his words right now had resentment, it was said very tactfully. Yi Yuan naturally did not feel like stooping to his level, and he said with a smile, all right. I'll experience it well these few days. Said experience, but there was no sincerity at all. Bao Sangue was helpless but did not really dare to argue with Yi Yuan either. The present Yi Yuan in their eyes, his status was already extraordinary. Heh. The 2 of you don't look down on Yi Yuan. His attainments in the alchemy path are much greater than this old man. Yi Yuan did not speak, but Sky Maple could not resist voicing out. The 2 people were alarmed. Young Master Yi is actually still an alchemist? Yi Yuan smiled as he fished out that alchemy master badge and wore it, saying with a laugh, "Haha. Yeah. If you guys didn't say, I almost forgot that I still had this thing." This badge was a supreme honor to others. But Yi Yuan simply did not care about this thing. So under normal circumstances, it was thrown in the storage ring to rot. Alchemy? Alchemy master. Su Zihui was dazed. This was also considered an alchemist? In Wufang City, not talking about alchemy masters, even alchemy grandmasters were apprentice level too. Only by reaching quasi-alchemy king could one barely strike the fancy of some small forces. Only by going a step further to reach the alchemy king realm could one be considered attaining a higher level, becoming guest elders for various major factions. But alchemy king realm wasn't considered much in Wufang City either. Middle-rank alchemy kings like Sky Maple could be easily found in Wufang City. When Sky Maple saw Yi Yuan take out the badge, he could not help scolding with a laugh. "You punk. Seriously. Such a long time and you don't know how to take part in an alchemist association test too. Is taking out an alchemy master badge every day very fun?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "The badge is just a mark. Having it doesn't represent a high level. Lacking it doesn't represent low level as well. The alchemist association test is only the most basic. It's not accurate." Be that as it may, with the alchemist association's acknowledgement, it can avoid many unnecessary troubles too, no? Sky Maple urged. To the vast majority of alchemists, taking tests and getting badges were something universally accepted. Sky Maple was no exception either. That was why he tried his best to advise Yi Yuan to join the next test. After all, the position of alchemist was very revered. Under unnecessary circumstances, nobody was willing to offend alchemists, especially high-tier alchemists. Yi Yuan thought about it, but he still shook his head and said, "Hey, forget about it still. I'm afraid that if I go to the Alchemist Association, this alchemy king, that alchemy sovereign, will want to take me in as a disciple again, stirring up considerable problems instead." Sky Maple could not help being speechless when he heard that. He knew that what Yi Yuan said was the truth. Yi Yuan's attainments on the alchemy path threw him more than several streets behind. If he really went to take part in the alchemist test, striking the fancy of some important people was something very normal. However, these words sounded unbelievably arrogant to Su Zihui and Bao Sangui. They admit that Yi Yuan's martial path was very strong. But alchemy path took time and effort. Even if one's perception was any higher, it was also very hard to train up a true alchemy path powerhouse within a short period of time. Yi Yuan's age was merely 16, and he had exceptionally high attainments on the martial path too. How could he possibly stand out above the rest on the alchemy path as well? But they knew that Yi Yuan's identity was extraordinary. They also knew to consider Yi Yuan's posturing attitude. Young people cherishing face and being a little arrogant could be understood too. Moreover, he had sufficient qualifications to be arrogant as well, right? Clearly afraid of not passing, but still want to find this kind of lousy reason to avoid the test. Truly unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth. This place is Wufang City. Who knows how many young geniuses there are? Who the hell are you to let an alchemy sovereign take you in as a disciple? At this time, a cold grunt sounded out. The words were filled with contempt. A discordant voice sounded from the side. Yi Yuan and other three turned around to look and saw a young man currently looking over at them coldly. This young man had a displeased look. Clearly, he took all of Yi Yuan's arrogant words earlier into his ears. Seeing this young man, Su Zihui and Bao Sangwe's faces both changed. "Young Master Rendong. So it's you guys. Where did you guys find this country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world? Spouting drivel here." Rendong gave Su Zihui and Bao Sangui a nonchalant glance. Clearly, he knew the two. "This is..." Su Zihui was just about to explain but was cut off by Rendong waving his hand. "Forget it. This sort of trash I'm not interested in knowing too." Rendong took a look at Yi Yuan's alchemy master badge coolly with a scornful look. "Puny little alchemy master. It's best to be more low profile in this Wufang City. The Alchemist Association's test is not what some random nobody can pass." Finished talking, Rendong left with large strides. Su Zihui pair actually did not even get to explain it. "Hey, why do you, this fellow, talk like this? Just your alchemy skills aren't even fit to carry shoes for my master. To actually dare lecture my master here. Yi Yuan did not say anything regarding Rendong's contempt, but Xiao Ruyan could not put up with it by the side, yelling out to stop Rendong. This period of time, Xiao Ruyan had been cultivating the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation and triorigin samsara art all along. Yet, only as her training went deeper and deeper did she realize the extensiveness and profoundness of these two things. She finally knew just how terrifying Yi Yuan's alchemy skills were. In the past, she only wanted to be his disciple in order to get close to Yi Yuan. But now, Yi Yuan already became godlike existence in Xiao Ruyan's heart. This Rendong's badge indicated he was at the middle-rank quasi-alchemy king standards. Compared to Yi Yuan, they were totally not on the same level. Now, somebody was actually disrespectful towards Yi Yuan. Rendong just took a few steps. Hearing Xiao Ruyan shout like this, he could not help turning his head back and looked at Xiao Ruyan with an unkind face. "You're certain that you weren't joking earlier? Do you know who am I?" Rendong said with narrowed eyes. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Yu Mengli imparted the face-altering skill to Xiao Ruyan. At present, the two of their faces were very ordinary, so as not to let people stare covetously. "I don't care who you are. Aren't you just a middle-rank quasi-alchemy king? You might not even beat me and you still dare to insult my master? Let me tell you, my master just can't be bothered to go take part in the alchemist test. Or else, you wouldn't even be fit to carry shoes for him." Xiao Ruyan puffed up her chest and said with righteous indignation. She was all too clear about Yi Yuan's level. Back at the central capital, he beat the Tong family's Tong Wenchang until he had not one iota of confidence left. Now that his strength advanced another step, forget about ordinary middle-rank quasi-alchemy kings, even high-rank quasi-alchemy kings could not possibly be his match either. Regarding Xiao Ruyan's fervent supporting actions, Yi Yuan could only smile bitterly in his heart. He really did not have any intention of haggling over Rendong's insult. But Xiao Ruyan seemed to have received a tremendous stimulation. This little lass really could not tolerate anything unreasonable. Heh. Such high-sounding sentiments. In this Wufang city, other than those veteran alchemy kings and alchemy sovereign experts, there really aren't many who dare to speak to me this way. Boy, since you're this lass's master, do you dare to compete in a match with me? I want to take a look just who carries shoes for whom. Rendong pressed Yi Yuan. At this time, Su Zihue whispered in Yi Yuan's ear to warn, young master Rendong is the strongest person in the Ren family's junior generation. His age is not past 30, and he already has middle-rank quasi-alchemy king strength. It's said that he is already fully qualified to challenge high-rank quasi-alchemy kings. Young Master Yi, it is best not to act without due consideration. Su Zihue had stayed in Wufang City for many years and was deeply aware just how difficult it was for a top alchemist to be born. Based on Yi Yuan's age, he absolutely had no possibility of winning Rendong. Rather than everybody looking bad, he might as well remind Yi Yuan a bit to avoid this unnecessary conflict. Yi Yuan's current soul force already reached middle-rank quasi-alchemy king standards. Within quasi-alchemy king this realm, it was not possible for anybody to be his match. Towards such competition, he really could not arouse much interest. Hearing Su Zihue's high praise, Rendong could not help being pleased with himself in his heart. Competing with Yi Yuan, he did not have any psychological burden at all. Could a teenage youth be his match? As for the master in Xiao Ruyan's mouth, Rendong just took it as a joke to listen to. It was also unknown what kind of relation was between these two people. Saying these words was merely just raising Yi Yuan's status. Haha. Turns out that this elder brother is actually so amazing. Younger brother admires greatly. As for this match, I think it's better to forget about it, Yi Yuan said perfunctorily with a smile. The present circumstances were different from before. The reason why he took action against Tong Wenchang was that Tong Wenchang's actions had infuriated him thoroughly. While this Rendong was just a little haughty and did not do anything to him either, Yi Yuan naturally would not strike down the other party's confidence. Ha. Boy, looks like you still know your limits pretty well. However, Rendong took a look at Yu Mengli and Xiao Ruyan, heaved a sigh, and said, "This taste is really a little poor." Hee. Rendong was dripping with sarcasm when speaking. Evidently, he was very contemptuous of Yu Mengli's and Xiao Ruyan's looks. Hearing these words, Xiao Ruyan was enraged until smoke came out of her nostrils. Women, especially beautiful women, what they could not stand the most was other people saying that they were not beautiful. Moreover, Xiao Ruyan was one of the capital's dual absolutes in the fierce Gale world. Her beauty could be imagined. Master, this punk needs a beating. Why are you avoiding a fight? Xiao Ruyan stomped her feet angrily. Yi Yuan was just about to say a few words of consolation when the Yu Mengli, who did not say a word the entire time, actually opened her mouth to speak too. Yi Yuan, I know that your alchemy skill attainments are exceedingly high, but I still have yet to see before. How about you let me witness it today? All right? Goodness gracious. The good-natured Yu Mengli was enraged too. Rendong, this brat's one sentence really lit the firecracker. Looks like this alchemist test he had to take part no matter what. Women, especially beautiful women, were never to be offended. When Yi Yuan heard Yu Mengli's words, he unwittingly sweated profusely too. In his eyes, Yu Mengli was forever that quiet and elegant. Although she was very calm when speaking just now, the faint fury in those words already radiated out. Furthermore, this was still Yu Mengli's first time opening her mouth to beg Yi Yuan. This made Yi Yuan completely not know how he should reject. Fine then, fine then. Isn't it just refining a medicinal pill? How big of an issue is it? Yi Yuan said helplessly. Not refining a pill that simple. Master, you mustn't stint on materials. If you are competing with him, you have to let him know what true alchemy skills are. Xiao Rian pointed at Rendong and said. Yi Yuan could not resist turning back to take a look at Yu Mengli. Yu Mengli did not speak, but the expression in her eyes seemed to be able to talk. That meaning was like saying, properly teach this naive child how to behave. Yi Yuan could not help shooting Rendong a sympathetic glance and said, Brother, it's not that this younger brother, I am not helping you. It's that you really shouldn't have provoked them. Rendong was very displeased. These people treated him utterly as they pleased. Regardless where he walked to in Wufang City, he was always the center of attention. When had he been underestimated by people like so before? Heh, just two ugly girls. I can't even say it? Want to challenge me, is it? Fine. I'll give you this opportunity. Today, I just happen to be going to take part in the Alchemist Association's test as well. Let's compete to see whose medicinal pill is more outstanding. Yi Yuan had an indifferent look as he said, How to compete? When taking the test, we'll refine the same medicinal pill. Whoever's quality is higher, he wins. If the grade is the same, I'll invite the Alchemist Association's elders to judge whose medicinal pill is better. Rendong said it very haughtily, as if fearful that others did not know he knew the Alchemist Association's elders. Yi Yuan said indifferently, Do it as you say then. The fierce Gale World's Alchemist Association's headquarters was its central capital, while the Endless World's Alchemist Association headquarters was at Wufang City. But comparing Star Abyss's status in the fierce Gale World, the Endless World's Alchemist Association's chairman status was evidently not as high as Star Abyss's. This is because the Endless World had many sovereign-level alchemists. Just within this Wufang City, there were two peak alchemy sovereign alchemists. One of them was this Alchemist Association's chairman. Of course, the Endless World's alchemy standards were much higher than the Fierce Gale World's. Star Abyss's level, when placed in the Endless World, could not rank in the top 5. The party came to the Alchemist Association. The association's personnel clearly all knew Rendong. Many people came up to greet him. Honorable nephew Rendong, what breeze blew you here today? Rendong brought Yi Yuan and the rest into a side hall. An old man immediately greeted warmly when he saw Rendong. So, today is Master Wu Xian managing things. Little nephew has seen Master. Rendong gave a bow respectfully. This elderly man was an early-stage alchemy sovereign. He could naturally receive Rendong's courtesy. Wu Xian waved his hand and said, What are you still being so courteous with me for? I heard that you were in closed seclusion for very long. Coming today, could it be to assault high-rank quasi-alchemy king? Heh! Master Wu Xian knows me better than anyone. I came today precisely to participate in this high-rank quasi-alchemy king test. However, Rendong took a look at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, Taking care of some inexperienced fellow while I'm at it. This is to let him know what's called the immensity of heaven and earth. Wu Xian followed Rendong's gaze and looked at Yi Yuan. and he could not help being a little amazed. This youth was so young and was actually already second-level C transformation strength. How extraordinary! He saw Su Zihui standing with his hands by the side respectfully too and could not help being even more astonished. A second-class patrolling inspector like Bao Sangui completely could not enter Wu Xian's eyes. But a ninth-level Soul C expert like Su Zihui Wu Xian naturally knew. He was the City Lord Manor's first-class patrolling inspector. Why would he be so respectful towards a teenager? Looks like this youth had some background. Honorable nephew, what's with this talk? In front of Rendong, Wu Xian did not put on any senior's airs. Clearly, he regarded him quite highly. I came to find Master Wu Xian, to boldly request Master to be a witness for us. In a while, during the test, we'll refine the same medicinal pill, and ultimately determine the victor with the medicinal pill's quality. Rendong said with a cold grunt. This time Wu Xian was really astonished. He said in surprise, "You and him? Quasi-alchemy king versus low-rank alchemy master? Honorable nephew, aren't you being a little too much of a bully here?" Heh, Master didn't hear how arrogant this boy's words were. He said that as long as he randomly took part in the test, whatever alchemy king and alchemy sovereign would be contending to snatch him to be a disciple. Furthermore, he would even find it troublesome, Rendong said with a cold smile. When Wu Xian heard these words, his expression could not help darkening too. A puny little alchemy master uttered such wild ravings. Indeed, this person was unaware of how high the heaven was and how deep the earth was. You really said that before? Wu Xian asked in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan nodded his head, counted as admitting it. Actually, he just casually said it to use to placate Sky Maple, who knew that it just so happened to be heard by Rendong. But the words were already said. Yi Yuan naturally would not deny it. Furthermore, what he said was only the truth. How could those alchemy kings and alchemy sovereigns be worthy of being his, Yi Yuan's, master? Hehe. What an unbridled brat. Fine. Today, I'll help you guys be this witness, and I'll see if a puny little alchemy master really has such heaven-defying talent that can make me view him in a different light too. Yi Yuan admitting it so shamelessly made Wu Xian very furious too. Yi Yuan just shrugged when he heard this. He did not have the intention of disputing those words. The place for this test did not seem to be any different from back then when Yi Yuan was at the state of Qin. It was just that the pill refining rooms here were of much higher quality compared to the state of Qin's. All manners of decorations and equipments were much more extensive too. In the hall, one could likewise see everything in the pill refining rooms from the light screen projection. Alright, the test will begin soon. What kind of medicinal pill do you guys want to refine? Wu Xian asked. Yi Yuan had yet to speak when Rendong jumped in and said, Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill. Yi Yuan could not help being stunned when he heard that, his eyes looking at Rendong rather strangely. Rendong clearly saw Yi Yuan's gaze too and thought that Yi Yuan could not refine it. He could not help saying delightedly, What? Can't refine it? Or completely never heard before? There's still time to back out now, but there has to be some punishment. Don't you agree? Yi Yuan smiled wryly and shook his head as he said, All right then. Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill then. Yi Yuan's surprise was obviously not because he could not refine it, and even less because he never heard of it before, but because this Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill was seriously too easy for him. He originally still thought that Rendong being so aggressive should have picked even more formidable quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. Who knew that he actually picked one without any difficulty. However, Yi Yuan was a well-fed person who did not know how the starving people had suffered. This Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill was already the highest-ranking medicinal pill that Rendong could refine. The Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill was a high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill, but it was also just an entry-level medicinal pill. It could at most only be considered slightly difficult among the entry levels. Most of those who came to join the alchemist test just barely reached this level. They would naturally choose other entry-level medicinal pills for the test. Rendong being able to refine out high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills at this age was already very impressive. To make him pick some highly challenging high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills was naturally something impossible. But Yi Yuan's expression in the eyes of those who did not know the inside story naturally thought that he could not refine it. But Yu Mengli and Xiao Ruyan, even Sky Maple, all of them knew that this should not stump Yi Yuan. This expression of Yi Yuan's could only say, this medicinal pill was too simple. Wuxian saw Yi Yuan's expression and he could not help shaking his head secretly in his heart. This youngster's strength was decent, but his temperament was too poor. Unable to refine, then why he pretended to know. Even if a puny little alchemy master really could refine some quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills, how could he possibly refine those high-level medicinal pills of the same tier? Now, the true colors were revealed and the jig was up, right? All right. Since the two of you don't have any objections, then begin. Wuxian said. Hang on. Xiao Ruyan suddenly interjected. What? You this ugly girl want to go back on your words? Rendong said with a grin. The temperature in the hall instantly dropped several degrees. This Rendong really had no idea of death. Xiao Ruyan said with a cold smile, since it's an alchemy duel, there has to be some stake, right? Rendong could not help being stunned when he heard these words. The smile on his face became even brighter straight away. Haha, what kind of stake do you want? Just say it out. Just bet essence crystals then. 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals. Dare to wager. Xiao Ruyan had a compelling look. Once these words were said, everyone drew in a cold breath. Although Yi Yuan still had some wealth right now, to take out 100,000 essence crystals in one go, he really could not do it. 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals. No matter where it was a huge sum of money. After the shock, Rendong calmed down very quickly and looked at Xiao Ruyan with a half-smile as he said, Hey, you this ugly girl talk so big. 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals, can you take it out? Xiao Ruyan flipped her hand over. A storage ring appeared in her hand. There are 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals in this storage ring. Since this Lord Sovereign is the judge, let him confirm it. As she said, Xiao Ruyan very casually threw the storage ring to Wuxian. Wuxian was also slightly astonished when he saw the situation. He inserted his divine sense into the storage ring and counted them. Indeed, there were 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals. This little lady, such a grand display of one's wealth. 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals were not considered much to him as an alchemy sovereign. But to ordinary people it was absolutely a tremendous amount of wealth. Even for Rendong as the eldest young master in his family, adding up all of his possessions, it was most likely just this amount too. That's right. It's indeed 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals. Wuxian nodded slightly and said. Hearing the affirmative answer, Rendong could not help looking at Xiao Ruyan in slight amazement. This ugly girl's looks were far from attractive. To think that she was actually so wealthy. People really could not be judged by their looks. But Rendong naturally did not mind this as well. He only treated it as a little girl in a fit of pique. With money one can be willful, but one also has to bear the consequences brought about from being willful. Deal. I'll wager with you. Rendong likewise threw Wu Xian a storage ring and said, Master, this storage ring has high-grade, middle-grade, and low-grade essence crystals. The total sum should be 100,000. I have to trouble you to do a check. Wu Xian briefly counted, and he then nodded his head slightly and said, Only a few dozen pieces short. Not a big problem. Since both parties have agreed to this wager, then this seat will be the intermediary party. These 2 storage rings will belong to the final victor. Now we can start the test. Yi Yuan and Rendong entered the medicine warehouse. They chose the medicinal herbs the Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill required, and then they entered the pill refining rooms respectively to refine the medicinal pill. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Xian pulled Su Zihue to one side and asked softly, What background does this boy have? Are you sure that he isn't here to cause trouble? Su Zihue had a bitter look when he heard that and said, This lowly one doesn't know either. Young Master Ye's talent in the martial path is unparalleled. But whether he knows how to alchemy or not, I really don't know. As he said this, Su Zihue briefly recounted the matter of inviting Yi Yuan to join the Northern Domain's upper echelons meeting, leaving Wu Xian with shock in his heart. This Yi Yuan was actually even stronger than the 3 sect's head disciples. Truly inconceivable. But his complexion became dark very quickly as he said in a low voice, Martial path talent being so heaven-defying, But at his age, how could he have the time to learn alchemy skills too? He's truly messing around. Su Zihui clearly did not feel that Yi Yuan could refine out a high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill either and said with a forced smile, Master Wu Xian, this lowly one has interacted with young Master Yi for several days, and more or less has some understanding regarding his temperament. A young man's character can be understood. Since young Master Yi has the badge that the Alchemist Association issued, he presumably isn't utterly clueless about alchemy skills. Since he wants to mess around, just let him run wild. Or else, if he really gets offended and walks away, City Lord, His Excellency will flay my skin for sure when I go back. Wu Xian said with a long face. This old man, an exalted alchemy sovereign, is actually accompanying 2 juniors to mess around. Seriously preposterous. Su Zihui smiled obsequiously and said, Hoo-hoo. At any rate, young Master Rendong's standards are not for show. To think that he can actually refine high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills so soon. At this speed, he'll most likely become our Wufang City's youngest alchemy king expert. After Shi Zihui mentioned Rendong, Wu Xian's expression became a little better as he said with a nod. This boy's talent in alchemy is indeed exceptionally strong. The Ren family finally produced a decent junior again after Hongling that lass. Forget it, today I'll just take it as witnessing Rendong this boy's growth then. Wu Xian pair chatted for a while and were just about to go to the light screen to watch Rendong's refinement when the door of the pill refining room that Yi Yuan was in suddenly opened. Yi Yuan slowly walked out from inside. When Wu Xian saw the situation, his expression involuntarily darkened as he said, Young man, alchemy skills are not as simple as you imagine. A day's work cannot refine out high-tier medicinal pills. If your strength can't compare to others, you have to accept it with an open mind. A momentary dispute caused by personal feelings will do no good for your growth. Seeing that Yi Yuan actually came out so quickly, Wu Xian already confirmed that this Yi Yuan was making a fool out of him, and could not resist lecturing a few sentences with a senior's capacity. Yi Yuan was disinclined to refute as well and just gave an apathetic ORH and retreated to one side. Xiao Ruyan's eyes lit up, and she asked Yi Yuan in a whisper, Master, what grade? The composed Yu Mingli also could not resist moving closer at this time. But Yi Yuan made a mystery out of it as he said with a smile, leave a bit of suspense. Making it known now won't have any meaning anymore. After 2 hours plus, Rendong finally came out from the pill refining room. It was only to see him drenched in sweat all over, as if he was hurled out from a river. This Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill was still a little too forceful to Rendong. But Rendong's face seemed to be looking very excited. Clearly, the refinement succeeded. Rendong saw Yi Yuan sitting there calm and composedly, looking as if his soul force and essence energy both virtually had no expenditure. Rendong could not help giving a disdainful smile. Hoo-hoo. Resigned yourself to your fate, right? Alchemy isn't as easy as you imagine. Quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills are not tier 2 medicinal pills that can be refined as long as one's realm is sufficient, Rendong said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan just smiled and was not in the mood to argue with him. Before long, the employees submitted the medicinal pills refined by the two. Wu Xian already had no interest to look at the medicinal pill Yi Yuan refined at this time. He directly unveiled the vessel used to place Rendong's medicinal pill, his face revealing a satisfied look. Not bad, not bad. Actually able to refine a middle-grade Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill already. Looks like you didn't slack off in the slightest recently, Wu Xian said in satisfaction. Master Wu Xian is too kind. Little nephew is somebody who has the resolve to assault the realm of peak alchemy sovereign. How can I dare have the slightest hint of remiss? Rendong was pleased with himself in his heart but spoke humbly on the surface. Wu Xian nodded his head and unveiled Yi Yuan's medicinal pill carelessly. His expression involuntarily changed drastically. This Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill. Young man, do you have a master? Wu Xian asked. Everyone was stupefied by this question from Wu Xian. What was going on? Wu Xian was not talking about the medicinal pill's quality, but he asked about Yi Yuan's master first. But everyone understood it very quickly. Wu Xian was trying to take Yi Yuan in as a disciple here. Understanding this subtle question, Rendong's face was already black like a pot's bottom. He still clearly remembered that he just happened to bump into the sight of Yi Yuan saying that alchemy kings and alchemy sovereigns would be fighting to take him in as a disciple. Wasn't this scene right now exactly verifying Yi Yuan's words back then? But the problem was that Yi Yuan did not even expend much essence energy and soul force. How could he possibly refine out a high-quality Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill? Master Wu Xian, the medicinal pill that he refined? Rendong clenched his teeth and asked. Only when Wu Xian looked at Rendong did he realize his loss of composure. But very soon he took pity on Rendong. Rendong's talent absolutely bore no complaints. But compared to this Yi Yuan, it was simply a world of difference. He passed the medicinal pill to Rendong and said with a sigh, "You take a look yourself." Rendong received the medicinal pill in puzzlement and swept over the medicinal pill with soul force. His expression became even uglier. Transcendent grade. It was absolutely transcendent grade. A transcendent grade Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill. How is this possible? Yet, the reality was right before his eyes and not up to Rendong to believe or not. Everything in the pill refining room could be projected on the light screen and be recorded down. Yi Yuan's refinement completely could not be faked. Could it be that this boy's alchemy standards actually already reached such a monstrous degree? As an alchemist, Rendong was all too clear about the disparity between middle grade and transcendent grade. Comparing using a firefly and the bright moon was not overboard at all. Hee, master is master. Indeed amazing. How is it, great young master Ren? Convinced now. Xiaorian clearly identified the transcendent grade medicinal pill too, and she could not help striking down Rendong with a proud look. Yet, Rendong completely did not hear Xiaorian's words. He was currently still battered out of his senses at present. The eyes of Yu Mengli behind Yi Yuan glimmered at this time, staring hard at Yi Yuan's back view. It was also uncertain what she was thinking about. You're called Yi Yuan, right? I wonder if you're willing to enter this old man's tutelage? This old man will exhaust everything I have to aid you to reach the divine realm. Wu Xian also said somewhat agitatedly. Yi Yuan sighed slightly. As expected, it still went back to this topic. Is the test considered passed now? Yi Yuan's reply avoided the question. Of course. Of course, it's passed. Wu Xian was dazed for a bit and replied. Then, give it. Give it? Give what it? Wu Xian discovered that he completely could not follow Yi Yuan's thoughts. The badge. I came to take the test for high-rank quasi-alchemy king. Now that I've passed the test, shouldn't you give me the badge? Oh, those 2 storage rings as well, Yi Yuan said crossly. In Yi Yuan's eyes, he totally did not have any awe towards an alchemy sovereign. Only then did Wu Xian come to a realization. He hurriedly instructed, "Come, men, make haste to produce Yi Yuan's badge. These 2 storage rings are yours." Yi Yuan, I wonder if... Master Wu Xian, actually, I have a master. If it's acknowledging a master, I think forget about it. Yi Yuan received the storage rings and interrupted Wu Xian's words rudely. Having a master doesn't matter as well. Wufang City is the alchemy holy land, and Lord Chairman is even a peak alchemy sovereign powerhouse. If this old man isn't qualified enough, I believe he has the qualifications. With Lord Chairman coming forward, I believe that your master won't say much either. With your talent, with the Alchemist Association's fostering, ascending to the divine realm in the future is practically a shoo-in. Wu Xian was clearly unwilling to give up and still wanted to convince Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan felt his head swell up and he waved his hands and said, Master, his elder self treats me very well. I don't have plans to change factions. Lord Wu Xian, I still have important matters on hand, so I won't stay any longer. Brother Zihue, after the badge finishes manufacturing, I'll have to trouble you to send somebody to collect it and send it to my residence. Finished talking, Yi Yuan left without even turning his head back. In a tranquil courtyard inside City Lord Manor, an old man with a fierce glare was currently drinking tea in the pavilion. This old man was precisely the person with the highest authority in Wufang City. City Lord Ren Xingchuan. Opposite Ren Xingchuan said a middle-aged man. Between the latter's forehead had some likeness with Ren Xingchuan. Yujia, these few days Wufang City will have a meeting of wind and clouds. You have to be more wary. Especially those few old fellows from the 3 sects. They have to be entertained upon carefully. Best to not have any trouble occur, Ren Xingchuan said. Father, rest assured. I've already prepared everything. This time, the state of affairs is extraordinary. Those few most likely won't intentionally stir up trouble too, Ren Yujie said. Ren Xingchuan nodded and said, I really didn't expect that my endless world would actually suffer such an undeserved calamity. If those few old fellows still don't cease at this time, they will be the endless world's sinners. Other than their 3 schools, have the others all arrived? There are still several people not yet here, but we've already received the news that they are already on the way. It's also a matter of these 2 days, Ren Yujie said. Then that's good. Oh right, that boy called Yi Yuan will be of vital importance to this meeting. What kind of strategy we take against the fierce Gale world will all fall onto his brain. I made Su Zihue go and invite him. I wonder if he's here yet or not. Already here? I've already arranged for him to be at Fengya Pavilion. Speaking of this boy, he's really impressive too, Ran Yujie said with glistening eyes. Oh? Impressive in what way? Yesterday, Yi Yuan just entered the city. No idea how he bumped onto Donger. The 2 of them actually carried out a pill-fighting match. With this, Ren Xingchuan's interest was aroused as he asked curiously, Oh? There is still this incident? I heard that this boy's martial path is exceedingly formidable, even detaining Qin Hongtao's grandson. Could it be that he also has exceptionally high attainments in the alchemy path? What's the result of the 2 of their face-off? Ren Yujie snickered and said, Why don't father make a guess? Hiss. Hearing your tone, could it be that Donga lost? Donger's talent is not at all inferior to Hongling's. It can't be to the extent where he lost to a boy from the countryside, right? Ren Yujie nodded his head. His eyes were clearly still carrying disbelief. And how is it just lost? It was simply an utter defeat. When I heard this news, I suspected that I heard wrongly myself too. For this, I even specially sent people to the Alchemist Association to inquire about it from Lord Wuxian, only to hear that this is true. Ren Xingchuan briefly recounted the matter of Yi Yuan and Rendong battling on refining pills. Ren Xingchuan drew a cold breath when he heard the story. Transcendent-grade medicinal pill? Even if this boy started cultivating in his mother's womb, it's also not possible to be monstrous to such a degree, right? Ren Xingchuan said in disbelief. That I don't know. But this youngster called Yi Yuan, his background is indeed filled with mysteries, Ren Yujie said. Ren Xingchuan nodded and said, This matter, I got it. You go and console Donger properly. He has been arrogant at heart and haughty in manner since young. He has never suffered such a setback before. If he make use of this setback properly, it will be a facilitation for him instead. Hongling is already thoroughly crippled. Our Ren family's future hope is all on Donger. We must make sure that nothing goes wrong. Hearing that, Ren Yujie's expression dimmed, wanting to speak. But he said nothing. Whatever you want to say, just say it. Don't act like I'm a target for venting, Ren Xingchuan said unhappily. Ren Yujie heaved a sigh and said, So many years have passed already. The wood has become a boat. Father, you still can't let it go of it in your heart? You doing this, younger sister will hate you for the rest of your life. Boom. Ren Xingchuan slapped a palm down. The stone table in the pavilion immediately turned into a pile of powder. Hongling was originally the successor of my mantle with outstanding talent, but she was abducted by that stinking brat. Now Hongling became a cripple because of that stinking brat. How do you want me to not be angry? Ren Xingchuan suddenly seemed to have become another person, stern in voice and countenance. Father, it has already been so many years since the incident. Our family has Donger too. Brother-in-law brought younger sister back to apologize for their mistake. Isn't it good enough for our family to reunite together? Why must it be a life and death struggle? Ren Yujie said carefully. Although Ren Yujie already reached middle age, he still did not dare to talk loudly in front of Ren Xingchuan. Ren Xingchuan flicked his sleeves and said with a cold grunt, It will be hard to vent the hatred in my heart for so many years without killing that stinking brat. Don't mention this matter again. After the meet this time passes, immediately carry out the death sentence on that punk. Ren Yujie shook his head and sighed again, then turned around and left the courtyard. Yi Yuan, the 4 of them stayed at Fengya Pavilion. The next day, Skymaple was too impatient to wait and left the house on his own to look around Wufang City. Of course, a part of the reason for him doing so was because he did not wish to hinder Yi Yuan and the two beauties' privacy. Him, an old man, always hanging around young people, it seriously could not quite be justified. Master, let's go out to take a look too. Although this Wufang City isn't as big as our central capital, in terms of bustling degree, it's only greater and not lesser. Furthermore, I heard that just the alchemy sovereign experts here are close to as many as 10. This level of strength truly makes our fierce Gale world look up to it. Ever since Xianxia broke away from her family's fetters, her entire person became much more cheerful. This happy look suited her age more. But Yi Yuan did not have any interest in Wufang City. However, Xiaoruyan, his eldest disciple, was in such a mood to enjoy things. It was not nice of him to brush off Xiaoruyan's intention either. As for Yu Mengli, she had an indifferent look. As long as it was accompanying by Yi Yuan's side, it would do. The trio were just about to leave when Su Zihui just happened to stop them. Young Master Yi, this is your high-rank quasi-alchemy king badge. I sent people early in the morning to help you retrieve it. Su Zihui already used honorifics when speaking. This trip here, he was already prostrating on all fours in admiration before Yi Yuan. At a young age, not only could he cross a major realm to battle in terms of the martial path, he could even refine a high-level transcendent-grade quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill. Such monstrous talent. Just thinking about it made people despair. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and received the badge. The 3.5 stars on it twinkled. Because Quasi-Alchemy King was similarly a special realm, being in between Alchemy King and Alchemy Grandmaster, the Alchemist Association's badge had 3.5 stars on it. Yi Yuan casually threw the badge into the storage ring and did not have the intention of adorning it. When Su Zihui saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Alchemists being so casual with their badges. It was most likely just this guy, right? In other people's view, after getting this badge, they would absolutely be like obtaining a supreme treasure, carefully pinning it on their chest and finding it hard to take it down again. But this lord actually spurned it. Yi Yuan kept the badge, but then he fished out a medicinal pill and threw it to Su Zihui. He said to him, "These few days I've troubled brother Zihui. Younger brother isn't able to refine tier 4 medicinal pills right now, so I can only use this medicinal pill to express my thanks. If brother Zihui has any son or nephew descendant, it can come in handy." These few days, Su Zihui fussed around as if Yi Yuan was his master, serving him very meticulously. Although he came here because he received Wufang City Lord's orders, Yi Yuan appreciated it too. Moreover, Yi Yuan gifting the pill was naturally because he still had a request. Su Zihui received the pill and took a look, and he could not help drawing a cold breath. Transcendent grade medicinal pill again. Young Master Yi, this medicinal pill. Su Zihui completely did not recognize this medicinal pill at all. Yi Yuan smiled and explained, "This is a sea-gathering pill. It can allow someone to advance one minor realm in the sea transformation realm unconditionally. If brother Zihui has any sea transformation realm son or nephew, why not let him give it a try? This medicinal pill is too valuable. I can't take it." Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Su Zihui immediately realized just how precious this medicinal pill was and hurriedly passed the medicinal pill back. But Yi Yuan did not take it and said with a smile, "Brother Zihui, keep it. I still have a matter to request, brother Zihui." Su Zihui struggled briefly but still could not resist keeping the medicinal pill. His son just broke through to the sea transformation realm. This medicinal pill came perfectly in time for him to use. Su Zihui naturally could not bear to part with it and return it to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's medicinal pill was given with perfect timing. Then Zihui thanks young Master Yi very much. My son just broke through to the sea transformation realm and could just happen to use this sea gathering pill. If young Master Yi has any request, just say it. Zihui is incapable, but I can still say a few words in this Wufang City. Su Zihui was already shedding tears of gratitude right now towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Haha, then I'll thank brother Zihui first. Actually, I wish to ask brother Zihui to help me find 2 people." "Who?" "These 2 people are a husband and wife pair. One is called Yi Hang. The other is called Ren Hongling. Ever since Yi Hang and Ren Hongling left after leaving behind the letter, although Yi Yuan did not show it, he kept it in his heart all along. Now that the Tranquil Cloud sect moved north, Yi Yuan naturally had to inquire about his parents' news. Wu Fang City's sphere of influence in the northern domain was massive. Requesting Su Zihue to inquire about his parents' news was perfect. When Su Zihue heard Ren Hongling these 3 words, his expression could not help changing. But Yi Yuan took in Su Zihue's expression into his sight and could not help but be surprised. He asked, "Is it possible that Brother Zihue knows these 2? Su Zihue lowered his voice and said, "It's really a coincidence. City Lord, His Excellency, has a daughter. Her name is called Ren Hongling too." Yi Yuan's mind flashed like lightning when he heard that. His parents had never talked about their backgrounds. Was it possible that Mother actually still had such a startling background? Thinking of this, Yi Yuan was even more overjoyed and hurriedly asked, "Then where is that City Lord's daughter now?" Su Zihue sighed and said, "City Lord's daughter came to a premature end long ago already. It's too bad for an alchemy genius." "Oh? Why is this so?" Yi Yuan could not help becoming curious. Back that City Lord's daughter had peerless talent. At the age of 18, she was already a high-rank alchemy grandmaster, greatly surpassing those of the same age. But sadly, the heaven is envious of the gifted. That Ren Hongling actually got inflicted with a terminal disease and left this world. City Lord, His Excellency, was even heartbroken over this for a long time. Listening up to here, Yi Yuan already basically confirmed that this Ren Hongling was not the other Ren Hongling. Because his mother did not have any trace of essence energy undulation in her body and was only a normal person. She naturally could not possibly be the City Lord's daughter in Su Zihue's story. "Then it's really quite a pity," Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. Xiao Ruyan was a high-rank alchemy grandmaster at 20 years old and was already a peak existence in the fierce Gale world. An 18-years-old high-rank alchemy grandmaster was absolutely a peak existence in the endless world. Such monstrous talent but passed away young. It was indeed quite pitiful. Yeah. But the heaven does not cut off all paths. City Lord, His Excellency, later got another grandson that is Rendong. His talent is similarly a top existence when looking at the junior generation, Su Zihue said. Yi Yuan nodded his head. Regarding Rendong's talent, Yi Yuan did not have any disagreement. To the lower realms, Rendong's talent was already rather decent. Yi Yuan described Yi Hang's and Ren Hongling's looks and characteristics to Su Zihue in detail, and he instructed, "These 2 people's news will be entrusted to Brother Zihue. If your son needs any medicinal pills, Brother Zihue doesn't need to be courteous. Just come and find me will do." Su Zihue was overjoyed when he heard it and hurriedly said, "I'll thank young Master Yi on behalf of my son first. Martial artist's cultivation could not do without medicinal pills." With Su Zihue's strength and status, he naturally did not lack medicinal pills. But just looking from Yi Yuan casually taking out the sea-gathering pill, his alchemy path strength absolutely could not be compared to ordinary high-rank quasi-alchemy kings. Su Zihue was 9th-level Soul Sea realm strength and had mingled in Wufang City for so many years. His horizons were absolutely exceedingly high. But he had never heard before a kind of medicinal pill which could unconditionally raise the level of sea transformation realm by a minor realm. This Yi Yuan's background was absolutely not ordinary. Building up a good relationship with a future peerless powerhouse like this was absolutely worth it. Seeing off Su Zihue, Yi Yuan was just about to bring Yu Mengli and Xiao Rian out. But then he saw somebody was pacing around outside Fengye Pavilion's gates with a conflicted look. Looking closely, who could it be but Rendong? Great young Master Run. It's not that you can't take a loss and want to take back the essence crystals, right? Xiao Rian said derisively. It was uncertain what Rendong was thinking about earlier and completely did not see Yi Yuan trio come out. Hearing Xiao Rian's words at this time, he involuntarily lifted his head and looked over. With this look, Rendong could not help drawing in a deep breath. This woman before his eyes was seriously absurdly beautiful. That exquisite face took Rendong's breath away. Taking a look at Yu Yuan's side again, Yu Mengli's beauty was actually a level above Xiao Ruyan's. Rendong's mind could not help short-circuiting. This miss you are? Ah, you're not that ugly girl yesterday, right? Hey, you try saying that one more time. Xiao Ruyan's expression instantly became cold. Only then did Rendong come around to his senses and hurriedly waved his hands, saying, "Ah, no, miss, I don't mean that. I was saying. Rendong thought for a long time and could not figure out how he should organize his words. Those two ugly girls yesterday actually became celestial deity-like girls today with a sway of their bodies. These two beauties before his eyes were simply even more gorgeous than all the women he had seen before added up. He was still criticizing Yi Yuan's taste yesterday. He only discovered now that he was the real blind man. Such remarkable beauties. Being able to get one was already incredible fortune. Yi Yuan actually embraced one left and one right. Enjoying the bliss of dual company to the max was this wanting to make every man in the world feel ashamed of their unworthiness? No wonder these two beauties changed their looks to that appearance yesterday. Turns out that they were afraid of trouble. Rendong did not know that his words yesterday thoroughly stimulated Yu Mengli and Xiao Ruyan. Going out today, the two of them refused to disguise themselves no matter what. Xiao Ruyan even took care of her looks today meticulously, appearing ephemerally beautiful. Such beauty was not what the mortal realm should possess. The other girl, Yu Mengli, was a born beauty. She just recovered to her original appearance, and that already made the entire city's women fade in color. Yi Yuan felt an endless headache too. Ignoring Xiao Ruyan, Yu Mengli's original disposition was very quiet and elegant and never cared about other people's view. No idea what wrong medicine she took today to actually mess around together with Xiao Ruyan. Actually, even Yu Mengli herself probably did not understand either why she would care about her image so much. Say what? You dare to say that you didn't say it just now? Xiao Ruyan pressed on the point to death. Rendong's forehead was covered in sweat. In front of Xiao Ruyan, he actually did not have that imposing manner yesterday. Sorry. It was me who have eyes but failed to see. To actually treat a mortal realm's absolute beauty like Miss as a commonplace girl. Truly a sin. Such a sin. Enough. Look at how your eyes are glued. Knew that you aren't anything good. Must be an exceptionally lecherous person. Yi Yuan really could not carry on watching by the side, and he could only speak up, "All right, Ruyan. Yesterday you guys altered your looks to that extent. Young Master Ren's misunderstanding is normal too. You don't keep harping on the matter." Xiao Ruyan pursed her mouth and actually did not dispute, retreating behind Yi Yuan unwillingly. Rendong was even more stupefied when he saw the situation. This woman looked to be so fierce and unreasonable, but she actually did not dare to say a word back to Yi Yuan. This Yi Yuan's methods to control women was truly remarkable. "Young Master Ren, you aren't really finding me to ask for essence crystals, right?" Yi Yuan looked at Rendong and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Rendong hastily shook his hands and said, No, the essence crystals is just a small matter. That? Can we go in for a talk?" Rendong looked around for a bit, his expression somewhat embarrassed. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and knew that he was afraid of him losing face being seen by people, and he nodded his head. Coming to the inner hall and sitting down, Yi Yuan could not help being very helpless too. Looks like wanting to go out to take a stroll around wasn't very likely. "What you have to say, you can say it now, right?" Yi Yuan said. "That? Is it possible to teach me how to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills?" Rendong rubbed his hands, appearing very embarrassed. Evidently, these words took immense courage to come out of his mouth. But Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard these words. He could tell that Rendong was the kind of person who viewed himself very highly and was extremely haughty. To think that he would actually say something like that. "Young Master Ren, according to what I know, your grandfather is a peak alchemy sovereign powerhouse. Alchemy the sort of thing, seems like you shouldn't be coming over to ask me, right?" Yi Yuan said curiously. But Rendong shook his head when he heard that and said, "Even though my grandfather is a peak alchemy sovereign, he has no way of refining transcendent-grade medicinal pills when he was at your level. The way I see it, you should have some special skill that can refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills, right?" Hearing that, Yi Yuan's expression could not help becoming strange, and he said with a cold smile, "Even if I have ways to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills, why should I teach you? The process of us becoming acquainted didn't seem to be very merry, right?" Rendong's expression was rather ugly. Him suddenly dropping in to find Yi Yuan to teach him alchemy was indeed very brusque. But he thought about it for an entire day after he went back yesterday and did not sleep the entire night. He was extremely curious about Yi Yuan's pill refining techniques. Today, not knowing why, he actually came to Fengye Pavilion at the behest of supernatural powers. Rendong looked at Yi Yuan and stood up abruptly. But this action gave Xiao Ruyan a fright. She hastily blocked in front of Yi Yuan, like a tigress protecting its cubs, and she said fiercely, "What do you want to do to master?" Rendong did not bother with Xiao Ruyan, and suddenly he kneeled down with a thud. This action of Rendong threw Yi Yuan trio into a confusion. "What are you doing?" Yi Yuan asked in surprise. "I'm willing to acknowledge you as master. Please teach me how to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills," Rendong said with a stubborn look. This action from Rendong made Yi Yuan view him in a different light. He did not look down on Rendong because of this. Rather, he felt that only such a person was worthy of bearing the word alchemist. Yi Yuan could feel Rendong's intense thirst for knowledge. That sort of extreme desire, Yi Yuan himself had it before too. Alchemist was an occupation held in great esteem. Many people lost their original goals during the process of growing stronger, indulging in the opulence of the secular world and being unable to extricate themselves. Those kinds of people, even if overflowing with talent, their accomplishments would be extremely limited too. What if yesterday, I happened to refine a transcendent-grade medicinal pill by chance? Yi Yuan said. Of course, Yi Yuan would not take him in as a disciple so easily. Yi Yuan had always prioritized quality over quantity when taking in disciples. Even if he did not take any disciples in his previous life, his followers were all carefully selected through a strict process. Regardless whether it was talent or conduct, Xiao Ruyan was a top choice. That was why Yi Yuan agreed. The first impression that this Rendong gave Yi Yuan was not good. Yi Yuan obviously would not relent so easy. Early this morning, I went to the Alchemist Association and examined your refining process yesterday. It's simply a magnificent work of art. Although we're both quasi-alchemy kings, your alchemy skills flung me more than several streets behind, Rendong said. The refining process that the Alchemist Association recorded, normal people naturally could not view it. But Rendong's identity was extraordinary. Wanting to check it was not hard. Master, who knows what intentions this fellow has? You mustn't fall for his trick. Xiao Ruyan slandered him by the side. You're really his disciple? Rendong suddenly asked. Otherwise, what do you think? I'm Master's eldest disciple, Xiao Ruyan said with a proud look. Xiao Ruyan was increasingly convinced by Yi Yuan when following him to refine pills now. This period of time, although Xiao Ruyan did not break through realms, her alchemy skills level had a qualitative leap, and her foundation was much sturdier compared to before. Hence, she admitted to being Yi Yuan's disciple now was without any pressure at all. In fact, she felt very proud. This master, she acknowledged correctly. Rendong mused for a moment and suddenly did a loud kowtow towards Yi Yuan and said, Master Yi Yuan, please take me in as a disciple no matter what. Rendong perceived some things from Xiao Ruyan's expression and strengthened his resolve to acknowledge Yi Yuan as his master even more. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, I don't have any method that can refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills. So, you don't need to acknowledge me as master. Rendong became anxious when he heard that and hurriedly said, Is master still blaming me for yesterday's incident? Me apologizing to you for my offense still won't do. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, You're thinking too much. I really don't have any technique to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills. No alchemist has such a technique. But I saw master's alchemy skills. Too amazing. There were many areas where I couldn't understand at all. Rendong said. Yi Yuan looked at Rendong and suddenly asked, There's already a peak alchemy sovereign powerhouse at your home. Why do you go so far as to barter the trunk for the branches, and you come to acknowledge me as your master? Rendong suddenly heaved a sigh and said, Although I haven't learned grandfather's alchemy skills fully, I've already gotten 50% to 60% of the essence. What's left is just the polishing of time as well as the accumulation of experience. Following the prescribed order like this, I believe that I can also cultivate to peak alchemy sovereign one day. Rendong paused a bit, and he suddenly became somewhat agitated. But I know that grandfather's alchemy skills are already at his limits and is incapable of ascending to the divine realm. If I walk along his old path, it's simply impossible to surpass him. All the way until I saw the image of you refining pills. Then only did I know how great the gap between us was. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. This boy's ambition wasn't small. But if one could not even achieve ascending to the divine realm, where lies the talk of walking to the extremes of the alchemy path? Yi Yuan took a look at the Rendong with a face full of anticipation and suddenly said with a smile, "Do you really want to acknowledge me as master?" Rendong was overjoyed when he heard this. "Master is willing to take me in? Hoo-hoo, you want to enter my tutelage, it's not prohibited too. However, you have to pass my test." No matter what kind of test it is, Rendong will definitely accomplish it. Rendong was still fully confident in himself. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't you want to know why I can refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills?" Rendong nodded his head fiercely but showed a difficult expression. If Yi Yuan's test was to refine a transcendent-grade medicinal pill, he could not accomplish that. "Haha, don't need to worry. I'm not making you refine a quasi-tier 4 transcendent-grade medicinal pill. Lesser phaseless art, you should know, right?" Yi Yuan asked. Rendong was dazed. Lesser phaseless art was the most basic refining technique. Even for a puny little alchemy apprentice, it was impossible to not know either. Rendong was a high-rank quasi-alchemy king. How could he possibly not know the lesser phaseless art? Yi Yuan smiled, and suddenly took out a stalk of Tier 1 herbal grass, his fingers moving like phantoms. At this movement, Rendong's expression could not help changing dramatically. Refining pills bare-handedly. This is lesser phaseless art? No, wait. His fingers' technique and seals are indeed the lesser phaseless art without mistake. But why can it be performed to such a level? Rendong muttered under his breath. It was only to see that the medicinal herb bounced up and down nonstop in Yi Yuan's hand as if it was alive. And the one who gave it life was precisely Yi Yuan. After 20 breaths, a tiny medicinal pellet appeared in Yi Yuan's hand. T transcendent grade. Using the lesser phaseless art to refine a transcendent grade medicinal pill bare-handedly. Even though it's only a Tier 1 medicinal pill, but how is this possible? Rendong was in a complete mess, speaking incoherently. But the astoundment in his heart was written on his face currently. As everyone knew, alchemists all needed to borrow medicinal cauldrons and flames to refine pills. Refining pills bare-handedly were completely forsaking these two, directing with essence energy and bare-handedly refining finished product medicinal pill. The degree of difficulty of doing this was hard to imagine for ordinary people. Don't simply look at how Rendong was a quasi-alchemy king. To make him refine a Tier 1 medicinal pill bare-handedly, he simply could not do it. I don't need you to refine pills bare-handedly. You just have to use the lesser phaseless art to refine out a Tier 1 transcendent-grade medicinal pill, and I'll take you in as a disciple. Yi Yuan's voice shocked Rendong awake abruptly. Only now did he recover to his sense. Surprised, he said, "Using the lesser phaseless art to refine a Tier 1 transcendent-grade medicinal pill? How is that possible?" The moment he said that, Rendong wanted to smack his own mouth. Didn't Yi Yuan just refine out a transcendent-grade medicinal pill just now? How was it impossible? Furthermore, Yi Yuan even used bare-handed alchemy technique to refine it. Although it was a Tier 1 medicinal pill, the degree of difficulty in it, Rendong felt despair just thinking about it. Whether it's possible or not, that's your business. This is my initiation test. If you can't do it, don't mention this matter again, Yi Yuan said coolly. With Rendong's standards, going to refine a Tier 1 medicinal pill, he naturally could refine out a transcendent-grade medicinal pill. But to let him use the lesser phaseless art to refine a Tier 1 medicinal pill, it was impossible to refine no matter what. The lesser phaseless art was the most basic refining technique, being extremely simple. There had never been anybody who could use such a simple technique to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills. This test was too hard. Rendong's expression flickered and he finally gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll definitely do it." Rendong immediately went back to practice the lesser phaseless art after leaving Fengya Pavilion. Only after witnessing Yi Yuan's methods did Rendong suddenly become aware that he seemed to have found a different sky. He, a high-rank quasi-alchemy king, was too undeserving. This strengthened his resolve to acknowledge Yi Yuan as his master even more. But with this disturbance, the mood of Yi Yuan and the two girls going out to sightsee dulled as well. Yet, right at this time, Su Zihui came back after leaving not long ago. His expression was very ugly. Young Master Yi, not good. Elder Sky Maple, he got detained by exquisite jade pavilion, Su Zihui said somewhat anxiously. Yi Yuan knitted his brows when he heard that and asked, "What happened?" Su Zihui hurriedly explained. Elder Sky Maple challenged the exquisite jade pavilion's 1,000-query wall. The result was that he failed. Elder Sky Maple was unresigned and disputed a couple of words with them, and he got detained by exquisite jade pavilion. I went to exquisite jade pavilion after being informed of the news to ask for him. Also don't know what wrong medicine they ate, to actually not give me face, and held Elder Sky Maple in custody, refusing to release him no matter what. In this Wufang city, there are actually still things that your city lord manor can't settle? Yi Yuan said curiously. This was Yi Yuan's first time here. His head was covered in a fog about Wufang city's forces distribution. In his view, although Su Zihui was not a divine traversing realm powerhouse, a 9th-level Soul Sea realm expert absolutely could be considered a famed and prestigious character in Wufang City. Furthermore, Su Zihui was even the city lord manor's first-class patrolling inspector. There were actually people who dared to not give him face. Su Zihui forced a smile and said, "Young Master Yi is unaware. Although City Lord, His Excellency, is one of Wufang City's strongest alchemists. Wufang City's forces are intricate and complex. Some families, their forces are only slightly inferior compared to City Lord Manor, and can fully not give me any face." Su Zihui briefly introduced the exquisite jade pavilion situation. Yi Yuan became absorbed in his thoughts. This exquisite jade pavilion was a force belonging to Wufang City's Chao family. This Chao family's strength was exceedingly powerful too. The old patriarch in their family was middle-rank alchemy sovereign strength. While it was not as strong as City Lord Manor, it was also an extremely powerful faction in this Wufang city. If the City Lord or other divine traversing realm experts in the City Lord Manor came forward, exquisite jade pavilion would of course sell them the face. But Su Zihui's identity was a little inferior. Except that it was kind of weird thinking about it. Even though Su Zihui was not considered the City Lord Manor's upper echelon, if it were just causing some small dispute, the exquisite jade pavilion would not go so far as to be so domineering. In between this, there should have some other reason. How about, I go to City Lord, His Excellency, to report it and request his elderly self to come forward? Su Zihui asked probingly. But Yi Yuan did not speak and was pondering about something. Only after some time, did Yi Yuan look at Su Zihui and ask, "What relationship does the heavenly evil sect and Chao family have?" With Yi Yuan saying this, Su Zihui was dazed and then immediately revealed a look of sudden realization. "Sai, look at this pig brain of mine. The heavenly evil sect precisely belongs to the Chao family's sphere of influence. The Chao family's third young master, Chao Feng, has close ties with the heavenly evil sect's Mao Yuanji. Oh, Chao Feng is the person with the greatest alchemy strength in the Chao family's junior generation. He is just slightly inferior compared to young Master Rendong. He is also already middle-rank quasi-alchemy king right now," Su Zihui said. Su Zihui's gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with admiration. He himself had yet to even think of this aspect, and Yi Yuan, an outsider, actually guessed to such an extent already. Yi Yuan nodded after listening and said, "What is this 1,000-query wall?" This 1,000-query wall is one of the Chao family's main attraction. Countless alchemists come to Wufang City, and many of them come for this 1,000-query wall. Su Zihui explained. Turns out that, in the history of Wufang City, the Chao family had been glorious before too, even producing many generations of city lords. Among them, one of the city lords set up a 1,000-query wall right in this Wufang city. The specific era was already unverifiable. The so-called 1,000-query wall was where alchemists placed their own queries on this wall, offering a reward for other alchemists to come and answer. Through so many years' accumulation, the questions on the 1,000-query wall were already more than 1,000 long ago. The questions on the 1,000-query wall, as long as it was answered, it would be removed from the wall. But the queries raised by alchemists were far more than the queries resolved. With the accumulation of months and days, the questions on this 1,000-query wall was already rather sizable. Furthermore, through the countless years of filtering, the difficulty of the questions on the 1,000-query wall also became increasingly greater. Many of the problems, even peak alchemy sovereign powerhouses could not answer them either. Challenging the 1,000-query wall, one first had to pay a certain amount of essence crystals. These essence crystals would belong to the exquisite Jade Pavilion, which was owned by the Chao family. If answered correctly, the alchemist would be able to take away the reward. If unable to answer, they could naturally only return empty-handed. Even the essence crystals from before were gone too. With so many years, the Chao family relied on this 1,000-query wall to earn countless riches. But even so, there were still countless alchemists advancing wave after wave to come to the exquisite Jade Pavilion to challenge the 1,000-query wall. One could say that the reason why this Wufang city could become the endless world's alchemy holy land, this 1,000-query wall's contributions could not be foregone. Hearing Su Zihui's explanation, even Yi Yuan had no choice but to gasp in admiration at that generation's city lord's outstanding wisdom and resourcefulness as well. Such exchanges absolutely had tremendous advantages towards the heightening of alchemy skills. This 1,000-query wall could be said to be an immensely valuable asset left behind by that generation's city lord. Through so many years, many people who raised the query were no longer around anymore. Those questions naturally become ownerless objects. And these questions, each one of it being answered, had tremendously important meaning in promoting the development of alchemy skills. And the Chao family guarding such a treasure mountain could actually decline. It could be seen that this Chao family was really rotten mud that could not even stick to a wall. Want to challenge 1,000-query wall? One must leave their background on the contract. The contract won't be publicized, but the Chao family's people most likely have ways to see it. If this matter is really Chao Feng playing tricks behind, it's rather troublesome, Su Zihui said worriedly. Looks like that Chao third young master dug a pit for Grand Elder to jump into. He really thinking my tranquil cloud sect is easy to bully, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. When Su Zihui heard Yi Yuan's tone, he knew that things were not good. The upper echelon meeting had yet to begin. Once Yi Yuan had a conflict with the Chao family, it would probably incur many unnecessary problems. Young Master Yi, how about, I still report this matter to City Lord, His Excellency? I think that in consideration of City Lord, His Excellency's prestige, Chao Feng wouldn't dare to not give you any face, Su Zihui urged. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, City Lord, His Excellency, has to attend to a myriad of state affairs every day. This kind of minor thing, there's no need to trouble his elderly self. This matter, I'll settle it myself. Brother Zihui, bring me to exquisite Jade Pavilion right now. I want to experience just how incredible this 1,000-query wall is. As he said, Yi Yuan's figure moved, directly leaving Feng Ye Pavilion. Su Zihui could not stop in time and could only bemoan and follow after Yi Yuan. I wonder what does this sir needs? Medicinal pills? Weaponry? Martial techniques? Cultivation methods? Our exquisite Jade Pavilion has everything that one desires. Yi Yuan walked into exquisite Jade Pavilion slowly. It was really befitting of its name. There was a dazzling array of beautiful exhibits here. It could really be said to have everything that one desires. Many things that could not be seen in the outside world, this place basically had it all. It was just that their prices were too outrageous. Yi Yuan toured for a bit after entering the door, and a very beautiful female came up to greet him. Within the words actually carried a slight bewitching ring. Yi Yuan virtually confirmed right away that this woman definitely cultivated bewitching arts before. Furthermore, her attainments were not low. Ordinary people who enter would probably succumb to it unknowingly and willingly by some things to go. Yi Yuan's divine soul was incomparably tempered. How could ordinary bewitching skills enter his all-discerning eyes? I heard that inside this exquisite Jade Pavilion, the most incredible thing is the 1,000-query wall. It's my first visit to Wufang City, but I came because of its fame too, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. When the girl saw that Yi Yuan's eyes did not have any turbidness at all, she could not help being very surprised. Such a young age and actually had such powers of concentration. Presumably, he was not simple. This woman had read countless people and virtually saw through Yi Yuan's uncommonness at first glance. So, sir wants to challenge the 1,000-query wall. Linger could not tell. This way please, sir. Linger brought Yi Yuan straight to the rear hall. After a few turns, it actually became bright and open. An enormous temple was in front of Yi Yuan. And in this huge temple, the most eye-catching were several 100-feet tall racks. The shelves had a total of 7 levels. On each level, there were many tags sorted into categories. However, the further up it went, the lesser the tags on the shelves. Very clearly, the further up, the harder the problems that those tags represented. Yi Yuan swept simply. On the highest level shelf, there were only 100 over tags. Miss Linger, I wish to challenge this 1,000-query wall. I wonder if there are any restrictive conditions. Yi Yuan inquired. Linger smiled sweetly and said with 1,000 charms. Challenging the 1,000-query wall doesn't have restrictions. As long as you have sufficient essence crystals, you can even challenge all of the problems. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said smilingly, Then that's good. I wonder how much essence crystals are required to challenge once. Linga said with a smile, according to the different levels challenged, the fees are not the same as well. Oh? I wonder how many essence crystals does challenging the 7th level require? Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Linger's smile could not help freezing. This boy had such a big tone. Opening his mouth and it was the 7th level right away. One had to know that those problems on the 7th level were all getting dusty year in year out. Some problems were even placed there for several thousand years already. During these several thousand years' time, how many alchemy sovereign powerhouses had Wufang City given birth to? But not a single one of these alchemy sovereign experts could answer those questions. It could be seen just how perverse the 7th level was. Although Yi Yuan's strength was not bad, his age was too young after all. Linger did not feel that Yi Yuan could answer the 7th level's questions. Hehe. It's not that Linger is belittling, sir, but it's just that the problems on the 7th level are a little too difficult. Sir is at the C transformation realm. The corresponding ones are the 4th level's tags. If Sir wishes to challenge the 4th level, it's 500 middle-grade essence crystals. Linger said with a smile. Yi Yuan beamed and said, I have essence crystals. Miss Linger doesn't have to be courteous with me. I came today just to witness the 1,000-query wall of the legends. Spending a few essence crystals to experience the most difficult problems. I'm willing to. Linger criticized him in her heart. This boy really has too much money with nowhere to spend. In a flurry to burn. But on the surface, Linger would not say it out. Deceiving a person on account of his generosity to spend unnecessary money, she would be more than willing to take them. Furthermore, Linger knew that while such extravagant wealthy people were rare, there were still that 1 or 2 who appear every period of time. The further up, it naturally becomes more expensive. But the rewards are even more plentiful as well. If it's the 7th level, 100 high-grade essence crystals per tag, Linger said. Even for Yi Yuan, his face changed when he heard it too. The 4th level was 500 middle-grade essence crystals, which was also 5 pieces of high-grade essence crystals. But at the 7th level, the prices actually flipped 20 times over. This was simply robbing essence crystals. No wonder Su Zihui said that the Chao family was wealthy until they flowed like water. Such fees, it was hard to not be wealthy. He just won 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals from Ren Dong there. Adding it up, it was also just enough to exchange for 10 tags. It was really such a scam. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Linger was contemptuous in her heart. A bumpkin from the countryside. Scared silly by the price already, right? 100 high-grade essence crystals was not a small sum. Using it to take a look at the 7th level's problems was truly a bit too wasteful. But Linger had really seen before people throwing out money just for the sake of taking a look at the 7th level's problems. But very clearly, this boy before her eyes did not have that level of strength. Hehe. I see that Sir is a man of striking appearance. Maybe you can really resolve the 7th level's problems? How about you exchange for 2 to give it a shot? Linger's words sounded like flattery. Actually, it was a mockery. Although Linga felt that Yi Yuan was not ordinary, conversing to this extent, she already placed Yi Yuan in the ranks of morons. Maybe only morons would have no reaction to her bewitching arts, right? How could Yi Yuan not perceive the meaning in Lingo's words? But he really did not care. If I answer the question, can I exchange for the reward on the spot? Yi Yuan asked again. Hee, this boy is an idiot, right? Really think that you could answer the 7th level's questions? But a wealthy fool not earning from you would be a waste. Straight away, Linga smiled sweetly and said, that is of course. The owners of the questions deposited the rewards with our exquisite jade pavilion. As long as people can answer the question, the rewards will be theirs. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, then that's good. Give me 10 tags first then. As he said, Yi Yuan casually threw out the storage ring he won from Rindong. T10? That's 1,000 high-grade essence crystals. Linga's brain was a little short-circuited. She had seen before alchemists who spent money just for the sake of taking a look at the 7th level's problems. But she had never encountered a customer who opened their mouths to ask for 10 tags right away. Wasn't such a way of burning money too profligate? Yi Yuan nodded and said, the essence crystals in this storage ring, when added up, should be around 1,000 high-grade essence crystals. You can do an inventory check. Linger inserted her divine sense into it and briefly did a count. Indeed, it was 1,000 high-grade essence crystals. Linger could not help drawing a cold breath and thought to herself, extravagant. This was really extravagant. Earning 1,000 high-grade essence crystals in one go, the commission today was not small. Linger gloated to herself endlessly in her heart too. Linger beamed widely and said, Sir indeed carries yourself in an imposing manner. Come over here first to register your alchemist badge. Then you can choose the tags. Yi Yuan nodded and followed Linger to one side to register. When she saw Yi Yuan take out the high-rank quasi-alchemy king badge, Linger's expression could not help becoming stiff once more. Such a young high-rank quasi-alchemy king? Yi Yuan finished registering, and he seemed to have thought of something. He said to Linger with a smile, oh, right. Forgot to tell you. Hurry up and notify the exquisite Jade Pavilion's manager to let him prepare a bit more essence crystals. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you all won't have enough to pay in a while. Linga gave Yi Yuan a strange look with her eyes. Now, she finally confirmed that this person was a moron. Or perhaps this Yi Yuan was an impetuous person who did not understand the other person's meaning. On the 7th level, over half were questions left behind for 1,000 years. The other half questions were also left by some top alchemy path powerhouses within 1,000 years. Without having peak alchemy sovereign strength and realm, it was simply impossible to resolve. This boy in front was merely 16 or 17 years of age. Putting aside resolving it, whether he could understand them or not was also an issue. Prepare essence crystals? You have got to be kidding. These 1,000 high-grade essence crystals, Big Sister will accept it in your place. All of a sudden, the expression of the staff responsible for registration changed and gave Linger a look. Linger understood and moved closer. You look. This boy and that old fellow are from the same sect. Skymapple's matters had just died down. The exquisite Jade Pavilion was very sensitive to the Tranquil Cloud sect, these 3 words. Hence, that staff noticed something wrong right away. When Linga checked, Yi Yuan's background was indeed the Tranquil Cloud sect. With this, Linger was even more filled with disdain in her heart. Even the Alchemy King was taken care of. What could a sea transformation realm brat do? Linga shot that staff a look. The staff understood and left, but Linga herself came in front of Yi Yuan in all smiles. I wonder which tags Sir is going to choose? There are a total of 136 tags on the 7th level, from number 1 to number 136. Number 1 is the question left on the 1,000-query wall for the longest time, and also the question universally acknowledged to have the greatest difficulty. The most recent one is number 136. It's already 5 years since then and was issued by the Alchemist Association's chairman, Lord Dan Chinzi. The reward is 1,500 high-grade essence crystals. Linger explained to Yi Yuan with a smile. Linger's and that staff's behaviors, Yi Yuan noticed it all. But Yi Yuan pretended to not know. Like that, huh? Doesn't that mean that the tags closer to the front, the greater the reward money? Yi Yuan asked curiously. That's how it is. The reward for the number 1 tag has already reached a sum of 5 million high-grade essence crystals to this date. This is an astronomical figure to martial artists. It's just, the number 1 tag has already been there for several thousand years, but nobody could crack it all these while, Linger said smilingly. Linger was incredibly disdainful in her heart. It was really a toad lusting after a swan's meat. Since ancient times, how many major powers wished to crack the problem in the number 1 tag? Among them, there was no shortage of some major powers who ascended to the divine realm. But up until today, the number 1 tag still was on the rack quietly. How could wanting to crack the number 1 tag be that easy? Yi Yuan nodded slightly when he heard and said, then give me tags number 126 to number 136 first. I'll solve them for fun first. For fun? Don't snivel in a while. Brat still wet behind your years to actually dare run to the exquisite Jade Pavilion to act wildly. These 1,000 high-grade essence crystals are probably not a small sum to your sect as well, right? Linger started gloating at others' misfortune inwardly. Ever since she knew Yi Yuan's identity, Linger was unwilling to give even the tiniest bit of favorable impression towards Yi Yuan. Before long, there was a staff who took down the last 10 tags from the 7th rack and presented it before Yi Yuan. And this action caused a considerable stir as well. This main hall was very large and could accommodate up to 10,000 people. And the alchemists present at the scene was probably in the thousands as well. Furthermore, those who dared to come to the 1,000-query wall for a challenge were mostly arrogant at heart and haughty in manner too. They were people with some strength to begin with. Of course, these people would pick the tags corresponding to their own strength. On the tags would have a summary of the corresponding problem. These alchemists would all select problems according to these summaries. Nobody dared to be like Yi Yuan, crossing levels to challenge problems. After all, anyone's essence crystals were not cabbages too, to simply use to throw at the exquisite Jade Pavilion. Among the alchemists present, the highest was also just a peak alchemy king. If alchemy sovereigns did not have the need to, they would not come here. Hence, to these people, the 7th level was virtually a forbidden area-like existence. Apart from wanting to experience it a little, there was simply no one who dared to challenge the 7th level. And Yi Yuan drawing 10 tags in one go immediately caused a sensation among the crowd. 10 7th level tags, is he crazy? Even Dan Shenzi and City Lord wouldn't dare to challenge 10 7th level tags in one go too, right? He also don't know which wealthy and influential family's young master is this? This is gambling at high stakes. 10 tags, can he understand? Sigh. This boy is so young. Maybe he doesn't even know what alchemy skills are at all. Such a pity. How great would it be to let me enrich my knowledge with these 10 tags? So what if let you experience it a little? Isn't it still pointless? For a moment, many people's gazes all looked towards Yi Yuan, but majority of the people all had disdainful looks. After all, a wealthy person spending large sums of money lavishly like this was the target for other people's envy everywhere. Actually, Yi Yuan was really not a magnate. But since the Chao family dared to dig the ground on top of his head, he would make the Chao family pay a corresponding price. As an overlord of Wufang City, Yi Yuan did not believe that the Chao family did not know that he received the city lord's invitation. Even so, the Chao family still dared to provoke him. Then he did not have the need to give face to the other party anymore. Sir, these are the 10 tags that you chose. There is a jade slip in the box stuck to the tag, and the question that the employer raised is inside the jade slip. You just have to inscribe the answer in the blank jade slip inside. Our exquisite Jade Pavilion has a consultant team made up of 3 alchemy sovereign powerhouses specialized in being responsible for evaluating the answers. As long as your answer gets a pass from the consultant team, you'll obtain the reward of essence crystals. We've prepared a quiet guest room for you. Sir can go to the guest room to slowly answer the questions. Linger explained with a smile. Although in Linger viewpoint, this sort of explanation wasn't necessary at all, running into such a sucker, it was still better to provide a corresponding service. Yi Yuan looked at Linger and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. That's to say that even if I answer correctly, this consultation team can say that I'm wrong? Linger's facial expression changed, the smile on her face becoming rather stiff. Yi Yuan's words were clearly directed at Sky Maple. In reality, Sky Maple had indeed answered the question. But the consultation team still denied his answer. That was why Sky Maple would have a dispute with the exquisite Jade Pavilion in a moment of anger. What is Sir saying here? The reputation of our exquisite Jade Pavilion is well known in the entire endless world. Or else, how can there be so many experts who issue rewards at our place? There has never been anybody who dared to question our exquisite Jade Pavilion's reputation. Linger's words already carried some threat. But Yi Yuan did not care a whit and said with a smile, "Hehe, this is my first time here. I really don't dare to believe your exquisite Jade Pavilion's reputation that much. So, I wish to add one more person to your consultation group." When Linger heard that, her face could not help darkening. "Sir, is it possible that you're here to cause trouble? Our consultation team has 3 alchemy sovereign experts. Who has the qualifications to join them?" Linger's voice had yet to fade when an aged voice sounded out, "I wonder if this old man has this qualification? It's Master Wu Xian. Why is he here?" Master Wu Xian is an Alchemist Association's elder. Other than being on duty in the association, he rarely makes an appearance. Why did he show up here? Could it be that he's here for this youth? Who on earth is this youth? The arrival was precisely Wu Xian. Yi Yuan obviously could not run to the exquisite Jade Pavilion alone. Foolish. This was other people's territory after all. Other people had the final say no matter what. The Alchemist Association was above worldly considerations. Coming here was all too perfect. Before coming, Yi Yuan told Su Zihui to invite Wu Xian here to back him up. Even though Yi Yuan's attitude that day was not very good. Looking at Wu Xian's thirsting after talent appearance, most likely, he was willing to provide this help. As expected, Wu Xian really came. But this favor, Yi Yuan would remember it. In the future, there would naturally be reciprocation. "And Master Wu Xian, why are you here?" When Linger saw Wu Xian, her expression became somewhat unnatural. The Alchemist Association meddling in the exquisite Jade Pavilion's matters, this was not some good omen. Furthermore, Wu Xian's status was extremely high. He was not what a little lass like her could cope with. This old man heard that there was somebody challenging the 1,000 Query Wall's 7th level. Such a grand event naturally cannot be missed, Wu Xian said coolly. But... Lingo did not know what to say. Right at this moment, a voice sounded out, "Master Wu Xian, gracing us with your grand presence, it really honors the exquisite Jade Pavilion tremendously. However, Master said that you wanted to join the consultation team earlier. Isn't that rather inappropriate?" The arrival was dressed in black robes, his appearance looking rather young. A badge was pinned on his chest. He was shockingly a middle-rank quasi-alchemy king. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed. Barring no accidents, this person was most probably that whatever third young Master Chao. Wu Xian stroked his beard and said smilingly, "I'm only here to be a witness. Nobody has challenged the 7th level's questions for very long. This old man is only here to join in the fun today." Chao Feng's face fell slightly. With Wu Xian holding down the fort here, some things were not nice to be done in a flagrant manner. He shot Yi Yuan a vicious glare. But then he said to Wu Xian with a pleasant countenance, "Isn't Master Wu Xian stirring too much of a commotion? The 7th level already had no activity for 5 years. How old is this youth only? Merely here to take a stroll. Could he really stir up anything?" Wu Xian gave Yi Yuan a look with a deep meaning and said with a smile, "Although this old man isn't harboring any hopes either, I'm also looking forward to some pleasant surprise. I'm just here to be a spectator. I believe that the Chao family won't forbid it, right?" Chao Feng hurriedly said, Dare not. Master Wu Xian normally can't even be invited. How will our Chao family dare to shut the door in your face? Welcome to the utmost degree." Chao Feng was very depressed. Every alchemy sovereign status was incredibly extraordinary, even if Wu Xian was only a low-rank alchemy sovereign. An alchemy sovereign expert coming over to be a spectator. Chao Feng seriously could not find any reason to refuse. Furthermore, he was just Chao family's junior and completely did not have the qualifications to refuse either. But with Wu Xian here, it was not very good to play tricks. It was true that the Chao family's consultation realm was famed for being impartial. But on this earth, what place were there that could really achieve true fairness? Within a very small boundary, Qiao Feng could still make use of the Qiao family's prestige to do some things. But if Wu Xian was here, Qiao Feng would be unable to do that anymore. That would ruin the Qiao family's reputation. With reputation, the Qiao family's 1,000 query wall would not be able to carry on running too. This would be a catastrophic blow to the Qiao family. Of course, Qiao Feng did not believe that a puny little sea transformation realm like Yi Yuan could really answer the 7th level's questions too. Qiao Feng looked at Yi Yuan and said with a playful smile, "This distinguished one is really so courageous, taking on 10 tags in one go. Even City Lord and Lord Chairman don't have such breadth of spirit either." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Merely just 1,000 high-grade essence crystals. Just playing around. Maybe among these 10 questions, I'll happen to know that one or two maybe by chance." "You really dare to say that?" "The questions on the 7th level, even the one published by Lord Chairman 5 years ago, nobody has answered them successfully to this date. You, a little sea transformation realm, actually dare to engage in such wild talk." Qiao Feng was very displeased by Yi Yuan's disparaging attitude. Hearing these words, Wu Xian smiled faintly and said, "Honorable nephew Qiao is looking down on Yi Yuan here. He already passed the high-rank quasi-alchemy king test at the Alchemist Association yesterday. Now, he's already officially a high-rank quasi-alchemy king. Moreover, he defeated Rendong yesterday." When Wu Xian's words came out, everyone was amazed. A 16-years-old high-rank alchemy king? What kind of concept was this? Even Qiao Feng was stunned too. He only heard his subordinate say that a tranquil cloud sect disciple came, but he was unaware that Yi Yuan actually had such strength in alchemy. Rendong was the rival of his lifetime. He was an opponent that Qiao Feng was unable to defeat even when he used all of his might too. But the target that he had no way of surpassing was actually defeated by this 16-years-old youth before his eyes. This was a little too jarring, but it was precisely so that he knew why Wu Xian would make an appearance here today. This youth is actually a high-rank quasi-alchemy king. My God, how does he train alchemy? Isn't this too monstrous as well? Furthermore, he even defeated the city lord Manor's Rendong. Doesn't this mean that he's already the current junior generation's #1 person? Indeed, heroes come from youngsters. Looking at these young people, I instantly feel that I'm old. 16 years old high-rank quasi-alchemy king. In the future, he's bound to be a peak alchemy sovereign existence. Perhaps, he even has the possibility of shattering the void and assaulting the divine realm. Wu Xian's words caused a huge stir among the crowd. Wu Xian looked at Yi Yuan with a smile and said, "Yi Yuan, since you've already obtained the badge, why aren't you wearing it?" After Yi Yuan just registered his badge for a bit, he kept it again. Hearing Wu Xian say so now, it was not good to conceal it anymore. He could only take the badge out and wear it. This kid really doesn't have the habit of wearing badges. Master Wu Xian, please don't take offense, Yi Yuan said with a flattering smile. You, this punk, really left me speechless at what to say. Other people treat it like a treasure when getting the badge, but only you cast it away like a pair of worn-out shoes. Sigh. Wu Xian scolded while smiling. Yi Yuan slightly lightly and did not explain either, and he said, "Better not waste any more time. Let me take a look at what kind of questions are inside these 10 jade slips." As he said, Yi Yuan came right in front of box number 136 and swept over that jade slip with divine sense. Seeing Yi Yuan's actions, even Wu Xian held his breath too. Tag number 136. It was the contents that Lord Chairman published. As the Alchemist Association's chairman, Wu Xian was all too clear about the contents inside the jade slip. Yi Yuan's speed of checking the jade slip was very quick. He only used several breaths of time and then placed it back. How is it? Any confidence? Wu Xian could not resist asking. Yi Yuan smiled mysteriously and said, "Let me take a look at the others first." When Wu Xian saw the situation, he could not help laughing in spite of himself and said, "You, this punk, are even keeping people in suspense. I'm really helpless against you." Forget it. You take a look first. TCH, don't know means don't know. Pretending rather well. Even if you're a high-rank quasi-alchemy king, so what? These 5 years, A total of dozen over alchemy sovereign experts had challenged the number 136 question. Among them even included Lord Chairman. But not a single one succeeded. With the likes of you, can you even answer it? Chao Feng laughed mockingly. Although Chao Feng's words were not pleasant to the ears, the alchemists present all secretly approved of it. Ren Xingchuan and Dan Qinzi, the two of them practically represented the endless world's alchemy path's highest standards. Questions that even they could not answer basically meant that it was unsolvable and could belong to the conjecture category. This kind of conjectures, with the endless world standard, there was simply no way of answering. Except they were unaware that Yi Yuan's alchemy standards surpassed the endless world standards in the first place. Yi Yuan gave Chao Feng a look, but then he said with a faint smile, "Third young Master Chao, if I can answer this question number 136, I won't take a single penny of Lord Chairman's essence crystal reward. All for your Chao family. How about that?" Chao Feng's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard that and asked, "What terms do you have?" "Release Elder Sky Maple, and you offer an apology to him. How about that?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Chao Feng had long foreseen that Yi Yuan would say this, and said with a cold smile, "Heh, that old fellow failed the challenge and even slandered my exquisite Jade Pavilion's reputation. He naturally can't be forgiven easily. My Chao family has stood in Wufang City for several thousand years. What we rely on is reputation, this word. How can wanting to let him go be so easy? Unless that old fellow is willing to come forward himself and admit that he slandered the Chao family." Chao Feng saw that Yi Yuan looked like he had a well-thought-out plan. But Chao Feng was reluctant to give in, shoving reputation this word over. He initially thought that Yi Yuan would fly into a great rage. But Yi Yuan just nodded his head lightly and said, "Then that can't be helped. Third young master, better hurry and go raise the essence crystals now. I'm afraid that your Chao family can't bring out so many essence crystals in a while." Yi Yuan's calm and collected manner was as if everything was under control. Looking at his manner, this 7th level's question number 136 was like a pile of crap in his eyes. Of course, this was not how others saw it. In reality, these questions were indeed a pile of crap in Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan's objective was very simple, which was to challenge the 1,000 query wall. He wanted to challenge them all the way until the Chao family went bankrupt. These essence crystal rewards were under the Chao family's charge, but they would not lie there untouched. The Chao family naturally wasn't willing to do something so silly. Those essence crystals they would definitely use to do other things. But these several thousand years, all of the alchemists who answered the questions, the Chao family would pay out the full sum according to the reward amount. There had never been a missing sum. Even if the person who raised the question was already a dead person. It was also precisely because of this that the Chao family could ensure its powerful reputation. Yi Yuan had long known that the Chao family's reputation was already deeply engraved in people's hearts along the way, so he did not clash head-on, coming out to question Chao family's prestige issue. That way, other people simply would not believe. He would instead become a vile character who defamed the Chao family. Even someone as powerful as Wuxia would not come out to question the Chao family's prestige either, let alone Yi Yuan, whose words carried little weight. Hence, Yi Yuan found another path. He was going to keep challenging question after question. He was going to make the Chao family be unable to take out so many available essence crystals. Yi Yuan did not believe that at the end, the Chao family still dared to not release people. Yi Yuan dared to do this entirely because of his incomparably formidable strength in alchemy. If it were another person, how would they dare to use this kind of extreme method? When Chao Feng heard Yi Yuan's words, he just took it for a joke and said indifferently, "If you have the capabilities, then make my Chao family be unable to take out so many essence crystals. So many alchemists are watching here. Don't be all talk and no action. Who doesn't know how to talk big?" Many people saw Yi Yuan say such arrogant words, and all could not stifle their laughter. Ha ha! Still young and impetuous. Even if he can really answer Lord Dan Qinzi's question, how can the problems in front be that easy to resolve? That's right. Being arrogant has to have a limit too. No? These several thousand years, the 1,000 query wall only accumulated this 100 over questions. If he answered all of them, wouldn't the alchemy powerhouses in these thousands of years all be unfit to carry shoes for him? Haha. Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. His attitude can still be understood. Yi Yuan did not refute. He just nodded his head slightly and started examining the number 135 jade slip. Yi Yuan's examining speed was very fast. He practically just gave a brief scan and placed it down. Seeing Yi Yuan's actions, the others felt even more that Yi Yuan was out to posture. The 1000 query wall's 7th level's questions were all incomparable profound. Even understanding it needed to expend a very long time. Yi Yuan just used several breaths of time before putting the jade slip down. He did not even think about it at all. How could he answer them? Even Wuxia was also rather disappointed seeing Yi Yuan's actions. In his heart, he naturally did not believe that Yi Yuan could answer these questions. But at the thought of Yi Yuan's performance yesterday, he somehow had some more anticipation in his heart. This was the fundamental reason why he was willing to come. Same as Rendong, Wuxia also viewed the video which recorded Yi Yuan refining pills anew. Using marvelous work of art was insufficient to describe it. Refining standards such as this, even he, an alchemy sovereign, was unable to achieve them at all. Wuxia was very curious. What kind of person could nurture such a heaven-defying junior? Very soon, Yi Yuan put down the number 126 jade slip. This was considered him reading finish all the questions. Boy, these 10 questions are all unbelievably difficult. You probably can't even study in detail within a short period of time. The exquisite Jade Pavilion has individual rooms and pill refining rooms. You can experiment while you answer, Wuxia reminded. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could answer these questions in such a short time. Him asking Yi Yuan before was just wanting to ask if Yi Yuan had any hopes of answering, and not to answer right away. The chairman's question, he himself studied it for a very long time too. He would even take it out to study for a bit occasionally, but he still was unable to find the correct approach. Even if Yi Yuan was any more monstrous, it was not possible to answer so quickly either. But Yi Yuan said with a smile, "No need. Third young Master Chow, invite the consultation team here. I'll answer finish in one shot. Saves the trouble too. As it happens, Master Wuxia is here too. Be a witness for me then." "What? You want to answer right now? There are over 1,000 alchemists watching here. Don't make a fool out of so many people." Chao Feng was taken aback with shock by Yi Yuan's actions. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "I just want to answer in front of so many people's faces. Otherwise, wouldn't everybody miss out on a great show?" "Enough nonsense. I'm going to inscribe the jade slips right now. They still need a very long time to evaluate it. Don't drag the time." The jade slips were prepared ready. Yi Yuan casually picked up a jade slip and started inscribing the solution to number 136. This kind of inscribing did not need to use up too much time. Yi Yuan finished inscribing the jade slip soon enough. Yi Yuan did not delay either, directly picking up the second jade slip to inscribe. When Chao Feng saw the scene, he sneered coldly inwardly. "Even if you are heaven-defying, could you really answer all 10 of these questions? If this was really the case, wouldn't my Chao family putting up this 1000-query wall become a joke? Come, men. Invite the consultation team's 3 elders here," Chao Feng instructed. Since Yi Yuan wished to be embarrassed, then just let him be disgraced. When the 3 elders directly rejected his answer, see what else he has to say. Very soon, 3 alchemy sovereign experts were invited into the main hall. Like this, there were 4 alchemy sovereign experts in the main hall. Furthermore, in the consultation team, there was even a middle-rank alchemy sovereign. Such a lineup could be rated as extravagant. "Yi? Wuxia, why are you here as well?" asked one of the alchemy sovereign experts in surprise. "Yi Lu Yun, I'm here today for this boy." Wuxia pointed at the Yi Yuan who was currently inscribing jade slips. Lu Yen trio took a look at Yi Yuan and their gaze involuntarily turned intense. Who is this young man? To actually challenge 10 7th-level problems in one go. What they were surprised by was Yi Yuan's lavishness and not Yi Yuan's courage. In these 3 people's perspective, Yi Yuan was simply being comical. Except, they could not figure out why Wuxia, who was an alchemy sovereign expert, would accompany a child to mess around here. 3 elders, he's called Yi Yuan. Merely someone talking big to impress people. It was only on account of Elder Wuxia's face that I invited 3 elders to move your grand presence to the main hall. That's fine. We received Chao family's appointment, so we naturally have to put in some effort. Old brother Wuxian is worthy of us moving here. It's just that which family's child is this young man? Playing around too much. Old brother Wuxian, why are you accompanying him to kick up a row too? Said the middle-rank alchemy sovereign. Hee, old brother Zhujiang, don't make an error of judgment. This youth has some capabilities. Answering 10 in one go might be messing around a little, but if one of them, I feel that there is a possibility, Wu Xian said. When Zhujiang heard Wu Xian's words, he could not help being slightly stunned. What kind of person Wu Xian was, he was very clear. Wu Xian's conduct was prudent and was also very experienced and vigorous when refining pills. He never did frivolous things. Today, he actually praised a youngster in front of everyone like so. Could it be that this youngster was really out of the ordinary? The other two could not help sizing up Yi Yuan too, but they could not perceive the slightest extraordinary aspect. Moreover, Yi Yuan's speed of inscribing the jade slips was too fast. No matter how one looked, it was also like being mischievous. To answer the 7th level's questions, any one of them would need a person to expend massive amount of time and energy. Who would answer the way he did? If Yi Yuan challenged one before and went back to do enormous amounts of research, then came back to challenge again now, that would give no cause for criticism. But answering 10 in one go, was there any other explanation other than messing around? Old brother Wu Xian, this joke cannot be made. What kind of degree the 7th level's questions reached, you're aware. He, a youth still wet behind his ears, can answer them, Zhu Jiang said in disbelief. Wu Xian smiled faintly and said, whether he can answer or not, I'm not certain either. But I have a feeling that maybe he can really answer. Done. Zhu Jiang had yet to ask again, and Yi Yuan's voice came over. Hiss. The alchemists present all drew a cold breath. Wasn't this answering speed a little too quick? This boy is really gutsy enough to make 4 alchemy sovereign experts mess around with him. Wonder what kind of expression Master Zhujiang, the 3 of them, will have in a moment. Such a fast speed is completely fooling people. How can the 7th level's questions be answered so quickly? Although this youngster's strength isn't bad, his temperament still needs tempering. Such a way of trying to impress people by sensationalizing things is really too disgracing. Seeing Yi Yuan finish inscribing the jade slip so quickly, those alchemists basically already lost interest in continuing to watch. If not for several alchemy sovereign experts being here, they probably wouldn't even be bothered to look. Young man, are you sure that you're not making a fool out of us few old fellows? Although old brother Wu Xian regards you very highly, you yourself need to have a sense of propriety as well. Zhu Jiang said with a deep meaning. Hoo-hoo, how can Yi Yuan dare to beguile seniors? Whether I answered correctly or not, seniors will know after evaluating it for a bit. It's just. Seniors don't go against your conscience to judge them, and that will do, Yi Yuan said with a smile. When Yi Yuan's words came out, Zhu Jiang trio were startled in their hearts. The 3 of them actually were not subordinate to the Chao family. They were only holding down the fort at this 1,000-query wall on behalf of the Chao family. This was already the Chao family's custom. The consultation team would change once every 5 years. The alchemy sovereign experts invited over had no relations whatsoever with the Chao family. This way, it would ensure the fairness to the greatest limit. It was also precisely because of this relationship that although the Chao family had declined now, it was an immensely powerful faction in this Wufang city and even in the entire endless world. This kind of approach was not wrong. It was just that Zhu Jiang trio received the Chao family's appointment all year round. They would naturally have to take away quite a bit of benefits from the Chao family. Chao Fang troubling them for a bit because of some minor thing, they naturally found it hard to decline. Yi Yuan's words earlier were lightly pointing it out to them. But these few people were all experienced and shrewd with age. They naturally would not show it on their faces. Haha, good. Indeed, heroes come from youngsters. This old man will take a look first to see if your answer makes sense or not. As he said, Zhu Jiang was about to go take the number 136 answer. Old brother Zhu Jiang, this question number 136 was issued by Lord Chairman. Wu Xian is incapable, but I wonder if I can cut in front to examine it first. Wu Xian suddenly called out. Zhu Jiang was stunned, but he nodded and said, "Since old brother Wuxian is in such a mood, what's the harm in letting you look first?" Zhu Jiang did not care at all, because he totally did not believe that Yi Yuan could answer it. "Haha. Then I thank old brother Zhu Jiang." As he said, Wu Xian gave Yi Yuan a long, meaningful look and took up the number 136 answer that Yi Yuan inscribed. Wu Xian's divine sense sunk into the jade slip. In the beginning, he still looked calm and composed. But with the passing of time, Wu Xian's brows gradually knitted tightly together. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help becoming curious. Could it be that this boy's answers really still had some knack to it? But Chao Fang sneered coldly inside. These two people's two-man act was really realistic. Even he was fooled too. It was just that one still needed to speak with the truth in the end. "What? Old brother Wu Xian, is it possible that this answer really still has some knack to it?" Although Zhu Jiang was asking Wu Xian, he clearly still did not believe. Actually, his thoughts were roughly the same as Chao Fang's. It was that Wu Xian and Yi Yuan were acting out a two-man show. "Ha ha! So that's how it is. So that's how it is." All of a sudden, Wu Xian started laughing maniacally, his entire person appearing extremely excited. No wonder. No wonder it couldn't be refined no matter what. "So that's how it is. Ha ha ha. When Lord Chairman sees this jade slip, he'll surely be very delighted." Wu Xian suddenly took out a communication talisman and inserted some essence energy. The communication talisman vanished with a swoosh. Seeing Wu Xian's expression, Chao Fang's heart involuntarily palpitated. Could it be that this boy really answered the question number 136? "Old brother Wu Xian, is it possible that?" Zhu Jiang asked in puzzlement. Only now did Wu Xian come to a realization. He passed the jade slip to Yu Jiang and said, "Dear me, old brother Zhu Jiang, apologies, apologies. This question is from Lord Chairman. I've researched it for a very long time too. But I keep feeling that there are some places which I don't understand, and it cannot be solved no matter what. Now that I suddenly have a clear understanding, I'm seriously too excited." Hiss! It was really answered. Zhu Jiang was still somewhat suspicious. You'll know when you take a look." Wu Xian could not be bothered to be long-winded with him too. Let him verify himself and he would naturally know. Zhu Jiang started checking the contents inside the jade slip doubtfully, his brows similarly becoming increasingly tighter. After a long while, Zhu Jiang silently passed the jade slip to Lu Yun. Lu Yun passed the jade slip to the other alchemy sovereign after checking it. After the three people finished looking, they exchanged glances and none of them spoke. Chao Fang was long sitting on pins and needles by the side. At this time, how could he still endure it? He could not help opening his mouth and asked, "Three masters. Just what is the result?" Zhu Jiang looked at Chao Fang deeply and slowly opened his mouth to say, "Lord Dan Qinzi's question is rather famous. This elderly self had researched it before too. Just as old brother Wu Xian said, it was just unsolvable in a certain area, unable to break through it. Just now, seeing the description inside this jade slip, we finally see the light. This question number 136 is finally resolved after a time interval of 5 years. Chao Fang's heart seemed to seize violently for a bit as he looked at Yi Yuan disbelievingly. This boy actually really answered it. If Wu Xian still had the possibility of playing out a carefully choreographed dance with Yi Yuan, the consultation team's 3 alchemy sovereign experts absolutely would not lie. How could this boy be so monstrous? A question that even peak alchemy sovereign experts could not answer. He could actually answer it so easily. Although alchemists had no restrictions in realm regarding the stockpiling of knowledge, a person's energy was limited. The corresponding level could generally only understand the alchemy knowledge at the same level. Even if somebody had spare energy to learn other things, it was also at most just a little exceeding the present level. But this Yi Yuan was just a high-rank quasi-alchemy king, and yet he crossed 2 major realms to answer a peak alchemy king level question. Just how perverse was this? Chao Fang's expression was incomparably ugly. He knew that regardless whether Yi Yuan's questions at the back was answered correctly or not, Yi Yuan's name would shake Wu Fang City with the help of today's events. Third young Master Chao. How much is the reward for this question number 136? Yi Yuan asked with a half-smile. Chao Fang looked like he ate a fly right now. He squeezed out a few words from the crevices between his teeth, 10,000 high-grade essence crystals. Yi Yuan nodded and said smilingly, like this, doesn't that mean that not only are my essence crystals back already, I even earned 9,000 high-grade essence crystals instead? Hoo-hoo, this transaction is worth it. This money, keep it on the tab first. After these 10 questions are all assessed pay it to me together. 3 seniors continue then. Zhu Jiang could not refrain from sizing Yi Yuan up a couple of times. He was speculating if Yi Yuan guessed this question or relied on true ability to answer it. If it was relying on genuine capability, then this youth was too terrifying. High-rank quasi-alchemy king strength, and he actually already possessed knowledge surpassing peak alchemy sovereign. If this was really the case, then alchemist ranks simply had no bottlenecks to him at all. As long as he practiced a powerful soul incantation, he could advance all the way free and unimpeded. Seeing how Yi Yuan had such strength at this young age, the soul incantation that he cultivated could not be lousy too no matter what. Okay. This old man will take a look at this question number 135. As he said, Zhu Jiang sunk his divine sense into the jade slip once more. At the same time, inside a hidden chamber in the Alchemist Association, a communication talisman suddenly lit up. The eyes of Dan Xinzi, who was currently in closed seclusion, lit up, and he muttered, "The Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul pill that I researched for so many years. I could not find the right approach all along. Now, there is actually somebody who could crack that barrier. I want to see just where this youngster comes from." Finished talking, Dan Xinzi's figure moved, vanishing from within the hidden chamber. At the exquisite Jade Pavilion, the crowd already descended into a frenzy at this time. Question number 135 is correct too. Oh my god. Just what kind of background does this youngster have to actually have such skill? If question number 136 were like a dead rat falling into the clutches of a blind cat, then this question number 135 couldn't be described using luck, right? The 1,000 query wall has stood erect in Wufang City for a history of several thousand years. Such a grand occasion most likely has never appeared before. You guys, do you think that he can resolve all 10 of these questions? Are you joking? Answering all 10 questions, just extensive to what kind of degree does this youth's alchemy knowledge have to be? 10 questions being all correct. Seeing Yi Yuan answer 2 questions correctly in succession, this idea popped up uncontrollably in many people's head. Not knowing why, although reason told them that this was something impossible, they kept on harboring some hope in their hearts and felt that Yi Yuan might really be able to complete them. Time passed by the minute. The expression on Zhu Jiang's face became increasingly solemn. Even that initially constantly jolly Wu Xian, the expression on his face right now became extremely fascinating too. Number 134. Correct. Reward money, 12,000 high-grade essence crystals. Number 133. Correct. Reward money, 14,000 high-grade essence crystals. No. 126. Correct. Reward money, 15,000 high-grade essence crystals. Roughly 6 hours later, Chao Feng's complexion was already deathly pale. How is this possible? Question number 126 has already existed for over a decade. A number of middle-rank alchemy sovereigns and above major powers came forward to challenge it before. But not a single person succeeded. How on earth did this brat accomplish it? Chao Feng's brain blanked out. Yi Yuan's performance smashed his confidence bit by bit. Third young Master Chao, the total is 136,500 high-grade essence crystals. Now, can the bill be settled? Yi Yuan looked at Chao Feng and said nonchalantly. When these words came out, everyone looked at Yi Yuan very astoundedly. In these alchemists' view, the significance of answering these 10 questions was far greater than the importance of this 130,000 high-grade essence crystals. This Yi Yuan actually asked Chao Feng for essence crystals at the first moment. This manner of eating him up, looking at that indifferent look of Yi Yuan's, Chao Feng swore in his heart and said through clenched jaws, "Terrific boy! You really came prepared. Come, men. Pay the essence crystals to him." The exquisite Jade Pavilion was indeed immensely wealthy. They gathered 136,500 high-grade essence crystals very quickly. Yi Yuan reached his hand out to receive the storage ring while saying to Linger with a smile, "Thank you, Miss Linger. I'm going to challenge question number 125 now. I'll have to trouble Miss Linger to help out deduct the fees from inside. Linger was frightened until her hands trembled when she heard that, and the storage ring slipped off her hands. What? He still wants to challenge number 125. Today is really an eye-opener. When did such a heaven-defying junior appear in our endless world? Still junior? Your alchemy standards aren't even fit to carry shoes for him, right? Yi Yuan used essence energy to grab it gently. Then storage ring then landed in his hand gently. Miss Lingo is a person who trains in martial arts too. Why can't you even hold a storage ring firmly? Yi Yuan said with a smile. I. Linger was long shocked dizzy by Yi Yuan's performance already. Hearing that Yi Yuan still wanted to continue challenging now, she cried even more bitterly without ceasing in her heart. Still want commission, huh? This time, she definitely was going to be beaten up to death by the third young master. When Chao Feng heard Yi Yuan's words, his expression flickered irregularly. At this moment, he finally confirmed that Yi Yuan was not joking with him. This fellow was really going to win away all of the Chao family's available essence crystals. Before this, Chao Feng felt that Yi Yuan was talking big, but now he was already utterly without confidence. Yi Yuan already answered all 10 questions. Who dared to guarantee that he could not answer the 11th one or the 12th one? Come men, take down box number 125, Chao Feng said in a grim voice. A staff brought box number 125 in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and casually took up the jade slip. He then sunk his divine sense inside. Everyone held their breaths, looking at the Yi Yuan with shut eyes. Same as before, Yi Yuan finished browsing the contents in the jade slip very quickly and started inscribing. Before long, through Zhu Jiang and the 4 of their evaluations, Yi Yuan was correct once again. Question number 125. Correct. Reward money, 20,000 high-grade essence crystals. Looking from the reward money, the difficulty of question number 125 clearly went up another level. The reward monies previously all increased by 1,000 or 500. But this time, it swelled by 5,000 high-grade essence crystals in one shot. But this did not seem to be any different to Yi Yuan from before. He practically used the same amount of time to answer it. Instead, it was Zhu Jiang, the 4 of them, who spent increasingly longer time to assess it. Yi Yuan obviously would not stop. He chose to continue challenging number 124. A period of time later, Zhu Jiang's voice sounded once more. Question number 124. Correct. Reward money, 21,000 high-grade essence crystals. Question number 123. Correct. Reward money, 22,000 high-grade essence crystals. Question number 116. Correct. Reward money, 33,000 high-grade essence crystals. Every period of time, Zhu Jiang's voice was like a heavy hammer, pounding everyone's chest and making them practically feel asphyxiated. This 1,000 query wall's 7th level. Each time a question was answered, it would cause a stir in the entire city. The alchemists present were all extremely excited in the beginning, but by this time, they felt a chill deep down in their hearts. Question number 116 had already been placed there for close to 100 years. Nobody answered it all this while. This question's degree of difficulty was already not on the same level as Dan Qinzi's problem, but Yi Yuan took his time to answer it from start to end, as if all of the questions were at the tip of his fingers. This youth was too scary. After these 10 questions, Yi Yuan's reward money already accumulated to a terrifying sum of 260,000 high-grade essence crystals. Under normal circumstances, alchemists were all comparatively wealthy, but an alchemy king's total net worth was at most just several tens of thousands of high-grade essence crystals too. The prize money that Yi Yuan won right now was already 10 times of an ordinary alchemy king. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was still continuing answering. Chao Feng's expression was already black like the bottom of a pot. He truly found it hard to dismount the tiger now. Previously, Yi Yuan said to use the monetary reward to exchange for Sky Maple, and he was unwilling to. Now, in front of so many people's faces, did he have to beg Yi Yuan to take Sky Maple? This slap of his slapping down, how would he have a foothold in Wufang City in the future? But if he did not release Sky Maple, Yi Yuan would really bankrupt the Chao family. 400,000 high-grade essence crystals was merely a hair from 9 oxen to the entire Chow family. But the problem was that the monetary reward at the back was increasingly terrifying. Continuing like this, the Chow family really would not have available essence crystals to pay it off. Moreover, if Yi Yuan really kept winning all the way, it would be a tremendous blow to the Thousand Query Wall's fame and prestige. This was an outcome that the Chow family could not bear. If old patriarch knew what happened here, he would surely fly into a great rage. What to do right now? Right at this time, a hoarse and aged voice reverberated throughout the entire main hall. Apologies. The Thousand Query Wall is temporarily closed today. Fellow men of the same line present. Each person can draw 10 pieces of high-grade essence crystals from the exquisite Jade Pavilion's front door to show my Chow family's apologies. A figure suddenly appeared beside Chow Fong. When those alchemists saw that figure, their pupils involuntarily constricted. This person was none other than precisely the Chow family's old patriarch, a middle-rank alchemy sovereign, Chow Zheng. Grandfather! When Chow Fong saw the arrival, he could not help being overjoyed. Chow Zheng showing up, those alchemists knew that this show today could not carry on anymore. These alchemists were just about to bow out when Yi Yuan said leisurely, I heard that the Chow family keeps a foothold on this earth with the word impartial. But why are you carrying out this biased matter today? Chow Zheng did not think that Yi Yuan would dare to be so unbridled in front of him too. His expression could not help darkening as he said, The exquisite Jade Pavilion is only closing for a day. How is it something bias? When those alchemists sensed the thick smell of gunpowder, they could not help stopping. Yi Yuan looked at Chow Zhang and said neither obsequiously nor haughtily, although the Thousand Query Wall originated from the Chow family through thousands of years of development, it has already become the Wufang city and even the Endless World's symbol. Hence, even though this Thousand Query Wall is still maintained by the Chow family, it's no longer owned by the Chow family. Every alchemist has the right to raise and answer questions here. Presumably, there has never been such an act of closing shop since the Thousand Query Wall was established until today, right? Could it be just because this junior answered a few 7th levels questions, senior is going to close shop? Isn't an action such as this depriving all the alchemists in the world of their right to a pilgrimage? Isn't it something bias? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, all the alchemists secretly cheered in their hearts. They were different from the Chow family. They naturally wished to see these 7th levels questions be breached one by one. Such a grand occasion was hard to encounter even once in 1,000 years. How could they miss it? Although they all knew that this was the Chow family wanting to ensure the Thousand Query Wall's prestige and stature, this indeed damaged everybody's interests. Chow Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard that. A faintly discernible killing intent gradually washed over towards Yi Yuan. This run will be a peacemaker today. Everybody all disperse. Right then, another voice sounded out. An elderly man appeared in the crowd. Everyone's faces changed. Xiao Zheng looked at the arrival rather surprisedly and he gave a slight bow, saying, To think that today's matter actually alarmed City Lord. It's this Chao's fault. But Ren Xingchuan did not bother with Xiao Zheng and yelled, Since Lord Chairman came as well, why not show yourself? All the alchemists were shocked inwardly. This lineup today really became progressively greater. To think that City Lord actually came here personally. A figure floated down and landed. Who could it be but Dan Qinzi? Ren Xingchuan did not follow up, but he said in a solemn voice, You guys aren't withdrawing yet. Could it be that you want me to make a move personally? Those alchemists were startled when they heard that and hastily withdrew from the main hall. The irrelevant people all left. The atmosphere here became rather odd. Ren Xingchuan, Dan Qinzi, Chao Zhen, Zhu Jiang, and the rest. Their gazes all gathered on Yi Yuan as if trying to see through Yi Yuan. Facing the gazes from a group of leviathans, Yi Yuan was not the slightest bit fearful and said indifferently, Is it possible that seniors want to join hands to bully a junior like me? The expression on everyone's faces became strange. Junior was it? To be able to answer 20 questions from the 7th level so effortlessly, could such an individual really be considered a junior? Hoo-hoo! Where did that come from? Little brother Yi, I received Wu Xian's summons and specially came here to express thanks to you. This Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul Pill, I've researched it for several decades but keep on being unable to find the breakthrough point. Didn't think that I would actually get the solution from your hands today, Xianxia said with a gentle smile. Lord Chairman, don't need to be polite. You raised the question, I received the reward. We're both even. No need to say the word thanks, Yi Yuan said coolly. When these words came out, everyone drew a cold breath. Daring to speak like this to Xianxia, apart from Ren Xingchuan, there was probably only this one before their eyes, right? But Yi Yuan did not care. His gaze looked towards Ren Xingchuan heatedly, but his tone became cold. City Lord invited me to come to Wufang City, but couldn't even protect my sex elder properly. Now that I came to ask for people, City Lord came to cause trouble. Is this your Wufang City's hospitality? But Ren Xingchuan was not a good-natured one. Hearing Yi Yuan said so, he immediately became enraged. You, this punk, are exceedingly rude. The Thousand Query Wall is my Wufang City's totem-like existence. Your way of doing things is a little too over the top. Heh, over the top is it? I gave him a chance. It's he who didn't want it. Since that's the case, he will have to pay a corresponding price for this. Yi Yuan. Don't stir up trouble for nothing. But I'm not afraid of trouble either. Yi Yuan did not budge an inch. When the other early-rank alchemy sovereigns and middle-rank alchemy sovereigns heard Yi Yuan's tone of speaking, they all secretly broke into a sweat. Xianxia and Ren Xingchuan were both the endless world's peak existences. Yi Yuan offending all of them, how coarse a nerve did this need? What a fine not afraid of trouble. Your tranquil cloud sect forcibly occupied my Wufang City's territory. I didn't even find you to settle the score and you come to be unbridled with me instead. Ren Xingchuan's fury became greater and greater. As he spoke, it deviated off topic already. Wu Xian saw the situation and felt anything but reassuring, so he hurriedly urged, City Lord, this matter is still within the scope of control. The both of you each take a step back. Humph. This punk is conceited and insolent on account of his ability. Even making light of this old man. Seriously too arrogant. I treat him as an honored guest, and he's actually so overbearing. Truly a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yi Yuan said coolly, Heavenly evil sect committed evil deeds everywhere. But your Wufang City turned a blind eye to it. That's helping the wicked perpetuate wicked deeds. I helped you guys eliminate the evil and were in the wrong instead. People who train in alchemy should have benevolent thoughts. This Wufang City is hailed as the alchemy holy city. Hehe. Isn't it overshooting the truth? Chao Zheng was stupefied listening by the side. Their Chao family did not say a word. But City Lord and this brat started seizing each other by the throat. What was going on here? Everyone was rather bewildered too, not knowing why these two people were so hot-tempered. Finally, it was still Xianxia who came forward to be a peacemaker. Gentlemen, calm your anger first. Actually, the 20 problems that little brother Yi resolved has immense contributions to my Wufang City's alchemy path's prosperity. It's just that the sense of propriety was not grasped well. Little brother Yi, facing a great enemy at the moment, isn't us having internal strifes aggrieving our own and gladdening the enemy? In my opinion, the Chao family let that tranquil cloud sect elder go, and consider this matter past too. Heh, how can it be so easy? The Chao family must apologize to Grand Elder Sky Maple. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. No way. He can be released. But an apology is impossible. Chao Zheng refused straight away. What a joke. How could a colossal family clan like the Chao family apologize to a third-grade tiny sex elder? Hehe, not apologizing works too. I don't need you to release the person. You all can close shop today. Could it be that it will be closed every day in the future? From today onwards, I'll come here to solve questions every day. All the way until all of the questions on the 7th level are all solved. Finish. Yi Yuan said with a cold sneer. Shameless boasting. Do you really think that by answering 20 questions, you will be able to answer all of the questions? Questions ranked further to the front, the greater the degree of difficulty. Conundrums that nobody could resolve in several thousand years can be resolved with just the likes of you. Xiaofang said disdainfully when he heard that. You can very well give it a try, Yi Yuan said coolly. This sentence directly aggravated internal injuries in Xiaofang. He questioned Yi Yuan previously. The result was that Yi Yuan directly answered all of the final 20 questions. Now, Yi Yuan was still brimming with confidence. Was it possible that he really had such capabilities? Impossible. Question number 1 was simply heaven-defying to the max. Even Lord Chairman and City Lord were at a complete loss when they looked at it, let alone Yi Yuan. Dan Qinzi and the rest naturally did not believe that Yi Yuan could answer all of the questions as well. But being deadlocked here right now wasn't a solution either. Little brother Yi, everybody each takes a step back. The Chow family releases the person and compensate your household's elder 100,000 high-grade essence crystals. This got to be okay, right? Dan Qinzi said. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I only want an apology. Essence crystals, as long as I want, I can have countless. Everyone was directly speechless. This Yi Yuan was simply impervious to neither hard nor soft tactics. That Sky Maple answered the question wrongly, and even slandered my Chow family's reputation. I didn't kill him directly is already showing leniency. You actually still want us to apologize? Chow Fong challenged. Yi Yuan suddenly beamed and said, Is that so? Then how about we invite Grand Elder out to confront in court? If Elder Sky Maple answered wrongly, Yi Yuan will return this 400,000 essence crystals intact and apologize to your Chow family. But if Elder Sky Maple's answer was correct, what then? With this, Chow Fong was thrown into a fluster. He never would have imagined that the matter would develop to such a state. Now, it could not be controlled any longer. Right then, Zhu Jiang suddenly sighed with melancholy and said, Sigh, brother Chow Zheng. This matter is the fault of the three of us. To think that it would stir up such a mighty uproar. This 1,000 query walls consultation team elder, I, Zhu Jiang, have no face to carry on holding the post. Brother Chow better find somebody more competent. With Zhu Jiang saying this, Lu Yun and the other person also requested to resign from Chow Zheng. The news that Chow Zheng got was that somebody was causing trouble in Exquisite Jade Pavilion. But he was not clear about the whole story of the incident. Hearing Zhu Jiang's words at this time, how could he still not understand what was going on? Only to see him casually fling a hand, landing a slap on Chow Fong's face as he said coldly, You wicked son! Turns out that everything was stirred up by you. You actually used the Chow family's reputation to do this kind of low-grade thing. I'll exterminate you. Chow Fong was sent flying out directly. By the time he crawled up, half of his face was swollen like a pig's head. Yi Yuan looked at this scene with a cold smile and was very disdainful in his heart. That slap looked very impressive. Actually, it did not employ essence energy at all. Chow Zheng merely used the strength of the physical body. Hence, Chow Fong's face looked scary, but it was just receiving some superficial wounds. Of course, not only Yi Yuan saw through it, the other big shots naturally could discern it too. It was just that at this sort of time, there was obviously no one who would come forward to expose it. Grandfather, Chow Fong hugged his face and was just about to speak, but he was cut off by Chow Zheng, who said, Why aren't you quickly releasing the person yet and apologizing to little brother Yi? The heavenly evil sex matters, even City Lord didn't say anything. Is there a need for you to care about other people liking salty carrots? Go back and face the wall to reflect. Cause trouble for me again and you better be careful, I'll waste you. Same as Rendong, Chow Fong grew up under Chow Zheng's protection since young. Chow Zheng had never hit him like this before. This made Chow Fong feel very wronged. However, although Chow Zheng's words were said out very viciously, it actually did not hurt nor itched. It even sowed discord between Ren Xingchuan and Yi Yuan's relationship a little without leaving any traces. Ren Xingchuan, this person as the city lord, what he relied on was not scheming and plotting, but it was incomparably tyrannical methods. Not only was his alchemy path strength preeminent, but his attainments in the martial path were also exceedingly high. He belonged to a different class of existence among alchemists. In Wufang City, all those who refused to give in to him, he had always used bloody methods to suppress them. Actually, he originally planned on being a mediator coming here today. Little did he think that, because of his fiery temper, he would actually clash with Yi Yuan. In truth, Yi Yuan being able to answer the 1,000 Query Wall's 7th level's questions was immensely beneficial to them, fellow alchemists. But Yi Yuan's means were too domineering. This kind of directly dropping in to smash the place action would directly affect the Wufang city's position in the alchemists' hearts. Ren Xingchuan as the city lord had no choice but to come forward to stop Yi Yuan. But how could Yi Yuan be so easy to get along with? It was fine if he talked nicely. Yet, Ren Xingchuan just had to have a commanding tone, directly aggravating Yi Yuan's opinion of him. Before long, Sky Maple was finally brought out. When Yi Yuan saw Sky Maple's slightly miserable-looking appearance, he knew that Sky Maple most likely suffered considerable hardships in this short while. The fury in his heart involuntarily soared higher. When Sky Maple saw a bunch of alchemy sovereign experts present, he could not help sucking in a deep breath and came to Yi Yuan's side. He, my tranquil cloud sect came to Wufang City for the sake of the endless world's safety. But we received such a treatment. Looks like we were hallucinating that the other party is willing. Forget it. Your Chao family's apology, I don't need it either. Grand Elder and I will leave Wufang City right away to avoid being an eyesore to everyone. Grand Elder, let's go. As he said, Yi Yuan pulled Sky Maple and was just about to leave. When Ren Xingchuan saw this scene, he wanted to stop Yi Yuan but was stopped by Dan Chenzi. Dan Chenzi shot Wuxian a look, signaling him to make a move. Dan Chenzi then said to Ren Xingchuan, Old man Rian, you don't add more to the discord. This boy is clearly somebody who can be persuaded by reason, but he's not a person to be cowed by force. You continue like this and the endless meet in 2 days most likely can't commence anymore. Hearing these words, Ren Xingchuan's slowly rising fury was ultimately pressed down, and in this short while Yi Yuan already left the exquisite jade pavilion. Wuxian followed out closely behind too. He darted a look at Dan Chenzi and said vigilantly, You this old punk, what devious ideas are you planning again? Your alchemist association stands aloof above worldly considerations. Even if the fierce-scale world really attacked over here, they wouldn't dare to do anything to you either. Don't say that you're doing this for the sake of the endless world too. Dan Chenzi let go of Ren Xingchuan and said with a faint smile, For it is good, not for it is fine as well. Could it be that you aren't interested in this young man? In my opinion, his knowledge in alchemy likely far surpasses yours and mine. Ren Xingchuan gave a cold snort and said, If now isn't extraordinary times, this old man would definitely interrogate this stinking brat with torture well. Even if his alchemy knowledge is any greater, he's merely a sea transformation realm. Could he still overturn the heaven? Dan Chenzi said with a smile. You this old fellow always being hot-tempered. You don't just look at this boy being unbelievably obstinate. If it wasn't this special period at present, he might not be so high-profile either. This boy is soft and gentle even with his rough ways that he showed us. At the same time, he isn't easy to get along with. Ren Xingchuan snorted coldly, but then he turned to Chao Zheng and said, What a splendid thing your Chao family did. I don't care about you guys smashing your signboards. But if it threatens Wufang City, don't blame this old man for turning hostile on you. Chao Zheng's expression was slightly kind of ugly as he nodded and said, City Lord, rest assured. This incident, the Chao family will definitely deal with it well. Although the Chao family's bedrock was incomparably solid, under Ren Xingchuan's rule, Chao Zheng had to tuck his tail between his legs to behave properly too. Infuriating Ren Xingchuan, nobody would gain anything good out of it. In this Wufang city, it had already been very, very long since anyone dared to challenge Ren Xingchuan's authority. Looking from this angle, Yi Yuan could already be considered Wufang city's #1 person. Yi Yuan, please wait. Please wait. Wuxian chased after Yi Yuan out as he yelled at the top of his voice. Yi Yuan halted his footsteps when he heard that and gave Wuxian an bow and said, Today, many thanks to Master Wuxian for helping me out of my predicament. This kid bears it in my heart. Next time, if there's the opportunity, this kid will definitely repay generously. Today, if not for Wuxian being present, how the outcome would be was really hard to say. Wuxian laughed and said, Ho, you're too serious with your words. If not for coming to the exquisite jade pavilion today, I'll most likely regret it for the rest of my life. Seeing you refine pills yesterday, I even gave rise to the thought of taking a disciple. Only seeing your means today did I know that I was rash. In front of you, how can I bear the word, Master? Only when he saw Yi Yuan's performance today did Wu Xian know why Yi Yuan was completely uninterested in him yesterday. What he knew, Yi Yuan knew all. What he did not know, Yi Yuan knew too. What would he use to teach Yi Yuan? Recalling it now, yesterday was really making a really big joke. Master Wu Xian is an alchemy sovereign experts. Master, this word is naturally deserving, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Actually, in front of Yi Yuan, who could be deserving of this word? It was just that Wu Xian helped Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan would naturally show appreciation. Wu Xian hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Haha, if you don't mind, just call me elder brother. Master, this word is absolutely undeserving." Yi Yuan was not pretentious either and nodded with a smile as he said, "Since that's the case, Yi Yuan will accept deferentially than to decline courteously. Elder brother Wu Xian, Grand Elder, and I will return to the Tranquil Cloud sect right away. If you have time, you can come and visit often." Wu Xian hurriedly said, "Younger brother Yi, City Lord just has this temper. You don't try to gain face back with him. Speaking of which, he made Su Zihue fuss around you these few days. It's also considered to be very considerate already. Moreover, if it wasn't for Su Zihue coming to find me today, I couldn't have arrived in time either. Don't you agree?" Yi Yuan nodded his head. He was actually just putting on a show to take that old man down a notch. He obviously would not really leave. "Fine then. This is on account of elder brother's face here." Yi Yuan hesitated for a bit and said, "Haha, that's how it should be. Come to my place to have a chat. Elder brother there has the highest grade immortal remembrance jade brew. Today, us brothers shall not return without getting drunk." Wu Xian put his arm around Yi Yuan and pulled him hard, like really becoming good friends despite a great difference in age. Yi Yuan had no choice and could only say goodbye to Sky Maple and leave with Wu Xian. As an alchemy sovereign expert, Wu Xian's residence was naturally very luxurious. Wu Xian brought Yi Yuan to a small courtyard, took out 2 jade small wine bottles, and showed them off. He said, "This immortal remembrance jade brew is of the highest grade among wine. In this city, only Fu Yunjing, that old man, knows how to brew it. I pestered him endlessly before getting 6 bottles from him. Today, if not to entertain this younger brother, elder brother, I wouldn't bear to drink." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Elder brother entertaining like this, wouldn't it put Yi Yuan to shame? Hey, what's there to be ashamed around? To be able to make friends with younger brother. I'm more than happy. Come. Quickly taste it." As he said, Wu Xian was just about to pour the wine for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was stupefied and said, Drinking it like this?" This time it was Wu Xian's turn to be in a daze. He asked, "Not drinking like this? How else can it be drunk?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Old brother secured this immortal remembrance jade brew, but you don't know its drinking method. Isn't it a waste?" Wu Xian said in surprise. "Eh? Hearing the meaning of younger brother's words, you've drunk this immortal remembrance jade brew before? According to what I know, in this endless world, it seems like only Fu Yunjing, that old man, knows how to brew this wine." "Hang on, you talk about how this wine should be drunk first," Yi Yuan said with a smile. "The immortal remembrance jade brew has a total of 5 grades. Low grade, middle grade, high grade, top grade, as well as the highest level heaven grade. According to the difference in level, the wineware will not be entirely the same too." Yi Yuan brought the tiny wine bottle to his nose and sniffed before continuing. "This bottle of immortal remembrance jade brew should be a low grade. It should be matched with wine cups made from southern sandalwood to be able to bring out the taste." "Oh? Why is this so?" Wu Xian had a curious look, as if he had discovered a new continent. As far as he knew, Fu Yunjing, that old punk, indeed still had even better immortal remembrance jade brew, but had never been willing to take it out to show others, let alone say asking for it. After Wu Xian drank a low-grade immortal remembrance jade brew once at Fu Yunjing's place, he could not forget that taste anymore. Hence, he ran over daily to beg Fu Yunjing for a few bottles. At first, Fu Yunjing still did not agree. Later, through Wu Xian's hard and soft tactics and his incessant pestering, he finally could not take it and Wu Xian 6 bottles. Yet, he had never heard before that drinking this immortal remembrance jade brew actually had so many details to pay attention to. The fragrance that southern sandalwood gives off when mingled together with this wine will make the flavor even stronger when it enters your mouth. Furthermore, low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew still has some impurities. Cups constructed out of southern sandalwood can slightly cleanse these impurities, making the taste of the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew even more fragrant, Yuan explained. There's actually such attention to detail? Cups made from southern sandalwood. I actually have them here. It's just that I thought all along that jade material wine cups are more suited for the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, and that wood material cups will spoil the taste of the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. Hence, I've never used it to drink. Today, hearing younger brother say this, I really have to give it a try. Wuxian ran into the room. Soon enough, he really brought out 2 wooden cups. Pouring the wine in, Wuxian moved the cup in front of his face and sniffed. His eyes involuntarily lit up. It's really more fragrant compared to before. Following that, he sipped a mouthful of wine. A look as if he was walking on clouds immediately appeared on his face, like he was really comfortable to the max. Wuxian did not speak. He just took a sip one after another in this manner and drank this cup of wine entirely in just a short while. Yi Yuan smiled. Likewise, he picked up his cup but downed it all at once. This low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade liquid, Yi Yuan simply could not be bothered to savor the wine. In his previous life, what Yi Yuan drank were all heaven-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade liquid. The taste was on a completely different level from this low-grade one. He placed the cup on the table and gave Yi Yuan a big thumbs up as he praised. Using southern sandalwood cups to hold the wine, the taste and flavor improved at least 10% from before. Younger brother, you're truly impressive. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Elder brother, don't make fun of me. Little brother, I merely just happen to know it. That's all. But Wuxian said with a laugh, as far as I know it, in this endless forest, only Fu Yunjing alone knows how to brew this wine. He also accidentally obtained this secret recipe in a cave somewhere when he was wandering the endless forest in his early years. That secret formula also stated that the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew is divided into 5 grades. It's just that the secret recipe only had the brewing method for the low grade on it. The middle grade's brewing method was incomplete. I see that younger brother seems to be very familiar with this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. Could it be that you've drunk this wine before in the past? Yi Yuan knew that Wuxian was trying to understand his background by beating around the bush, so he said with a smile, Not only have I drank it before, I even know how to brew it. If elder brother is interested, I can pass this low-grade brewing method to elder brother. Wuxian nearly jumped up when he heard that and said excitedly, Is younger brother for real? Yi Yuan said with a smile, Look at what you're saying. Would I scam elder brother? That's great. Haha. Fu Yunjing, that old fellow, is always showing off his Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew in front of me. Wait until I brew this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. See if he still dares to show off in front of me. Wuxian was like a kid in a fit of pique right now, wishing to run in front of Fu Yunjing to posture around right away. Seems like Wuxian had most likely been nursing grievances in front of that Fu Yunjing for a very long time. Thinking about it, that was right. This low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew was naturally not considered much in Yi Yuan's eyes. But in the endless world, it was a top-grade fine wine. Fu Yunjing possessing such a secret recipe and showing it off a bit in front of his companions was also human nature. Furthermore, it seemed like that Fu Yunjing and Wuxian were both people who loved alcohol greatly. Otherwise, Wuxian could not possibly have southern sandalwood wine cups here. This low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew's brewing method seems to have some flaws. The taste doesn't seem to be very orthodox. Elder brother, when you use my method to brew this wine, I presume that the taste should be able to be improved tremendously, Yi Yuan said with a smile. While Yi Yuan and Wuxian, the two of them were drinking wine and having a good talk, Chao Feng currently had his nose pointed at by Chao Zheng, and the former was being scolded severely. You fool! You knew perfectly well that that boy is the honored guest that the 3 sects and Ren Xingchuan invited, and you actually dared to use this kind of method to provoke him. Are you going to squander away all the reputation that my Chao family has garnered for thousands of years? If the 1,000-query wall collapses, my Chao family will no longer have the opportunity to rise up again. Do you understand? How many times have I told you? Don't hang out with those riffraff friends. Place your sights on Rendong. If you're unable to surpass him, my Chao family will continue to be suppressed by the Ren family. Chao Zheng had a face like he had expected better from him. Clearly, he was greatly exasperated by Chao Feng. The swelling on Chao Feng's face had long subsided, but that 5-fingerprint mark still remained on his face. Being reproached badly by Chao Zheng at this time, how could he dare to talk back? Chao Zheng scolded for a long time before saying fiercely, "Tomorrow, you bring along gifts and personally go to Fengyu Pavilion to apologize to Yuan. You must get his forgiveness. Otherwise, if he throws a tantrum and doesn't take part in the endless meet the day after tomorrow, you'll be smacked to death by Qin Hongtao, the three of them, at the City Lord Manor." A bout of wild laughter came from inside Rendong's pill refining room. "Ha ha! I finally succeeded. I finally succeeded." Rendong looked at a transcendent grade tier 1 medicinal pill in his hand in a frenzied state. Turns out that lesser phaseless art can really refine transcendent grade medicinal pills. Looks like I, this high-rank quasi-alchemy king, am utterly unworthy of the title. Even the lesser phaseless art can refine transcendent grade medicinal pills. It can be seen that along the way I've missed out too many things. Yi Yuan, you this master, I'm acknowledging you for sure. Rendong sucked in a deep breath and muttered under his breath. Bang! Rendong opened the pill refining room's door and ran out like a gust of wind. "Little Dong, where are you doing?" A kind-sounding voice was heard, stopping Rendong. "Aunt, I'm going out to do something important. I'll come and pay respects to Aunt after I return. I'm going first." Rendong's footsteps did not even stop and directly dashed out far away. "This child." The woman gave a melancholic sigh. If Yi Yuan were here, he would surely be happy. This woman was exactly the mother that he yearned for day and night. Ren Hongling. "Sigh. I also don't know how Yuan is like as of late. He's no longer who he was now. He should be living very well, right?" Ren Hongling murmured to herself. Ren Hongling was grounded by Ren Xingchuan and was only permitted to move about within the tall walls. There were only 2 people on her mind. One was the Yihang who was imprisoned by Ren Xingchuan. The other was naturally her son, Yi Yuan. In her home, the person Ren Hongling liked the most was Ren Dong, this nephew. Because every time she saw Ren Dong, it was as if seeing Yi Yuan. She came to find Ren Dong today because she wanted to make him go and beg her father, Ren Xingchuan, again to let him spare Yihang, who knew that Ren Dong was in a rush and directly ran off. Ren Hongling was helpless and could only go back. Chao Feng followed the servants into Fengyu Pavilion one step at a time. When he had just entered the backyard, he heard a hearty laughter. "Ha ha! With this recipe, the expression on Fu Yunjing, that old punk's face, will definitely be very interesting to look at. He keeps the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew recipe like a treasure, showing off in front of me every day. This time I'll see how he still show off," Wuxian said with a big laugh. Hearing Yi Yuan say that he had the recipe, Wu Xian directly drank and finished the 6 bottles of low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew with Yi Yuan yesterday. He came to find Yi Yuan today to get the recipe. "Elder brother, this low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew isn't considered much. It only needs half a month to finish fermenting. But it won't do for brewing the middle-grade one. For the middle-grade quality, it needs half a year. Anyhow, you gather the ingredients according to the recipes that I gave you. After half a year, forget about that Fu Yunjing, even Lord Chairman will probably come to request from you as well," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Upon hearing this middle-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, Wu Xian's saliva almost drooled down. According to what Yi Yuan said, the taste of the middle-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew surpassed the low-grade one by 10 times. The low-grade was already so delicious. What will the taste of that middle grade be like? Thinking about it made people long for it endlessly. Young Master Yi Yuan, the Chao family's 3rd young master, is here. And let him come in then. Call Grand Elder Sky Maple over too," Yi Yuan casually instructed. Chao Feng came before Yi Yuan with a nasty look. He never could have thought that Yi Yuan would actually address Master Wu Xian with such great familiarity. Wu Feng City was an alchemy sovereign expert. His status in Wu Feng City carried weight. He himself always observed a pupil's manners in front of Wuxian, but Yi Yuan could already address him like brothers. Yi Yuan, yesterday's matters, it was my wrong. Please forgive me. Chao Feng contorted his face and stammered as he said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan shot him a glance and said indifferently, "You didn't do anything to me. Whether I forgive or not doesn't matter. As long as Grand Elder Sky Maple can forgive you, I have nothing to say. Every injustice had its perpetrator. Every debt its debtor." Yi Yuan was not a petty person. He only wanted to get justice on Sky Maple's behalf. If Sky Maple really suffered some serious injuries, Yi Yuan naturally would not let Chao Feng off easily. But Sky Maple only suffered some hardships yesterday and did not receive any substantial wounds. Since Chao Feng paid a visit to apologize, this matter was also considered to have passed. Of course, it was also Yi Yuan reaching there in a timely manner. Or else, if he were too late, what would have happened was really hard to say. While talking, Sky Maple just happened to be called out too. "The main guy is here. Whether he forgives you or not will depend on your sincerity," Yi Yuan said coolly. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Sky Maple immediately understood what was going on. He could not help looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. A colossal giant like the Chao family would actually apologize to a little alchemy king like him. This had to be said to be immense face for Sky Maple. Chao Feng gritted his teeth and lowered his head as he bowed towards Sky Maple. He said, "Chao Feng was impulsive yesterday and offended Elder Sky Maple. Elder, please don't blame." As he said, Chao Feng held a storage ring in his palm and said, "Inside the storage ring are 100,000 high-grade essence crystals and also some healing medicinal pills. Chao Feng hopes to compensate for the mistake made yesterday." Sky Maple looked at Yi Yuan. He saw Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Sky Maple then said, Forget it. This matter is over." Chao Feng was overjoyed when he heard that and could not help turning his head to look at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan took over the storage ring from Chao Feng's hands and said, "Third young Master Chao, don't blame me for shooting my mouth. People like Mao Yuanji, you'd best hang out with them less. Otherwise, there will come a day where you'll suffer a huge loss." Chao Feng nodded repeatedly and was just about to withdraw, but he saw Rendong dash inside like a gust of wind. "Master!" "I did it, Master." Rendong's person had yet to arrive and his voice reached already. While talking, Rendong already came before Yi Yuan and said with an excited look, "Master, I did it. Now, you can take me in as a disciple, right?" Chao Feng could not help jumping in fright when he heard Rendong's words. "What? You want to acknowledge him as your master?" When Rendong heard that, he was stunned too. "Chao Feng, why are you here too?" Chao Feng had yet to speak when Rendong's expression changed as he said, "You aren't trying to acknowledge Yi Yuan as your master too, right? You're not allowed to vie for master with me." "Humph, I'm telling you, even if master agrees to take you in, I'm also your senior." Chao Feng was thrown in confusion by Rendong. Even his brain was somewhat short-circuited. Rendong's strength was even greater than his, and he even had a peak alchemy sovereign grandfather. He actually wanted to acknowledge Yi Yuan as master? Yi Yuan scolded with a smile when he heard that. "What nonsense is this? Chao Feng came to find me for other matters. You said that you can do it, but seeing is believing. However, this Fengya pavilion doesn't seem to have pill refining rooms. Elder brother Wuxian, is it fine to borrow your pill refining room to use?" Wuxian was also secretly alarmed by the side. A few days ago, Rendong was still at loggerheads with Yi Yuan. Now, he actually wanted to acknowledge him as his master. Wuxian's thinking was around the same as Chao Feng's. Although Yi Yuan's talent seemed to be very monstrous, Rendong had a peak alchemy sovereign grandfather behind him. Could it be that he still needed to acknowledge other people as his master? Hearing Yi Yuan's request, Wuxian nodded and said, "No problem." Wuxian was also very curious how Yi Yuan was going to test Rendong. Inside Wuxian's pill refining room, it was already packed with people currently. When Xiao Ruyan heard that Yi Yuan was going to test Rendong, she was full of reluctance but insisted on following over no matter what. Meanwhile, Chao Feng was also very curious, following over at the behest of supernatural power, causing him unable to resist. Yi Yuan naturally noticed it but did not say anything either. When Wuxian saw the materials Rendong picked, he could not help being stupefied. He said, "Younger brother Yi, why did he choose all Tier 1 medicinal herbs? Isn't the threshold of your acceptance test too low?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Elder brother, you watch first. You'll know in a while. This Rendong still has some comprehension abilities. To think that he could achieve it so quickly. Looking at how both of his eyes are bloodshot, presumably he didn't even shut his eyes these few days. How could the acceptance test that Yi Yuan set up be achieved so easily? Even for the lowest level lesser phaseless art, wanting to reach the standards of refining transcendent grade Tier 1 medicinal pills, those with slightly better talent also needed around half a month's time of bitter training. Those with poorer natural endowments might not even find the knack to refining at all. Just as Yi Yuan predicted, Rendong did not rest for a single second these few days. From morning to night, he was immersed in the pill refining room, for the sake of completing the acceptance test as soon as possible. Furthermore, for this lesser phaseless art to reach the level of refining transcendent grade medicinal pills, it was not achievable with just bitter training as well. If there were not Yi Yuan's demonstration, Rendong could not possibly find the trick to it so quickly either. He had been recalling the scenario of Yi Yuan refining pills barehandedly these few days, contrasting it continuously. That was why he could understand the secret so quickly. It was just because the lesser phaseless art was too simple and practically did not have much skill content. That was why Rendong could reach such standard in a few days. But for Rendong to be able to reach this level, it also showed that his talent surpassed others. In Yi Yuan's perspective, Rendong's alchemy talent should be even higher than Xiaoruyan's. Everyone all looked at Rendong very curiously, wanting to see just what a thing this acceptance test was. Although Rendong was very tired, he was currently in a state of extreme stimulation. Yi Yuan opened a window for him, letting him see a great path linking to the heaven. To alchemists, there was nothing more exciting than this. All the preparations were in place. Rendong said to Yi Yuan with an excited face, "Master, watch closely." When Rendong made his move, everybody could not help staring wide-eyed. Lesser phaseless art? Younger brother, what kind of medicine are you selling in your gourd here? Wuxian was completely baffled. Using the lesser phaseless art as the acceptance test. How low is this threshold? Even alchemy grandmasters when taking disciples could not possibly use this as the evaluation too. Hoo-hoo, elder brother, carry on watching. This boy is quite interesting, Yi Yuan said as he behaved like a senior. It was naturally quite interesting. Rendong only used 3 days and actually touched upon the threshold of the legendary realm. Looks like his conditions were really decent. The legendary realm was only normal to Yi Yuan. But to others it was not something that simple. Furthermore, it was simply not possible for there to be people who would devote time and energy into the lesser phaseless art to reach the legendary realm. Any refining technique would have very impressive effects after reaching the legendary realm. The lesser phaseless art was no exception either. Of course, that effect was only aimed at Tier 1 medicinal pills. Xiaofang looked at Rendong with a face full of contempt. This fellow's brain isn't spoiled, right? That Yi Yuan is clearly fooling him. He actually took it seriously. A quasi-alchemy king acknowledging another quasi-alchemy king as his master. He really comedic enough. Xiaofang was criticizing Rendong incessantly in his heart. Xiaofang did not doubt Yi Yuan's alchemy standards, because his performance in front of the 1,000 query wall already indicated everything. At least, Yi Yuan's theoretical standards were pretty high, making disciple acceptance test Tier 1 medicinal pills and Tier 1 alchemy techniques. What was this if not being a joke? Refinement of Tier 1 medicinal pills did not take too much time. Rendong finished refining very quickly. Condense. Rendong gave a light cry. The medicinal pill was done. Hee, master. You come and evaluate it? Rendong came in front of Yi Yuan and said fawningly. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile and said, "Not too bad. But the lesser phaseless art is just an entry-level alchemy skill. There are still many areas that you need to learn. Next, your task is to use the greater phaseless art to refine a transcendent grade medicinal pill." Greater phaseless art. Rendong still did not come around for a moment. But Xiaoruyan could not carry on watching by the side silently. She reproached Rendong daintily, "You dunce head. Still not hurrying over to acknowledge Master, Rendong came to a realization. His face revealed wild elation as he kneeled on the ground with a thud. He exclaimed, "Master is high above. Please accept a bow from disciple."
Get up. In the future, Rian is your senior apprentice, sister. I don't have many rules under me. But there are several points that you have to remember, Yi Yuan said coolly.
Master, please say. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Mustn't defy orders and be unfilial. Mustn't commit crimes in violation of the law. Other things, free reign. If I discover that you all did something that goes against the heaven and reason, I'll personally cripple you guys. Rian, same for you too." "Yes, Master. Disciple will definitely bear it in mind," Rendong hurriedly said. "Disciple understands." Xiao Rian also did not dare to have a cheeky smile when she saw how solemn Yi Yuan said it. Being around Yi Yuan for a long time, Xiao Rian more or less also grasped Yi Yuan's disposition a little clearer. Majority of the time, it was fine no matter how she joked around. But once Yi Yuan became serious, then it was not that fun anymore. However, Xiao Ruyan did not have much evil thoughts in her heart. Such rules were actually dispensable to her. She did not take it to heart too much either. "Younger brother Yi, you were saying earlier, using the lesser phaseless art to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills. It was only after seeing that they finished acknowledging master-disciple relationship did Wu Xian ask Yi Yuan in amazement."
"That's right. This was the entry test that I gave Rendong," Yi Yuan said smilingly.
"Hiss. Let me take a look." Wu Xian opened the medicinal cauldron and took out that medicinal pill. It was indeed transcendent grade without a sham.
Using lesser phaseless art can actually refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills.
Except,
what use does this have? Wu Xian asked puzzledly. Transcendent-grade Tier 1 medicinal pills could be refined using high-tier alchemy skills too. There wasn't anything impressive.
Although using lesser phaseless art to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills exceeded Wu Xian's expectations, in his view here it was pointless. With so much time to research a Tier 1 alchemy skill, why not spend the time on higher-tier alchemy skills? Chao Feng was also very disdainful inwardly. It was just that he did not dare to make a sound. Hearing Wu Xian question at this time, he perked his ears up too, wanting to hear how Yi Yuan was going to explain. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "One will never achieve their goals without doing things one step at a time. This lineage of mine, what it attaches the highest importance to isn't garish alchemy skills, but it is laying a solid foundation. Don't look down on Tier 1, Tier 2 alchemy skills. Even high-tier alchemy skills were born from these low-tier alchemy skills too. Researching low-tier alchemy skills thoroughly, then cultivating high-tier alchemy skills, will have the effect of half the effort and twice the results." Wu Xian shook his head and said, "It's just that this way, it will expend huge effort. The loss outweighs the gain." Yi Yuan did not answer Wu Xian's words, but he asked Rendong, "Do you feel that the loss outweighs the gain?"
Rendong shook his head very affirmatively and said, "Absolutely not."
Rendong was not sucking up. When he trained the lesser phaseless art close to the legendary realm, he actually discovered that he had many new comprehensions. Back then, when he had just come into contact with alchemy, he had many things that he did not notice.
All the way until today where it suddenly dawned upon him. He discovered just how unstable his own foundation was. Yi Yuan being able to freely refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills was indeed not coincidental.
Recalling the words that Yi Yuan said when he was acknowledging him as his master, Rendong only came to realize the truth now. Rendong believed that as long as he continued walking down the path which Yi Yuan designated, he would definitely discover a new continent. Of course, to most people, doing this was a pointless effort, because they did not have a master like Yi Yuan. Without Yi Yuan's personal demonstration, Rendong could not possibly have touched upon the threshold of the legendary realm too.
The lesser phaseless art was just the most basic entry-level refining technique. The higher the tier of the refining technique, the more challenging it naturally was to want to reach this step as well. Without the guidance of a great teacher who had a profound understanding, they might never find where the legendary realm was throughout their lives. Chao Feng curled his mouth. He was clearly very condescending towards Rendong's excuse.
Wu Xian knew that it was not that there weren't people who wanted to train the basic alchemy skills to an extremely high realm, but without any exception, they all took too many detours. Those alchemists who were originally around the same realm as them had flung those people who researched alchemy skills that way several streets behind.
Wu Xian initially wanted to persuade Yi Yuan a little, but upon recalling Yi Yuan's performance, he swallowed the words at this throat back down.
Yi Yuan, this alchemy emperor, naturally had more authority to speak regarding laying down a foundation or speedwalking this sort of issue. He knew that Wu Xian and the rest all did not believe. But the moment when Rendong soared to the skies in a single leap, they would surely have a completely new appraisal of this matter. With Rendong's talent, this day might not need too long. The following 2 days, Rendong practically immersed in studying beside Yi Yuan. While Yi Yuan did not hide anything either, he demonstrated the greater phaseless art's legendary realm once for Rendong to see.
Rendong's talent was indeed remarkable. He actually comprehended some knack to it very quickly.
But, very clearly, the speed of him comprehending the greater phaseless art was no longer as quick as the lesser phaseless art. And right at this time, all the titans in the northern domain finally gathered at Wufang City. The endless meet officially convened in the City Lord Manor. In the main hall, all seats were occupied, and those people who were seated, the weakest had middle-stage divine traversing realm strength. 4 seats were arranged on the left-hand most side. Sitting there were respectively Ren Xingchuan and the 3 sex-old ancestors. They were evidently the northern domain's pinnacle existences.
And sitting to their right were not those late-stage divine traversing realm experts but an unknown sea transformation realm youth. This youth was naturally Yi Yuan. The big shots present, quite a few people brought the juniors that they were most proud of over. It was just that those juniors all stood behind them with their hands by the sides.
Very clearly, in such an apex meeting they did not have a chance to speak. Even Qin Yan, Guotaochuan, and Yin Yanhua were all by the side too.
Only Yi Yuan, this young person, sat very conspicuous.
Many people had not met nor heard of Yi Yuan before either. Him sitting naturally incurred many interested gazes. Regarding this kind of focused looks, Yi Yuan was very calm. The previous life's Ji Qingyun had experienced countless great spectacles. Such a small occasion was simply too substandard to show in public. Everyone got in their seats. Ning Yixin was the first to speak. Everyone, time is tight. This Ning won't blabber any more nonsense either. Today, we convened everybody to discuss the major issue of how to respond to the fierce-scale world's invasion.
Several thousand years ago, the Endless World had the Grand Yen True Sect, this extraordinarily powerful sect, to seal the realm passageway. But now, not that this Ning is belittling our capabilities, but we might not be the Grand Yen True Sect's match even by combining our 3 sects' power. Hence, our situation has already reached an extremely grim state.
And the most terrifying thing is that we know absolutely nothing about the fierce-scale world. Their strength, their plans, their habits, we don't understand anything at all. Now, everybody state their views. Heh, what else can be done?
When soldiers come, use a general to hold them off. When the water rises, use dirt to keep it back. I don't believe that their fierce-scale world martial artists can still have 3 heads and 6 arms, exclaimed someone immediately the moment Ning Yixian's voice faded. And those with such views were not in the minority. Once these words came out, there were people concurring straight away. I've seen before some fierce-scale world records in some ancient records. It said that small world has gale winds blowing all year round. It's completely a place where not even grass would grow. This kind of barbaric land, how many experts could there even be? That's right. Our endless world is abundant in resources. The martial artist's strength and realm are also extremely formidable. To really compete in martial strength, it's impossible for us to lose to them.
Haha.
Just a bunch of motley crew.
In my view, our northern domain's various sects should join hands and send a group of elite forces and directly take down the southern domain.
Don't they have a boundless realm expert?
As long as we take down the southern domain and send array masters to secure the realm passageway, and not let them reinforce the array formation, the endless world will be safe and sound.
Speaking to the back, the fierce-scale world martial artists directly became a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. It was seemingly like slashing a blade over and everyone's heads would hit the ground. When Yi Yuan heard these words, he seriously could not hold back and let out a snigger.
With this snigger, there were immediately people who were unhappy. "Where are you from, boy? To actually dare jeer at us?" said a middle-stage divine traversing realm sect master with an unkind look. He also knew that such an occasion absolutely would not arrange the seats wrongly. This transformation realm boy surely had an extraordinary background. But being derided by a junior like this, he was still rather displeased. It was just that he was more reserved when speaking and did not dare to overly offend those four on top. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a laugh, "Earlier, old ancestor Ning already said we're absolutely ignorant about the fear scale world. Also don't know where your confidence came from to dare belittle them like so? If there weren't an endless forest obstructing there, we'd probably have lost half of the world already. You guys are actually still in the mood to brag here. Truly don't know what you're talking about." That sect master being mocked by Yi Yuan could not quite preserve his face. If it weren't because of the faces of the four people on top, he would most likely fly off the handle long ago. But at this time, he said solemnly, "This war has yet to be fought, and you're boosting other people's morale and lowering your own? According to what you say, could those fear-scale world people really have 3 heads and 6 arms? Not to the extent of 3 heads and 6 arms. However, to talk about combat strength, they mustn't be underestimated. If it's as you all said earlier, the endless world won't be far from annihilation either," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. "Heh. Talking as if you've seen it with your own eyes. Doesn't that fear-scale world have just one boundless realm expert? As long as we don't let him come over, how strong can they get?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. "You nailed it. Not only have I seen before fear-scale world martial artists, but I've also even been to the fear-scale world. Not even preparing a draft when you brag. With just your meager strength, you can still return unscathed after really going to the fear-scale world," said that sect master with a cold smile. Those four on top did not seem to hear anything and let Yi Yuan and the rest bicker at their own discretion. Everybody seemed to have discovered the four titans' unparticipative attitudes. They all could not refrain from criticizing Yi Yuan one after another. "Don't know what you're talking about. The 2 worlds' only passageway is guarded by the fear-scale world. With just the likes of your strength, you can escape from the fear-scale world." "Young man, don't come out to posture just because you have some strength. Some bragging shouldn't be done. It's easy to unravel the truth. Turns out that you've been to the fear-scale world. I wonder if you brought back some local specialties from the fear-scale world?" "Ha ha ha." The group of people chortled loudly, mocking Yi Yuan bragging too substandardly in succession. When they saw Yi Yuan sitting in that position, they originally felt displeased already. At this time, they happened to catch one of Yi Yuan's slip-ups and was naturally unwilling to let it go. Right then, the profound Sun sect master, Wu Rong, opposite Yi Yuan said with a smile, "This little brother, one mustn't joke around in this occasion today. You said that you've been to the fear-scale world. You got to prove it a little, right? Mere lip service, I can also say that I've been to the fear-scale world. Would you believe me? The profound Sun sect was a great sect second only to the 3 sects. Wu Rong's strength was extremely daunting as well. If Yi Yuan were not here today, it should be Wu Rong sitting in his position." The one who previously found fault with Yi Yuan was actually the profound Sun sect's subsidiary faction. The northern domain's sects stood in great numbers. There tend to be subsidiaries between factions. To want to cast off the fate of being a subsidiary, there had to at least be a late-stage divine traversing realm expert holding down the fort in the sect. And this Wu Rong was a 9th-level divine traversing realm experts. Compared to the Great Circle divine traversing realm old ancestors from the 3 sects, he was also just marginally weaker. But this difference of a margin was as far apart as heaven and earth. In a small world like the endless world, after cultivating to the divine traversing realm, every step trod out was tremendously arduous. From the 9th-level divine traversing realm to the Great Circle of divine traversing realm did not seem to have a big gap, but this step was immensely hard to stride out. This was the restrictions of heaven and earth regulations. Mortals had no way of transcending. And from the Great Circle of divine traversing realm to shattering the void and achieving boundless, this step was even as hard as ascending to the heavens. Hence, while the endless world's divine traversing realm experts were many, those who could genuinely ascend to the divine traversing realm was scanty few. Even for the level of experts like the 3 sects old ancestors, Wanting to stride out the step was extremely difficult too. Wu Rong not daring to say much to the 3-sex-old ancestors, and Ren Xingchuan did not mean that he did not dare to make things difficult for Yi Yuan. Just a junior. Could it be that the 3-sex really dared to make a move on him? Let alone, this junior simply had no idea what he was saying. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "You guys laugh at me for saying nonsense, but I laugh at you for being innocent and clueless. If they didn't have confidence, how could the fierce Gale world dare to take such actions? You people want proof, right? I'll show you." Lan Feng's figure suddenly appeared beside Yi Yuan. Everyone's faces changed when they saw the situation. Spatial spirit artifact. Even Wu Rong, when seeing this action of Yi Yuan's, his gaze revealed a burning heat. However, his fervent heat subsided very quickly. Since Yi Yuan dared to take this out in a flagrant manner, he was obviously not afraid of them snatching it away. There was even the possibility that this spatial spirit artifact was given by one of those 4 beside him. This person is the slave I took in when I was in the fierce Gale world. Everyone is a divine traversing realm expert. You just have to slightly inspect his divine soul, and you'll know, Yi Yuan said coolly. These people investigated Lan Feng's divine soul and discovered that it was indeed slightly different from endless world martial artists. They could not help becoming astonished. Although these people knew that the fierce Gale world already occupied the southern domain, they had yet to see fierce Gale world martial artists before. Seeing Lan Feng at this time, they all could not help sizing him up curiously. Is this a fierce Gale world martial artist? Looks very normal. What? Yeah. What can a puny little 4th level C transformation show? Hoo-hoo, look at his manner of dressing up. Simply bumpkin to the max. If fierce Gale world martial artists are all like this, then wouldn't our endless world win for sure? Another wave of loud laughter. But Yi Yuan did not smile. He just said nonchalantly, "Everybody is a leader of a sect and naturally look down upon a puny little fierce Gale world C transformation. However, I released Lan Feng out to let you all witness the strength of a fierce Gale world martial artist." Yi Yuan briefly swept a glance over these divine traversing realm experts and asked, "I wonder which senior's progeny just happens to be at the 4th level C transformation realm? You can come up to exchange moves with Lan Feng." Yi Yuan's momentum was pressuring. The intent of provocation was very clear. 4th level C transformation versus 4th level C transformation. Nobody could find fault. Wu Rong saw the situation and gave a look to a middle-stage divine traversing realm subordinate influence. That person understood and opened his mouth to say, "Fei, you go up to accompany him to play then. Remember, go easy." A young man behind him fell out of the ranks and said with a haughty look, "Yes, martial ancestor." Finishing talking, the young man came before Lan Feng with a bound. This youth's name was called Song Fei, similarly a 4th level C transformation. His strength was also at the top of the list within his sect. To be able to be brought by old ancestor by his side this time, his position could be imagined. Lan Feng still had that attire from the fierce Gale world, vastly different from the endless world. Furthermore, just as those people said, simply a bumpkin to the max. One look and it was like from an unorthodox background. How could he be comparable to a sect's elite disciple like Song Fei? Hee. I want to take a look if the fierce Gale world's martial artists are really as formidable as he says, Song Fei said with a cold laugh. Lan Feng had a blank look and completely did not take Song Fei's provocation to heart. He said indifferently, "Just try and you'll know." Finished talking, Lan Feng's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. Song Fei's expression changed. He did not think that Lan Feng's speed was actually so swift. He wanted to make a move, but it was already too late. He could only hastily put up a passive defense. Boom! Song Fei was smashed, flying out several hundred feet by Lan Feng's one punch. No long-winded words nor any complacency either. Lan Feng was unforgiving when he gained the momentum, his fists pummeling towards Song Fei like a torrential storm. The match between C Transformation Realm was totally not worth mentioning in the eyes of these big shots. But at this very moment, their brows involuntarily knitted together tightly. Although Lan Feng had the suspicion of surprise attacking, those skills were not fake. His speed was abnormal, and his fist art was exceedingly swift and fierce and bizarre, absolutely proficient in combat. The two people exchanged over 100 moves in a twinkle. The more these big shots watched, the more alarmed they became, including those 4 people above. This was also Ning Yixian's and the others' first time seeing Lan Feng. They didn't think that a slave which Yi Yuan brought under control actually had such combat power. These people's horizons were usually high. Through these two persons' face-off, they could tell that Lan Feng's concept comprehension was a little worse off compared to Song Fei. But his combat experience was exceptionally abundant. Moreover, regarding the utilization of concepts, the concepts were integrated into his bones. After 100 moves, Lan Feng relied on that initialmost advantage and steadily took the upper hand. Lan Feng's combat experience was exceedingly plentiful and totally did not give Song Fei any chance at all. Compared to Lan Feng, Song Fei was like a fledgling who was still lacking some level of attainment towards combat. Boom! Another 100 over moves passed. Lan Feng finally caught one of Song Fei's dead spots and blasted Song Fei flying with one punch. All those present were dead silent. Lan Feng's performance utterly shocked these divine traversing realm experts. That match earlier, apart from that surprise attack in the beginning, there was not the slightest bit of resorting to trickery. And Song Fei himself not being focused was a great taboo in combat by itself. Nobody would pity failures. Song Fei was an elite from a very formidable sect in the northern domain. He actually lost to this bumpkin to the max fierce gale world martial artist. Could it be that the strength of the fierce gale world's martial artists were also formidable? These big shots all had tightly locked eyebrows. The expression on their faces had unspeakable graveness. Hoo-hoo! Can't even beat my slave, just who is boasting? Are you people sure that you can beat back those divine traversing realms from the fierce gale world with just the likes of you people? Yi Yuan derided. This time, that group of people who taunted the most enthusiastically at first all sensibly shut their mouths. They were still clamoring previously, saying that the fierce gale world martial artists would crumble in one blow. And now this slap was flung really resoundingly. But Wu Rong was unresigned and said in a solemn voice, "Was this slave of yours tampered with, or perhaps he's an extremely powerful existence among the fierce gale world martial artists?" Wu Rong's question was also the question that everybody was concerned with. A martial artist being powerful was not scary. What was frightening was everyone being this powerful. If the fierce gale world martial artists were all this formidable, then the endless world was really in danger. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Although this slave of mine has some strength, within the same realm he's absolutely not considered powerful. At the very most, he's also just average standard. If you don't believe, you can feel free to carry on with those plans earlier and directly charge over to exterminate the southern domain's fierce gale world martial artists." Yi Yuan's words were like a series of thunders, extinguishing everybody's hopes. Yi Yuan was not exaggerating just to scare people. Lan Feng's strength did not count as too impressive in the fierce gale world. The Lan family brothers not being able to withstand a single hit in front of Yi Yuan did not mean that they could also be finished off in one blow in front of the other endless world martial artists. Back then, in the mystic realm, Mei Jin and the heavenly sky sects Wu Zhao were both not the Lan brothers' match. And Mei Jin's and Wu Zhao's strength were absolutely not the slightest bit inferior compared to the Song Fei. Hence, Song Fei losing was also something within reason. Yi Yuan, your meaning is that the fierce gale world martial artist's strength as a whole is a level higher compared to our endless world? Ning Yixian asked gravely. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "What everyone said earlier wasn't wrong. The fierce gale world is scarce in resources. Regions with powerful gale winds. Even the Wind Emperor won't dare to enter. But it's also precisely because of this kind of environment that resulted to the fierce gale world martial artists' might." Yi Yuan spoke with fervor and assurance, picking out some of the fierce gale world information to say, leaving their brows locked even tighter. In accordance with what Yi Yuan said, the fierce gale world martial artists' comprehension towards the concept of wind was innate. Practically every martial artist would have very deep comprehension in the concept of wind. Hence, the fierce gale world martial artists' movement speed was much greater than the endless world's. Furthermore, with the tempering of the gale winds, the martial artists' essence energy were purer. Adding in the barbarousness, the fierce Gale World martial artists' collective strength was much stronger compared to the Endless World. Under such circumstances, if the Endless World chose to clash head-on, it was simply without any chances of success. Ning Yixian, the four of them exchanged glances, and all saw the seriousness in the other party's eyes. They had a simple exchange with Yi Yuan yesterday and knew that the fierce Gale World power was great. But it was also just a rough idea, far from as great as the impact from Lan Feng and Song Fei's match earlier. It was precisely because they knew that the fierce Gale World was formidable that the four of them deliberately let Yi Yuan stir up these sect's leaders a little to make them not underestimate the enemy, who knew that even they themselves were astonished too. For Song Fei to be able to become a sect's elite, his strength was not considered weak. But he still lost to Lan Feng. Lan Feng grasped the battle situation precisely, making everyone feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. This martial artist was simply born for fighting. If the fierce Gale World's folks were all like this, the matters at the back they somewhat did not dare to carry on thinking. The fierce Gale World martial artist's strength, I believe that everybody already has a very direct understanding. Yi Yuan did not deceive everyone. He really entered deep into the fierce Gale World before in order to rescue his fellow sect members. Now, to talk about who understands the fierce Gale World best in the entire Endless World, it's none other than him. Moreover, I know that many of you view the Southern Domain as a barbaric land and are completely indifferent to the state of affairs there. But I want to tell you that Yi Yuan once led the Southern Domain's Tranquil Cloud sect and defeated the Purple Mansion sect thrice, killing 3 of the Purple Mansion sect's Soul Sea realms. This effectively slowed down their invasion. Only because of this that we managed to have our northern domains meet. Or else, some of those present would probably have their sects eradicated already. Ning Yixian's voice enlightened the benighted, striking everyone's hearts. Only now did these sect leaders knew that there were still so many twists and turns in between all this and also knew what kind of person Yi Yuan was. The Southern Domain's matters, they might be unconcerned, but the Tranquil Cloud sect's great name, many among them already came to hear of it. The Tranquil Cloud sect eradicating the heavenly evil sect domineeringly and a sea transformation realm boy killing the Soul Sea realm Mao Yuanji, this news already spread like wildfire. Those present were all the Northern Domain's respected figures who were very well informed. They naturally knew this information. It was just that they never thought that that Tranquil Cloud sect's youth was actually this one before their eyes. It never occurred to them that Yi Yuan already did many things for the Endless World without them knowing. Defeating the Purple Mansion sect thrice. How did this boy accomplish it? Truly an enigmatic existence. But Wurong frowned and said, "Isn't this talk a little too alarming to cause a sensation? Even if the fierce Gale World martial artist's strength is formidable, we have our advantages too. These sects aren't soft persimmons that they can knead as they want either." In truth, Wurong's words were lacking some confidence. But a sea transformation realm boy riding on top of his head still made him brood over it. But this time Xianxia said coldly, "Alarming to cause a sensation? Old man Wu, do you believe these words that you said? As far as I know, the fierce Gale World already sent out 5 peak divine traversing realm experts into the Southern Domain. Whether it's exaggerating things to raise the alarm or not, everybody weighs it yourselves." "What? 5 peak divine traversing realms? How is that possible?" Xianxia's words immediately caused a stir in the crowd. Wurong looked at Xianxia with a face full of disbelief. 5 peak divine traversing realms. Such strength was too scary. One had to know that the Northern Domain only had the 3 sects' old ancestors who were peak divine traversing realms. Was the current situation 3 versus 5? Ning Yixian gave Wurong a scornful look and said coolly, "Not possible? Do you think that these few days, the 3 of us were sitting at home doing nothing?" Furthermore, the Southern Domain did not blockade information. Wanting to investigate this news isn't hard. It's just a pity that Old Hai has already been missing for a long time and there's no news up until now. While Old Man Duan is a recluse with no fixed abode and also secretive about his whereabouts. If the 2 of them are present, our chances of success will be much higher. Hearing Ning Yixian's emotional sigh, everyone's mind quivered. The Old Hai and Old Man Duan from his words were peak divine traversing realm experts. With them around, the Endless World's confidence would be much greater.
Although bottom-level martial artists could unleash tremendous effects in a great war between two worlds, the high-level combat strength was the deciding factor which determined the direction of the war. If the fear-scale world did not have Zhao Tianin, the endless world would not be so fearful of the fear-scale world either. Zhao Tianin alone could sweep across the entire endless world. Such combat power simply made people despair. This was Yi Yuan's first time hearing that the endless world still had two of such experts who existed. He could not help becoming very curious. If the endless world really had 5 peak divine traversing realm experts, it more or less could be considered to have some self-preserving strength. Talking about this, Yi Yuan suddenly recalled a matter. In a small world, every world had a realm lord who existed. Zhao Tianin was naturally the fear-scale world's realm lord. Yi Yuan had stayed in the endless world for such a long time but did not know who this endless world's realm lord was. Was it possible that he was one of these two? These years, most of Old Hai's time was spent in the endless forest. Also, I don't know what is he busy with. Now that such a major incident happened, he can't possibly watch indifferently without lending a hand, right? Xianxia said. Yeah, Old Hai has always stayed away from scenes of contention. But the incident this time concerns the entire endless world's safety. If he deserts us on the eve of battle, that will chill the heart too bitterly, Ning Yixin said. Right at this time an aged voice sounded out faintly, reverberating throughout the main hall. You punks, talking behind people's backs all day long. No wonder this old man. I am always sneezing. Achoo! As he said this, that old man really gave a sneeze. Upon hearing this voice, everyone guessed who came. Who could it be but this old Hai? It was truly speaking of the devil. An old man wearing tattered hemp clothing walked into the main hall like this slowly, looking very much like an ordinary old man. When the 4 people on the seats of honor saw this old man, they exchanged glances and all became extremely excited. This old man's appearance gave everybody's mind a shock. "Ha! Old Hai, it's really you," said Qin Hongtao once he saw Old Hai. He laughed loudly. "Old Hai, you finally came back in the nick of time. Otherwise, the few of us really can't quite support the situation," Ning Yixin said. Jing Xian and Ren Xingchuan did not speak. But these 4 people's behavior actually faintly treated Old Hai as superior. And these people did not notice that at this moment, Yi Yuan was still in a state of immense shock and did not recover for a very long time. When Old Hai entered, his gaze darted at Yi Yuan imperceptibly and even gave him a faint smile. At that time, Yi Yuan was dumbfounded, because he had seen this old man before. This old man was none other than precisely the stall vendor old man, Qi Hai, that Yi Yuan encountered in Breaking Dawn City. At this point, Yi Yuan could virtually confirm that Qi Hai was definitely the endless world's realm lord. Yi Yuan's sense was very sharp. He could faintly sense that the power emitting from this Qi Hai's body was even stronger than the power from Ning Yixin trio. Only the ruler of a world could reach such an extent by gathering the destiny of a world. Very likely, this old man Qi Hai already had half a foot into the boundless realm and was only a final goal shot away. Ning Yixin trio actually faintly regarded themselves as juniors. Looks like this Qi Hai's seniority wasn't an ordinary kind of big. Come men. At a seat for Old Hai in the center of the left-hand side, Ren Xingchuan instructed. Qi Hai waved his hand and said, "No need to be so troublesome. This old man, am not that particular after many things. I'll just seat here. Young chap, we meet again. You're fine if we squeeze a little, right?" When these words came out, everyone's faces changed. Old Hai actually knew Yi Yuan. These divine traversing realm experts present, each one of them wanted to cozy up to Old Hai. But his elderly self's whereabouts were elusive. So they completely could not cozy up to him. Just how many days had Yi Yuan been in the northern domain? He actually knew Old Hai. Furthermore, Old Hai actually lowered himself to squeeze together with Yi Yuan. It could be seen that his impression of Yi Yuan was pretty decent. Just what was going on here? Yi Yuan forced a smile and said, "Old Hai's instructions, how can Yi Yuan dare to refuse? It's just that Old Hai really concealed too deeply. Back then, when Old Hai saw us in peril, you actually did not even extend a hand to rescue." Qi Hai sat down beside Yi Yuan carelessly and said smilingly, "Back then, when I sold the daughter green grass to you, I already saw your extraordinariness. In this endless world,
I've yet to encounter anybody who recognized the daughter green grass. Later, when I saw you exterminate the Jean family father and son ruthlessly, I regarded you even more highly. That Soul Sea realm, I was originally planning on finishing him off conveniently when leaving. But I didn't expect that you actually forced him out. I was watching the fight all along back then. If any accidents were to really happen, I'd naturally lend a help. Except, I never expected you could actually already execute condensing gathered essence into form at such a young age. It was truly an eye-opener for me. When Yi Yuan heard these words, he exclaimed in surprise instead. So you knew that that was daughter green grass long ago? Chi Hai burst into laughter and said, "Haha, of course I knew. Otherwise, do you really take me for a black-hearted merchant? One stalk of quasi-tier 4 medicinal herb selling for 100 middle-grade essence crystals.
The daughter green grass is extremely rare. You could actually bear to sell it to me?" Yu Yuan asked doubtfully.
Hoo-hoo, quasi-tier 4 medicinal herbs, no matter how rare, doesn't have much use to me either. Rather, you clearly needed it more. I'm very curious though. What were you planning on using the daughter green grass for? Chi Hai asked with a smile. Yi Yuan smiled too and replied, buying medicinal herb is naturally in order to refine pills. Can't be like that Jean Peng, swallowing it down. Right? Finished talking. The two people exchanged a look, and both chortled with laughter. On the left-hand side, Ning Yixin cursed inwardly. These two people, one old fox, one young fox. Both people who are not to be trifled with. Old Hai wanted to feel Yi Yuan out, but Yi Yuan lightly skated over it. This boy is really astute. However, these two people revealed a great amount of information.
Turns out that when the Tranquil Cloud sect was moving north, such a major thing actually happened before.
And Old Hai personally witnessed Yi Yuan battling a Soul Sea realm. Towards such a monstrous youth, he naturally kept him in mind.
Didn't think that Old Hai had long taken action already, touring one round to the southern domain and back? Ning Yixin said with an emotional sigh.
Chi Hai scolded with a smile. You little punks, wagging your tongues all day behind people's backs. Such a major thing happened to the endless world. How can I, this old man, only care about myself without care for others?
This trip to the southern domain, not only did I inquire some information, I even dragged old man Duan here as well. That old punk, at first, he was still unwilling to leave retirement. After being pummeled by me, he finally yielded. Chi Hai said it carelessly, but everyone was secretly alarmed when they heard it.
Old man Duan was a peak divine traversing realm experts. Old Hai actually beat him up as he liked to. Old man Duan, you're not coming out yet?
Could it be that you still want me to invite you out? Chi Hai called out in a clear voice. A very lean old man appeared before everyone. He was naturally the old man Duan that everyone was talking about.
Chi Hai smiled and said to Yi Yuan, don't look at how old man Duan is very unassuming. His strength is pretty decent and should be even above the three of them. It's just that his natural disposition is lazy and was unwilling to stick a hand in secular affairs. Hence, he found a secluded place in the southern domain and lived there quietly. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. For an itinerant cultivator to cultivate to such a realm, it was truly not easy. This old man Duan seemed to be not too willing either. He just sat down beside Chi Hai and did not speak from start to end. Chi Hai did not seem to mind and said to everyone, all right, everybody continue to discuss as you all should. Don't bother about us old people.
With him saying this, everyone did not know how to discuss though.
But Wurong was unresigned and asked Chi Hai, Old Hai, you made a trip to the southern domain. Did they really send out 5 peak divine traversing realm experts?
Chi Hai nodded and said, that's right. Before returning this time, I took a tour around the Heavenly Sky sect before and almost came to blows with one of the 5.
And
then what?
With this, nobody suspected the authenticity of this information anymore. Later on, each of us was wary of the other, so this fight did not take place. Chi Hai said it very apathetically, but the others had a different feeling when they heard it. Hearing Chi Hai said so, Ning Yixin could not sit still either and asked, the other side's peak divine traversing realms actually had somebody who could threaten Old Hai?
Chi Hai's strength, everyone present was very clear. Hence, the way these people saw it, Chi Hai was their greatest reliance.
But now, a random peak divine traversing realm that the other side sent out was actually on par with Old High. Could it be that the fierce Gale world's martial artists were really all formidable to such an extent? Not so far as threatening me, but that person's strength shouldn't be much weaker than mine. Once the fight began, if we alarmed the others, it would probably not be that easy for me to want to get away, Chi-Hai said.
The sect leaders present all exchanged glances. Immediately, they felt like the pressure was akin to MT Tai crushing down.
Looks like the fierce Gale worlds might greatly exceeded everyone's imaginations.
Chi-Hai looked at everyone and said coolly, "You bunch of brats aren't still holding on to thoughts of leaving it to chance right now, are you? If the fierce Gale world wasn't powerful to such an extent, how could such a powerful sect like the Grand Yen True Sect back then pay such a terrible price to seal the realm passageway?
Just that battle, how were the sacrifices just the Grand Yen True Sect alone? After that battle, our endless world's vitality was greatly sapped, resulting in this current declining trend situation." Hearing Chi-Hai's words, everyone's gaze involuntarily turned towards Yi Yuan. Looks like what this youth said previously was not the slightest bit false.
Ning Yixian trio did not think that the situation was already severe to such an extent already either and said, "Old High, you enjoy high prestige and command universal respect. This situation still needs you to manage." Very clearly, there was nobody more suitable than Chi-Hai to lead the group of heroes among the people present. Who knew that Chi-Hai smiled and shook his head as he said, "This old man, am used to being lazy. How can I be the leader?"
Ning Yixian, you're experienced and prudent and can take on this responsibility. However, this old man, I will say the nasty things first. I normally don't bother too much, but if anyone dares to trip people up at this sort of time, this old man, I will be the first to exterminate him.
Chi-Hai's words did not seethe with killing intent, looking like having a heart-to-heart talk. But everyone felt a chill arise when they heard it.
Then Ning Yixian said with difficulty, "Old High, Qin Hongtao interrupted him and said, "Don't decline at this sort of time. This burden, you have to shoulder it. Nobody is more suited than you. This old man, I still have other things to do. Qin Hongtao and Jing Xian, the both of you have to support Ning Yixian with all your strength. At this time, don't have any ideas about sections. If the endless world is gone, your Tao teachings will naturally be gone too."
The three people's faces turned intent and acknowledged it in a solemn voice. Chi-Hai nodded, but then he looked towards Yi Yuan and said, "Little brother Yi, I wonder what thoughts you have regarding the present situation?"
Hearing these words, everyone looked at Yi Yuan in surprise.
Ning Yixian was the person that Chi-Hai personally recommended to take charge of the overall situation. He did not ask Ning Yixian's opinion, but he actually sought a junior's opinion.
Furthermore, those who were attentive noticed that Chi-Hai actually addressed Yi Yuan as "Little Brother Yi." About this, there had to be some stories that they did not know. Could it be that Chi-Hai already treated Yi Yuan as an equal to interact with? Yi Yuan was stunned too and said, "Old High, this
isn't appropriate, right?"
Yi Yuan actually came today just to plan on letting these people know the fierce Gale world's might and not to underestimate the enemy. As for how to come up with stratagems and give advice, he did not plan on talking out of place. So many divine traversing realm experts present, how could it be his turn to interject? It was just that he did not expect Chi-Hai would actually be the first to ask for his opinion.
Nothing inappropriate.
They are completely clueless about the fierce Gale world. Letting them talk is shooting blindly too. You go ahead and talk. I'll see who dares to say a word, Chi-Hai said coolly. In truth, there really were quite a number of people who were rather displeased secretly and planned on finding fault when Yi Yuan was speaking in a while. Now that Chi-Hai said that, these people immediately swallowed those words back into their stomach. Yi Yuan nodded his head. He was not a coy and shy person either. Since Chi-Hai thought highly of him, he would not decline either. All right then, since Old High thinks highly of Yi Yuan, then I'll say a few more words. Whether you listen or not is all up to everybody, Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan stood up and said without caring about others, "In my opinion, the fierce Gale world has several advantages which we have no way of competing with. Firstly, they all have a common faith, and that is the Wind Emperor. The Purple Mansion sect is still loyal and devoted to the Wind Emperor after many generations. A lot can be deduced from this. Because of this point, they can achieve a unified rule. In comparison, we're a pile of loose sand.
Secondly, the fierce-scale world martial artists' collective combat strength is greater than ours. If engaging in close quarters, we'll surely suffer a huge deal. Thirdly, although the southern domain's resources can't compare to the northern domain, it's much better than the fierce-scale worlds. With these resources, the fierce-scale world martial artists' strength as a whole might even advance a level. Fourthly, the fierce-scale world's high-tier combat strength is way stronger than ours.
As far as I know, the fierce-scale world's peak divine traversing realm experts are not just 5 people. What? You mean that these 5 are just the vanguard? Ning Yixian exclaimed in shock.
Yi Yuan nodded and said, the fierce-scale world's peak divine traversing realm martial artists, according to what I know, have as many as 7 people.
Counting in some itinerant and some secluded old monsters, I reckon that it might not be below 10 people. As for how many among these 10 has Old High's level of strength, I can't confirm. Following these people's understanding of the fierce-scale world becoming increasingly deeper, they noticed more and more that for the endless world to want to defeat the fierce-scale world, the hope was simply too bleak.
Yi Yuan was not simply shooting his words out. If Lan Feng was not very clear about the fierce-scale world's upper echelons, Shaorian was a true blue capital nobility.
The 3 commanders under Zhao Tiannin's command were peak divine traversing realm experts. Apart from this, a superfaction like the Shangguan family, their leader was peak divine traversing realm too. Just within the central capital, there were as many as 7 peak divine traversing realms. To say that these 5 people were the vanguard was not over the top at all.
Heh,
aren't such words a bit much?
How can so many experts be born in a place lacking in resources like the fierce-scale world? Wu Rong said disdainfully. Yi Yuan shot him an indifferent look and said, the fierce-scale world is indeed poor in resources, but it doesn't mean that there aren't resources. Comparatively speaking, to the endless world's resources decentralization, the fierce-scale world's resources are basically all gathered in the central capital. Plus, the fierce-scale world resides in gale winds constantly. The martial artists can be said to be cultivating at all times. Their cultivation speed is naturally faster than our endless world's martial artists. What's strange about giving birth to so many experts?
Also, whether I say it or not is up to me. Whether to listen or not is up to you. If you don't want to listen, you can close off your ears.
The truth and false of what I said, Old High and Senior Ning, they all will naturally screen through. When is it your turn to cut in?
This Wu Rong repeatedly caused trouble. Yi Yuan was disinclined to haggle over it with him. This fellow even went from bad to worse.
These words were said without any consideration for face, directly turning Wu Rong's face red.
Ning Yixian frowned as well and said, Old man Wu, you're an overlord of a region too. Why are you always making things difficult for Yi Yuan?
Ignoring the Yi Yuan is the only one among us who understands the fierce-scale world's situation. Just based on the contributions that he made for the endless world, what's the harm in us listening to his opinion?
Ning Yixian's words were not severe. But talking this way to Wu Rong in front of so many big shots, it was actually already considered giving him a slap.
Wu Rong was crimson red with rage. But due to Qi Hai being present, he could not blow up and just snorted coldly and said, Hey, can't even give opinions?
Fine, fine, fine.
I'll just shut my mouth.
Qi Hai had his head lowered, looking straight down the entire time as if he paid no heed to both parties' dispute. At this time, seeing that Wu Rong finished speaking, Qi Hai asked again, Yi Yuan, you carry on speaking. A simple 6 words already completely stood on Yi Yuan's side. The other sect's big shots all kept their mouths shut sensibly. At this sort of time, regardless of what was to be said, it was clearly all not a wise move. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Just as I said earlier, the things that we can bring out are seriously too little. Hence, if we want to turn the situation around, we must make drastic reforms. Otherwise, the endless world being swallowed is just a matter of time.
What kind of reforms? Ning Yixian asked.
Yi Yuan spoke confidently and with composure. Actually, the things that we can do now are not much. But there are 3 things that we can still make it in time. Ning Yixian's eyes lit up, and she asked rather interestedly, Oh?
Quickly say, what 3 things? Yi Yuan extended a finger and said, the first thing is that the concept of being a sect must be stopped, unifying all under one management and concentrating all of the elite forces. Each fighting their own battles will only be broken easily. One must know that the fierce-scale world martial artists are akin to the mortal world's army with extremely daunting combat strength. Yi Yuan extended a second finger and said, "The second thing is to raise our martial artists' strength. Our endless world's greatest advantage is abundant resources. Furthermore, the standards of alchemy skills are more than a level higher than the fierce-scale worlds. And these resources are grasped in the hands of the various great sections. Now, these resources have reached the time where it needs to be put to good use. Using them to raise the martial artist's strength is a pressing issue. In addition, the various great sects still have to select elite disciples to gather together and develop them heavily. These people clearly have greater room for improvement. All in all, this point is to make use of all the resources that can be utilized rationally to make our endless world martial artist's strength improve to the greatest extent." Yi Yuan reached out a third finger and continued, "Thirdly, to concentrate all of the northern domain's array masters. Although the present endless world's formation's path standards are inferior to back at the Grand Yen True Sect's time, our formation's path standards are still much higher compared to the fierce Gale world. In the war, with the support of array formations, it can unleash the martial artist's strength to the greatest limit. This point we have to utilize well." Yi Yuan's words poured out with ease and fluency. Qi Hai nodded slightly by the side. Clearly, he was very pleased with Yi Yuan's three views. When Ning Yixin listened, his face also revealed an expression of suddenly seeing the light. However, the faces of these sect's big shots were not that nice. Yi Yuan's way of doing things was the same as they all forsaking all of their sect's Tao teachings. This northern domain would only have one colossal sect in the future. These guys were all people who act in an arbitrary manner in their own sections. But in the future, they had to become other people's subsidiaries. Such a change was unacceptable to them. "Old Hai, we absolutely cannot agree to this way of doing things. Our Sky Illumination sect's legacy already has several thousand years of history. Is it going to be wiped out like this?" shouted the Sky Illumination sect's old ancestor, immediately jumping out to object. "Yeah. Although our sect isn't big, our legacy to the state is already close to 10,000 years of history. Surely it can't be gone like this." "Disagree. I disagree too." For a moment, the objecting voices rose one after another. Wu Rong did not speak this time but kept on smiling coldly by the side. As the saying went, it was hard for the law to punish the collective. No matter how formidable Old Hai was, it was not possible to kill all of these divine traversing realm experts, right? If they were really killed, who would deal with those experts from the fierce scale world? Among these divine traversing realm experts present, the vast majority were major sects that had several thousand years of legacy, and also a number of new sects which rose up in recent years. Regardless of what kind of sect, they all did not hope for their Tao teachings to be lost in oblivion. Wu Rong was very delighted in his heart. He gave a few meaningful looks to several people just now. Those few immediately understood and came forward to object to Yi Yuan's plans. Moreover, this kind of approach had indeed touched these people's baseline. As long as there was somebody coming forward, it would immediately spread like a plague. Everybody stepped forward to object. "Heh, I want to see how this plan of yours will be implemented." Wu Rong thought in his heart delightedly. Old Hai, who had both eyes slightly closed the entire time, suddenly spoke. He said it to Yi Yuan. "Little brother Yi, looks like everybody objects to your plan. What do you think should be done?" Qi Hai asked nonchalantly. These words in Wu Rong's perspective was Qi Hai choosing to compromise, hoping that Yi Yuan could take back the words said earlier. Wu Rong was very pleased with himself inwardly. Look at you, this boy, being unbridled. Fighting with this old man, you're still a little too inexperienced. Except that these words had another layer of meaning the way Yi Yuan heard it. Only to see Yi Yuan grin widely and said severe punishments should be dealt in troubled times. Since there are people not willing to submit, just kill and be done with it. Ha ha ha. Qi Hai suddenly guffawed with laughter and said, "What a fine severe punishments should be dealt in troubled times." A moment ago, it was still cloudless for thousands of miles. The next instant, it was a torrential squall. After Qi Hai laughed loudly, the situation suddenly changed inside the main hall. A horrifying pressure enveloped everybody, and the center of this pressure was precisely Wu Rong.
When Yi Yuan sensed this pressure, he unwittingly nodded his head secretly. Qi Hai was indeed well-deserving of being the Endless World's realm lord. This strength most likely already had half a foot into the threshold of boundless realm. He just had to wait for heavenly tribulation to arrive, and then Qi Hai would be able to shatter the void and ascend to the divine realm. Except, this ascension heavenly tribulation was not so easy to cross. A moment of carelessness would be perishing, and one's Tao dissipating. When Wu Rong felt this pressure, his expression could not help changing drastically. "Old Hai, what are you trying to do here?"
Qi Hai did not explain a thing, gently lifting a hand and smacking it towards Wu Rong directly. Wu Rong gritted his teeth and said with a savage look, "Old man Qi Hai, I'll fight it out with you."
As he said this, Wu Rong attempted to retaliate too. Yet it was all futile. In front of a half-step boundless realm expert, the 9th level divine traversing Wu Rong could not take a single hit as well. Bang! Wu Rong's body collided heavily onto the wall and dropped down feebly. He was already dead. Everyone's expressions became fearful, looking at Qi Hai in disbelief.
They all knew that Qi Hai was very strong, but never knew that he was actually indomitable to such an extent. Qi Hai had not exhibited his strength in front of everyone for many years already. Regarding conjectures about his strength, it was also just hearsay.
Today, only after seeing Qi Hai striking Wu Rong dead in one palm did they know just how terrifying Qi Hai's strength was. A 9th level divine traversing realm was already an extremely formidable existence in the endless world. But he was actually unable to survive a single move from Qi Hai.
At this point, you all are actually still harboring hopes of getting lucky, each with your own ulterior motives. Truly don't know life from death. Little brother Yi illuminated a path for you guys, but you all insist on disregarding the consequences and persist in carrying on. At this point, Wu Rong still wants to mislead the masses for his personal gains. Deserves to die.
The main hall was dead silent. Nobody dared to come out to refute Qi Hai. Qi Hai continued. "We'll establish the Endless Alliance here today. Ning Yixian will assume the post of Alliance Head. Qin Hongtao and Jing Xian will hold the posts of Vice Alliance Heads. Me killing Wu Rong doesn't mean to force you all to join the Alliance. If you feel that you can only care about yourselves and disregard other people, feel free to not join. But your sect must withdraw to the extreme northern lands." Qi Hai's tone suddenly eased up, and he said, "Establishing the Endless Alliance doesn't mean that you all have to forsake your sect's legacies. If the endless world can tide over this calamity, you can still establish your own factions later on to inherit your Tao teachings. If the endless world is annexed, everything is naturally for naught. But I'll say the nasty things first. If anyone dares to be half-hearted, Wu Rong is the best example. Alright, this old man will talk only until here. Good luck to everybody."
Hearing Qi Hai's words, everyone finally set their minds at ease.
As long as they could preserve their sect's legacies, everything could naturally be discussed.
But these people also knew that after the war, how many sects among them that could still preserve their legacies was something up in the air.
However, just as Qi Hai said, the fierce Gale world bore down menacingly. If the endless world completely fell into the enemy's hands, their sects would no longer exist as well. Furthermore, if they were to shrink back at this time, they would become the common target for scorn. Even if their sect was not destroyed, migrating to the extreme northern lands was a tremendous blow to the sect as well. The essence energy in the extreme northern lands was sparse and completely could not support martial artists' cultivation. Going there, what kind of future would the sect still have?
"Old Hai, my sacred fire sect is willing to join the alliance." At this time, a 9th level divine traversing realm was the first to come forward to express his stance.
With someone taking the lead, the others all acceded to it one after another. This matter of establishing the alliance was finally settled.
"The specific arrangements, Ning Yixian, the three of you are in charge of handling. Set the condition, those who made contributions will be rewarded and those at fault will be punished. Every order must be executed without fail." Qi Hai instructed. Ning Yixian trio clasped their hands and answered yes.
These three people had also not seen Qi Hai take action for a long time. They were shocked to the core seeing it today too. Before the three of them became renowned, Qi Hai was already at the peak divine traversing realm. His strength at present had indeed already reached an unfathomable degree.
Chi nodded his head and carried on. In addition, it's considered a coincidence too. The vast heaven pagoda is going to open very soon. This time, your three sects shouldn't treasure your own belongings too highly. As long as they are martial artists under the skeletal age of 60, including those itinerant cultivators, they can all enter it. Maybe seizing this opportunity, we can unearth some promising talents. Ning Yixian trio exchanged glances. Although they were somewhat hesitant, they also knew that now was not the time to be miserly, and they could only nod and agree. Seeing Ning Yixian trio nod their heads, those sect leaders were all extremely excited, putting Yi Yuan at a loss. Looks like this vast heaven pagoda was some remarkable place that was monopolized by the three sects all along. Opening to the public this time, the other sects should be able to obtain considerable benefits. Yi Yuan could not help admiring Chi inwardly in his heart too. Although this old man was rather unruly, he was experienced and shrewd with age after all. This tactic of a large stick in one hand and a carrot in the other was executed rather magnificently. These sect leaders obtaining sufficient benefits would naturally put aside some prejudices and risk their lives to fight the enemy. Except, after such a sharing of resources, if the endless world could tide over this catastrophe, the northern domain's setup would probably undergo a titanic change. In a side hall, Chi and Yi Yuan sat facing each other. Little brother Yi, your talent surpasses the endless world too much. Your background probably isn't simple, right? Chi looked at Yi Yuan with scorching eyes and asked. The specific matters, Chi handed them to Ning Yixian they all to do. But he pulled Yi Yuan inside a side hall and asked about Yi Yuan's origins right away. Yi Yuan knew that the things a realm lord of a world understood was far from comparable to others. Many things in front of other people would be over just by fooling them a little. But in front of Chi, wanting to casually brush him off probably would not work. Senior Chi, if little brother Yi doesn't mind, just call me elder brother will do. If the endless world can make it through this disaster, maybe elder brother. I still have areas where I still need to rely on little brother Yi for. Chi cut off Yi Yuan's words and said with a smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I accept deferentially than to stand on ceremony. Elder brother Chi should be the endless world's realm lord, right? Chi was not surprised. Instead, he chortled and said, ha. Little brother Ye's horizons are really high. To actually even know about realm lords. That's right. This old man is indeed this endless world's realm lord. Yi Yuan nodded and said smilingly, younger brother's master is indeed not somebody from the endless world. It's just that due to master's orders, it's not convenient for younger brother to express some things. Elder brother, please forgive me. Chi did not reveal a surprised look. Yi Yuan's such heaven-defying talent. It was absolutely impossible for the endless world to give birth to. Yi Yuan naturally would not tell him that he possessed a body that had gone a rebirth either. Although people of the divine realm rarely descended to the lower realms, it was not unheard either. Taking in a disciple in the lower realms was actually not something of a big deal. Heh. Looks like little brother's fortunes run deep, to actually obtain a divine realm major power's good graces. Truly the envy of elder brother me. Even though Chi was the endless world's realm lord, in the eyes of the divine realm's major powers, he was still just an impoverished person. Yi Yuan's talent was so monstrous. In Chi's view, his master was bound to be a character in the divine realm too. Of course, as for how powerful, Chi did not have a clue either. Although he knew some matters related to the divine realm, his knowledge was very limited. Elder brother already has half a foot stepped into the boundless realm. The day of ascending to the divine realm is not far off too. Why is there a need to be envious of me? Yi Yuan said with a smile. This distance of half a step is as hard as ascending to the heaven. If I had the confidence, I'd have long gone to cross the heavenly tribulation. Why would I remain in the endless world, idling my time away bitterly? I lingered in the endless forest these few years just for the sake of finding that feeble thread of hope too. Chi sighed emotionally. To the lower realms martial artists, the ascension through heavenly tribulation was a life and death juncture. What Chi had to face was not just the heavenly tribulation of boundless realm. There was also the boundary pressure when shattering the void of the small world. Superimposing the two, ordinary martial artists simply could not survive it. Unless it was people who were heaven-defyingly talented or those who had immense good luck, the success rate was truly very low. Hence, breaking through to the boundless realm in a small world like this endless world was actually even harder than the divine realm. And a small world's essence, energy, and resources were simply a heavenly chasm-like difference compared to the divine realm. This increased the difficulty of martial artists ascending even more. Elder brother doesn't need to lose heart. Heavenly Tao will always leave a ray of hope. As long as Senior doesn't give up, you'll eventually be able to find this ray of hope someday, Yi Yuan consoled him. Actually, with Yi Yuan's capabilities, wanting to aid Qi Hai to pull through the heavenly tribulation was not something hard. It was just that the days he spent with Qi Hai was few, and he did not have much understanding of this person at all. He naturally would not say such sincere words to a mere acquaintance. Furthermore, if he helped Qi Hai ascend now, the endless world would basically not have hope anymore. Without the need for Zhao Tianyin to come, just the Shangguan family and those few first-rate families could destroy the endless world. In the future, if he confirmed that Qi Hai was worth trusting, giving him a hand then was not late either. Heh! Then I'll thank little brother for your blessings. If elder brother, I, can ascend to the divine realm by chance in the future, I hope that little brother can look after me well, Qi Hai said with a smile. The reason why he was so courteous to Yi Yuan was actually because of this. Qi Hai had drifted with the tides in the endless world for so many years. Although he did not have great confidence regarding crossing the heavenly tribulation, he more or less had some too. If he passed the heavenly tribulation by chance in the future, without anyone looking after him when he reached the divine realm, it was very hard to keep going. This point Zhao Tianyi knew, Qi Hai naturally knew as well. Yi Yuan was curious and asked, "Why does elder brother Qi Hai say that? Our endless world should belong to a certain faction too, right? When elder brother, you, ascend to the divine realm in the future, there will naturally be that faction coming to receive you, no? There were countless lower realms, small worlds, but they were not ownerless objects. These small worlds more or less had countless intricate ties with the divine realm. For Qi Hai to be able to become the realm lord, it was not because he was the endless world's strongest person, but he was a person designated by some faction in the divine realm. In his previous life, the Medicine King Hall, this super major faction that Ji Qingyun was at, had jurisdiction over countless planes in the lower realms too. It was just that these affairs Yi Yuan never concerned himself with. It was all Ji Kanglin's responsibility. However, even though Yi Yuan had come to the endless world for some time, he did not know which divine realm faction this endless world belonged to. But the divine realm's various major factions all would not bother about the lower realm's affairs, because descending from the divine realm was exceedingly difficult. Even in the divine realm, there were very few who could accomplish this as well. Yu Mengli being able to come down was definitely by using Bright Moon City's strength. It was also precisely because of this reason that Qi Hai ascertained that the person behind Yi Yuan was definitely very powerful. These factions would mostly have special channels of communication with the lower planes. This point was much easier. And the inheritance of a realm lord was also the small world's internal affairs under most circumstances. As long as the previous realm lord chose a successor and reported it to the divine realm to be approved, it would do. But Qi Hai said with a bitter smile, actually, I don't know which faction in the divine realm the endless world belongs to either. In reality, since the start from the previous realm lord, we lost contact with the divine realm completely. Roughly around 1,000 years already? Yi Yuan was stupefied. He did not think that there was actually such a thing. Seems like the divine realm faction which the endless world belonged to might have suffered some major unforeseen event. All right then. Elder brother's matters, I've noted it down. It's just that I don't dare to promise you at this time. After all, after that master of mine imparted to me knowledge, he brushed his hands off and no longer bothered about me again. But Yi Yuan's promise that was not a promise sounded like a heavenly melody to Qi Hai. He said elatedly, That's of course. Oh right, within half a month, the vast heaven pagoda will be opened. At that time, you must go and take part. Perhaps you might have some unexpected gains too. Oh? The vast heaven pagoda? What's that? Yi Yuan was still really curious about this vast heaven pagoda. Something that could visibly move so many divine traversing realm experts was bound to not be an ordinary thing. The vast heaven pagoda is an inheritance mystic realm.
It is communally owned by the three sects and Wu Fang City. This vast heaven pagoda has a total of 9 levels. Every level passed, one would obtain unimaginable benefits. It's a superb place that the three sects and Wu Fang City foster their young disciples at. Ever since discovering the vast heaven pagoda, countless powerhouses walked out from there in the endless world. Back then, the Grand Yen True Sect's forefather, Grand Yen True Lord, walked out from there too. You don't know how terrifying Grand Yen True Lord's strength was back then. Even though he wasn't the Realm Lord, in front of him, the Realm Lord at that time wasn't even fit to carry his shoes. Hence, these 4 major factions have been monopolizing the vast heaven pagoda all along, not allowing the other factions to dip their fingers in. The vast heaven pagoda opens up once every 10 years. Half a month later just happens to be the 10-year date, which so happened as well. Qihai's words poured out smoothly. Qihai did not know that not only did Yi Yuan know the Grand Yen True Lord, Lu Linfeng, he even had close ties with him. But with Qihai saying this, Yi Yuan became even more interested in this vast heaven pagoda. To be able to give birth to such a supremely powerful character, this vast heaven pagoda's prowess was clear at a glance. Oh, there's still such a thing? I wonder how many levels did that Grand Yen True Lord pass through back then? Yi Yuan asked curiously. In Yi Yuan's view, a heaven-defying character like the Grand Yen Divine King should have made it to the 9th level back then. Except, Qihai's answer was very far from Yi Yuan's view, only to hear Qihai say, the 7th level. Since remote antiquity, there were only a mere 3 individuals who made it to the 7th level. And the Grand Yen True Lord was one of them. This time, Yi Yuan was truly taken aback from shock. How heaven-defying Lu Linfeng this fellow was, Yi Yuan was well aware. With his strength, he actually just made it to the 7th level too. Then how perverse did the 8th level and 9th level had to be? Doesn't that mean that this 8th level and 9th level, there was nobody who made it there at all? Yi Yuan said in astonishment. In Yi Yuan's understanding, Lu Linfeng was already among the divine realm's apex level of a powerhouse. If even he merely reached the 7th level too, then the 2 levels at the back, were there still anyone who could make it through? Yi Yuan was not being unduly humble. He knew that his comprehension abilities were actually very high. But as for how high, he did not have a definite answer either, because he did not walk to the pinnacle of the martial path. But Yi Yuan himself felt that even if he was stronger than Lu Linfeng, he was probably not much stronger than the latter as well. After all, the comprehension abilities of characters who could stand at the peak of the divine realm would not be too poor no matter how bad it was. Of course, reaching Lu Linfeng's level of realm, comprehension ability was not absolute. Destiny, comprehension ability, natural endowments, hard work, not one of them could be lacking. But Qihai's answer somewhat exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. Only to see Qihai shake his head and said, "That's not it. This 8th level, there was somebody who made it there before." Yi Yuan was greatly shocked when he heard that and asked, "Who?" "He's called Li Fantian. As for who he was, I don't know," Qihai said. "Oh? Even you don't know too? Then how did you know that he made it to the 8th level?" Yi Yuan inquired curiously. "The vast heaven pagoda area has a wall. Anyone who makes it to the 5th level will be recorded up there. But during this recent 100 years, no one could make it to the 5th level," Qihai said rather regretfully. Yi Yuan nodded his head. He more or less had some understanding of the vast heaven pagoda already. Looks like wanting to clear this vast heaven pagoda was not an easy matter. Guo Taochuan, Yin Yanhua, and Qin Yan, Yi Yuan was still aware of their talent. Even they could not make it into the 5th level. Looks like this vast heaven pagoda's difficulty level was indeed rather high. Only a heaven-defying genius like Lu Linfeng could make it to the 7th level. All right, half a month later, I'll head to the vast heaven pagoda. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, since there was such a mystical place, Yi Yuan obviously could not miss it. At the city Lord Manor's backyard, Ran Honglin was currently by the window with her head on her hands, unsure what she was thinking about either. "Hongling, are you thinking of your son again?" A voice suddenly sounded out at the entrance. Ran Hongling did not turn around. She knew that it was her older brother, Ren Yujie. "So what if yes? Are you going to release me to go find him?" Ren Hongling said rather resentfully. Ren Yujie heaved a sigh and said, Sister, you lost all of your abilities now. Even if I let you out, where can you go? Furthermore, if you leave, what about brother-in-law? You're aware of father's temper. Ren Hongling turned around slightly, her gaze looking at Ren Yujie rather vacantly. She said coldly, Father? He's not worthy of being my father at all. And you are not fit to be my brother either. If not for my husband stubbornly insisting on returning, wanting to seek for his forgiveness, it's impossible for me to return to this place, which makes me feel disgusted for the rest of my life. In all of your hearts, there is no kinship, only benefits. Ren Hongling's eyes gradually welled up. She did not think that so many years had already passed. Her father was actually still so unreasonable. When the two of them appeared in front of Ren Xingchuan detained Yi Hang without a word and grounded her. And he, this big brother, was very timid and incapable. He completely did not dare to say anything in front of Ren Xingchuan. Ren Hongling begged Ren Yujie multiple times to let him release her to go see Yi Hang. But Ren Yujie refused to no matter what. Gradually, Ren Hongling perished the thought too. In this backyard, only Ren Dongness Jr. could stir up a hint of ripple in Ren Hongling's heart. Ren Yujie heaved a sigh again and said, Hongling, not that big brother isn't willing to help you, but I seriously can't help you. You're aware of father's temper. If he knew that you met brother-in-law's life would probably be long gone. I'm doing this for your own good too. But Ren Hongling did not appreciate the kindness and said with a cold smile, I just want to see my husband once and not bringing him away either. If you don't tell him, how would he know? Ren Yujie shook his head and said, You're belittling father too much. He could reach today's position, so how could it be that simple? Forget about this city lord manor. Even a hint of the rustling of leaves in the wind in the entire Wufang city can't possibly escape his eyes either. Hearing these words, Ren Hongling's face calmed down slightly. She also knew that her big brother's personality was weak and hard to take on great responsibility. Counting on him was hopeless. If he could have a little backbone back then, she would not have gone so far as to slip away to distant lands with Yi Hang either. She would not have lost her essence energy and be unable to refine pills anymore. Of course, Ren Yujie's personality could not be separated from Ren Xingchuan's dominance. Then you coming to find me today is for my own good too? Ren Hongling said sarcastically. But Ren Yujie's expression dimmed as he heaved a sigh again and said, Sister, actually, I came today wanting to tell you that father is going to take action against brother-in-law already. You? Sigh. Ren Hongling's entire person was like struck by lightning, immediately freezing there. This news was truly a bolt out of the blue to her. Originally, she and Yi Hang returning was to acknowledge their roots and ancestors. Who would have thought that it would actually end up in such a plight? You? What did you say? Ren Hongling's entire person felt worn out. These few days you had been grounded at home all along. There are many things in the outside world that you don't know. An earth-shaking major incident happened to the endless world recently. These 2 days, many divine traversing realm experts assembled in Wufang City to discuss on dealing with the great matter of another world invading us. And father already gave the instructions 2 days ago that after the meeting this time passes, brother-in-law will be put to death. Hearing this news, Ren Hongling could not withstand the blow anymore. Her 2 eyes went dark, and she fainted away. Ren Yujie hurriedly supported her and inserted a trace of essence energy into Ren Hongling's body. Ren Hongling slowly regained consciousness. Grabbing hold of Ren Yujie's arm, she said tearfully, Big brother, I'm begging you, save him. Now, the only one who can save Yi Hang is you. Ren Yujie had a conflicted face. Big brother, back then, I made you plead with father. You didn't dare to say a word. Now that over a decade has passed, Yi Hang and my feelings are all the more deeper. Could it be that you're still going to treat us the same as back then? If my husband dies, I absolutely won't live alone. If Yuan'er comes to know of this matter, he definitely comes to find father to seek revenge. Do you want this kind of human relations tragedy to happen in the Ren family? Ren Hongling already became tear-stricken with tears. Yi Hang and Ren Hongling watched Yi Yuan's growth and were very clear about his temperament. Once Yi Yuan found out about the news of Yi Hang and her perishing, He would definitely come to find Reincarnation to take revenge at all costs. At that time, grandson versus grandfather, regardless of what the result was, it would be a human world's tragedy. Yuaner? That's your and brother-in-law's child? You guys refused to say any news about that child. Turns out that he's actually called Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan. Why is this name so familiar? Reincarnation suddenly felt like he seemed to have heard this name before somewhere. Except that how could Ren Hongling still be in the mood to listen to this right now? She implored, "Big brother, you make Ren Hongling go and beg father."
He'll definitely agree.
"I beg you."
Ren Wuxia said with difficulty, but
father already made people bring brother-in-law out of the city to execute him in secret.
This time, Ren Hongling forcefully resisted and did not faint. Because she knew that Yihang's life was suspended on a thread right now. She must go and save Yihang.
No idea where her strength came from. Ren Hongling pushed aside Ren Wuxia and forced her way out of the door.
Ah!
Isn't Yi Yuan that tranquil cloud sect youth who took part in the endless meet? Could it be that
sister's son is really him?
But
how is that possible?
Ren Wuxia suddenly had a flash of inspiration and finally recalled who Yi Yuan was. After yesterday's meet, the Endless Alliance was established, and Yi Yuan was a very popular figure among the Northern Domain's upper echelons.
Could such a monstrous prodigy actually be his own nephew?
His figure moved and caught up to Ren Hongling very quickly, grabbing hold of her.
"You let go of me.
I'm going to save my husband." Ren Hongling struggled desperately. "Hang on."
"You said that your son is called Yi Yuan. Is he from a small sect called Tranquil Cloud Sect?" Ren Wuxia asked.
"How did you know?" Ren Hongling froze and stopped struggling too. Her heart started pounding even faster. How did Ren Wuxia know?
Could they have? Seeing Ren Hongling's expression, Ren Wuxia knew that she misunderstood and hurriedly said, "Set your mind at ease. Not only is nephew fine, but his reputation is also awe-inspiring now. Even the three sects have areas they rely on him for right now."
If nephew is really that youth called Yi Yuan from the Tranquil Cloud sect, brother-in-law might still be saved. It's just, I wonder if we can still make it.
Ren Wuxia knew that time was of the essence and could only cut his words short.
Ren Hongling was startled and hurriedly said, "Then what are you waiting for? Quickly bring me to go find Yuaner."
Ren Wuxia had a look of dilemma again. Ren Xingchuan's accumulated pressure in his heart was too overpowering. He completely did not dare to have any disobedience.
Coming to inform Ren Hongling today was already a tremendous breakthrough. "If you're not going, I'll die right now for you to see."
Ren Hongling fished out a small dagger from God knows where and was about to stab it toward her heart. Except, how could she possibly have the chance to commit suicide in front of a Soul Sea Realm martial artist such as Ren Wuxia?
Ren Wuxia snatched away the dagger in Ren Hongling's hands. His expression flickered, and he said, "Fine, I'll bring you." Ren Hongling stared at Ren Wuxia somewhat disbelievingly as her face revealed wild elation.
Actually, what moved Ren Wuxia ultimately was still that human relations tragedy which Ren Hongling said before.
Previously, Ren Wuxia did not pay attention, but after knowing that Yi Yuan was his own nephew, he knew that this was not some laughable joke. That Tranquil Cloud Sect's Yi Yuan absolutely had the strength to overturn Wufang City in the future, and even butcher his own maternal grandfather. And did Ren Xingchuan have the capabilities to kill Yi Yuan? The answer was uncertain. Behind Yi Yuan stood Qi Hai now. Even if Ren Xingchuan were any more rampant, he would not dare to behave atrociously in front of Qi Hai either, which was also to say that in the future, after Yi Yuan matures, Wufang City would truly suffer the human relations tragedy which Ren Hongling predicted. Master Wuxian, you too have some tea. This is a top-grade spirit tea that I brought from the City Lord Manor. Not only is it sweet and mellow, but it also has the effect of increasing essence energy. Rendong explained to Yi Yuan with a respectful look. Wuxian was Feng Ye Pavilion's frequent guest now. He would run here when he had nothing to do. These few days he had been having a nice heart-to-heart talk with Yi Yuan, rambling away, but receiving substantial benefits. They hardly said 3 sentences without talking about their line of work. What Wuxian and Yi Yuan chattered about the most was naturally still alchemy. In fact, some of Yi Yuan's views and experiences had tremendous inspiration to Wuxian.
Like this, Wuxian liked to immerse himself at Fengya Pavilion every day even more.
Wuxian said with a smile. You, this boy, always had your eyes on top of your head. To think that you'd actually submit fully to others one day. City Lord with his temper. If he knew that you stole his spirit tea, I reckon that he'd fly into a thunderous rage. Yi Yuan drank a mouth of the spirit tea and said smilingly, Heh. City Lord's temperament is really arrogant and explosive. When he recalled the conflict with Ren Xingchuan in Exquisite Jade Pavilion, he was speechless too. Ren Xingchuan clearly came to be a mediator. In the end, he quarreled with him. This temper was also unparalleled. Hoo. If City Lord didn't have such breadth of spirit, how could he overpower the Chao family and manage this Wu Fang city like an iron bucket? Wu Xian said with a smile. The three people were just conversing when a servant came in to inform, Young Master Yi. City Lord Manners Lord Renyujia brought a woman to request an audience. Rendong was stunned when he heard that. What did father come here for?
Could it be to find me for something? Yi Yuan came to a realization and nodded his head and said, Invite them in then.
Before long, Ren Yujie led Ren Hongling in. Yi Yuan and Wu Xian were currently engrossed in conversation and did not seem to have noticed the two people. Yi Yuan also thought that Ren Yujie came to find his son and had nothing to do with him. He naturally would not pay attention to.
And when Ren Hongling saw that familiar face, her entire body trembled agitated and her tears gushed out from her eyes uncontrollably. Ren Yuejia was stunned when he saw Ren Dong as well. Donger, why are you here too? Ren Dong was likewise stupefied.
Father. Aunt. Didn't you guys come to find me? Ren Yujie shook his head and pointed at Yi Yuan and said, We came to find him.
Ah?
What are you all finding Master for? Rendong asked in bewilderment. Master. Ren Yujie was likewise confused. When Yi Yuan heard the conversation over here, his head involuntarily turned over.
With this turn, his entire person was immediately frozen in place, and he revealed a look of wild elation soon after.
Mother, why are you here?
Haha. Truly wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search and finding it by chance without even looking for it. I even made Brother Zihue go and find you and father. To think that you actually came here yourself. Yi Yuan came in front of Ren Hongling with a flash and held her hand as he said warmly. But Ren Hongling's expression changed drastically as she grabbed hold of Yi Yuan's hand and said, Quickly go and save your father.
Any later and it'll be too late.
In a forest outside the city, Yi Hang was escorted by several martial artists to an open space. The martial artist leading was shockingly a 9th-level Soul Sea realm expert.
If Yi Yuan were here, he would immediately recognize that the person presiding over Yi Hang's execution was actually Su Zihue. Su Zihue received Ren Xingchuan's orders this morning to make him bring several people and escort a criminal outside the city to carry out the death penalty. Su Zihue paid little attention to it too and brought several people over. As for what kind of offense this criminal committed, Su Zihue did not know at all. Of course, he was not interested to find out either.
Just a late-stage crystal formation martial artist, this person completely could not enter Su Zihue's eyes.
He was even rather resentful in his heart that City Lord was really using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Carrying out an execution against a late-stage crystal formation realm, he actually even made him, this 9th-level Soul Sea, to come and hold the line. Really took him to have nothing to do after eating his fill? How could he have known that this was Ren Xingchuan not wishing for a family scandal to get out?
That was why Ren Xingchuan did not even bring up charges against this person.
Even Ren Hongling and Yi Hang eloping back then, Ren Xingchuan blockaded all of the news too. Su Zihue only knew that Ren Hongling fell ill and died.
All right, just do it here. Be a bit neater, Su Zihue said rather annoyedly.
Yi Hang revealed despair. He did not think that Ren Xingchuan was actually impervious to reason to such an extent and actually really hardened his heart to want to kill his own son-in-law.
The incident back then, he was forced by circumstances too. He and Ren Hongling loved each other, but Ren Xingchuan refused to consent no matter what. The reason was just that his background was too lowly. Yi Hang's talent was not poor. It was just that he did not have sufficient resources and powerful cultivation methods.
Hence, compared to Ren Hongling, Yi Hang was completely not worth mentioning.
But Yi Hang's tenacity and sincerity moved Ren Hongling's maiden heart. From there, she fell hopelessly in love with this penniless little alchemist. Yihang lifted his head and gave a long sigh as he said, I, Yihang, did things all my life with a clear conscience. To think that I still ended up like this. Forget it. Forget it. This life, give it back to that unreasonable Ren Xingchuan. Also, count it as settling a grudge. As he said, Yihang shut his eyes and said, Do it! Su Zihui was originally still quite impatient, feeling that this punk was still babbling on and on before dying. Suddenly, he felt that Yihang this name was rather familiar to the ear. When he thought again, he was suddenly shocked awake. Wasn't Yihang the person that young Master Yi entrusted him to find? Wouldn't be so coincidental, right? Halt! Su Zihui roared. A finger's essence energy flicked out, sending that long sword in that executioner martial artist's hands flying. And at this time, that long sword was already less than half a centimeter away from Yihang's chest. Yihang looked at Su Zihui rather uncertainly and did not know what this person was trying to do. Su Zihui stared at Yihang and asked solemnly, You're called Yihang? You don't know who I am? Yihang was stupefied. Then he immediately understood and said with a self-ridiculing laugh, That's true. My existence is a disgrace to the Ren family. How could he let servants know of my existence? That's right, I'm called Yihang. Getting an affirmative answer, Su Zihui's heart pounded. He stared fixedly at Yihang and asked, then, Who's Yi Yuan to you? Although Yi Yuan did not say who Yihang and Ren Hongling was to him, as long as one had some brain cells, they could guess their relationship. When Yihang heard Yi Yuan's name, his entire body involuntarily quivered. You know Yuan-er? Su Zihui thought to himself, damn, there is really no story without coincidences. He actually nearly killed Yi Yuan's father. Earlier, if that sword were to really go down, he would not have the face to see Yi Yuan again thereafter. Su Zihui's son already successfully broke through realms after consuming the medicinal pill that Yi Yuan conferred. To a martial artist, one minor realm was a small matter. But the time saved from this was hard to be exchanged using money. He received Yi Yuan's grace but killed Yi Yuan's father. That would truly be a classical reciprocating kindness with ingratitude. But Yihang was a person that City Lord mentioned by name to kill. How? How should this be done? Su Zihui had a conflicted look and fell into a dilemma for a moment. Kill? Or not to kill? Yihang looked at Su Zihui full of doubts and suspicions. The strength of this person before his eyes was too formidable. He did not have the leeway to resist at all. But, hearing his tone, he actually knew Yi Yuan. Could it be that Yi Yuan was also in Wufang City right now? Thinking up till here, Yihang could not help being agitated. But he became downcast again very soon. He was almost dead. Even if Yi Yuan were really in Wufang City, how could he go and meet him? Yihang was all too familiar with Ren Xingchuan, this person. It was impossible for this expert before his eyes to defy his wishes. You, leave. Yihang was just letting his imagination run wild when Su Zihui suddenly spoke. Ah! Yihang was dazed and could not quite react. I said leave, Su Zihui said in a solemn voice. With him saying this, the few subordinates immediately became anxious. My lord. He's a person that City Lord named to kill. If you release him, City Lord won't let you off. Yeah. City Lord's temper, are you still unaware? You mustn't let him go. Su Zihui felt irritated and roared, I said let him go. Are you all deaf? This matter, if City Lord lays down the blame, I'll bear it alone. Those few subordinates still wanted to urge again. Su Zihui glared fiercely and said in anger, say any more and I'll exterminate the few of you. Seeing that Su Zihui's expression did not seem to be joking, these few subordinates finally did not speak again. But Yihang had a blank look as he said, Senior, you took on such a heavy responsibility in order to let me go. May I ask why? Su Zihui waved his hand and said, I received kindness from young Master Yi and seriously can't bring myself to take action. You should go. Yihang roused himself and said in great joy, Yuan-er is really in Wufang City? Su Zihui nodded his head and said, Young Master Yi is indeed in the city. He previously entrusted me to find a husband and wife pair, but I didn't have any leads all along. To think that you were actually imprisoned in City Lord Manor by City Lord. Yuan-er is he. Well, Yi Hang was somewhat anxious, yet fearful that he would lose it for a time.
Hoo, young Master Yi is a great character at the peak of his height right now in the entire Wufang city. Of course he's well. Su Zihue briefly recounted the matter of him inviting Yi Yuan to Wufang city. These 2 days, the Endless World's upper echelons were all discussing the matter of establishing the Endless Alliance. Many news had not spread out yet. With Su Zihue's status, he still did not know what happened during the meet. If he knew that Yi Yuan's current status could be comparable to those sect leaders, he would probably not be so worried either. Yi Hang also felt rather unreal when he heard it. He had already not had Yi Yuan's news for over a year. This 1 year plus, Yi Yuan actually grew to such an extent. But thinking about Yi Yuan's heaven-defying performance in the state of Qin, perhaps he could really achieve it? Musing for a moment, Yi Hang clasped his hands and said to Su Zihue, "Junior has a presumptuous request. Can Senior please bring me to meet Yuaner?" Su Zihue looked at Yi Hang and asked, "City Lord's control over Wufang City is extremely tight. You'll probably fall into his sights once you go there. Do you really want to go back?"
Yi Hang nodded and said, "My wife and son are both in the city. How can I leave alone?"
Outside Wufang City, Yi Yuan pushed his movement technique to the limits. Behind him, Wuxia was secretly alarmed. He actually felt rather taxing following Yi Yuan. Wuxia's talent was inadequate. Up till now, he was just early rank Alchemy King Strength 2. But even so, he was also a true blue second level Soul C. With his realm, he actually could not keep up with a second level C transformation.
No wonder this nephew of his could stir up the wind and rain in the Endless World's upper echelons meeting. His strength was actually so formidable.
Younger sister Ren Hongling lost the ability to become an alchemist. To think that she actually gave birth to such a heaven-defying son. Truly, misfortune might be a blessing in disguise. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan stopped.
"What is it?" Wuxia halted his footsteps too and asked curiously.
Yi Yuan heaved a long sigh and said, "Heaven has eyes." It was actually Su Zihue in charge of carrying out the sentence. "Looks like I'm going to owe Brother Zihue a massive favor." As he was talking, a group of people walked out from the jungle.
At Fengyu Pavilion, Yi Hang and Ren Hongling hugged tearfully. Yi Yuan watched this scene, feeling his heart ache very much too.
Along the way, Yi Hang already told everything to Yi Yuan, infuriating Yi Yuan greatly. He never would have thought that Ren Xingchuan was actually his blood-related maternal grandfather.
Furthermore, this old man was actually so unreasonable and impervious to reason. Making a connection to Ren Xingchuan's conduct in the exquisite Jade Pavilion back then, Yi Yuan felt that this old man was simply incapable of being reasoned with. Yi Yuan had occupied this body for a long time and had long taken Yi Hang and Ren Hongling to be his closest loved ones. Ren Xingchuan, that old stick in the mud, actually sentenced his own son-in-law to death because of this kind of laughable reason. It was simply preposterous to the max. If Yi Yuan did not request Su Zihue previously, if the one carrying out the sentence this time was not Su Zihue, Yi Yuan would really have to part forever with his father. With Ren Hongling and Yi Hang's love, she absolutely would not live on alone. He already lost an alchemy emperor father. He did not wish to lose a lower realm's father again.
With the scare after the incident, Yi Yuan's hatred of Ren Xingchuan already reached the verge of erupting. "Father, mother, Yuaner is incapable and made you too suffer." Yi Yuan reproached himself. Yi Yuan also sighed deeply in his heart. His current strength was still too weak.
If he had sufficient strength, Yi Hang and Ren Xingchuan absolutely wouldn't have left by themselves and also would not have feared that Ren Xingchuan would harm him and not dare to even reveal his name.
Ren Hongling already recollected her emotions at this time and said to Yi Yuan with a smile, "Silly child. We can have today, your father and I are already with joy. Returning to Wufang City is your father and my decision. How can it be blamed on you?" Yi Hang pulled a long face and said, "You rascally boy, don't take everything upon yourself." As he said, Yi Hang gave a sigh and said, "To really talk about incapable, father is the most useless. Back then, I couldn't protect your mother and you well, and almost caused you mother and son pair to lose your lives. Father-in-law, he couldn't accept his daughter becoming a cripple. I can understand that too.
These years, Yiheng blamed himself very much secretly too.
Although he and Ren Hongling loved each other very much, he had indeed eloped with Ren Xingchuan's daughter. And Ren Hongling back then was even Wu Fang City's future and hope. When they escaped to the southern domain back then, they did not expect to run into a group of martial artists with malicious intentions. Ren Hongling was pregnant at the time and accidentally affected the fetal circulation flow. At that time, Yi Yuan, who was still in her womb, was already in danger of dying. In order to preserve Yi Yuan at that time, she poured all of her essence energy into her womb. But because her dantian was damaged, she herself became incapable of amassing essence energy again.
This increased the guilt in Yiheng's heart even more.
It was precisely because so that he would think of returning to the northern domain and get Ren Xingchuan's forgiveness.
But they never expected that Ren Xingchuan was actually extreme to such a degree. Seeing Yiheng's expression, Yi Yuan's heart winced in pain, and he said solemnly, "Who said that father is useless?
Isn't it just a peak alchemy sovereign?
Father, your future accomplishments will surely be above his."
Yiheng laughed in spite of himself and said, "Silly boy, your grandfather is already standing at the pinnacle of the endless world. Surpassing him, wouldn't I ascend to the divine realm?" Yi Yuan laughed too and said, "What does ascending to the divine realm even count as? I've already realized now that the legacy I obtained absolutely far exceeds the endless world standards. Ascending to the divine realm is but a matter of time too." Right at this time, an immensely powerful pressure enveloped the entire Fengye pavilion. Everyone's faces changed. Yi Yuan's expression darkened, and he said to Yiheng and Ren Hongling, "Father, mother, just stay here. I'll face off with this old fellow."
To be able to release such a powerful pressure, who else could it be but Ren Xingchuan?
Towards Ren Xingchuan, Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of a favorable impression. Yi Yuan casually laid down a set of restrictions to stop the two of them from coming out. But he himself then turned around and went out. He wanted to have a look at just how much of a scoundrel this old fellow was. Yi Yuan came out from inside the house. A slightly aged-looking silhouette appeared in the courtyard. Who could it be but Ren Xingchuan? Bang! At first sight, Ren Xingchuan directly slapped a palm at Su Zihue.
Su Zihue, Ren Yujie, and Ren Dong were all in the courtyard waiting for Yi Yuan. Ren Xingchuan actually did not say a word and directly made a move.
Disregarding that Su Zihue did not dare to resist, even if he really resisted, it was impossible to be Ren Xingchuan's match too. This palm directly beat Su Zihue to heavy injuries. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan was already enraged to the extreme and reproached indignantly, "Old fogey, you dare to make a move and hurt people." Ren Xingchuan's temper was clearly not good either, and he likewise rebuked furiously, "Humph! Living off me but secretly helping others.
Leaving him his wretched life is already showing mercy.
Boy, isn't your hand extending a bit too long? Don't think that with old Hai backing you up, I won't dare to do anything to you."
You actually dared to interfere with my family affairs. Even if I killed you, I believe that old Hai would have nothing to say either.
"Father, he is—"
Ren Yujie anxiously tried to explain. "You shut your mouth for this old man.
Your gall is getting bigger and bigger now, to actually dare defy my orders."
"After I take care of this brat, I'll deal with you after."
"Old fogey, if you have the capabilities, kill me together with them today too," Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. "Humph! Do you really take this old man to be made out of clay? Since you want to die, this old man will fulfill your wish." As he said, Ren Xingchuan actually really lifted his palm and struck towards Yi Yuan.
Right at this time, Ren Dong stepped forward bravely and blocked in front of Yi Yuan. "Grandfather, if you want to kill Master, then kill me off too," Ren Dong said with cold eyes.
Ren Xingchuan's expression choked up, and he said furiously, "You! Each and every one of you is rebelling. You move to one side for me."
At this time, a beautiful profile slowly appeared in front of Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Apologies, Mr. Yi. Originally, I didn't want to disturb you, but this place is too noisy." Once Yumengli appeared, the power emitting faintly from her body immediately scattered Ren Xingchuan's pressure in all directions.
Ren Xingchuan's expression became apprehensive. Everything in this courtyard was under his control. But he actually did not discover just how this woman showed up. Furthermore, The aura emanating off from this woman's body unexpectedly made him feel daunted. There was actually such a powerful martial artist around Yi Yuan still?
What background did this boy have? He was seriously too mysterious.
Yi Yuan said with a laugh. This old man only knows how to be fierce all day long. I want to see if his bones are really that tough. Lier, help me take good care of this old fogey. Yu Mengli said apathetically. All right.
As she said, Yu Mengli gently lifted her finger. The situation in the entire courtyard changed drastically.
Ren Xingquan's expression changed dramatically when he saw the situation. His mouth was unable to close no matter what.
Boundless Realm.
This is absolutely the power belonging to Boundless Realm.
How is this possible? With Ren Xingquan's shout, everyone was taken aback from shock. What kind of boundary Boundless Realm was, everyone present was all too clear. This was power not belonging to the endless world. How could it possibly appear on such a young girl?
But with Ren Xingquan's realm, how could he possibly identify wrongly? With this, the gazes that everyone looked at Yi Yuan with underwent a change again. A Boundless Realm expert actually willingly followed by Yi Yuan's side. What kind of concept was this? Rendong was the first to react and begged Yi Yuan. Master, although grandfather he's rather overbearing, his offense doesn't deserve death.
You let him go, all right?
Ren Xingquan's mouth moved, wanting to say something, but he ultimately did not speak.
Facing a Boundless Realm experts, he seriously did not have any confidence to continue being arrogant. Seeing Ren Xingquan's deflated look, Yi Yuan could not help feeling secretly pleased inwardly.
Yu Mengli could not really make a move, but using her move to deter a little was still very effective.
This kind of stirring up heaven and earth essence energy was just the effort of lifting a finger to Yu Mengli. But in the eyes of divine traversing realms, it was a godlike realm. A boundless realm in the lower realms represented invincibility. Even with Ren Xingquan's domineering character, he did not dare to act rashly in front of Yu Mengli either. Forget it. Lier, put it away. Who asked me to take in such an obedient disciple? If I killed his blood-related grandfather, this master and disciple relation wouldn't carry on well in the future, Yi Yuan deliberately said with an emotional sigh.
Yu Mengli nodded and kept her aura, becoming a harmless little girl again. She then stood behind Yi Yuan. Rendong was sold by Yi Yuan without even him knowing it. Seeing Yu Mengli cease, he could not help being overjoyed and said, "Thank you, master. Thank you, master."
Ren Xingquan also recovered at this point. Hearing Ren Dong calling master over and over again, he could not refrain from saying angrily, "Donger, what are you calling him?
What right does he, a sea transformation realm brat, have to be your master?"
Ren Dong shook his head and said, "He's not my martial path master, but my alchemy path master." Ren Xingquan was stunned. The flames which were just suppressed shot up all at once with a roar again. With Grandpa teaching you alchemy skills, you actually still acknowledged others as your master?
Ignoring that you acknowledged a master, Yi Yuan is at the very most just a quasi-alchemy king too. What right does he have to be your master?
Have you lost your mind? Grandfather, I'm very clear about what I'm doing.
Although master he can only refine quasi-tier for medicinal pills, the profoundness of his alchemy path knowledge far exceeds yours.
As the saying goes, those who reached first can teach.
He can naturally be my master, Rendong said. Only now did Ren Xingquan recall Yi Yuan's performance at the Thousand Query Wall. Back then, he stopped Yi Yuan from continuing to challenge. If he really carried on, how many questions Yi Yuan could answer was really hard to say. Looking from this, Yi Yuan's alchemy path standards actually far surpassed his present realm.
As long as his boundary reached, the standards of the medicinal pills refined would greatly surpass those of the same rank.
Like this, Yi Yuan being Rendong's master did not seem to be unjustifiable. Ren Xingquan discovered that he could not do anything to this youth before his eyes at all. He had a boundless realm fighter, and his own alchemy knowledge was also very heaven-defying.
Martial path and alchemy path, he actually could not match up to a brat who was still wet behind the ears. This made the arrogance in heart and haughty in manner Ren Xingquan feel very aggrieved.
Stinking brat. Quickly hand over Yi Hang and my daughter. This is my family matter.
It isn't your turn to interfere.
Ren Xingquan talking right now was not as confident as earlier. He did not even dare to say threatening words. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "They are right inside this house behind me. If you have the capabilities, you go and bring them out yourself.
You.
Ren Xingchuan took a look at the Yu Mengli behind Yu Mengli and nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood.
If I could beat her, I would have long brought them out. Why would I waste my breath with you?
Ren Xingchuan sucked in a deep breath and reined in his impatience as he asked Yi Yuan, "Fine. Then I ask you, what is your relationship with them? Why do you want to save them?"
But Yi Yuan did not answer. He just looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile.
When these words came out, Ren Xingchuan himself was stunned for a bit too. He was originally in the midst of anger and did not think deeply about this matter. Now that he asked, he thought of a possibility. Yi Yuan was surnamed Yi. Yi Hang was surnamed Yi too. Moreover, calculating according to the time, Yi Hang and Ren Hongling had also left the northern domain for 18 to 19 years already. Just nice coinciding with Yi Yuan's age.
Shouldn't be. Ren Xingchuan seemed to have thought of something and abruptly turned his head to ask Ren Yujia, "You all knew long ago?"
Ren Yujia forced a smile and said, "I only knew today as well."
It was sister's one sentence which shocked me awake thoroughly. That's why I took the risk of father laying down punishment to bring her to find Yi Yuan.
Ren Xingchuan was stupefied and asked, "What did Hongling she say?" She said, if brother-in-law died, she absolutely wouldn't live on alone.
And if Yi Yuan knew that they died in your hands, he'll surely come to find you to take revenge in the future. She didn't hope to see this kind of human relations tragedy to happen to our Ren family.
When I knew that sister's son was Yi Yuan, I knew that he completely had this capability to come and find you to take revenge in the future.
Hearing these words, Ren Xingchuan was secretly alarmed. Was there a need to wait for the future?
Yi Yuan had a seemingly boundless realm expert beside him right now. He wanting to kill him was simply something effortless. Even if he did not rely on this boundless realm, with Yi Yuan's degree of monstrousness, maybe in less than 5 years, he would not be his match anymore. He had such a heaven-defying maternal grandson, but he also almost killed his son-in-law. Why did this sort of thing seem so absurd?
Except that Ren Xingchuan never would have dreamed that Yi Yuan, this gradually rising genius martial artist, was actually his own maternal grandson.
This grandson should originally have been the entire Wufang city's pride. But now,
this was the first time in his life that Ren Xingchuan felt somewhat regretful.
For so many years, he stood by his words. He wanted the entire Wufang city to all listen to him. His daughter fell for a bottom-level alchemist. He wanted to use forceful means to separate them. Now, that alchemist brought sincerity and brought his wife to come and apologize to him. Instead, he wanted to kill that alchemist. "You're regretting." Yi Yuan's voice suddenly rang out. Ren Xingchuan was startled. This boy actually saw through his thoughts.
"You're regretting that a junior which even old Hai regards highly was actually your own grandson, but you didn't know.
You're regretting that this grandson can give your Wufang city, can give your Ren family limitless reverence and benefits, but you wanted to kill his father.
You're regretting that such an outstanding grandson, but you offended him thoroughly.
But have you thought about that? If I was just an ordinary person, would you still regret the things that you did last time?"
If I were just an ordinary person, my corpse would probably be lying in this courtyard right now already, right?
Therefore, you're just an utter and complete self-centered person. In your eyes, only your paramount status is the most important. Each sentence that Yi Yuan had uttered struck Ren Xingchuan's heart like a heavy punch. Such an outstanding junior was absolutely what every family clan were extremely eager for. Even using one's heel to think about it, one would also know that Yi Yuan's future accomplishments would surely be extraordinary. But now, Ren Xingchuan had offended this descendant thoroughly. Of course, offended means offended. If it were an ordinary person, Ren Xingchuan could capture him back to discipline him strictly.
But the problem was that he could not do anything to Yi Yuan at all.
"Humph! What do you know at your young age? Everything that I do is for the sake of the Ren family."
If there wasn't me, how could the Ren family quash the Chao family and firmly occupy this Wufang city's highest position?
Ren Xingchuan was very conceited. Even if he felt regret over Yi Yuan in his heart, it was also not possible to lower his head to Yi Yuan this junior. Furthermore, he did not feel that what he did was in any way wrong. This was the most crucial.
Ha ha ha. You, this old man, are really amusing. Is this game of deceiving yourself and others very fun? Hearing Ren Xingquan's words, Yi Yuan burst into laughter. The mockery in the laugh was revealed completely. Ren Xingquan said with a black face, deceiving myself and others? Wufang City is already managed by me tight like an iron bucket. Who dares to say a word of no to my orders? Like an iron bucket, is it? Maybe. It's just that this is only temporary. If your words are really the law in this Wufang City, on that day when I challenged the 1,000 query wall, you shouldn't have been standing on the Chao family's side. You should have been kicking them while they are down to pull the Chao family up by the roots. You didn't dare to do this because the Chao family's bedrock is too deep. And this Wufang City's prestige still needs the Chao family to maintain it. And not you, this city lord. Yi Yuan continued with a cold smile and said, the Chao family is just on the decline temporarily. Their foundation is right there. Sooner or later, there will come a day when they will rise up once more. And you are just an upstart, without a bedrock, without any future. After you pass your peak period, Wufang City will change hands once more. Actually, you yourself realized this point too, right? Humph. Donger talent greatly surpasses that Chao Fang. You saw it yourself too. As long as Donger matures, the Chao family still will be trampled underfoot by our Ren family. Ren Xingquan continued to be stubborn. Yi Yuan said with a smile, I don't deny this point, but do you really feel that Rendong can take on the heavy responsibility all by himself? What can you leave for him? A powerful family? Chao family is indeed inferior to Rendong, but they are just quasi-alchemy kings after all. At alchemy king this level? Alchemy sovereign this level? The Chao family can invite so many alchemy sovereign experts every 5 years. Those people didn't come on account of your face. They came for the Chao family. In terms of foundation, in terms of connections, in terms of talents, the Ren family doesn't have a single one that can beat the Chao family. Yi Yuan's words shattered Ren Xingquan's sense of superiority to dust. Ren Xingquan opened his mouth but did not know how to refute. His entire person seemed to have been sapped dry. It was as if his whole person aged greatly instantaneously. Yi Yuan's words hit the nail on the head. He had no way of refuting at all. The Ren family's few years of flashiness were just on the exterior. Ren Xingquan had long realized the Ren family's crisis. Hence, he groomed Ren Hongling and the Ren Dong later on without sparing any effort. But just as Yi Yuan said, the Ren family's foundation was too shallow and simply could not be compared with the Chao family. Within the Chao family's third generation, indeed, there was nobody who could surpass Rendong. But the Chao family's second generation was much stronger than the Ren family's. In the Chao family's second generation, just the alchemy sovereign experts numbered quite a few. Who dared to guarantee that among these people, there wouldn't be a peak alchemy sovereign being born in the future? As long as a peak alchemy sovereign appears in the Chao family, his position as the city lord would be in imminent danger. And the Ren family only had Ren Wuxia, this early rank alchemy king. Ren Wuxia was quite talented in the area of managing the city. But, on the alchemy path, it was rather forceful for him. Ren Xingquan spared no effort to quash the Chao family on the one hand. On the other hand, he had no choice but to borrow the Chao family's prestige to strengthen Wufang City's rule. The hardships in between this only he himself knew. Who could have thought that such a young youth actually saw through the Ren family's peril at one glance? It was precisely because of so that after Ren Xingquan knew Yi Yuan's identity, he became even more dejected. Ren Xingquan very much wished that Yi Yuan could become a member of the Ren family, but his personality was like this. He would not lower his pride to say some submissive words. His attitude was still very unyielding. Yi Yuan ignored Ren Xingquan's awkwardness. He went to Su Zihui's side and poured essence energy from his palm into Su Zihui's body. Yi Yuan could only refine tier 4 medicinal pills right now. It could not have much of an effect on Su Zihui at all. But Yi Yuan had many ways of treating people. Although his realm was not high, using essence energy to help Su Zihui ease his wounds was still doable. Before long, Su Zihui's complexion became a little rosier. Although his wounds were not healed yet, he could still labor to say some words. The conversation between this grandfather and grandson, although Su Zihui was unable to stick a word in, he still took it all in. Honestly speaking, he felt that City Lord was very impressive all along. But he did not think that the city lord manners crisis actually already reached such a state.
It was precisely because of so that he admired Yi Yuan even more.
This boy was so young. Not only was his strength and means extremely formidable, but his visual prowess also greatly surpassed ordinary people. His future accomplishments were boundless.
Thank you very much, young Master Yi. Su Zihui forcefully propped himself to stand up and wanted to give a bow to Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan stopped him and said unhappily, "Disregarding that you got injured because of me, just based on our friendship, is there a need to say a word of thanks?"
Su Zihui went blank and could not help being overjoyed in his heart.
Hearing Yi Yuan's tone, he took him as a sworn friend for life or death.
Although his realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's, to be able to be recognized by Yi Yuan at this time, he could not contain the joy in his heart.
To be able to become friends with a peerless prodigy like Yi Yuan. Others could not accomplish this even if they were envious. Su Zihui nodded hard at Yi Yuan to express that he understood. Seeing this scene, Ren Xingquan's face became even blacker.
This brat was so polite to his own subordinate. But to himself, Yi Yuan had the manner of keeping him 1,000 miles away.
Definitely did it intentionally for him to see. Su Zihui saw Ren Xingquan's face too, and could not help smiling bitterly as he said, "Young Master Yi, Brother Zihui don't need to be courteous with me. Directly call my name, or call me younger brother." Yi Yuan interrupted him. Su Zihui was blank. He nodded and said, "Then I won't be melodramatic. Yi Yuan, I know that I'm an outsider, but can you allow me to say a few words?" Yi Yuan nodded slowly. The meaning was clearly permitting it. Su Zihui was secretly relieved, and he opened his mouth to say, "I never would have dreamed that you're actually City Lord's grandson.
I've followed City Lord for many years. His grace to me is as heavy as a mountain.
Even if he really killed me, I wouldn't have any complaints either. But seeing you grandfather and grandson wrangling until like this, I really feel very upset."
Talking up to here, Su Zihui sneaked a glance at Yi Yuan, only seeing that he did not have a displeased look. Su Zihui plucked his courage and said, "You are blood-related kin in the end. Even if City Lord has all kinds of faults, the fact that he's your grandfather can't be changed. Since you're all one family, why is there a need to cause a scene to such an extent?"
Regardless of what he has done, his original intention was for the Ren family, no. But Ren Xingquan was enraged when he heard that. "Su Zihui, do I need you to poke your nose into other people's business?
How can the City Lord's merits and faults be appraised by you?"
Ren Xingquan thought very highly of Su Zihui all along. Otherwise, that blow just now, Su Zihui would have already gone to the Western Paradise. But no matter how highly he regarded him, Su Zihui was also just a subordinate of his.
A subordinate saying his master had all kinds of faults in front of his face. With Ren Xingquan's temperament, how could he preserve face? Yi Yuan said with Su Zihui with a smile, "You see, he doesn't care about your kindness." But Su Zihui did not have any embarrassed look and shook his head as he said, "City Lord's temper, I'm aware. This life of mine was given by City Lord. Whether he accepts my grace or not is his problem. But whether I do it or not is mine."
"Since Yi Yuan you have a good opinion of me and call my brother Zihui, then even if I die, I'm also not willing to see you grandfather and grandson fall out and become enemies."
Yi Yuan glanced at Su Zihui and shook his head as he said with a sigh, "Brother Zihui is very loyal. To be able to make friends with Brother Zihui is truly Yi Yuan's fortune."
Yi Yuan's words were naturally not said for fun. If there weren't Su Zihui, Yi Hang would probably be long dead at this time already. And the current situation would also definitely not be how it was right now. If Yi Hang really died, Yi Yuan would surely go into a frenzied state. Even if Ren Xingquan were Yi Yuan's grandfather, he would definitely kill him personally too. Yi Yuan recognized Yi Hang this father, but it did not mean that he recognized Ren Xingquan this grandfather. If he really killed Ren Xingquan, Yi Yuan would not have any psychological burden at all. If not for Su Zihui this person being so upright, even if he knew Yi Yuan and Yi Hang's relationship, he might not be able to withstand Ren Xingquan's pressure and take a principled action. Ren Xingquan's prestige all these years in Wufang City was still exceedingly terrifying. This situation currently, although Yi Yuan was extremely displeased, it was still not at the extent of falling out entirely, especially under the circumstances where he held the initiative. Yi Yuan slowly came in front of Ren Xingchuan and extended his hand to say, "Give it!" Ren Xingchuan was stunned. "Give what?" "Healing medicinal pills," Yi Yuan said coolly. Ren Xingchuan looked at Yi Yuan and glanced at Su Zihui again, his expression flickering continuously. He knew that this was the last chance Yi Yuan was giving him. If he refused to give the medicinal pills, his relationship with Yi Yuan would most likely be unable to be mitigated forever. Ren Xingchuan could sense that Yi Yuan's stubbornness was absolutely not beneath his. But handing over the medicinal pills was equivalent to him lowering his head to Yi Yuan. He injured his subordinate but used his own medicinal pills to heal. This by itself was a form of submission. Yet Ren Xingchuan was an extremely tyrannical person. There had only ever been others lowering their heads to him. Where was there the part of him submitting to others? Everyone held their breaths, awaiting Ren Xingchuan's choice. With this falling out, Yi Yuan and the Ren family would probably have no way of getting together again. Su Zihui did not say anything by the side. He had interacted with Yi Yuan for a period of time too, and more or less understood a bit of Yi Yuan's personality. He was extremely domineering, facing a leviathan like the Myriad Sword sect and directly detained Qin Hongtao's grandson. Now, facing a Ren Xingchuan, Yi Yuan being able to do it to such a step was already giving him tremendous face. As for how he chose, it would be up to Ren Xingchuan himself. Ren Xingchuan felt his heart beat very fiercely. He froze there without moving for a long time. He never thought that he would actually be checkmated by his own grandson. Facing Yi Yuan's overbearingness, Ren Xingchuan actually had dread in his heart. Ren Xingchuan was perfectly clear about Yi Yuan's ability. Once the Ren family had Yi Yuan, it was far from as simple as having a descendant with an exceptionally promising future. Yi Yuan's prowess by itself was already ample to astonish everyone. The Chao family's dread towards Yi Yuan right now simply could not be described using words. Originally, Ren Xingchuan was also extremely wary of Yi Yuan. But if Yi Yuan joined the Ren family, the Chao family was completely nothing to be scared of. With Yi Yuan, the Ren family would have an additional living 1,000 query wall. "Faster. My patience has a limit," Yi Yuan said with a frown. Ren Xingchuan drew a deep breath and took out a Tier 4 healing medicinal pill from his storage ring. He slammed it sullenly on Yi Yuan's palm. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a long sigh in relief. Yi Yuan lightly swept a glance over the medicinal pill in his palm and said disdainfully, "A dignified peak alchemy sovereign can only refine this sort of rubbish medicinal pill? Forget it, who asked me to be unable to refine Tier 4 medicinal pills? Brother Zihui, you make do with these and take them." As he said this, Yi Yuan casually threw the medicinal pill to Su Zihui. Ren Xingchuan's face went black, and he said furiously, "Stinking brat. This Azure Flower Jade Dew pill is the highest grade healing medicinal pill in Wufang City. You actually say that it's rubbish?" Yi Yuan said crossly, "An exalted peak alchemy sovereign refining a Tier 4 medicinal pill can only come out with just high grade. You have the face to take them out," Ren Xingchuan said with a cold smile. "Who doesn't know how to brag? If you have the capabilities, refine one yourself for me to see." Yi Yuan chuckled but did not speak. But the contempt in his expression stimulated Ren Xingchuan greatly. He had yet to flare up when Rendong interjected, "Grandfather, if Master he broke through to the Alchemy King realm, refining transcendent-grade Azure Flower Jade Dew pills should be not an issue." "You rascal! Why are you helping outsiders? Also, he's your cousin. What are you calling him Master for?" Hearing Rendong cut in, Ren Xingchuan immediately blew up and directly shouted. But Rendong grinned cheekily and said, "You already said that he's my cousin. How is it helping outsiders? Furthermore, we're each involved differently. It doesn't affect anything. Since I acknowledged cousin as my master, he'll be my master in this lifetime." Ren Xingchuan's face went black, and his figure moved, carrying Rendong in his arm. "Stinking brat. Still being stubborn. Watch if I don't take care of you properly when we return. Also, you Yujie, go back and face the wall to reflect." As he said, Ren Xingchuan's figure moved, vanishing from inside Fengye Pavilion. Seeing Ren Xingchuan's distant back view, Su Zihui said gratefully, "Young master saved face for City Lord. Zihui is endlessly grateful." Su Zihui perceived that after Yi Yuan took the medicinal pill earlier, He deliberately displayed a disdainful look as an impromptu jest. This way, everyone would not appear to be overly awkward.
Although Yi Yuan forced Ren Xingchuan to lower his head, he was after all one of the top alchemists in the small world.
This face still had to be given.
Yi Yuan had a black face as he said unhappily, "What, young master? Why are you at it again? Just call me Yi Yuan in future. Over here at my place, you're not a subordinate but a friend." "What did you say?"
Yi Yuan is Ren Xingchuan's grandson. These 2 days, the news that Yi Yuan was Ren Xingchuan's grandson slowly spread out within Wufang City. The Chao family was naturally among the first batch of family clans who were informed of this news. When Chao Zheng heard this news, alarm and panic were all over his face. This news was undoubtedly a bolt out of the blue to him. How monstrous Yi Yuan was, Chao Zheng already had a taste of it. His performance at the Thousand Query Wall made Chao Zheng unbelievably panic-stricken. Originally, Ren Xingchuan falling out with Yi Yuan at Exquisite Jade Pavilion even delighted Chao Zheng endlessly, who knew that the situation would change drastically. News suddenly came from the Ren family that Yi Yuan actually was Ren Xingchuan's grandson. Yi Yuan's realm was not high but was an exceptionally troublesome character. Not only was his alchemy knowledge extremely terrifying, he even had the support of the 3 sects and Qi behind him. He was simply unshakable by anyone. Such an existence became a member of the Ren family. This simply could be said to be a catastrophic disaster for the Chao family.
The Chao family's greatest confidence and reliance right now were the Thousand Query Wall. Yet, this confidence in front of Yi Yuan could not withstand a single blow. If Yi Yuan was not a Ren family member, for the sake of Wufang City's collective interest, Ren Xingchuan had no choice but to stand on the Chao family's side.
But, if Yi Yuan became a Ren family member, the situation would be entirely different.
With Yi Yuan's alchemy knowledge, he could completely come and challenge the Thousand Query Wall's 7th level directly. Even if the challenge was not successful, as long as Yi Yuan's performance was sufficiently heaven-defying, he could also push the Ren family's prestige to another height.
At that time, the Ren family completely did not need to rely on the Chao family's prestige anymore.
Because Yi Yuan was another Thousand Query Wall,
Ren Xingchuan had long viewed the Chao family as a thorn in the side. If he had a living Thousand Query Wall like Yi Yuan, it was impossible for him to let go of the chance to suppress the Chao family.
Yes, the information is already confirmed.
Back then, Ren Xingchuan's youngest daughter eloped to the southern domain with an alchemy master without any background, and she gave birth to a boy in Immortal Kingdom. That boy is Yi Yuan.
The one talking was Chao Zheng's eldest son, Chao Kuan. At present, he was already an early-rank alchemy sovereign expert. Entirely different from Chao Feng being utterly suppressed by Ren Dong, Chao Kuan was an elite among the Chao family's 2nd generation, standing out above the entire city.
Apart from Chao Kuan, the Chao family still had a number of sons who were all alchemy king experts. Compared to Ren Wuxia, it was seriously way stronger.
These few sons of Chao Zheng were the people Ren Xingchuan was wariest of, especially Chao Kuan. It was very likely for him to impact through the realm of peak alchemy sovereign in the future. As long as the Chao family gave birth to another peak alchemy sovereign expert, the Chao family's declining trend would gradually turn around.
These few years, Chao Zheng had always been enduring silently. It was for the sake of waiting for Chao Kuan to rise up.
But Yi Yuan's appearance completely ruined his plans. Chao Zheng sucked in a deep breath. He sat back down onto his seat with tightly knitted brows. This news was too shocking. He was caught somewhat off guard.
Any other news?
Chao Kuan's expression was not too good either as he said, "Some news even came out of City Lord Manor. It's just that I don't know if it's true or false."
"Speak."
It said that Ren Xingchuan will send out a public notice 2 days later to announce an important issue.
Although it's uncertain what it is, it may be assumed that it can't be not related to that Yi Yuan. Chao Zheng felt an incredible headache. Originally, in this Wufang city, the momentum of all of the luck was gradually leaning towards the Chao family. Yet, Yi Yuan's appearance completely turned the situation around. After a long time, Chao Zheng looked his son and asked, "How much strength
do you feel that Yi Yuan really has?"
"I'm talking about Thousand Query Wall."
That day when Yi Yuan challenged the Thousand Query Wall, although Chao Kuan wasn't present, he researched Yi Yuan's answers carefully after the incident too, and it actually gave him a feeling of suddenly seeing the light.
As a Chao family descendant, the most important thing was to study the Thousand Query Wall. Chao Kuan, as an alchemy sovereign expert, was very clear about the Thousand Query Wall's 7th levels questions. Yi Yuan's answers made him have a feeling of sighing at his own inferiority. This youth was too strong. Chao Kuan mused for a moment and smiled bitterly as he shook his head and said, I really have no way of estimating.
Although Yi Yuan only answered 20 questions, these 20 questions he answered all of them directly, virtually without even thinking time. More importantly, all of his answers leave no room for criticism and completely can't pick out any fault. This shows that these 20 questions were very easy for him. As for where his limit lies, most likely nobody knows. Unless...
Chao Kuan did not finish saying, but Chao Zheng understood his meaning.
Unless Yi Yuan continued challenging the questions in front, otherwise nobody knew where his limit lies.
The Thousand Query Wall's 7th level could be said to be a deity-like existence. Even though these 20 questions were only ranked at the back of the 7th level, the difficulty involved already represented the endless world's pinnacle standard.
But it was this pinnacle standard that was like child's play in front of Yi Yuan, utterly without any difficulty in the slightest.
So where Yi Yuan's limits lay, nobody knew either.
But the problem was, did the Chao family dare to let Yi Yuan continue challenging their Thousand Query Wall? When the mysterious veil of a holy land was uncovered layer by layer, then it could no longer be hailed as a holy land.
After a long while, Chao Zheng gave a sigh and said, The Chao family has lasted several thousand years and been through several times of prosperity and decline, but we pulled through all of it. These several decades, the Chao family was suppressed by the Ren family all along. Father has never given up before either. But now, Sai, you take your leave first. Let Father think about it properly. Seeing Chao Zheng's look, Chao Kuan was downcast too. His painstaking efforts these few years was for the sake of quashing the Ren family. But now, because of the appearance of a sea transformation realm youth, it vanished like soap bubbles. This made him have intense unwillingness in his heart.
It was just that, so what, even if he was any more unwilling?
What Chao Zheng wanted to think about, Chao Kuan naturally knew. He wanted to think about how to let the Chao family carry on surviving. Was a colossal family clan with a lineage of several thousand years actually facing annihilation? City Lord Manor, Ren Yujie was currently a guest at Ren Hongling's residence.
Ren Yujie said with a smile, Hongling, you and brother-in-law lived a vagrant life outside these few years. You must have really suffered considerable hardships. Now, Father finally thought it through. Our family can finally sit down properly and have a chat. But Ren Hongling was displeased as she said what thought things through.
If it wasn't for Yuan, how could he have possibly thought it through? Furthermore, my husband and I have already treated the state of Qin as our home these few years. Where is there suffering hardships? Ren Yujie was a goody two-shoes.
Hearing that Ren Yujie was still full of grievances, he was feeling rather awkward.
Yihang could only come forward to smooth things over. He said, Hongling, although our family went through quite a lot of twists and turns during this period, it also considered a happy ending right now. Past matters. Just let it go. In truth, how could Yihang not have resentment in his heart?
But Yihang's disposition was magnanimous and his tolerance was outstanding. He had long come to accept everything. In Yihang's heart, Yi Yuan's current accomplishments were extraordinary. Ren Hongling could return to the Ren family too. He no longer had any worries in his heart. The various things in the past, he did not have anything he could not get over too.
Hearing Yihang said so, Ren Hongling had nothing much to say as well.
Although Ren Hongling was resentful towards Ren Xingchuan in her heart, she was Ren Xingchuan's daughter after all.
With this matter being able to be resolved perfectly, Ren Hongling was naturally very happy in her heart too.
Actually, Yi Yuan's words that day shook Father up greatly. These 2 days, his attitude when speaking to me was much better than before. Intentionally in his words and in a roundabout manner, he had remorse towards the two of you.
It's just that due to pride, he couldn't come over to find you guys, Ren Yujie said.
Yihang waved his hand and said, past matters are already over. City Lord is a senior after all. How can we let him come and apologize?
Ren Yujie nodded his head and said, I wonder what plans brother-in-law have from here on?
Yihang said, I've already discussed with Hongling. After some time, we'll return with Grand Elder Skymaple back to the Tranquil Cloud sect. That is Yuano's home. It's naturally our home too.
Ren Yujie smiled bitterly and said, "Are you guys still harboring resentment towards father in your hearts?"
Yi Hang shook his head and said, "What's elder brother talking about? Now that my wish is fulfilled, there isn't any resentment. It's just that we understand you, honor.
He definitely won't be some young patriarch in this Wufang city. He will return to the tranquil cloud sect. Honglings, and my greatest worry is Yuan.
We're naturally unwilling to leave him." Ren Yujie came to a realization. He said, "Actually, me coming to find you guys today was father's intentions. He has an idea and wants to seek your opinions."
Yi Hang and Ren Hongling exchanged glances and were slightly a bit surprised. Ren Yujie would actually seek the two of their opinions when doing things. It made them very surprised.
"Elder brother, please say," Yi Hang said. "Actually, father felt that he owes you guys too much these few years and wants to hold a make-up wedding for you. At the appointed time, he will announce to the entire Wufang city and apologize to you guys for the incident back then.
It's just that he was embarrassed to ask you. So he sent me to consult your opinions," Ren Yujie said. Yi Hang could not help being stunned when he heard that. He did not quite dare to believe that Ren Xingchuan would actually do something like this.
Back then, he had experienced Ren Xingchuan's high-handed personality many times. Coming to Wufang City this time, Ren Xingchuan's behavior went from bad to worse. To think that after experiencing the incident 2 days back, Ren Xingchuan would actually undergo such a huge transformation.
Yi Hang knew that this was all changes which Yi Yuan brought to him. One had to admit that this suggestion of Ren Xingchuan still made his heart palpitate with excitement. He brought Ren Hongling and traveled far away to the southern domain back then. But Ren Hongling conceived Yi Yuan along the way. Then, later on, they settled down in the state of Qin. He and Ren Hongling actually never held a presentable ceremony between them before. Although Ren Hongling followed him out of her own free will, he still felt like he owed her in his heart throughout. With a time interval of many years, if he could hold a grand and spectacular ceremony, it could also be considered a compensation to Ren Hongling, right?
Especially this time. It was going to be held with Ren Xingchuan's blessings. The significance was naturally extraordinary.
Except, making Ren Xingchuan inform the entire city. This sort of thing was a bit too damaging to one's face. This point made Yi Hang hesitate. Yi Hang looked dearly at Ren Hongling. Ren Hongling smiled gently and said, "All up to husband to make the decision." The two of them had helped each other in humble circumstances and had long known what the other was thinking. Just one look and Ren Hongling knew what Yi Hang was worried about. Yi Hang felt grateful inwardly and said, "Hongling, after we return to the Tranquil Cloud sect, I'll invite Grand Elder Sky Maple to take charge and hold a make-up ceremony."
But Ren Yujie's expression changed and he said, "You'd rather go back to the Tranquil Cloud sect than be willing to accept father's apology?
Isn't doing this too overboard?" Yi Hang shook his head and said, "Elder brother, you're mistaken. City Lord is the ruler of a city. His status is comparable to the 3 sects' old ancestors. How can we let him do such a thing?"
"Uncle, you go and tell that old man. About this matter, I'll agree on father's behalf." Right then, Yi Yuan's voice came over from outside the door.
Yi Yuan slowly walked into the room and came before Yi Hang and said, "This is what that old man owes you, and it is also what you deserve. Heh. Looks like that old man isn't stupid. He knows to use you guys to tie me down.
But I have to admit that him doing this thing is quite in line with what I want."
Yi Hang was stupefied by what Yi Yuan said. This boy was too impolite to his elders when talking. But Yi Yuan was no longer the former Yi Yuan. He was already a great figure who could command a region. Although that face was still somewhat childish and tender, he had already grown into a towering tree.
Towards Yi Yuan, Yi Hang had long not used the mentality of treating little children to treat him.
Although he felt that Yi Yuan's attitude was rather inappropriate, he did not say anything either.
"Yuana, this isn't very good, right? After all, he's your grandfather." Yi Hang used a consulting tone and said.
Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Heh. I didn't acknowledge that he's my grandfather. The Ren family doesn't have anything to do with me at all. To me, you and mother are the most important people. That old man harmed you guys and even almost killed you. Although I didn't haggle over it, it doesn't mean that he doesn't need to pay a bit of a price.
Furthermore, do you think that informing the entire city is very detrimental to him?"
Yi Hang was dazed as he said, "Isn't that so?"
Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, the martial artist world has always been talking using strength. Although alchemists are slightly different from martial artists, they similarly use strength to talk. That old man's strength is formidable enough. Even if there are nastier scandals, what loss is there to him? But for him, announcing to the entire city and acknowledging you as his son-in-law is equivalent to acknowledging me as his maternal grandson. This will only make his position, the city lord, be even more secure. This was not Yi Yuan blowing his own trumpet, but it was a fact. Yi Yuan's alchemy strength was a sea-stabilizing divine needle to the future Ren family. So what if the second generation had a declining trend? So what if the Chao family's foundation was deep? These things were all too weak to take a single blow in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Hang was not a foolish person. Hearing Yi Yuan say this, he immediately understood what was happening. But he did not have any resentment towards Ren Xingchuan. For Ren Xingchuan to do so, the price paid was also big enough. A character who stood at the pinnacle of a world's alchemy path like Ren Xingchuan, making him come forward to openly admit his faults seriously needed immense courage. Let alone a person with Ren Xingchuan's character. Wanting to do such a thing required even greater courage. For Ren Xingchuan to be able to do it to such an extent, it could be said that he was sincerely repentant. It could also be said that he was genuinely considering for the Ren family's future. Once Yi Hang figured it out, he was no longer conflicted. He nodded and said, all right then. You make the call for this matter. Oh, right, weren't you in closed seclusion? Why did you exit seclusion so quickly? Yi Yuan said smilingly, you're going to host a grand wedding ceremony here. How can I, as your son, not present a lavish gift? As he said, Yi Yuan took out 2 small medicinal bottles and placed them in Yi Hang's hand. Yi Yuan pointed at one of the small bottles and said, Father is already at the peak crystal formation realm. This sea expanding pill can help you to open up an essence energy sea and advance to the sea transformation realm. Yi Hang was overjoyed when he heard that. He knew that Yi Yuan had a mysterious master who taught him and had countless pill formulas in his brain. He had never heard of the sea expanding pill before, but since Yi Yuan took it out to give to him, it was likely not an ordinary medicinal pill. Ever since cultivating in the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art and 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, Yi Hang's cultivation advanced with giant strides. In this short year, he already cultivated to the peak of crystal formation realm. Shattering the core and forming the sea was a crucial step to martial artists. This sea-expanding pill was naturally the most suitable for Yi Hang. Then the other bottle? Yi Hang asked curiously. Yi Yuan said with a smile, the medicinal pill inside the other bottle is called Resplendent Jade Pill. This medicinal pill can directly act on the martial artist's dantian, repairing the dantian's damage. This medicinal pill is quite troublesome to refine, so it was delayed for some time. Ren Hongling was slightly dazed and looked at the medicinal pill in Yi Hang's hands in disbelief. Yi Hang sucked in a deep breath too and looked at Yi Yuan as he said, you mean that this medicinal pill can repair your mother's dantian and let her amass essence energy anew? Yi Yuan nodded his head with a smile and said, that's right. In the past, I overlooked it and never thought that mother was actually a martial artist too. Since I'm already aware of it now, I naturally have to think of ways to remedy it. After Rebirth, Yi Yuan practically spent all of his time being busy and completely did not notice Ren Hongling's dantian damage. Seeing that her body did not have the slightest trace of essence energy undulations, he even thought that she was just a normal person. Hence, when he heard that Ren Hongling lost her essence energy completely as a result of saving him, apart from being moved, Yi Yuan wanted to think of ways to help her recover even more. Although who Ren Hongling saved was just his predecessor, the previous Yi Yuan, to the present Yi Yuan, it was not any different. By the side, Ren Yujia had shock written all over his face too. The dantian was where the foundation of martial artists lied, but was also the most sensitive and fragile place. Once the dantian was damaged, it could be said to be a catastrophic blow to martial artists. Unless there were some heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, otherwise it would basically be ruined in this lifetime. Pill formulas which restored the dantian were exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the refining difficulty were all extremely great. In the endless world, there were simply no dantian restoring pill formulas. Or else, with Ren Xingchuan's cultivation, he would definitely have long refined it for Ren Hongling. At Yi Yuan's level, refining this resplendent jade pill took such a long time too.
It could be seen just how hard it was to refine this sort of medicinal pills. Ordinary alchemists, even if they had the pill formula, might not be able to refine it either. Hence, the astonishment in Renyujia's heart could be imagined.
Renhongling's entire body trembled all over with agitation. She looked at Yihang with tears in her eyes and said, "Husband, to think that I can actually become an alchemist again one day."
Yihang burst into laughter and said, "Hongling, you gave birth to a fine son. Ha ha ha." Although Renhongling assisted her husband and brought up her son with Immortal's identity for over a decade, this did not mean that she had no attachments towards alchemy skills. One could only say that Yihang's and Yi Yuan's importance to Renhongling far surpassed her attachment toward alchemy skills. It was because of this that she could suppress her dreams so composedly for so many years. But it was merely suppressed. Back then, Renhongling only got together with Yihang because of alchemy skills. Her feelings towards alchemy skills were naturally needless to say. Now, she could actually become an alchemist once again. The agitation in Renhongling's heart could be imagined.
Although it was delayed for over a decade's time, Renhongling's age to martial artists was not considered too old. She still had hoped to climb to the summit of the alchemy path.
Renyujia heaved a sigh and said, "It's you guys who gave birth to a fine son together." 4 hours later, in Ren Xingchuan's study room. "What? You said that Yi Yuan refined a Dantian restoring medicinal pill?"
Not only did Hongling recover essence energy now, she even broke through to alchemy grandmaster. Ren Xingchuan nearly jumped up when he heard this news.
Renyujia nodded and said, "Yes, I witnessed it with my own eyes." Hongling consumed the resplendent jade pill that Yi Yuan refined and started close seclusion.
When she came out again, she was already alchemy grandmaster realm.
"Who?"
Ren Xingchuan sucked in a deep breath. He was digesting this news.
Oh right, after Hongling exited seclusion, brother-in-law had entered closed seclusion too. Yi Yuan refined a type of medicinal pill for him called Sea Expanding Pill. It's said to be able to help him break through to sea transformation and become a quasi-alchemy king. Renyujia said again. Ren Xingchuan looked at Renyujia and seriously did not know what he should say. The formidability of this grandson of his still greatly exceeded his expectations. No wonder old Hai viewed Yi Yuan so importantly. Looks like Yi Yuan obtained some heaven-defying lucky chance and had already far surpassed the endless world, this small world.
With Ren Xingchuan's strength and status, he could naturally discern what level Yi Yuan's talent was at.
At the very least, this endless world standards was unable to groom such a freak. Like this, then Yi Yuan's lucky chance could only be inherited from
the divine realm.
Associating it to that exceptionally powerful woman around Yi Yuan again, it seemed like the various clues all pointed to the divine realm hazily. To lower realm martial artists, the divine realm was an extremely mysterious world. That place represented power and limitless possibilities. Only after a long time did Ren Xingchuan give a deep sigh and said, "I really didn't think that Yi Hang and Hongling actually gave birth to such an amazing son. That, the matter of hosting a make-up wedding ceremony for them, have they agreed?"
Renyujie recounted Yi Yuan's words exactly as it was, leaving Ren Xingchuan at a loss whether to cry or laugh.
This boy is really sharp. Looks like it was indeed not a coincidence that he could have today's accomplishments. Forget it. Forget it. As long as it can make this brat satisfied, I'll throw out this old face. Yujie, you declare an announcement tomorrow. Say that I, Ren Xingchuan, found my long-lost daughter, and I want to hold a make-up wedding for her. The entire city will celebrate together. The next 2 days, this matter became the hottest topic in the entire city. Especially among the major factions, they placed immensely close attention to this matter. At the Alchemist Association, Dan Xinzi looked at Wu Xian and said, "I really didn't expect that Yi Yuan is actually Ren Xingchuan, that old fellow's grandson. He really picked up a treasure. Looks like this Wu Fang city's power arrangement will thoroughly change. Wu Xian, your relationship with that Yi Yuan isn't bad. You must maintain it well. This boy's origin is definitely not simple. Presumably, he has countless intricate ties with the divine realm." Wu Xian forced a smile and said, "I also didn't think that Yi Yuan actually still had such an identity, but through these few days of interaction with him, I discovered that Yi Yuan is a person who differentiates kindness and grudges clearly. As long as our alchemist association doesn't take the initiative to provoke him, he won't have any ill intentions towards us.
Dan Chinzi nodded and said, "It's also thanks to Yi Yuan that I can finally refine the Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul Pill.
With this Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul Pill, it can be assumed that the day of me ascending to the divine realm won't be far off.
I'll start my closed seclusion from tomorrow onwards. The matter of that wedding, it will be you making an appearance then. Remember to help me send a big gift over."
On this day, the City Lord Manor was decorated with lanterns and decorations, bustling with a jubilant air. Under Ren Xingchuan's overbearing nature, City Lord Manor had always been filled with a lifeless atmosphere. There wasn't even a person who would dare to talk loudly.
It had already been God knows how many years since the City Lord Manor was so crowded.
The City Lord Manor's entrance was crowded with people. Those watching the show and delivering congratulatory gifts practically blocked up the entire street in front of the entrance. City Lord actually issued a self-admonishing edict. This is truly unprecedented. Yeah, City Lord has a paramount position, dictating the world. He had always been very domineering. This time, he actually issued a self-admonishing edict for the sake of his daughter and son-in-law. It really comes as a huge surprise. Hey, you aren't aware yet, right? City Lord issuing a self-admonishing edict was not because of his daughter and son-in-law.
It was because of his maternal grandson.
There. It's that young man receiving guests at the entrance.
How did you know? My brother-in-law's wife's younger sister's third aunt is a maidservant in City Lord Manor. This matter had long spread in the City Lord Manor.
This grandson of City Lord is very formidable. I heard that he nearly overturned the Chow family's 1,000-query wall. With City Lord accepting this grandson, the City Lord Manor's strength will become even greater. There were no walls without any cracks in this world. Moreover, Ren Xingchuan did not plan on controlling these rumors this time. Hence, it slowly spread out from the City Lord Manor as well. Furthermore, broadcasting Yi Yuan's reputation would only be more beneficial to the City Lord Manor.
Today, Yi Yuan took the initiative to be together with Su Zihui and took on the task of welcoming guests.
For father and mother's big wedding, him, as the son, naturally had to wait upon cautiously.
Alchemist Association Elder Wuxian has arrived.
The voice had yet to fade, and Wuxian came forward to Yi Yuan with a big laugh. He said, "Younger brother Yi, congratulations, congratulations. Ha ha."
Elder brother came really early.
"Quickly have a seat inside," Yi Yuan said with a laugh too. "No rush to sit. No rush to sit. Younger brother, today is your father's joyous day."
This congratulatory gift from elder brother can't be missing. But this gift of mine is offering a present provided by somebody else. Younger brother, please don't get mad, Wuxian said with a laugh.
Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "What is elder brother saying here?
You being able to come is already giving me tremendous face.
How can I dare to get mad? Ha ha.
Then that's good.
Young brother, clear away all the wine at the main banquet. Change to mine," Wuxian said with a mysterious smile.
Yi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that. Could it be that this old man fermented the immortal remembrance jade brew so quickly?
Wuxian saw Yi Yuan's eyes and knew that the latter already guessed it. He immediately no longer held Yi Yuan in suspense. Extending a hand and waving, he said, "Come men, carry all of the wine inside."
A group of servants carried loads and walked out from the crowd. Yi Yuan's eyes swept over. There were actually as many as 20 barrels.
20 barrels of wine was nothing, but 20 barrels of immortal remembrance jade brew was sufficient to cause a stir throughout the entire Wufang city. These wooden barrels were all made from southern sandalwood. Although they were all sealed off, the fragrance overflowed, immediately intoxicating a stretch of people. What alcohol is this?
So fragrant. It's already so fragrant without breaking the seal. If I can have a taste, I'd be willing to even die. Heh, ignorant and ill-informed much? I smell this alcohol fragrance. It must be that legendary alchemy sovereign, Fu Yunjing's immortal remembrance jade brew. I had once smelled before the alcohol fragrance several hundred feet away. It made me reminiscence for several days. It's actually immortal remembrance jade brew. My God. Isn't this the fine wine that alchemy sovereign Fu Yunjing hoards? Why is there so many all at once?
Furthermore, why would it be delivered by Master Wuxian?
That I don't know.
Moreover, I smell that this alcohol fragrance is actually even more aromatic than the last time. The quality of these Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew is probably even above the wine brewed by alchemy sovereign Fu Yunjing. 20 barrels of Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. It immediately caused an uproar among the surrounding crowd. The Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew was very renowned in Wufang City. Many people had only heard of its name but never seen it. Being able to have the opportunity to smell the alcohol fragrance from far away once was already the good fortune of 3 lifetimes.
But today Wuxian brought out 20 barrels in one go. It was seriously too astonishing. Many martial artists were drooling ceaselessly, envious to death of those who could take a seat at the banquet and drink this wine.
Yi Yuan saw the situation and could not help laughing in spite of himself and said, "Elder brother is so ostentatious. All right, then I'll take it first. Thank you, elder brother."
Haha. What's still there to thank between us? Furthermore, I'm just presenting Buddha with borrowed flowers here. I'm only responsible for providing the ingredients.
Oh, right, I still have a congratulatory gift over here. His chairman's. He's currently in close seclusion right now refining pills, so he can't come here personally. But he made me bring his gratitude over. Wuxian smiled and took out a long sword. Chilly air overflowed from it. Those onlooking martial artists could feel that oppressive freezing air separated by a distance of several hundred feet away. This was still under the circumstance where Wuxian did not use essence energy. Yi Yuan took over the long sword from Wuxian's hands and praised, "Fine sword," Wuxian said with a smile. "This sword's name is called Xianying Sword. It is a low-grade profound artifact."
Yi Yuan nodded his head and said with clasped hands, "Elder brother, help me thank Lord Chairman on my behalf when you return."
This congratulatory gift from Dan Chenzi was given to Yi Hang and wife in name. Actually, it was prepared for Yi Yuan. Profound artifacts were different from spirit artifacts. 2 entirely different concepts.
Spirit artifacts that were any more expensive could also be bought on the market using essence crystals. However, profound artifacts had the demand but no supply. Even if you had plenty of essence crystals, it's still very hard to buy them from some trading companies.
Profound artifacts were basically all weapons used by divine traversing realm experts. They were extremely rare in the endless world. Dan Chenzi gave a low-grade profound artifact with his opening move. Could be said to be extravagant.
But Yi Yuan did not have any psychological burden, because he helped Dan Chenzi complete the Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul Pill.
The value of this medicinal pill, others were unaware. But how could Yi Yuan not know?
Accepting a profound artifact of his was already him suffering a loss.
But Dan Chenzi being able to remember to give him a gift counted that he had the heart to. Furthermore, following the rise in Yi Yuan's strength, Songhua Sword was already gradually becoming somewhat lacking. And Songhua Sword's quality already reached the limit. If more restrictions were added, there was the risk of shattering. Although he was unable to unleash the full power of the Xianying Sword right now, it was much more powerful than Songhua Sword. This was also just Yi Yuan. Taking another Sea Transformation Realm martial artist, they could only just use some high-level spirit artifact.
But Yi Yuan's martial techniques were overly heaven-defying.
Ordinary spirit artifacts could not unleash the true power of his sword moves. Yi Yuan and Wuxian had some small talk for a while. Then Wuxian went inside to take a seat. Before long, the servant called out once again, "Chao family's family head has arrived."
The expression on Chao Zheng's face was rather dim. He saw Yi Yuan and forced a smile to congratulate little brother Yi. "Congratulations."
Congratulations. Arrivals were guests. Yi Yuan obviously would not reach his hand out to smack a smiling person. He replied with a smile, "Thank you very much." Yi Yuan knew that Chao Zheng did not spend these few days very well. But he did not care about it much either. Since Ren Xingchuan was still technically his grandfather, Yi Yuan naturally had to lean towards the Ren family. As for how the Chao family would be, Yi Yuan was unconcerned. However, Yi Yuan knew that Chao Zheng definitely would not come empty-handed today. He had to at least show a little something. Indeed, Chao Zhen fished out a slip of paper from inside his sleeves and passed it to Yi Yuan, saying, "This old man slightly prepared a modest gift. I hope that little brother Yi can kindly accept it.
Yi Yuan reached his hand out to take the slip of paper and could not help being slightly stunned.
The Chao family's big gift is rather weighty. Yi Yuan looked at Chao Zheng and said with a half-smile.
The corners of Chao Zheng's mouth twitched and he forced a smile as he said, "Little brother Yi is too kind. Your father's grand wedding, as a part of Wufang City, my Chao family naturally have to prepare something presentable." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and passed the slip of paper to Su Zihui and said, "Brother Zihui, I'm overwhelmed by this big gift from the Chao family. You'd better present it to old master directly."
Su Zihui was rather baffled listening to the two people's conversation earlier.
The thing that Chao Zheng handed over seemed to be a contract. Was it possible that the City Lord Manor was directly giving business to City Lord Manor? Such a gift definitely could not be said to be simple.
He received the contract from Yi Yuan's hands doubtfully and gave it a brief glance. His entire person trembled involuntarily and almost threw the slip of paper away. Su Zihui took a look at Chao Zheng and glanced at Yi Yuan again. The astonishment in his heart could not be any greater. What was in his hands was indeed a contract. Except that this contract was not some ordinary business from the Chao family, but the exquisite jade pavilion which was renowned throughout the entire northern domain.
This was the Chao family's largest business. It was also the most profitable business. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that inside the exquisite jade pavilion had the 1,000 query wall.
The 1,000 query wall's significance to the Chao family simply could not be converted using essence crystals.
That was where the foundation of the Chao family lied. It was also the foundation which the Chao family relied on to survive.
Without the 1,000 query wall, the Chao family was just an ordinary alchemy family too. They will be no different from the Ren family. Moreover, without the 1,000 query wall, it was simply impossible for the Chao family to be City Lord's match. They would be completely suppressed very soon.
Was Chao Zheng's brain damaged?
Or else, why would he use this sort of thing for a congratulatory gift? This. Su Zihui wanted to say something but did not know what he should say. Chao Zheng looked intently at Yi Yuan and suddenly turned around to say to everyone in a loud and clear voice, "Everybody, today, borrowing City Lord daughter's grand wedding date, my Chao family will be giving the exquisite jade pavilion as a gift. From today onwards, 1,000 query wall will be officially owned by City Lord Manor." The flesh on Chao Zheng's face was twitching, but he still said firmly, 1,000 query wall had never been the Chao family's 1,000 query wall, but all of the Endless World's alchemists' 1,000 query wall. The Chao family had always treated the 1,000 query wall as our private property. Truly an injustice to everyone. Wufang City being the Endless World's alchemy holy land. The 1,000 query wall ought to be managed by City Lord Manor. Finished talking, Chao Zheng's entire person seemed to have aged greatly.
The Chao family's painstaking work for several thousand years, he gave it away with both hands just like this. This was a tremendous test to him.
Even Yi Yuan did not expect that Chao Zheng would actually have such great breadth of spirit either, directly giving exquisite jade pavilion to City Lord Manor. The 1,000 query wall indeed did not pose much of a challenge to Yi Yuan. But when Yi Yuan was challenging the 1,000 query wall, he also deeply experienced the 1,000 query wall's prowess. Although he only answered the last 20 questions, not one of these 20 questions did not represent extremely high standards. The crystallization of the Endless World's alchemy path powerhouse's wisdom these several thousand years was absolutely not an undeserved reputation. Chao Zheng's words shocked all the martial artists present until they were tender on the inside and crispy on the outside.
What? The Chao family can actually bear to hand the 1,000 query wall to City Lord Manor.
Just why is this?
This is a major epic event to the Endless World's alchemy world.
How is the Chao family still going to compete with City Lord Manor without the 1,000 query wall?
This Chao Zheng isn't an impersonator, right? This kind of thing mustn't be joked around.
Everyone was speculating the intentions behind this action of Chao Zheng. But no one could have guessed that Chao Zheng was actually fearful of the youth in front of him. Although some people also guessed clues from Yi Yuan challenging the 1,000 query wall, it was still very hard for them to link this kind of major thing to Yi Yuan. This was an insane move. What in the world was Chao Zheng afraid of? Chao Zheng had fought in the dark with Ren Xingchuan for so long. How could he possibly make such a move? Yi Yuan glanced at Chao Zheng and was also slightly in admiration of his breadth of spirit.
This kind of swift and opportune decisiveness was not what everybody could have.
Since Chao family head is so generous, my city lord manor naturally won't be stingy either. From tomorrow onwards, I will open a forum and give a lecture in exquisite jade pavilion for 5 consecutive days. As long as they are alchemists, they can come and listen to the lecture, Yi Yuan suddenly said in a loud voice. What? That young man wants to open a forum and give a lecture? Who is he? So arrogant.
Are you kidding?
That's the city lord's grandson. He challenged 20 questions from the 7th level at the 1000 query wall a few days back. Moreover, all of them were answered correctly. No way, right? Looking at his age, he's just 17 to 18 years old. How can he have such profound and deep alchemy knowledge? That, I don't know. But you mustn't underestimate him because of his young age. I heard a story that City Lord issuing a self-admonishing edict this time was because of this grandson of his. Perhaps, this action of the Chao family is due to him too. How is this possible?
A 17-year-old youth can actually cause such earth-shattering impact?
I only heard it. Up to you to believe it or not. But in my opinion, it's not far off. Yi Yuan's words stirred up a great disturbance in the crowd. The 1000 query wall changed owners. The one opening a forum and giving a lecture was actually not the city lord but his grandson. Yi Yuan's heaven-defying performance mostly circulated around the endless world's upper echelons. And these ordinary martial artists and alchemists' understanding of Yi Yuan was extremely limited. But one could also tell from the news that had spread out that this youth was absolutely out of the ordinary.
It was just that opening a forum and giving a lecture was not something that normal people dared to do. Today, in front of so many people, Yi Yuan made such a promise. Did he have the ability to keep it?
A minority of the people believed it. But the vast majority of the people did not believe this. A 17-year-old youth saying to open a forum and give a lecture. This was simply a joke. Many people believed that Yi Yuan would definitely be replaced by the city lord a few days later. The city lord would be the one giving the lecture.
The 1000 query wall changing owners and then the city lord, His Excellency, coming forward to open a forum and give a lecture was something justifiable.
Yi Yuan's experience was too shallow and was simply incapable of suppressing the scene. The reason why Yi Yuan did this was naturally that he had his own ideas.
Now that the fierce Gale world was glaring at them like a ravenous tiger to the endless world's alchemists, even if they could increase a tiny bit of strength, it was still good.
Hence, he would rather waste 5 days to host a forum and give a lecture. Perhaps it might let some alchemists glean considerable gains? Furthermore, since the city lord manor took over the 1000 query wall, they had to at least have some indications to let these alchemists submit wholeheartedly.
Yi Yuan did not like Xianxia, that old man. But Yi Yuan still had another plan.
The position of the next city lord. He would accept it on Yi Hang's behalf. With him around, Yi Hang would surely break through to alchemy sovereign realm within 10 years. There was nobody more suitable than him to take over Wufang City. Father had been nursing grievances for so many years. He got to at least hold his head up high. Chao Zheng looked deeply at Yi Yuan and said with clasped hands, "Then I'll have to trouble little brother Yi. Tomorrow, this Chao will definitely be there to listen to little brother Ye's lecture." Chao Zheng's words were equivalent to tacitly acknowledging the reality of Yi Yuan opening a forum and giving a lecture. His attitude caused a stir in the crowd once again. With the Chao family's foundation, he was actually going to listen to Yi Yuan's lecture.
Those onlooking martial artists and alchemists all looked at Yi Yuan with amazed eyes.
Right at this time, a servant called out loudly again, "Heavenly martial sex old ancestor Ning, myriad sword sex old ancestor Qin, and profound ice sex old ancestor Jing Xian has arrived."
No way, right?
The 3 sex old ancestors are actually all here. What kind of status do they have? To actually turn up personally for the city lord's daughter's wedding event.
Weren't the 3 old ancestors all preparing the matters concerning the establishment of the alliance?
To actually find time out of their busy schedule to attend the wedding. These 3 old ancestors aren't here on account of City Lord's grandson too, right?
Ning Yixian Trio's arrival caused a commotion.
Their identities were too high. Furthermore, when they were busy with official affairs, logically speaking, sending a divine traversing realm expert from each sect over should be enough. No one could have thought that they would actually come here personally. At this time, many people were already guessing that these three people came for Yi Yuan too. Ha ha ha.
Younger brother Yi, this old man came here to congratulate. Qin Hongtao's voice was like a great bell and actually had a very happy appearance. He grabbed hold of Yi Yuan's arm and appeared very close.
Yi Yuan was bewildered by this action of Qin Hongtao. He thought to himself if it was possible that this old man ate the wrong medicine. If Ning Yixian took this kind of action, he would not be too surprised. But Qin Hongtao still had a considerable grudge with him. How could he have such an attitude? Seeing Yi Yuan's dubious eyes, Ning Yixian explained with a smile. Ever since Qin Yan returned from the Tranquil Cloud sect trip, he reflected on the bitter lesson. A few days ago, he already broke through to the Sea Transformation realm, becoming a Soul Sea realm expert. After Qin Yan exited seclusion, he said that for him to be able to break through successfully this time, the person he was most grateful to was you. Hoo-hoo. For this matter, old man Qin even showed off in front of us for several days. Yi Yuan came to understand only when he heard that. It was just that he never expected that Qin Yan would actually break through so quickly. From the Sea Transformation realm to the Soul Sea realm, there was an incredible barrier. It was the checkpoint of transitioning from the lower three realms to the middle three realms.
Even for Qin Yan, these peerless heavens chosen, wanting to cross this hurdle required the accumulation of a very long period of time too. Qin Yan, Guo Taochuan, and Yin Yanhua, these three people were originally running neck to neck. To think that it was actually Qin Yan who strode out this step first.
Hoo-hoo, so that's how it is.
Then I'll have to congratulate old ancestor Qin. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and congratulated.
Ha ha.
Both of us together.
Younger brother Yi, don't need to be courteous with me. In the future, call me elder brother as well will do. Your father and mother returning to their family clan and getting married blissfully. I, as the elder brother, have to come and congratulate no matter what.
This goose plume treasure armor was used by me in my early days. It's already infinitely close to a profound artifact, Qin Hongtao said with a loud laugh.
Yi Yuan's heart was moved. Defensive spirit artifacts were extremely hard to come by and tend to be much greater in value compared to offensive ones. Although this goose plume treasure armor had not yet reached the level of a profound artifact, its value was already not beneath the Shenying sword which Dan Qinzi gifted.
This Qin Hongtao making a move was rather extravagant.
This old man's opening move is the goose plume treasure armor. Doesn't that make it hard for the two of us?
Fortunately, this old man, I have preparations. Come, Yi Yuan. This is Earth or Spirit Essence milk. With your knowledge, you should know its value. It's absolutely not beneath that goose plume treasure armor of old man Qin. Ning Yixian said with a smile.
Yi Yuan, this is our profound ice sex specialty product, Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus. This lotus will only bloom once every 100 years. Even in my profound ice sect, it's an extremely rare object too, Jing Xian said.
When Yi Yuan saw this Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus, he could not help becoming wildly ecstatic in his heart.
He truly did not expect that the Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus actually really existed in the endless world. This Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus was a Tier 5 item. To people who cultivated in ice attribute cultivation laws, it was a greatly beneficial item.
Even when swallowing it whole, it could also be comparable to 10 years of bitter cultivation.
To the profound ice sex martial artists, it was absolutely an extremely precious spirit medicine. Of course, Yi Yuan was not concerned by this. The reason why he was so elated was that this Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus was a type of Tier 5 medicinal herb. It was also the mandatory material to refine the Tier 5 medicinal pill, 5 Revolutions Ice Heart Pill. This 5 Revolutions Ice Heart Pill was a miracle elixir to treat the chronic disease in Luer's body. For such a long time, Luer had been staying inside Yi Yuan's spatial spirit artifact all this while because she was unable to cultivate.
But Yi Yuan's current realm was unable to help Luer uproot the chronic disease. This had always been a worry for Yi Yuan. This Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus was very seldom seen. Yi Yuan even thought that it probably could not be found in the endless world. Who knew that it was acquired without any effort at all?
This was actually the profound ice sex specialty product. As long as Yi Yuan broke through to divine traversing realm, refining this 5 revolutions ice heart pill would naturally be easily accomplished. Yi Yuan contained the joy in his heart and said to the 3 people with clasped hands, "Many thanks to 3 old ancestors."
Elder brother Wuxian prepared Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew for everybody.
3 old ancestors. Please head inside to have a taste.
Qin Hongtao's eyes lit up and he said in ecstasy, "I've drunk the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew once at Fu Yunjing's place. Until now, it still brings back endless aftertastes. Didn't expect that Wuxian, that old fellow, actually knows how to brew it too?"
Old man Ning, Jingxian, hurry, hurry. I want to go and have a taste. Ning Yixin had clearly heard of Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew's great name before. At this time, his alcohol addiction flared up too. He said goodbye to Yi Yuan and went inside with Jingxian. Ha ha ha. Little brother Yi, this old man came without an invitation. You mustn't blame me.
Yi Yuan hurriedly went up to greet with clasped hands as he said with a smile, "What's old Hai saying here?"
You're working hard for the common people in the world. How can Yi Yuan dare to blame you? Furthermore, my parents are just holding a make-up wedding. How can we dare to trouble old Hai to grace us with your grand presence? Chi Hai said with a laugh. Even if I'm any busier, little brother Ye's parents' great event, I have to rush over too.
Here, this is an ancient tiger bone which I acquired some years back in the Endless Forest. I don't have much use for keeping it either. I'll give it to you as a gift then. Chi Hai's voice had yet to fade when a streak of white light flashed past and snatched away the tiger bone from Chi Hai's hands. It was precisely white light. Yi Yuan furrowed his brows and said, "White light."
Don't be rude.
Chi Hai laughed and said, "Haha. No worries, no worries. This little white tiger of yours is really smart. Presumably, this tiger bone is very useful to him."
Chi Hai had seen before white light around Yi Yuan long ago. He faintly sensed this little white tiger's extraordinariness.
If not for this, how could white light possibly snatch away things from Chi Hai's hands with his present strength?
Heh. Big brother, I was too agitated just now. This tiger bone is very useful to me. I'll accept it on your behalf. As he said, white light's figure moved, vanishing from everyone's sights. Yi Yuan could not help smiling wryly. This fellow was so impolite to his elders. Seeing that the time was almost right, Yi Yuan said to Chi Hai, "Old Hai, the auspicious hour is drawing near. I, as the son, can't screw up my parents' great event. Let's go in."
Wine cups clanged and wine flowed freely in the main hall. The guests were already utterly conquered by the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew long ago.
Wuxian, just based on our friendship, you have got to give me a flask of this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew later. Oh no, 10 flasks. By Wuxian's side, a divine traversing realm expert slung his arm around Wuxian.
"Wuxian, our relationship is solid enough, right? If you give him 10 flasks, I can't get lesser than 10 flasks no matter what, right?" said another person. Wuxian's head was already long messed up by these fellows who tried to curry favor. Flinging his hand, he said, "Shoo shoo shoo. Do you all think that this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew is some jug wine by the roadside?
With your ways of giving out, no matter how many I have, it will all be given away too. Telling you all honestly, this old man, I only took these Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew out for everybody to sample because today is younger brother Ye's parents' wedding day. After today, whoever wants it will have to splurge." When Wuxian brewed the low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, he already anticipated today's situation. He already discussed it with Yi Yuan to place this low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew onto the market to sell. It would definitely earn a hefty amount.
Wuxian bringing these Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew over today was naturally in order to boost Yi Yuan's face. But it was not without the intention of promoting this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew either.
Those who could enter the main hall today were all upper echelons in Wufang City. They were either wealthy or with connections. As soon as the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew rolled out into the market, only these people could afford it. Fu Yunjing's Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew definitely had some parts omitted in the brewing process. Hence, the production output had always not been high. This was also the reason why Fu Yunjing cherished his own belongings all along. Wuxian cleared his throat and said in a clear voice, "Today, everybody could drink this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew all thanks to younger brother Yi Yuan. However, this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew wasn't picked up from the streets.
Just the materials expended in brewing the alcohol is a huge sum of money. After today, if everybody wishes to drink this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, you can go to Drunken Immortal restaurant.
With Wu Xian saying this, everyone came to understand as well.
Why, this Wu Xian came today to cast a long line to cast a big fish. But those present were all respected figures. Regarding Wu Xian's way of doing things, there was no cause for much criticism.
Such a delicious vintage wine like the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew was naturally not what some lousy common streetwear could compare to. Yet, the most important thing was that this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew could actually be mass-produced.
Wu Xian, you mean that?
We can all drink such a delicious vintage wine any time in the future. Wu Xian smiled faintly and said, "That might not be the case. Such a vintage brew. The materials needed are extremely precious. Don't look at how I brought so much here today. Actually, it already expended close to 20% of this old man's assets.
Therefore,
although Drunken Immortal Restaurant will provide this wine all year round, it's only limited to 10 flasks per day. First come, first serve." Everyone all drew a cold breath. 20 barrels of Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew actually cost Wu Xian 20% of his assets.
Wu Xian, as an alchemy sovereign expert, his assets definitely surpassed ordinary martial artists by a great deal.
20% of his assets was absolutely a huge sum of wealth. One could see from this just how terrifying the expenditure to brew this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew was.
Originally, those who were still savoring it in large mouthfuls already could not bear to lift their cups now. This wine, drinking a mouthful, was one lesser. Actually, Wu Xian's words had areas of exaggeration. He did indeed spend a huge sum of money on brewing this alcohol, but it was naturally impossible to be just 20 barrels.
Furthermore, the most costly expenditure was not this low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, but it was the middle grade.
The middle-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew was on an entirely different level from the low-grade.
The low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew that Wu Xian brought here today was just half of what he brewed this time. And adding up the costs of these 40 barrels of low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, it was not even half of the middle grade.
The middle-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew was still in the process of brewing, but the output was merely 1 barrel.
Such an expenditure, even with Wu Xian's massive wealth, it was also somewhat unbearable.
However, with the recipe that Yi Yuan gave, Wu Xian's future wealth could be predicted. Don't look at how alchemists were all very rich. Actually, their expenditures were immense too. Following the increase in their strength, the expended essence crystals and medicinal herbs also soared exponentially.
Hence, nobody would complain about having too much money. Isn't 10 flasks too little? Wu Xian, essence crystals are not an issue. This alcohol I'll reserve a barrel first. The next time it's out, give it to our Zhang family first. Alright? Wu Fang City's Zhang family head yelled out. Wu Xian shook his head and said, "Old man Zhang, not that I, Wu Xian, am miserly. The process of brewing this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew is extremely troublesome. There's simply no way of providing a large supply. Otherwise, I wouldn't limit it to 10 flasks daily too. This old man indeed still has some remaining stock. But giving this inventory to you, the other families will shred me up."
With Wu Xian saying this, there were immediately people from the other families who were indignant.
"That's right. Old man Zhang, are you the only rich one?
Our Sun family can still afford this bit of essence crystals. You want a barrel, this father of yours wants 10 barrels.
The city Lord Manor hasn't even spoken yet. What capabilities does your Zhang family have to dare swallow a barrel all at once? In my opinion, it's still Wu Xian's method that is good. 10 flasks daily. First come, first serve. This way, it's fair to everyone." Seeing this scene, Wu Xian was also secretly delighted in his heart. Actually, the low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew really did not have many troublesome aspects. He originally also planned on selling barrel by barrel. But after he told his plans to Yi Yuan, it was denied by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's idea was very simple. An object was valued relative to its rarity.
If it were supplied unlimitedly when everybody drank a ton of it, this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew would not be valuable anymore either.
But if it was just supplying 10 flasks a day, everyone could not drink to their heart's content each time. Hence, They would all break their heads every day fighting to snatch those 10 flasks of wine. In just a few days, these 10 flasks of Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew would be raised to a sky-high price. This wine, ordinary people and factions simply could not drink it. At that time, it would become a symbol of identity and status.
After waiting for a suitable time, Wuxian would then roll out the middle-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. That way, the middle-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew would become a supreme level of Immortal Brew. Regardless of how the price was set, it would be up to Wuxian's call.
In a corner of the main hall, Fu Yunjing had a depressed look. Wuxian, this old man, pestered him daily in the past for the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. He himself put on a nonchalant appearance too.
Finally, Wuxian paid a very large price before getting 6 flasks from his place.
Who knew that, in a twinkle, this old man produced Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew himself. Not only was the quality much better than his, but it could also actually be mass-produced. His opening move was 20 barrels.
What a big play!
Fu Yunjing himself sampled a mouthful earlier. The taste was indeed much better than his. Furthermore, he actually did not know that drinking the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew unexpectedly needed southern sandalwood to be the cup. Just where on earth did this old fellow learn it? How could Fu Yunjing not wish to mass-produce the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew?
But the success rate of his brewing was too low and simply had no way of satisfying the market demand.
The source of income which landed in his hands was given away with both hands just like this. Fu Yunjing's gloominess would be imagined.
He picked up the wine cup and slowly walked towards Wuxian.
Wuxian, I wish to ask you, where did this recipe of yours come from? Fu Yunjing inquired.
Wuxian saw that it was Fu Yunjing and said, this recipe.
It was naturally taught by an expert. Fu Yunjing, what's the meaning of you asking this? Heh, can it be that you still don't know what the meaning of my words is?
Everybody knows that this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew's recipe, only I have it. Isn't you doing this too dishonest? Fu Yunjing said with an unkind expression. Actually, Wuxian and Fu Yunjing still had some friendship between them. But it was still not that close. However, it was still because of this friendship that Wuxian was able to get Fu Yunjing's wine after begging many times.
But Wuxian's actions now infringed upon Fu Yunjing's interests. Fu Yunjing could not swallow this insult despite reconsidering repeatedly. That was why he came up to question. Once the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew could be mass-produced, that was cold, hard cash. Each drop would be extremely valuable. Fu Yunjing's expenses for the sake of brewing the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew was rather dear too. Seeing his own Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew become worthless, he was seriously stifled in his heart.
Fu Yunjing, today is the City Lord Manor's day of great joy. Must you cause trouble? My Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew doesn't have anything to do with you. This point, people who have drunk the wine before should all be aware, right? Wuxian said with a cold grunt. Actually, I've been researching on improving the brewing method of the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew all along and finally managed to have some progress. Right at this juncture, your Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew actually appeared. Is there such a coincidental thing?
Previously, you were at my place for roughly right around half a year's time or so. But it's just nice the time to brew these Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, Fu Yunjing said with a cold smile. The meaning of these words was already very obvious. It was that Wuxian stole a peep at the results of his development and brewed the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew himself.
Although Fu Yunjing was lying through his teeth, the reasoning was infallible, making many people look towards Wuxian in suspicion.
Once this sort of thing was confirmed, Wuxian would no longer have the face to keep a foothold in Wufang City.
But how could Wuxian be so easy to hoodwink? He said with a cold smile, not that you can't slander me, but you have got to bring out the evidence, right? Your Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew clearly isn't as good as mine. This point, as long as one knows their liquor, they can probably discern it, right? All talk without substance, aren't you afraid of your teeth falling out by saying this?
Fu Yunjing said with a faint smile. Ho, I don't have proof. I'm just very curious. Everybody in the city knows that my recipe was obtained from the Endless Forest. Just this one copy in the entire Wufang City. Then,
where did you get your recipe from?
An expert? Her. Such words can only fool little children, right? One had to admit that this Fu Yunjing was born with an eloquent tongue. Hearing his words, many people became even more skeptical towards Wuxian.
This sort of thing like stealing formulas was held in extreme contempt, let alone that it was exposed on the spot by the original owner. Yeah, I really didn't think of this. Wuxian's recipe wouldn't really have been stolen from Fu Yunjing there, right? This recipe, Fu Yunjing has always kept it as a treasure. It's impossible for people to know. Unless it's really as Fu Yunjing said, Wuxian plagiarized it while he was not paying attention. Stolen things, just be satisfied with secretly brewing a few flasks to drink. To actually take it out to sell? Isn't this disgraceful? Hearing some people's whispering, Wu Xian's face became livid. Fear of incurring gossip. He was wholeheartedly focused on bringing the Immortal Remembrance Jade brew out to make money but forgot that Fu Yunjing would make a false countercharge. However, after today's matter, Wu Xian could also be considered to have a new understanding of Fu Yunjing. But Fu Yunjing said it as if it was true. This already aroused most people's suspicions. How should he explain? Could it be that he had to compare formulas with him? That way, wouldn't the recipe be divulged? How should he explain to Yi Yuan? Just as Wu Xian caught in a difficult dilemma, Yi Yuan and Qi Hai entered the main hall. This formula was given to him by this old man. What complaints do you have? Qi Hai said in a slightly low voice. As a matter of fact, it had already been a while since they entered the main hall. Yi Yuan briefly recounted the event through voice transmission to invite him to come forward to uphold justice. Qi Hai did not have much hesitation and directly agreed. Yi Yuan occupied a 50% share in this business too. Fu Yunjing causing trouble here was directly spoiling his business. How could Yi Yuan turn a blind eye to it? Although Yi Yuan was very wealthy right now, as an alchemist himself, he was deeply aware of the importance of essence crystals this thing. In his previous life, if there weren't the Medicine King Hall this colossal titan supporting, no matter how high his talent was, he would have no way of reaching that level too. Alchemist was an occupation which burned money. Wanting to refine a type of medicinal pill had to refine countless medicinal herbs to waste. The higher the rank of the medicinal herb, the greater the expenditure. Even though Yi Yuan's success rate of refining medicinal pills was exceptionally high, with his current consumption speed, no matter how much essence crystals there were, it was also insufficient to use. Regardless which major faction it was impossible to treat medicinal pills like candy to eat like him too. Putting aside whether or not one could bear the expenses, how could the average martial artist dare to swallow so many medicinal pills? Furthermore, the medicinal pills which Yi Yuan refined, the medicinal effects were all extremely tyrannical. They were on a completely different level from the Endless World's medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan did not plan on coming forward himself. Firstly, he did not wish to overly expose himself. Secondly, he was young after all. The words he said might not be enough to convince everyone. Qi Hai stepping forward was naturally the most appropriate. With his status, who dared to say a word of no? Indeed, once Fu Yunjing saw Qi Hai speak, he could not help being alarmed inwardly. He never would have thought that the person behind Wu Xian was actually Qi Hai. This time, he poked the hornet's nest. Ah, turns out that it's old Hai's recipe. I was still perplexed. Could this Immortal Remembrance Jade brew of Wu Xian be pulled out of thin air? It's just that I wonder where old Hai obtained this recipe from. Fu Yunjing still did not give up and asked sarcastically. In front of so many people, moreover, it was City Lord Manor's great joyous day. He did not believe that Qi Hai dared to do anything to him. Qi Hai said with an icy look, "Does this old man still need to explain to you when doing things?" Fu Yunjing instantly felt a tremendous pressure coming at him head-on, crushing him until he could not catch his breath. He gritted his teeth and said obstinately, "Old Hai naturally doesn't need to explain to me, but don't you feel that suppressing people with force is inadequate to convince the masses? Justice lies in the hearts of people. Old Hai can kill me, but it's hard to shut the mouths of everybody." Qi Hai did not expect that this Fu Yunjing still had some backbone. Facing his pressure, he actually did not back down in the slightest. He could, of course, kill Fu Yunjing with one palm, but Wu Xian would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Fu Yunjing was precisely eyeing this point. That was why he dared to be so unyielding. Today was different than the time with Wu Rong. At that time, Qi Hai was standing on the standpoint of a righteous cause. Others did not dare to say much about killing people. Now, Fu Yunjing stirred up the situation. If Qi Hai really killed him, then Wu Xian would ascertain the label of plagiarism and would also have no way of keeping a foothold in Wufang City in the future. For a moment, Qi Hai could not help being at the dilemma to advance or retreat.